滝小屋選手、手と手を合わせてかつての仲間とユナイトバトルを始めましょう。
の氷置き場で動きを止めてる間にやりたいはずですが、
ボッチが後ろから来ていますが、そこは目を光らせている名古屋王者で、さあイロハスのワンムーがラストを締めてみせました。
ミシラ任せた
彼は戻ってきました。しかし人は言います。彼は第一線を跳ねないならプロから退くべき。この柔らかいスタイルと笑顔の奥にはそれほどのストイックさが隠れている。そのイロハスが戻ってきました。名古屋王者逆転劇、日本リーグを勝ち上がったその名古屋王者劇場、終わったと思っていましたか？いや、まだまだ続きます。 To be continue。 ゲームセット0対2完勝名古屋王者。
下のミドルゴール、ここのゴールは成立しました。決定的な逆転、一進一退、2点3点する終盤戦、ここに決着。セカンドゲーム、ゲームセット。ハイドロポンプが出た。ハイドロポンプが炸裂。指に願いを込めたところ、レックーザを倒すという願いが叶った。
取れる
マジで事故った天気ス。
フェンネル対ゴッドライクイスポーツ第1ゲーム、ここでゲームセットです。ゴッドライクイスポーツから仕掛けていくか、イカサマセラート選手が捕まえた、一気に飛び込んでいく。ハイドロ対戦、ムーンライトセルナーで完璧にシールドを奪い去ったのはセラートのブラッキー。一緒に遊んでセラオラの動きを止めたところに踏みつけで回収しきった P のアマージョ、3匹のポケモンを KO している。そして最後を決めるのはリーフィア、ルカポー選手が2連続 KO。
でミュウツー
トップで通用するプレイヤーなんだと、2023年 MJK からチャンピオンロードフェンネルと彼らが踏みしめてきた歩みが僕たちにその信頼を与えている。ここで試合終了。
仕掛けたのはセイトリューションです。
大きい。
ハピナスがまずは倒れました。これで回復することがかなり難しくなった。さあ残りメタグレー50点。そうですね、これが入ればさあ残り10秒、まだ分かりません。まだ分かりません。つながるか。いやどうだ、さっきの残り時間が足りない。いやー下見のゴールちゃった。ここで激闘ゲームセット、一度奪われたそのトロフィー、欧米北米からは栄誉と。フェンネル。
おめでとうございます。
してくれてありがとうございます。
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, the Grand Finals. This is day 2 of action-packed battles. My name is Pickius, together with JJ, and we're ready to bring some action-packed battles for today.
Indeed, we are ready because this is going to be the playoffs. The Grand Finals is upon us as well. So the last top 8 teams is going to be, battling off for our playoffs. But before we head into the playoffs, we still have one more match that we have missed last day. So for this time, we're going to be starting it off with ZETA Division versus Talon.
And this is not just a game for Group Stage. This is literally a game to determine who's going to be the second team from Group D who will advance for the playoffs. Because despite not having the official seedings yet for Group D, Luminosity Gaming is already guaranteed to proceed to the playoffs, knowing that they do have 6 points. And for Talon and ZETA Division, they do have 4 points. So whoever wins gets the second spot due to Godlike Esports being scoreless for Group D.
No, yeah, and really, we're just excited. We were quite sad that we weren't able to see the last match last night, yesterday, but I'm just really excited to see how they're going to be able to fight off each other, ZETA Division and Talon. And we all know for a fact that Talon's a really strong team, and of course, we can't dismiss as well, ZETA Division is a really strong team as well. So I am sure that we're going to have very close matches.
Oh yeah, I mean, Talon is doing like multiple strong finishes during ACL, during Worlds. They were the top 8 in the last World Championships, and for ACL, I do feel like they were 3rd or around 2nd during that time. So when it comes to like ACL exposure, Talon is not new to it. But do not forget, it's ZETA Division we're talking about, and ZETA Division is one of the most formidable teams out there. They took a game up against Luminosity Gaming, in which Talon did as well, but it's an overwhelming win up against Luminosity Gaming, where ZETA Division did that.
No, yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about it since yesterday. Group D is by far the heaviest group in this tournament. And honestly, all of those in Group D really deserve to be in on the playoffs. But unfortunately, with how the tournament is, of course, there's only going to be 2 that will proceed forward to the playoffs. But then again, Luminosity Gaming has been proving time and time again that they are still one of the most consistent, one of the strongest in the whole scene.
Here we go. We're speaking of the top 2 teams. So we do have like 6 teams already qualified for the playoffs. So we do have INSOMNIA for Group A and FENNEL Esports. Group B we have IGZIST and Alter Ego. Group C, NAGOYA and Paper Rex. For Group D we have Luminosity Gaming, but we need to determine the seeding first. And of course, the last team will be the winner of the game between ZETA Division and Talon. But yeah, a little bit of a recap. We do have 16 teams that qualify for PUACL Finals. So that's a total of 8 teams from Japan and Southeast Asian League, 1 from India League, and 1 from each winter tournament that we had. So APAC West, APAC East, India, and of course for Japan, and 2 from Shenzhen Masters and 1 from LAIC, which is Luminosity Gaming.
No, yeah, I mean, at the same time, going into day number 2, it's still going to be continuing on from the last games of day number 1, group stage, as we had mentioned earlier. But immediately after that, we're going to have a little bit of a break, just a short break before we go into the knockout stage. Now, this time, though, we're going to be playing a single eliminations, but at the same time, you might be able to see there's a double bracket, just like a double elimination bracket, but it's actually not. It's just to remove the tiebreakers for the 3rd, 5th, and 7th placements.
Oh yeah, thank you for that one, JJ. I mean, someone might, or some people, viewers out there at home or in Japan, they might be confused. So that's a great information that we do have here for everyone. But yeah, so it's just one game, so it's not by that far. We'll get to witness the action pack later on for our grand playoffs. No, so I do believe that we do have some initial brackets as well for our day number 2. Yeah. So I do believe that INSOMNIA will be having a battle up against XSpark. NAGOYA is still waiting for the second seeded team for Group D. FENNEL Esports will have a rematch. This is heavy rematch up against FENNEL Esports and Alter Ego. My guy, that's heavy.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, this is going to be the bracket. As we have mentioned, this might not be. This might be a little bit confusing because why is there a loser bracket? Why is there a lower bracket? If this is a single elimination, this is just so that everyone can. It's just for placement purposes. Basically, if you lose your first rounds, of course, you're going to be stuck at like what, seventh placement. So we just want to remove that seventh place ties. We want to have like a seventh and sixth placer. So that's just placement options. But here we go. This is how the draft mode goes. Of course, we're just going to be starting off with the purple side for the first band, second side. Then the second band is going to the orange side, then a purple, then an orange side, and then we do the pick phase, which goes from 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1 by that order. And of course, everyone can switch off their Pokemon on the final preparations.
Make sure not to be confused, of course, for the newcomers as well, or new to the game. This is like the standard draft mode that we also do whenever you're doing rank games on Masters queue. So this is the basic ones. Then for preparation phase, usually what I do here, like in the tournament, right? Usually what you do is you swap Pokemon depending on which you prioritize. But when you're like a solo player, you want to make sure that your items are checked, held items, battle items as well, depending on who you're going up against. So really, really phenomenal phase we're in. We could just, juggle around, get to see what we could do in terms of battles. And I do believe that these players competing for today, the remaining teams competing for today, really does prepare a lot, not just in the draft mode, but as well as off stream. For sure, like instead of sleeping, they did a little bit of research before taking a break.
Yeah, and speaking of that, though, our matches still, just like yesterday, everything's going to be best of 3. That means they need to win at least 2 in a row. Well, actually not in a row, but the 2 times in each series. But the grand finals, instead of being best of 3, is going to be best of 5. Obviously, we're still going to be retaining everything else, Thea Sky Ruins and all that. And, well, nothing's still going to be changing. We're still not going to be playing in the first 500 points. But this might just be the the final one as well for us to go on.
Yeah, possible, because with World Championships going to be held in August, right after that it will be a long break, and who knows, we might be back next year or around November, in which PUACL started during the respective regional league. So that's around 2 to 3 months. So that's a long break, and for sure, if we shift to the 500 point game mode, teams across the world will have an ample time to adapt.
I mean, even then, right? Like, we already have the mainland China teams already playing on it. They already have the advantage, and I'm pretty sure they've already perfected and mastered that mode even before when we go to it. So
I totally agree. But of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Do agree on that one. But thank you our sponsors first. For Kyo, the official travel agency who made everyone or every team to fly into Japan possible. So really huge props and thanks. I wish I was at Japan absolutely right now.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah. I mean, if we were there, then I'm pretty sure we'll be going with KO as well. And have
for
our
sure.
And all that, load it up so we can go anywhere in Japan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just really excited to. I haven't been to Japan, so that's the thing. I haven't been to Japan.
Same. I mean, for sure, someday we will be at the home of Pokemon someday.
That's true. But yeah, right now we are just having our we're just having a bit of our what do you call this? The preparation for everything. We still have one of our what do you call the sponsors. Of course, we have Meiji here. That is Kinokono. Kinokono. I cannot read kanji, unfortunately. But like, thanks for the sponsors. Coming from Meiji, that makes this really possible for us.
Left one is my favorite. Left one, I've been eating that like just this week.
A mushroom, right? Like a mushroom.
Yeah, like a mushroom. I just ate that like last Thursday, as far as I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because my sister got home, and then she was like, "Oh, you want some, chocolate biscuits?" And I was like, "Whoa, this is good! Like, we want more. I want more. Actually, it's good. Like, once you open it, you sit and eat it. You can't stop my guy.
Could you send me some?
I'll look
Send
for
me
some
some.
later.
Send me some, yo. I mean, look
Let's
at that.
check it.
They have the cooking. They have the biscuits, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they have it.
Oh, I saw Score Bunny as well.
Well, we're not gonna eat store one. You know what I mean? Like, biscuits, bro.
Yeah, totally. It's a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. No, you know. But yeah. Anyway, Republic of Gamers, our equipment supplier for today or for the tournament. So, you know, as you saw during day number 1, they have Republic of Gamers monitors and phones that they have been using for gaming. So, wow, really an upgrade for the players playing. Of course, you know, if you're playing on phone, you have ROG phones. If you're playing on Switch, you have like a high frequency monitor that you can play with.
No, yeah, I mean, like, it's really amazing to be able to play to, you know, high end phones such as the RG phone. 09, is it 09?
Yeah,
Yeah, the RG phones. And it can, you know, surely you could play Pokemon Unite very smoothly, no lags whatsoever, and especially with this kind of monitor with high refresh rates as well, it's just phenomenal to play these games on these devices. So definitely, if you guys have the time or have the capabilities to be able to get RG phones and of course RG monitors, please go ahead and do that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like once you get it, you wouldn't like have a second doubt that why did I purchase it? You know what I'm saying? Because it would really be an upgrade and an upskill into your playtime. It would really do help a lot. So guys, you know, just like JJ said, if you can, make sure to get it because it is a great gaming experience to use ROG as your main gaming equipment.
I mean, look at that. I mean, see the equipment that they have right now is everything is ROG and all that. So beautiful stuff for all the players. But here we go. Group D, we're gonna be starting off with the final game of you know, the group stages. It's going to be Talon versus ZETA Division, which is literally the only one that we haven't seen play. But at the same time, you know, Luminosity Gaming is going to be going off against Buriram United Esports. So they're going to be playing on the side for the Substream. And for us, we're going to be watching Talon and ZETA Division.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I really want to watch Luminosity Gaming as well and Buriram United Esports because I'm really cheering for Buriram United Esports. I really do want them to get a game at least, so that they can have a point in the pointing system. But you know, it's Luminosity Gaming we have been talking about. Yes, they did drop a couple of games yesterday up against Talon and ZETA Division, but you know, they're still a formidable team, and I do believe Buriram United Esports as well is one of the most formidable teams in their respective regions. So. Just imagine they took down Talon before, so you know, who knows? They're very unpredictable and full of surprises.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, this is it. You know, we're just waiting for the last one so that we can finally see the brackets. And as I've mentioned as well earlier, this is the initial brackets for the tournament, for the playoffs later on. So it's going to be INSOMNIA versus XSpark, NAGOYA, Oja versus whoever's going to be, you know, the placement that is going to be Luminosity Gaming, I believe, or most likely going to be Luminosity Gaming. Then FENNEL Esports, Alter Ego, Paper Rex, and then whoever's going to be the second placements, right? Down below, or maybe it's Luminosity Gaming. We'll check later. And then, of course, whoever loses that first round is going to go down bottom, and then we'll have the 7th place tiebreaker matches. Moving forward to the 5th place tiebreaker matches and the 3rd place tiebreaker. So immediately after that, we're going to be heading over to our grand finals. So that's going to be really amazing. A best of 5 instead of a best of 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, it will be a long series ahead, but
wait,
man, I'm just excited. I'm just excited on who are the teams that get to play on the playoffs. I mean, we're just waiting for a team to be specific because Luminosity Gaming is just waiting for their seeding, right?
Wait. So do you see the animal pins? Like the Slowpoke has a King's Rock.
Oh, yeah.
Making it evolve. See, look at his pin. See,
Wow,
that's a King's Rock. That's a
cute.
chain. That's chained toward the Slowpoke.
Yeah, it's really attached to each other, so
yeah,
that's kind of cute.
I want one. I want one.
Come on, we need to book our tickets right now. Come on, we need to book our tickets.
Yeah, we need to get our plane tickets now. We need to go to Japan.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a lot of plushies as well. New plushies. I think we didn't see Sableye.
Can we join them? Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
You know what?
oh.
Yeah, Yules. Yo, come
Okay,
on, let's post. Let's post.
Let's join them. Let's join them. Let's join
Alright.
them.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. 1, 2,
2,
3.
3.
Pokemon Unite!
Let's go.
One more. Moichido.
Uh-huh.
Moichido. Okay. Let's go!
That's a lot of Pokemon.
That's a lot of Pokemon indeed. One more time.
Is that a Mew with a Ditto face?
Well, that isn't a Mew. That's a Ditto. There you go. Look at the crowd, dude. Like, I think it's
Wow.
more. There's more people now than yesterday. I mean, granted, it's the grand finals. You know what I mean? Like, it's so understandable why. And there are people even just standing at the back.
I mean, I totally understand, especially that this is the home ground of the Japanese region. Definitely, like, they have been looking forward for these Japanese teams. Just imagine, like, 3 out of 5 already qualified, and they are waiting for their 4th representative, which is ZETA division, to qualify, in which we can determine that a little bit on later on, because their match will commence up against Talon in just a tiny bit. But I'm quite excited on what's about to unfold in this match.
I mean, I wish, you know, speaking of talent though, right? Like, we know for a fact that these are our fellow, you know, Filipinos. So, I got a little bit of a taste, you know. I believe we're going to be seeing this one particular person from Talon go up the stage as well. So, when we see them, we'll see them. You know what I mean?
yeah. I'm just proud of these guys. You know, they had a tough road during the Southeast Asian League. They also had a tough time during the winter tournament. They were almost taken down by some unknown team in South Korea. That was, as far as I know, that was Team K, in which they actually took down easily during the round 1 of the playoffs of winter tournament. But who knows? They did a bracket reset up against Talon, so I want to see them in Worlds. I want to see them in the other qualifiers. But you know, Talon so far during that offline, you know, off season, a little bit of off season before ACL finals, for sure they've improved their game as well.
Right. I mean, they wouldn't have. You know, they wouldn't be here, you know, if they did not improve. And at the same time, you know, instead of like having the stress, having the pressure of playing very late at night yesterday, at least they were able to get a little bit of a break, you know, a resting time before they head over to the final game against ZETA division for today. Although, you know, still it's gonna be very early. You know, they are gonna be playing at 9 a.m. You know, in Japan. For us, it's 8. You know, it's already 8:19 a.m. So we're just waiting for them to finally be ready to get up on stage. Then immediately after that, then going to be the playoffs.
That's like just an hour difference, or an hour and 30, depending on what will happen or what will be the outcome of the game later on. But we were talking about, you know, Talent in ZETA division, you know, our own analysis and, you know, ups and downs. But just would like to remind everyone, or inform everyone, that the Talon who won on winter tournament roster is not actually the same who's going to be competing at least for today or for ACL finals. But here's the thing, they reverted their roster depending on their roster that competed in World Championships 2024, which finished top 8.
No, yeah, I mean, again, like, you have to be with the best ones, with the best energy, with the best teammates that you have, and bringing up the best. I mean, again, this is by far one of the biggest, if not the biggest tournament in Asia, you know, alongside Winter Tournament. But at the same time, you know, this is the second biggest tournament, you know, before Worlds. So really, it's really understandable how they want to revert back to the original one, or at least the team that performed the best for what they've had from, you know, from Worlds.
Oh yeah, they really want to shift their attention and prioritize that kind of chemistry. Wherein they proved something already on that chemistry. I mean, they took down a lot of teams with that roster, and for sure, it actually do it as well in this league. But you know, in just a short span of group stage, that's just 3 minimum of games. They already played 2. They're currently 1-1, and they're going up against probably one of the most toughest teams, not just in their group, but as well as in the world stage. So really excited on what's going to be the outcome. But Zeta Division so far, they have a lot of advantage, or not really a lot, but an advantage compared to Talon, simply because they are at their home ground, and they have been making their names for themselves recently.
I mean, yeah, I mean, anytime you are in as the away team, anytime you are the away team, obviously there's going to be a bit of a disadvantage, not physically obviously, but more of a psychological and mental disadvantage, because of course if you're the away team, everyone, even if they're not cheering for the team, they would be cheering for that team just because they are from the home country, so home region rather. So I mean, we are the same as well, right? We are the same as well. Like, as much as Filipinos who are want to cheer for everyone, they would of course be cheering the most for Filipino teams as well, despite, even if they're not cheering for it initially, but if that's the only team left, they would still cheer for it. And it's the same for any region really. They're obviously going to be cheering for the team that comes from the home region.
But yeah, it's totally understandable, because they do want to support their homegrown talents and homegrown teams as well. So really understandable that they're gonna cheer whoever is there. Philippines does have a lot of talent as well, but it's always talent who emerges on top. So every single team's out there from the Philippines, despite being rivals with Talon, they're gonna cheer for them instead for today. But here we go, the grand entrance: Talon versus Zeta Division.
Okay, here we go. Our boys. Okay, like, I mean, yeah, we love Zeta Division too, but like, these are our boys, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm waiting for my boy lands.
Let's go. Okay.
Man, they look calm. Dylan looks calm.
They have to be calm, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Man.
Let's go.
Loving the hoodie. That was Saint Quan. Yeah, that was Saint Quan. And here's my boy. This is my boy. The schoolmate.
Okay. Man. He is ready, dude.
Yeah,
and I like the fact that he grew up so well now.
Yeah.
First
Lance
pick.
is, yeah, Lance is still studying. For those who don't know, he's
still go to school.
Yeah. Man, here we go. I'm excited for the outcome of this match.
So I am Tomato is there as well.
Yeah.
Oh man.
This is the first time that Talon is on the main stage, right? Simply because every single team that is outside Japan region gets to be on the main stage once.
Oh yeah.
Once, right?
Yeah.
So this is like their first appearance, at least in the main stage broadcast.
But I mean, like, it's understandable. Again, they are the home region.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go.
Setting up.
Look at that. Look at the mother of dragons just behind them.
Oh yeah!
Bernie's right there.
Bernie, come on!
Hey, Bernie's not gonna play. Hey,
I mean, Bernie's always ready. Come on, Bernie is always ready, despite what the situation is.
So here we go. Kokoata, I am Tomato, Vitopo, Wajiro, and Romu. We have, of course, one level up is going to be our Substream player, which is with them as well, behind them, just waiting for that moment if need be as well. But into the other side as well, we're going to be headed over to Talon in just a bit. So right now, as you can see, they are just setting up. Everyone's already there seated. And now here we go. This is Talon. It's Lance, St. Juan, Rubix, Dylan, and Kai. Unfortunately, though, we don't see Birdie.
We don't see Birdie.
Usually, right, he plays as a substitute. So I guess in this tournament, he's not listed as a substitute, but he is the manager and what it calls a coach-ish, right? being a coach and manager of Team Talon. So that's the guy you see with the orange ID lace behind what do you call it? Behind Sync One.
Yeah, and actually props to Riri as well, their main analyst, you know, Riri. And for sure, JR Absent are so proud of these guys as well, who really did contribute a lot for them to qualify here, because he was actually the guy that they slid in for winter tournament, and Kai actually gave way for that to happen. But right now they're back in their original form. Let's see if this is going to be the dance that they want to happen.
Man, I just wish that ZETA Division doesn't give, you know, I always say this, but please don't give Kai the Hoopa.
Oh yeah, Hoopa.
Don't give him the Hoopa.
Hoopa, Eldegoss. Oh my god, top
don't
2
give
picks.
That. Don't give that to Kai.
Yeah, I mean that is like the signature Pokemon of Kai. You don't want to give him that. You don't want to give him that, because if you do give him that,
it enables everyone. It enables everyone in Talon.
Yeah, that's like their, you know, mega evolution. That's like their Dynamax form, right? The G Max.
Here you go. Everyone just you know, chilling right now, testing their controllers. Oh, they're playing with a Pro controller too.
Ooh. More on the console side for ZETA Division.
Here you go. Just chilling. You know, look at those bangs, bro.
Man, everyone is locked in. I mean, they're fighting. They're fighting for a playoff spot. It's understandable.
It is true. It is true. I mean, ZETA Division and what do you call this? They're the last, right? They're the last to find out whether or not they're going to be headed over to the playoffs. So it's really understandable how they are all locked in right now. They have to, you know, they cannot not lock in. Because if they, I believe they lose, right? If they lose one game this time, it will determine for them to say goodbye or not. Not
yet. Basically, they're tied, right? They're tied at 4. So whoever gets the whole thing gets.
No, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like whoever gets the whole thing will be proceeding to the playoffs. But whoever loses, that's and here's the thing, right? The first match, the first game of this series is the most important one as well. Just because of the fact that if you already get the first win, then that means, of course, you know, that is a huge morale boost for that team.
Oh yeah, totally agree. You get one, not just you get 1 point, but you know it's a head start. Head start indeed.
Yeah, here we go. Everyone's just logging in to the device so that we can have everyone ready. Here you go.
Whoa, I love that bangs.
I do.
But it's not gonna suit me because I have a, you know, kind of a wavy hair. You know, I don't have that kind of smooth hair, so you know, never mind for me.
Go, I am Tomato. I mean, you know, yesterday I wasn't able to mention it, but like I just noticed how it made sense that you know, this player's name's I am Tomato, because like, I mean, look at that right here. That's a tomato.
Yeah, it looks like a tomato collar line, right? Yeah, it makes sense. But you know, he goes by tomato only, not I am tomato, but that's like I am tomato. There we go.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they pronounce it, right? Like tomato instead of a tomato.
Yeah.
Because tomato is like the you know, the Western pronunciation for the word, but that's the name. I am tomato. There you go. I am tomato.
Koko wa tabito po wajiro e domu. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Vitopo is is on the second stress, second syllable. That's with double P. So Vitopo. Yeah, he looks like it. That's a tomato, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that is a tomato.
I am tomato for a reason, I guess.
That's true. That's true.
Right, I think they're giving a go signal already.
Yeah,
We're gonna start in a bit.
they have finally logged in.
Yeah,
Hey,
there we go.
yo.
Filipino
Hey,
pride.
Just zoom in. Is he gonna do something? No, he's not gonna do something. Sync one.
Come on, take one. Hey,
Hey,
good. There we go.
Hey, he's mewing, bro. He's mewing. What's he gonna do?
Come on, come on.
No, I didn't fin. Didn't fin.
Oh, there's my boy.
That's your boy?
Yeah, that's
Your
my
boy?
boy. Yeah.
Boy's locked in, bro. Your boy's locked in.
Man, I mean, he's the current captain of the team, so it does make sense to be locked in. Like, out of all the 5 players, you know, you have to be the ones who's really focused.
And again, you know, for those who doesn't know, Talon's a really strong team because some of them even competed in the Southeast Asia Olympics. Right? For example, Sync One has been part of a team that competed in a different title for the Southeast Asia Olympics. Is that something called like Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asian Games?
Yeah, Southeast Asian Games. There you go.
Yeah, there we
Southeast
go.
Asian Games. Yeah. So they their portfolio as a player, actually all of them, is stacked. It's really strong, and it's
Maybe.
huge too.
They've been like exploring a lot of game titles before Pokemon Unite came out. So
And all those experience really helped them out with Pokemon Unite too. I mean, they wouldn't be here if it did not. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, for sure.
So again, it's Romu Wajiro, Vitopo, I am Tomoto, and that's gonna be in for ZETA division. They are all locked in. I mean, look at them. He's locked in, waiting for that time to finally be able to play the game.
And you wouldn't dare to talk to them if you're like you wouldn't dare to talk to them if you're a marshal. They're just locked in.
Yeah, they are. They're in the zone already.
Yeah,
I mean, they have to. You know, they have to. They
yeah,
have to
for
be.
sure.
Wait, Sync One's playing on Switch?
Wait, I didn't actually notice it. Bring it back. I mean, like, because like we are used to Filipinos, right, playing on mobile phones instead of
in any game,
like
really.
Switch.
In
In
any
any
game.
game, right? Despite of the cross-platform that a game can offer, Filipinos tend to prefer to play on mobile.
We saw all the games that they play on are on mobile too, so
Yeah.
and it's the easiest, most accessible device as well for everyone. So it really makes sense. There we go. Just waiting for that. to come in.
Checking.
Yeah. We go. And for those who are watching as well, you know, after this one, we're going to have a bit of a short break before we head into the playoffs. So this is going to be the only match we're going to be seeing for now, and then they have to set up a little bit before we head to the playoffs, top 8. Look at that. Level up. One level up is just waiting there with the team.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they do need the support of everyone else from their team, from their crew. You know, despite having that kind of audience impact towards the arena.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't want your main support to come from your teammates, from your organization. Definitely would boost a lot of morale, a lot of firepower, burning within. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Sync
he's
is playing
playing
on
Switch.
Switch. Yeah,
He's
Switch.
the only one playing with the Switch.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of preference, right? It's a matter of preference.
I mean, yeah, I know, but like, I'm just surprised that he's instead of playing on mobile.
Like we're not used to it, right? Simply because
Yeah.
you know it's a tradition for Filipinos to play more on mobile, especially on competitive scene.
But then again, I mean, like, you know, like as I mentioned yesterday, there are really Pokemon that are better to use on Switch rather than mobile. So, but you know, it all boils down to, as you have mentioned, preference of these players. There we go. We're just waiting for it to start. ZETA win with a Mimikyu too. Okay, Subble, you know, just looking over for who's that Pokemon.
Snorlax. Charizard, my boy, is there.
Oh, Dragapult?
Dragapult.
Dragon
Oh
Ball?
my god, I want that Dragapult plushie. Come on, that was awesome.
That is awesome.
Okay, we're looking for more. We're looking for more.
They don't have any plushies. What do you call this? Talon. We gotta give them some plushie to put as a, you know,
Like
at
a
the
good
side.
luck charm, right? A guardian,
Yeah.
a gatekeeper, something like that. I feel like they're
Mhm.
just testing their controllers and everything, and then everything is said and done. And wow.
Mm. Look at how everyone is really working hard to, to make sure that everything works well.
Oh yeah.
Works fine.
Props
Again,
to them.
huge props to everyone working behind the scene. You know, you might not be in the front end, you might not be seen on the stream, but we all know that you guys are all working very hard to make this possible. That being said, though, is that a why not? That is a why not. And a Blissey
Let's see.
and a Trapinch. There's really a Trubbish.
Flareon. Look at that. Mr. Mime.
What do we see? Oh, there we go. The Latios and
Latios
Latias.
and Latios, come on!
It would be nice. to have
Surlage.
Latios. It would be nice to have Latios and Latias in Pokemon Unite. You know?
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like if it's going to be in, I feel like it would be a speedster simply because, I mean, it's a jet. It looks like a jet. It's a fast Pokemon. But at the same time, you know, the stats in terms of defense is really great as well. So it might fit an all-rounder.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're just hoping. You know,
Hoping,
the future
yeah.
will be a great addition to the pool of Pokemon available in Unite.
Uh-huh.
Taking too long.
Hmm.
Oh, there we go. My guys are having fun. Come on.
I mean, you know, that's the best thing that that could possibly happen, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's we all know for a fact that everyone is here to play, but at the same time, just
Here to have
you know,
fun.
yeah, don't forget to have fun, because that's what most are missing out on. That's what most people are forgetting as well, to have fun while they are playing, you know.
And it somehow removes the stress and the pressure as well when you try to enjoy it. Like take it as a tournament wherein you have to enjoy, and at the same time you have to win. So you know there has to be a balance
Wait,
in order for
wait.
you to be a great team.
Sorry to cut you off, but while we are waiting for the games to start on the main stage, this is currently happening right now at the sub stage. So we have Luminosity Gaming and Buriram United Esports, right?
Yeah.
This is surprising. Buriram United Esports got the first game.
Wow.
They got the
Wow.
first game against Luminosity.
Now it will be big if Buriram Esports does exit with a win. With a series 1. It will be big.
Let me see what happened in game number 1.
Like a lot of fans or a lot of community Pokemon Unite community says that Revenant Esports is one of the teams that got slid in by luck or a Cinderella run simply because
that isn't the case for ACL.
Yeah, man.
So good.
That's why they made a statement, right? They made a statement on their like team feature that they are here to prove something.
Yeah. And they did. They did
For sure. I mean, just securing the slot, right? Not having to go to the winter tournament is already a statement. And this is another statement that they were able to take down Luminosity Gaming in a game. But game number 2 is on its way. Oh, we do have our game number 1 here for Talon
Alright,
ZETA
here we
Division.
go.
Alright, come on, let's go.
Here we
Coffee
go.
right off the bat. Okay.
Luminosity
Uh-oh.
Gaming.
Hoopa so far is open. Hoopa's open. Hoopa. Want to see the Hoopa.
And Talon is getting first pick as well, so huge. They can take that, yeah. So here comes the first ban.
Uh-oh,
The second ban is going to be the Leafeon, which is quite understandable as well. But okay, so I like the fact that they are aiming for the Talonflame to be to be banned, but really, I don't think Talon's going to be using Talonflame.
Yeah.
They're not the type of Pokemon. They're not the type of team who would be using Talonflame or Zero Aura, really. And like we know that there's the Speedster meta now, but I think Talon would still be playing to their comfortable picks.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. And I think I have been seeing Lance play a lot of Gengar day number 1, so that's a possibility as well for Lance. But
right,
not a Hoopa though, but instead of Blissey for the first pick. I really do understand it, simply because they do want that safeguard. The safeguard has been a real thing, especially that crowd controls are one of the meta as well that we are seeing in order for speedsters to penetrate on those defense.
Now here we go. Let's find out which is going to be the pick here. ZETA Division though, with Tomato now picking the Psyduck. Obviously, one of the Pokemon that is a priority pick now. Once quite recently, but they're starting off with Kai. With that of the Blissey instead of the Hoopa, which is really surprising too. They don't want Hoopa, instead goes in for the Blissey. We're gonna be heading off with the Slowbro, and of course Saint One with that of the Absol. So, I think we're gonna be seeing one more of this. There you go. Pretty balanced. This is going to be a pretty balanced composition, if you ask me. But then again, it's only Rubik's. Obviously being the only defender here that can put down a lot, but then again, if we think crowd control capabilities, they don't really have much, because it's only Slowbro with Surf, if it ever chooses to go for Surf, but I'm sure it's gonna go for Scald instead. Kai is going to be the one that will be providing the most crowd control here with Egg Bombs. But now going to the side of ZETA Division, they have quite a bit of a lot of disruption here and a lot of crowd control coming in from the side of Psyduck and Psyduck and Metagross. But at the same time, there's the healing capabilities with Moonlight that is like Fable, and of course we have 2 long-range attackers, or at least one long-range attacker with one considerably mid-range. That is the Cinderace. Again, Cinderace is still one of the I consider Cinderace as one of the best Pokemon, although we haven't really been seeing a lot of Cinderace quite recently. Still, ZETA Division have been showing us how great Cinderace can still be in high-level tournaments.
I mean, yeah, once you get those attack speeds that you need and that Pyro Bolt rolling on, definitely it will leave a big impact as well. Given the fact that you can actually protect the Cinderace, and from the line of the ZETA Division, they can actually do that. They have a Psyduck, they have Clefable that can do the heals, or possibly could do Gravity or Follow Me, depending on their moveset. It could actually still attract some attacks in order for Cinderace to reposition once again. And they do have a Metagross as well, so all in all, really stacked lineup, a lot of capabilities to protect that Cinderace, and once that Cinderace rolls and kicks in, it will be a difficult time for Talon.
Okay, so while we're waiting for it to start, just a little bit of an update for the Substream. Luminosity Gaming currently at 215. Buriram United Esports at 117, but we still have 4 minutes left for the game. So we'll keep you guys updated on that as we wait for the loading of the game for ZETA Division and Talon.
Yeah, I feel like was there a tech difficulties or something? Because loading screen shouldn't be that long unless they requested for a pause, right? I think they requested for a pause.
So we have to wait for the updates. Maybe they're still loading in. They're not really pressing anything yet. So
3 minutes left on Buriram Esports and Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, but Buriram Esports was able to take down 3 for Luminosity.
Yeah. But objective wise, checking on it objective wise, Luminosity Gaming got to Reggie's at the bottom.
Yeah, but that's Reggie Ice.
Yeah, they're Reggie Ice, right? So the impact is not that felt simply because it's just an HP.
And the level gap is not that much either. You know, like Revenant Esports has 3 level 13 and 2 level 10s, where Luminosity Gaming has like, you know, it's across the board 12, 11, 13, 11, 13 again. So it's really easy for them to really catch up against that of Luminosity Gaming. They just need to play it very well. Going into the Rayquaza, I think it's still a very close match here, and they would have the time. They would have the opportunity to get in, but unfortunately, I think they're going to be starting off the match right before the Rayquaza comes out, even.
Yeah, I mean, totally. That is a standard already that you have to force some team fights before Rayquaza appears in order for you to flip it as quick as you can. Oh, got Regice.
The last Regice of the game, but the first casualty goes to Sun Age. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of members from Luminosity Gaming is falling bit by bit.
Yeah. And they are low on HP as well in comparison to Buriram Esports, where most of them are still full. Never mind.
Yeah, a little bit concerned.
Sounds bad.
Oh, Buriram Esports is forcing the flip.
They are defending it so well. But Overlord, though, gets 2. Are they going to be able to, you know, burst down the Rayquaza? Let's find out.
Oh,
Luminosity Gaming got it.
LG gets it. So LG is going to be the first seeded team simply because they have +1, and ZETA not actually because because despite of a tiebreaker, right? Since Talon and ZETA is at 7, despite the tiebreaker, they would still win in a win over the other quotient system, wherein they won both against Talon and ZETA, so that puts them up at first seed.
Yep.
So there will be a game number 3. There will be a game number 3 for Luminosity Gaming and Revenant Esports.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? Let me go back to the scores, right? Okay, so they're gonna be at 7, and ZETA Division and Talon. The thing is, regardless of who wins here, will be tied up with Luminosity Gaming. And then I think that would then go back to the win rate ratio, I believe, to determine who's the first and second place for that group. But the thing is, what's important to take note of in this, in this match, Talon and Talon and ZETA Division, is that regardless of what happens, one will say goodbye. One will say goodbye.
Always do your best. Igambate by Dila.
So we just got a bit of an update as well that it seems as if Talon asked for a pause. I wonder why though. We still don't know why they asked for a pause. But as that is happening, of course, we are going to be giving you the action from the Substream. Again, it is Luminosity Gaming versus Buriram Esports for the Substream.
I feel like I just wish like we could like switch into the Substream then go back into the mainstream, like you know, because that is what Spragos and Doom Snacks are doing during in their broadcast. Like they switch interminably on what's the available match. Like they go back and forth, main and sub stage. So it's still on pause. You can see it from the phone of Lance. It's taking so long. Like, what is the tech difficulty?
Okay, we're gonna go
Okay.
back here to us, while we are waiting for the update as to what is happening. There we go.
Yeah. We just have to wait it out and see what will happen, in the future of our games for today. But yeah, I know everybody's excited, but just sit back, relax, get your water, get your breakfast if you haven't taken yet. Because
Right.
again, it will be a long day of Pokemon Unite action. We still have around eight games, right? 8 set of games
Mhm.
right after this one because there will be 4 sets on round 1 of the playoffs, and I think we're back. Oh yeah,
No, not yet.
not yet. I thought.
Getting a little excited. But
But-
here we go. Let's have a little bit of a recap of the day 1 Group A. So as we can see, it is FENNEL Esports that has 9 points. Wasn't able to drop a single. Well, they dropped a single game, a single map, but they got 9 points. INSOMNIA has 7 points, which then makes them to be the one that proceeds to the tournament on the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Just wait, everything will commence already, but 7 teams to be specific, just waiting for Talon and ZETA division. So it's just a matter of a lottery. But right now, since that we can conclude that Luminosity Gaming is at the top of the seedings in Group D, so they will be going up against Paper Rex. That will be Paper Rex versus Luminosity Gaming in the round 1 of our playoffs, and then right after that, it's either they face FENNEL Esports or Alter Ego. Wow, this is a powerhouse, powerhouse a bracket. Like, just imagine if ZETA Division wins the whole thing, it will be an all-out Japanese region on their bracket until semis. That's like a powerhouse bracket.
Yeah, I mean, again, the top 8, as you have mentioned, we already have like 3-4 Japanese teams. So, well, this may not even be called. We should be calling this not Asia Champions League, but Japanese Champions League.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Japanese league, right? That's what I
Yeah.
was saying a while ago. So it's tag, and at the same time, it's just a repeat of what happened during their not winter tournament, but their Japan league for ACL. But here's the thing, that is what's fun. For sure, we will be seeing a Japanese team in finals, which is I do believe that everyone wants to see, especially on the home ground of Pokemon. But on the other hand, there's a high possibility that we'll get to see a team from Southeast Asia to compete in the grand finals, not unless Luminosity Gaming gets past all of them, knowing how powerful they are. But the unfamiliarity from these teams, I mean, for sure, they might scrim somehow, but scrim doesn't really show the 100% capabilities of the team. Right?
I mean, they don't, but intentionally do not show everything, because it's a scrim, With that being said, though, it is going to be XSIST with 7 points here. FENNEL and Alter Ego at 6 points both. But as you can see on the rankings, right, we have rank 1 XSIST, rank 2 Alter Ego. I'm guessing this is mostly because of again win rate ratio. Whereas as you can see, Alter Ego here, 1-2-0 for both of for 2 of the games, 0-2 unfortunately for the last one. But FENNEL, they dropped a map against that of XSIST. So with that being said, that is definitely a hit on the win rate ratio for FENNEL. So it is going to be Alter Ego proceeding forward as we saw at the initial brackets. So for Group C, it is going to be Paper Rex and Nagoya Oja with 9 points and 6 points respectively, going over to the next stage of the tournament.
And actually, that was almost a perfect run for Nagoya Oja, but ONIC really wanted to keep their dream alive, so they somehow got a game up against Nagoya Oja. Actually, not somehow. They were very consistent for those 3 games, but they weren't able to get the job done at the finish line. So Nagoya Oja still takes the W up against them at the end of the day. So that's 2-1, almost a perfect run for Nagoya Oja. But in terms of pointing system, a perfect solid 9 indeed is what they got. Though, of course, we will be seeing for sure ONIC Rise, hopefully at Worlds, knowing that their region, which is Indonesia, will allocate two slots for their local qualifiers, which will happen, of course, next month on April.
Yep. So now we're just waiting for it to finally start as well. Let's find out if that's going to be the case here. Yeah, we're just waiting. That's so annoying here. Just waiting. But let's have a little bit of more update. To have a little bit of an update as to what happened on the last game for the Substream, which I wonder what happened. I'm checking what happened with the Substream.
Yeah, I feel like it's taking a while as well. Same thing with what's happening here in the main stage. So, really do apologize, Pokemon trainers out there who's watching at home, who's watching at Japan. Please do please do stay with us, because in a bit we'll start with our games. And I know everybody's excited, but there are actually circumstances that we cannot get passed by, because we want the best experience for our players. Same thing with our fans who's watching at home at the venue.
Game 3 for our Substream, Luminosity Gaming and Revenant Esports hasn't started yet either, so that is something that we have to keep watch and wait for as well. So even the the main Japanese broadcast as well, they are I just noticed that they have actually a section in the venue where you can play Pokemon Unite. You can sit down.
Oh wow!
Unite. Yeah, I just noticed.
I haven't checked it. Are you checking out the official broadcast of the Japanese broadcast? Or where did you saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, the official broadcast. Okay. Hold up. Let me open it. Let me open it as well, because that is a must see. Hold up. Where is it? There we go. No, it's not here. Man, I'm lost in that. I'm lost navigating here. Come on. There we go. Saw it. Well, that's a lot of Pokemons actually.
Yeah, but now no, we haven't have the time to start again for either really. So we're still waiting for the games to start for the division Talon, and then at the same time, for the Substream as well. So nothing started yet. But we're gonna be headed over just a bit. We're just waiting for that to happen. Okay, so we got a bit of an update, right? So they said that there were connection issues that happened during the Pokemon selection phase. So the band slots will remain the same, and the match will resume from Talon team's second pick.
Yeah, I do feel like it was on the drafting, and actually just now, like Bernie messaged me. I was like, "Hold on tight, man. Hold on tight. We're gonna remake as soon as possible. Hold on tight."
Oh, he messaged you?
Bernie messaged me.
Yeah. So let's go back a little bit, right? Let's go back a little bit to let's go back a little bit, right? To the
draft.
To the draft. So initially, this is what they drafted, right? This is what they initially drafted. So we have the Blissey, we have what else? We have the Blissey, the Slowbro. We have the the Absol, which I think is the wrong pick here because we don't really see Saquon using Absol.
Yeah.
And Mimikyu and Mewtwo Y, that makes sense. But we're gonna be sticking off with the same bands, of course, as the Comfy, Leafeon, Zero Aura, and Talonflame, but everything else is gonna be the same here. Kai will be having the Blissey, and Rubik's will be having the Slowbro, and then everything else will be changed, it seems.
Okay, so this is where it gets real, right? This is the original pick. Oh, so Sick1 will still go with Absol. So I do feel like it's the Cinder Ace that is by mistake.
No.
See, right?
On the ZETA division.
Yeah, it's still the same. So I
this
feel,
part is still the same.
So I do feel like it's the Cinder Ace. Possibly, it's the Cinder Ace. Yeah, it's the Cinder Ace. All right. Because, you know, double attackers will be hard to pull off, knowing that they do have an Inteleon already.
I mean, not exactly, but
yeah, not exactly. But
especially that, as I mentioned, right, like, Cinderace is a great pick as well, a bruiser really, for that team. So it would still work on, but I guess they want to have more, and it's still the same, right? Like this, you know, ZETA Division's composition does have a bit of a. It has more crowd control capabilities than that of Talon's, and with a switch coming in from that of you know, Utopia, from Cinderace or Aceborn in Japanese, going to Metagross will going to Garchomp rather is just going to be able to give them more going to give them more crowd control capabilities. But earlier on it was Utopia that was holding you know, holding the Metagross. I'm sorry, it's Kata that's holding the Metagross, but this time it is Utopia that's holding the Gyarados, the Metagross. There we go.
Yeah, and ZETA Division's draft definitely can offer a lot of space. That is the thing that the Inteleon would benefit a lot from. The space that it could provide, that Metagross and that Garchomp will be a huge threat for Talon. But Talon, they do have an explosive lineup as well. They do have a Blissey as well that could, you know, cancel out those crowd control with a safeguard. So really well balanced draft. So I do feel like Lance and Sync1 will play a huge role in this game because they need those power spike damages, knowing that there are two all-rounders for ZETA Division.
Okay, here we go. Going into the game, finally, ZETA Division and Talon. And game number one. Let's find out what's gonna be the score here. It's gonna be the results here. You know, despite a little bit of some changes here, so still the early game. You know, still a lot here.
Okay, not gonna be scoring. No one's. I mean, a couple scored already, but this is not like the usual. We're just gonna see those all-rounders slam those points. So this is much more of a safe gameplay that we have been seeing. But look at that! Sync1 will surprise ZETA Division right off the bat.
Oh no,
Gyro Ball will trade.
There's the answer back, and Utopia was able to seal away buffs from Sync1. Unfortunately, they're still at level 5, so yes, there is a huge, you know, attack prowess here from Absol rather. But the thing is, at level 5, it still doesn't have the mobility to just get in and get out. So that's quite unfortunate for Sync1 to have experience. But this time around, though, it seems as if they want to answer back once again. And look at that, Dylan now at Mega Evolution.
Oh yeah, they have to snowball, but you know, ZETA Division does know what's about to happen. That's why they had to fall back, knowing that the Mega Evolution already popped off. But look at this ambush once again from Utopia. And Lance is still doing the job. Look at those Shadow Claws being deployed, but not enough. There's a response from the side that came in from Central.
And here you go, Utopia finally taken down. Oh, actually not taken down, but it went back to base. Still does have the you know, the effects of the buff, but as we are saying that, we are seeing a little bit of a clash here down bottom and into central area. Sync1 unfortunately the only one here, but here comes Kai as a response here, gonna be able to take the Wajiro, and I am Tomato. But Sync1's down again by Utopia.
Ooh, nice telekinesis to lift up Utopia. He's actually pinched down by 3 members of Talon, but there is a quick response coming in from the members of ZETA Division. Rob did a really phenomenal job for send up a backup, and you know, it's actually a sign for Talon that there are tons of members from ZETA Division. Let's fall back a little bit, and I do feel like that will be the case, knowing that there is a major objective spawning in just 20 seconds.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, that's what I'm talking about, where ZETA Division might not have the attack prowess, or at least not as much as Talon, but the crowd control capabilities of ZETA Division just diminishes Talon around, especially on team fights. But look at this right now. They are making sure that they are careful enough not to get crowd controlled here by ZETA Division, but making sure that they put out the damage from a long range. Look at this. Mulan's gonna be popped up here, and they're gonna be able to secure that Reggie Rock as well for ZETA Division. And now it's not the end yet, because they're gonna be able to take down Sync 1 once again. Target lock to Sync 1. That Absol is not doing anything at all. Compute and Crash are gonna be the name of the game here, and Kai is going to be taken down as well.
And this is just all out defense. Look at how the slow bro, look at Rubik's trying to, get up and survive that team fight. But look at that Midnight Slash, not going to be enough value. It's just a way to deal some damage. And Talon is not giving up on that goal zone. I feel like they should have given it an earlier time in order for them to back away and at the same time get those Indeedies on the sideway.
Again, that's what we're talking about, right? Like, the crowd control is just so much from the side of ZETA Division. The Talon, if you notice, they wanted to poke down ZETA Division as much as they can, and only poking them, that's the thing. We can't really go inside of team fights because they are going to get eaten down by ZETA Division. And look at that, Ron was able to take down Kai once again. The support of Talon has been taken down. That means a dominant effect going into the side of Talon, but Sync 1 is going to be able to take down Utopia as well. Here comes the retaliation coming from the Talon, gets it as well. That is a beautiful pull coming from Rubik's just to be able to take down one again, but unfortunately not to be able to finish the job, but put down a lot of damage. Here comes a Sure Spy Vision though, just to be able to get away.
A lot of healing actually. Here's the thing, like the only one who has a curse item on Talon's side is just Rubik's, no one else. So that will be difficult for you to, you'd have to be up in front to get those cancellation or, minimize the healings of this Fable can do. So it's really difficult for Talon. They need that perfect angle and opportunity for them to burst out those Unite moves or power spikes in order to win a team fight. Because, despite them being able to control a while ago the XP power spikes, it seems like they weren't winning any team fight because of the amount of sustained and crowd control that ZETA has.
Yeah, and speaking of which, though, it is going to be, a Sync 1 that's going to be able to secure that Reggie Rock for the second Reggie bottom this time around, and they're going to be able to take down Utopia as well down bottom. But the thing is, ZETA Division is doing their best to divide Talon here, not allowing them to score in anything. But here comes 34 points overcap down bottom. Now going to be able to take down both of the score goals up top and down bottom. But that is also the same case here for ZETA Division, being able to take down the first tier score goal for both bottom and top path for Talon. But still, 209 to 185 is not that big of a deal. That's only like 24 points here for the side of Talon as an advantage. Lance going to be taken out as well.
It's actually not a big advantage, and if you're going to be taking a look at it, there's a lot of wild Pokemon still at the side of Talon, so they have to rush things down, get those wild Pokemons as soon as they can, because this pressure being applied by ZETA Division is something that they really can't ignore, knowing that they will push this Regieleki because it's just 330. They're going to pop off those Unite moves with the Midnight Slash, but value is not going to be quite enough. Computer Crash will jail Rubik's down, and there's no defender, there's no front line for Talon, but they are making it out of it by stepping on the goal zone. But never mind, look at the card chomp. The Dragon type of ZETA Division is just doing its job to take them all down.
That's going to be 4 down inside of Talon. They are having a hard time against that of ZETA Division. They need to be able to bounce back, especially there's only 1 minute left before the Rayquaza. They need to flip this one up.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be very, this will be more difficult for Talon to bounce back. Don't forget they lost the last team fight. They need those Unite moves already, but they took down the supporter, which is going to be the Clefable. Lance doing his job, doing the Shadow Claw, and he's still up and going.
For another day.
And it might be a
Oh my goodness!
Lance, my guy! Triple KO! What a perfect Shadow Claw.
Lance? The HP of Lance was just there, almost needed to go back to the Pokemon Center, but like Kai said, you know what? Hey, I am the Pokemon Center, and Lance, despite having 1 HP left, was still able to survive and take down 3 into the side of the division.
and that was awesome. That could be a play of this tournament, you know, put that one up on top 5 for sure. But here we go, final stretch. Talon is still trailing. They need to step up and force the team fight and eventually get that flip towards Rayquaza.
Here we go, telekinesis. Oh, sorry, never mind. That is slow. That is slow.
They're pinched down.
Yeah, the United computer crash is gonna be popped up. Play with me is gonna play here by Lance, but look at that. Just fire is gonna be used here. That's gonna be 2 down to the side of Talon, though. Unfortunately, low HP to the side of the division, and Lance is 2 low HP. But look at that, another KO here. That is gonna be Sync 1, taking down 3 into the side of Talon. Now only Lance is up left here. Still needs to be able to get in. Shadow Snake probably is gonna be the player of the game here, just to be able to get in. There we go, teleported in. But are they gonna be able to secure this for themselves? Unfortunately,
they got it.
Unfortunately, ZETA Lance was able to secure it, stolen away from ZETA Division. Now all they need to do is push in, but unfortunately they're still not complete. They are now going to be jumping in. There's going to be 58 points here for ZETA Division, 209 to 370. They still have some points here. Kai putting in some points, still not enough.
Oh no, they really do have to catch up. They need those AO's energies. It's only Kai who has the shield up and online, but the others has to defend it as well, knowing that it's the last year of their Gozum that's only available.
Kai putting in another score of points here. There we go. You need 100 more.
100.
You need 100 more.
80. It's still possible. Still possible.
It's still possible. It's still possible.
Lance doing the job, trying to buy some time.
Close.
Trying to buy some time, but Kai decides to join the fight. Bliss assistance.
But they need to score some points. Oh,
they need the KO. They need the KO immediately.
Putting down 42 again. They still need one more score. Oh, that's not gonna be it.
Enough time.
Unfortunately, compute and crash and isolated them, not allowing them to score. Oh man, that was so close. But Lance though, Lance was the. Oh man, Lance was the MVP of that game, dude. That could have been it. I mean, it could have been worse, you know, if Lance wasn't able to get in on time. But the Shadow Sneak into the teleportation, another set of Shadow Sneak. Oh man, that gave them hope. That gave them so much hope. But then again, it's still a very, very close match.
And you do have to respect that, you know, you do have to respect that game from Talon, especially for Lance. You do have to respect that Mimikyu that gave a lot of impact. Just imagine, my guy, 38.8% of total damage came from Lance. So if they lost Lance, definitely who will do the damage? I mean, Dylan is there, Sync 1 is also there, but man, majority of it came from Lance. That alone is already big. But I do feel like Sync 1, despite having an absol towards that game, I feel like it's somehow a little bit, you know, not being felt, knowing that there are tons of all-rounders for ZETA Division. Like, I feel like it was a counter draft for ZETA, knowing that, you know, absol relies on luck, which is a special ability. And if those critical hits won't land on those all-rounders, it's like, you know, you're just being basic attacked by an attacker.
Yeah. But with that being said, though, we just got an update as well for the Substream. So it is going to be, Luminosity Gaming winning 2-1 against that of Buriram United Esports, which then puts Buriram United Esports into 1 point only. Luminosity Gaming at 9 points. And ZETA Division already winning 1, right? So that means they already have like 5 points right now. But it still depends, right? If Talon wins this, then if Talon wins 2-1, then, you know, it's going to be Talon and Luminosity Gaming that's going to be proceeding to the playoffs. But ZETA Division already has 1. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the most crucial game of this series. So being the first one, you know, they need to have those, they need to have those to be able to get the momentum going over to the next game.
Oh yeah, I mean, this will dictate everything. This will dictate who will be the last team to get into the playoffs, just like what you have been saying. So, you know, every game counts, every minute counts, every draft counts, you know, like every single action does. So, that being said, Talon needs a little bit of a refresher here. You know, I do feel like there's like, they need like a minor tweak on their draft, but, you know, their draft is understandable. given if that is just the base draft. But what about the draft of the other team? Like, that's just phenomenal for ZETA Division. Like, they do have a counter draft up against Talon. They need to, cancel the idea of the presence of an Absol. Yes, it's there, it can do damage, but how about the late game? How about, like, for the last 4 minutes of the game? Can that Absol do something up against us? And I do feel like ZETA Division, you know what? Let's go for a double all-rounder. Let's remove the concept of speedster for now. We have to get the advantage when it comes to draft.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? That's what I've been saying. Absol is really good, but the thing is, everyone else scales up with it or above it, really beyond it, by the late game. So we saw how strong Sync 1 is, but the thing is, right? What ZETA Division is doing is they're shutting down Sync 1. The moment that they have the opportunity, they're always going to be, attacking, targeting Sync 1 first, and then Kai. And then immediately after that, once Sync 1 and Kai is down, everyone else just follows.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, Lanza has been doing a phenomenal job as well, right, for their team, but, somehow has to rely on Kai with that helping hand and the safe part in order to get some shields, in order to get those power spikes on the base attack as well. That made it possible for Lance to, get phenomenal KOs, like unbelievable plays, but not forget, it was actually Kai setting up those plays for Lance. Lance had beautiful shadow sneaks, right? But the amount of impact that Kai gave for Lance was just really phenomenal.
Bro, yeah, I mean, again, Kai is the key player of Talon, which allows them to enable everyone in the team. And taking down Kai, just like what ZETA Division is doing, is honestly the key to taking down the entirety of Talon. Unfortunately for them, they are not going to be able to survive as much. So really, this time though, game number 2, I wish for them to go back to their roots, go back to what they're comfortable with. Kai maybe perhaps going back to the Hoopa, because that will allow them to sustain themselves even further, not just one, but everyone in the team, and go back into the team fight when they can.
Yeah, I just cannot wait for game number 2. Like, with all of our analysis, with all of Talent and ZETA Division's feelings, combined, for sure they want a win. They want to win, right? The ZETA Division is just one win away for them to qualify for it. Yeah, one win away for at least a game for them to qualify into the playoffs. But for Talon, they want to extend it into game 3.
Yeah, they have to. They really have to, because if they cannot extend this to game number 3, if they can extend this to game number 3, then that means that this is going to be the end of the road for Talon.
Same bans. Interesting. Same bans for both teams. But the draft. What would be the draft here? Koopa is available, but Kai. Okay, I have to respect that. Kai is phenomenal as well during game number 1 in that Blissey. But this thing, what could be the answer back? It's looking like the same so far. It's the same.
Yeah. They might change the Absol though.
Yeah, they might get a Metagross for their own. That's possible. Urshifu is not a thing that much anymore. Oh yeah, that's a nice counter pick. Metagross taken away to ZETA. So like possibly, I think we won't get to see. Oh
wow! What a power move!
I was about to say that we might not get to see a guard jump, but I feel like, it's still possible, right? It's still possible to have a guard jump, but the statement from Filippo to get Absol.
You're gonna get our Metagross will get your Absol.
Man. Espeon? Glaceon is also viable? Okay, let's go to the much more viable.
Oh, they just switched one Pokemon with each other, bro. It's like, okay, let's trade up. This is a draft. You know what I mean? Like, like it's like the Pokemon basketball draft. We're just gonna be trading players. This time though, Talon's gonna be taking in Metagross, and ZETA Division is gonna be taking up their Absol.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, the draft of Talon looks much more better compared to game 1, and ZETA Division on the other hand, they have a great draft. But here's the thing: Rubix is pressing. Once that slow beam connects to Vitapul, for sure Sync One and Lance will be there to follow up. That is the toughest, toughest situation that Invincible can be in, and this Absol, if it gets behind, it will be difficult for them to bounce back. Just like what happened in Game 1. Sync 1 wasn't actually behind, right? Wasn't actually behind, but instead, it's just the base stats of the Pokemons of ZETA who really emerge on top.
The thing is, it's not even the Vitopo as the main threat here that needs to be slow beam. The main threat here is the Garchomp, really, because that can reposition everyone, and then can be followed up by Vitopo's Absol. The thing is, they need to slow they need to slow beam the Garchomp and not the Absol. The Absol, of course, sure, it still needs to be slow beam, but not it doesn't provide as much threat as the disposition that the Garchomp can do against them.
Agree, but here's the thing, like, they do have two types of slow beam. One is the slow beam of Slowbro, and number two is the play with me of Mimikyu. So they have two lockdowns, actually make it three, because of the Metacross with Computer Crush.
Yeah,
but
correct,
in a perspective of a solo KO target, there's actually two options available for Talon. So it's either they slow beam the Absol, Vitopo, or the Garchomp, or it's played with me.
Yeah. But then again, if they do use that, right, where's the they're gonna be missing more of their damage output. That's the thing, so they cannot really do it at the same time. They have to do it in sequence.
Yeah. Slow face, slowly but surely. Both of them want to take the Swablu's and Notarius. They're gonna fight for it. 2 seconds. Oh, ZETA Vision was a little bit too early on that one, and Talon decides to get the Bumblebee, so that's why they were a little bit too late.
Wanted to get as much XP as possible for the Bumblebees.
Right now, rotations coming up. A lot of them are climbing up. No, who's gonna go down? Okay, there we go. Rubix goes down to guard the gold zone, and Dylan is looking for a vision and information. But look at that invade coming from Wajiro. Trying to slid an opportunity here. Not gonna be quite enough, but where's the response? Like, this is just a vision from ZETA Division.
Yeah. We go 8-minute mark. It's gonna be the name of the game here, and in just a minute, we're gonna be seeing the first set of major objectives for the Reggie Bottom and the Reggie Lecky. Still not a huge clash here, but ZETA Division was able to take in the birds very quickly with Vitopo.
That was quick. All right, 7-minute mark. Oh, okay. 720 is what they're waiting for, right? 720 is what they're waiting for the Swablu's and Notarius. So that's like the primary target for both of the lanes here. But I do feel like top path is going to be an explosive thing later on. Shadow Sneak will not hit, but they do want to KO Wajiro that bad. I mean it's an XP, but it's not that much.
I mean, like, they I think what they're trying to do there at the time was just buy time so that their teammates can reposition themselves, getting ready for a team fight. But look at this right now, Lance just trying to put him in with Shadow Claws, and just like that, they are now able to destroy the first Gogol up top for the side of ZETA Division, and now they have the advantage in terms of points and map control.
Move, by the way, by Dylan and Sync 1 to go back into their respective paths, knowing that it's just Lance that can handle that Regieleki, knowing that there is a lot of repositioning happening from ZETA Division. So right now, this is what they have to contest if they can. But sad to say, that is going to be the snipe shot that will land the last hit. And oh my god, what a power spike damage from the snipe shot!
That is it. Rubix now back into the field. They're going to be able to take down one more here. Maybe just poking out each other.
Oh my god.
But Dylan already half HP. Going to be able to get into Citrus Barrier to center cover. But look at this. Vitopo is showing up saying, hey, I'm here. Please look at me. Look at this. Computer and crash going to be popped up as well. but are they going to be using it? Are they going to be committing to it? I don't think so. They don't have enough here. Here comes a pull here coming from that I'm Tomato, but still not going to be enough. Here we go. 4v5 situation here in favor of ZETA Division, and now Lance is just about to jump. Unfortunately, still doesn't have any jump pads. We're still more than 5-minute mark in the game. And look at this. Here comes the Dragon Rush into the Dragon Claw. Bliss Assist is going to be popped up, but look at that. It is going to be wrong. Going to be taking out Sync 1 as well, and Kai 2 is going to be the second KO coming in from that of wrong. And look at this. Full power Sayaya is going to be popped up as well. Not a lot of damage here, but at least Dylan is putting out the damage against them, going it back.
It's very unfortunate. Sync 1 doesn't have computing crush all the way on that team fight. Could have been better if they do have a lot of Unite moves invested, but you know, almost all of them were in cooldown. Some of them doesn't really have it yet. And Kai with that Bliss assistance, I feel like it was a little bit too late. I feel like the Bliss assist was used to give a second chance shield instead of giving the buffs.
Right, and now, you know, despite that, right? Despite that, Talon still leads in terms of points. XP, well, ZETA Division is now leading in terms of XP, and at the same time, in terms of like map control, I'd have to say that ZETA Division does have a little bit more control over the entirety of the game than that of Talon, despite having the lead in terms of points. But then again, you know, 90 to 9 points is not that big of a deal. Look at that, another KO coming in from Utopia. That is going to be Lance. They know who to be able to take down. Look at that, they're going to be able to take down Kokoata as well.
No follow-up.
KO coming in from Utopia. That is Kai once again. That's what I'm talking about earlier, right? Like, they always want to target Sync 1 and then Kai and then, you know, Lance too, because the moment that they are able to take down Lance, Sync 1 and Kai, everything else follows.
And no one really followed up on the computer crush by Sync 1 because the members of ZETA Division was actually focused on another set of Pokemons from Talon, in which you cannot just, you know, get past by it. They would prevent you from supporting Sync 1. So the value from the computer crush is being cancelled out by ZETA Division.
And now here we go. It is it seems as if it's going to be I'm Tomato that's going to be able to steal away the Reggie Steel. Well, stolen the Reggie Steel away from Talon, and now in just a minute and a half we're going to be able to see the Rayquaza. Both of them still poking each other up. Gets the Amnesia.
No telekinesis.
No telekinesis, indeed. I mean, they can't either because they have to, you know, wait for the teammates if they ever want to use telekinesis. Because if there's no follow-up, then it's just gonna be wasted.
I mean, 1 minute. You have to get those Unite moves already. They cannot. They have to be safe. Like, you have to play safe. Don't use your Unite moves as much as possible. You know, just save it for the final stretch. Catch up in XPs. And that Regieleki is actually looking good for Talon. But look at how ZETA Division climbs up all the way at top. They want to make sure they get everything. Don't leave anything for Talon, because we are already ahead. Vinipo at level 14, 2 levels ahead for the highest member of Talon. This is not looking good for Talon.
It is definitely not looking good for them. You know, like, ZETA Division now does have the lead in XP. And of course, again, as we have mentioned, points, it's not a lot here. There's only, do a quick math here, 8 points of a lead into the side of ZETA Division, but Talon, they need to position themselves well in order for them to be able to secure that Rayquaza, and they have to be wary of, you know, Kokoata for that repositioning, this position rather, of the Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush. And Rom is a huge threat as well, being able to hit them from a mile away.
Hey, they don't know who's on the lead, by the way. They don't know who's on the lead. Because in Gold Zone wise, it's on par. One has been taken out. Look at that slow beam!
Wow.
On the side, that's going to be the first KO coming in from Talon. And they're advancing in further. As soon as Spy Vision will reveal the location. But look at that! Multiple members are falling down. 2-member KOs for both sides of the teams. But look at Sync 1 trying to advance, trying to go in for the chase. But ZETA Division is just too quick to back away.
That's what I was saying, bro. That was what I was saying. They need to be able to check them out. And look at this. They weren't able to successfully put in some scores. They were able to take down Rondo. And, Kokoata is one of the biggest threats, that's what I said. And it is still being a menace. Maybe. Just yet, it's not done. Gets a Dragon Claw again. Lance is going to be taken out, unfortunately, by Vitopo and the Rayquaza. Nobody's checking it.
Yeah, but Talon so far, they're just playing defense, but the flip will happen anytime soon. Sync 1 has to be there as quick as they can. What can Talon do? They need the last hit.
Oh no!
It's going to be Vitopo taking it. 3 KOs for ZETA Division. 4 KOs, and they're just gonna dunk it 30 seconds on the clock. Talon is not gonna get this done.
Unfortunately for them, this is going to be the end of the line here for Talon. They are not going to be proceeding to the playoffs, and instead it is going to be ZETA Division that is going to be going in on the playoffs. We can see them right now getting a little bit gloomy here as they accept their fate right now. Congratulations to ZETA Division, and Talon played phenomenally going into this match.
Oh, what a game. Despite Talon not winning that game, man, it was a phenomenal performance. It was a consistent performance for Talon, which makes them a lot more scarier in the coming years, in the coming ACLs, especially for next week, that they do have to go the hard way to qualify for Worlds, which is going to be the World Championship Philippine qualifier. They will be participating in that for sure.
Yeah,
and
yeah. I mean, they have to. They have to,
right? They have to, right? But you know, other teams from the Philippine region, after seeing that kind of performance, man, they need to upskill more if they want to take down Talon, because there's just one slot in the Philippines to qualify for Worlds.
In comparison to last time, where that we had like 2, 3.
Yes, 2 to 3, right? Because there was an LCQ.
Yeah. This time though, we only have 1 slot, so definitely that's going to be a tight match, a tight tournament as well, for anyone to play on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just the champion who's going to be awarded to go to Anaheim and get that spot on the World. So, for sure, Talon will shift their attention towards that. They will be going home, practice really hard by less than, 1 week to be specific. Less than 1 week, or 1 week is all that they have to shift their attention, set a new goal for their team, and that is to qualify for Worlds by going through that qualifiers.
It's not, it's really difficult as well to shift their attention, because you just got off a loss, and then immediately afterwards you're gonna have to play. Yeah. The following weekend. I'd say it's quite stressful to be in that position. But the thing is, if they want to play in the World Championships, they would have to deal with it.
They have to deal with it for sure. But it's the thing, it depends on how the team takes it. Just imagine you managed to go up against ZETA, head to head, despite not getting a game. You took a game up against Luminosity Gaming, and you just defeated Godlike Esports, which is the team who dropped you from the SEA League. So they know that they are a strong team by far already. But let's listen first to Tomato.
This match.
今回そのタロンと当たるにあたって1日猶予があったと思うんですけど、その間にチームとしてどんなお話し合いしていましたか？
とりあえずアサシンがうまいチームだと思っていて、その対策でゼラオラとファイアロをバンしました。
Well, we have 1 day in advance to prepare, so, Talon is very good at assassinating, so we decided to ban Talonflame and Zeraora, and that worked to our advantage.
ありがとうございます。そしたら雨宮さんの方からもよろしくお願いします。
はい、私からも失礼します。Day2 のトップバッターということになりますが、緊張などしましたか？
緊張はないんですけど、僕たち初戦が弱いので、そこら辺が心配ではありました。
Despite us going as a first straight match of Day 2, we weren't very nervous, but since we're a very good team, we were nervous that they might take control of it.
ありがとうございます。では最後にこれからの試合に向けて一言お願いします。
決勝まで行って海のリベンジするので応援よろしくお願いします。
We're going to advance to the finals, so
There we have it. Thank you very much for INSOMNIA for the interview. But before we head into our playoffs, we just want to remind you that, again, as we have been talking about it earlier, Philippines qualifiers are going to be this next weekend, and the registration is only going to last until April 2nd. There's only 1 week left, or actually, never mind, it's not even a week left. There's only 1, 2, 3 days left for you to, well, 4 days including today, for you to register for the Philippines qualifier. Again, make sure you register so that you are able to play on the Philippine qualifiers for the Pokemon Unite WCS 2025. That's going to be held in Anaheim in August. There we go.
Yeah, not just Philippine qualifiers. From Asia, we still have a lot of qualifiers for Thailand, South Korea. We do also have from India, as far as I know, they do have their respective qualifiers as well. Same thing with Japan right after the circuit from ACL. So make sure to register, make sure to take that opportunity. And if you are a new trainer who wants to jump into the professional scene in the future, then this might be the opportunity that you have been looking forward to. This is the shot that you have been waiting for, and it has a total prize pool of 37,500 USD for top 8. And that is going to be for every single qualifiers.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be 37,500 for the the prize pool. First place 15,000, second place 7,500, third place 6K, fourth is 3,000, fifth tie is going to be 2,000, and seventh place tie is $1,000.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of cash in the bank. But yeah, make sure to register. Those in the Philippines, make sure to cast in your registration. You only have 4 days, if we're gonna count the day from now, to get that registration ongoing, because this is like an annual opportunity for Pokemon trainers in the Philippine region to showcase their talent in playing Pokemon Unite. And who knows, you might be the representative of the region for the upcoming Worlds.
Yeah, that is true, but we have to remember there are a lot of strong teams right now, and Talon is for sure still going to be considering, not actually considering, but actually going to be playing in that tournament as well. So make sure you prepare yourselves to go in against these teams that's really strong from the Philippines. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we have now finished all our matches for the group stages. So that means we are now going to be proceeding to our playoffs. But before we head into that, we're going to be taking a short break as we prepare for the top 8. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you drink your drinks, eat your snacks, and we'll be right back.
めちゃくちゃいい場面がありまして、今見ました。おそらく初めましてであろうユナイトプレイヤーたちが初めまして独特な距離感でお辞儀をしてましたよ。
初々しい感じのなんか初めましてみたいな。
そう皆さんも対戦会参加したことあるらしいですね。
私結構参加してますね、実は。
あら、どうでした？
この間の慶応の寺院、いらっしゃったじゃないですか。
いました、一緒やってましたね。
あちらで、
ちょっとだけこっちに寄った方がいいかも。
ごめんなさい。
いいえ。
子供を倒し。はい。でも
また
味方にもちゃんと
ストロングワードを。
味方にもちゃんと子供たちがいて、子供たちと一緒に子供たちを倒して、5勝して、ちゃんと景品をもらって帰りました。
ほのぼのした文章でしたね、今のね。そうですか。景品ってちなみにどんなものもらえるんですか？
実はですね、今回のもいただけるみたいなんですけど、まずはこちら、ババーン！
珍しい形。
そうなんですよ。これなんかクリアファイルになってるみたいです。結構入るみたいですよ。
そうなんです。で、上のところは
これどうやってやるんですか？
これ取っ手です。そう、ここがね開くようになってて持ち運びやすいよって。
すごい。
これはやっぱり結構勝たないといけないんですか？
これなんと参加するだけでいただけるらしいんです。
ということですので、数に限りがありますが、ある限り皆さんにお渡ししますので、ぜひぜひこのステージ下手側の対戦会場に来て腕に自信のあるという方はぜひやっていただけたらなと思います。そしてじゃあ、勝ったら何がもらえるかって話なんですけど、じゃじゃーんがこのアクリルキーホルダー、最新の参戦ポケモンスイくんのバージョンも今回ありますんで、
欲しい。
ぜひゲットしてみてください。そして5勝すると、こちらドゥデン じゃじゃーん、おなじみ、逆に黎明期から支えてくれた、
そうですね。
はい、ピカチュウとそのフォローウェアのキーホルダーご用意しておりますので、
はい。
応援するもよし、で皆さんもプレイヤーだと思いますので、自分が戦って楽しむもよし、広がりというかコミュニティってそういうものだと思いますんで、ぜひぜひつながりを作って帰ってください。
はい。
ということで以上、会場内の対戦会場から休憩の間もできるだけ楽しんでほしいから、できるだけ僕らも楽しんで喋り倒しましょうのコーナーでした。
ありがとうございます。
バイバイ。
そしてシャドウクロー計算どうだっていない。もうギリギリ体力もメモリも見えない。フロントゴールを飛び越えミドルゴールまで減速ゴールだろうがなんだろうが岩盤に閉じ込めてしまえば関係ないと。さあチェックスクラッチから KO を生み出していくのはビトップのメタグロス。アゴンダイブでアブソルを捉えての発展ラッシュ入っていく。さらにさあチェックスクラッチヤドランと1対1ビトップは挑んでいく。その間にもミドルゴールを他のゼータディビジョンの4人が全て出ていく。前に出ていく。タロンも突破口を握れる。ゼータディビジョンの硬い戦線を崩壊させる術をこの8分間の中で見つけてみせたタロンです。それはおとりだったか。タロンがヤンキレスインフィニティサイコマを合わせる。しかしそれでもビトッポのメタグロス鋼の体は倒れない。後ろではミミキ対インテリオンの戦い。アズルスパイビジョンで一緒に頭をさばいていく。攻めるなら俺を落とせとアイアムトマトが支えます。ゼータディビジョン対タロンファーストゲーム試合終了。
ナイスナイスナイス。
人によってはね、その選手プレイヤーの意識の外からダメージを出すことができる。素晴らしい。いやーこれヤンキーラス捉えているのはコダックだ。ゼータディビジョンの集団戦を支えているのはアイアムトマトお前だろうと。そして先ほどもお伝えしましたレックドーンのラストヒットにはロメがいる。しかしレックドを倒しきったのはビトップのアブソルだ。
もう視界的に来る。
この先にあるトップ8、そして2度目のアジア最強の座に向けてゼータディビジョンが向かいます。試合終了。
ナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。
勝者ゼータディビジョン。
おめでとうございます。
We told you about it. We are going to be back after a very short break, and now we are back. This is it. We are now done with the group stages, so that means we are now going to be playing on to our playoffs. As you can see on our have you seen on our broadcast earlier, you know, the graphics, we are going to have our first match that is going to be INSOMNIA versus XSIST. So, you know, this is going to be a very amazing match right here. And you know, it's INSOMNIA and XSIST, both of them coming in from Japan, really strong teams as well. So, you know, we have to just take a look at who's going to be going down the lower bracket later on.
Yeah, there's actually no chance for you to climb back for the grand final slot. So you need to have a consistent performance in the playoffs and avoid being taken down into a series. So that is the difficult part into the playoffs of ACL finals. But of course, just like what you said, there's only one team that can get the slot for Worlds, because the champion team from ACL finals will be awarded on a slot for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you have to be careful how you're going to be winning, how you're going to be planning, how you're going to be playing, against the teams that are going to be going off against. So again, this time around, it is going to be INSOMNIA versus XSIST, and then the next game is going to be NAGOYA, Ulja, and what was that again? That is
ZETA.
ZETA. Was it ZETA? No, that's not ZETA. That's not ZETA. It is going to be, what do you call this?
NAGOYA versus ZETA, right?
It's ZETA. Yeah, there we go.
Wow.
There we go. So here's the bracket. For playoffs. It's INSOMNIA versus XSIST, NAGOYA Ulja versus ZETA Division, FENNEL Esports versus Alter Ego, and then Paper Rex versus Luminosity. Oh wow, that is a huge one.
Man, the bracket looks like Japan League versus Southeast Asia League. Come on, why does it look like that? Luminosity Gaming is there, yeah. Like, they seem like to be an invited team on Southeast Asia, and then the top ones, it's a Japan League. That's the picture of playoffs.
Yeah, it's man. Everyone is from Japan. This is Japanese Champions League, ladies and gentlemen. This is Japanese. This is Japanese Champions League. Yeah.
Man, they're so tough. They're a tough team to beat. Just imagine like how stacked Japan in general in Pokemon is. I mean, they had 5 teams, and they were able to take down one of the most powerful teams, which is FENNEL. FENNEL didn't qualify due to the fact that there is a lot of stacked teams here. At the same time, XSIST really had a shot up against them. So, man, I mean, everyone is expecting this kind of outcome. 4 to 5 out of 5 teams will qualify for playoffs, and really shows that how strong they are as a region.
And see, here's the thing. Here's the most exciting part. You know what I want to see this time?
Oh, what is that? What is this?
I want to see XSIST go against Luminosity Gaming.
Oh wow!
XSIST go against Luminosity Gaming. The thing is, though, they will not be able to meet each other until the grand finals, if they get to the grand finals.
Man, I think that would be awesome, simply because XSIST was somewhat unknown due to the fact that they came from the winter tournament, because the winter tournament commenced while the Japan League is ongoing. So there's no way for the other teams from the Japan League, to play on winter tournament. That was a catch for Japan region. So definitely XSIST or Kategory Rising came from an unknown area of Unite scene, and then they came out on top, become XSIST. So this is a statement if they do reach the grand finals and go up against Luminosity Gaming. And what if they win? Man, we can conclude that they're the strongest in the world.
So far,
yeah. So far. It's not yet Worlds, but it's Luminosity Gaming we're talking about. The current defending champion was already taken down in the league.
So here we go. 最初はグー、じゃんけんぽい. Here we go. I want to be that guy,
It does the coin toss.
Yeah. I want to be that guy.
Awesome. Would be awesome, right?
They're gonna be second pick. Okay.
I mean, somewhat others prefer it, simply because that when you're second pick, you can actually prioritize a lane, a path over it. You can prioritize your top path, you can prioritize your bottom path, or central. Central is usually not being prioritized that much, simply because that there is a lot of Pokemon that you can use in order to counteract that central area, central laner of a team.
Right.
Loving the plushies once again. Loving it.
Poppy, the Piplup.
Piplup!
We need Piplup in Unite.
Yeah. What about Piplup only, not an Empoleon, right?
Yeah, just Piplup. Yeah, just stay at Piplup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just like Psyduck. It's not. It doesn't evolve into a Golduck. Oh, they're logged in. I think they're logged in already.
The quick login.
Okay, third in PUACL Japan League. And Insomnia, by the way, took down FENNEL during the group stage of Japan League. That's how strong they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel like Oblion is somewhat a player that struck the heart of the players during day number 1 because of the phalanx. Phalanx picks, with Oblion, and overall the pool of defender of Oblion is just phenomenal. Like a lot of the community, Pokemon community, was having a conversation like, wow, there is more than a defender when we saw Oblion play. Like, there's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of firepower or strategies you can formulate once you're a defender.
Haki, Tommy, Psychomanji, B1, and Ore.
Haki.
Huh.
Is Haki related to Kakigoya Rising?
Perhaps.
They were Kakigoya Rising before, right? Before they became XSIST.
Perhaps.
Just theory crafting from me.
Excuse me. So, first round of playoffs, it's gonna be Insomnia versus XSIST, as we have been talking about this earlier. I'm checking. No, they are. What do you call this? They are. XSIST. Before I just checked here.
Yeah.
They are Kakigoya Rising. Like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean they were like. My question is Kaki the origin of Kakigoya Rising? Like, because Kaki was his name.
Yeah. Because Kaki's full name, right?
Oh.
IGN is Kakigoya.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then Ore's full name, full IGN, is Ore no Naha.
Oh, alright. Now
Naha
it
is
does
like
make sense.
Naha is, I'm not entirely sure what that means, but it's from what we know. From what I know, Naha is a city in Okinawa. So like Ore no Naha is like my Naha city, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. So I think there's only like one player that they do not have right now, in the roster of XSIST. So previously, as Kakigoya Rising, right? It was Tommy, B1, Kaki, Psychomanji, and Ore. And then there's also which isn't here anymore.
Slight tweaking of roster is somewhat, sometimes important as well. Just like the other teams that did. I mean, BRU did that as well. Ayaka wasn't playing. Ayaka P was not playing, but instead, Sanzei was there to replace him. Former player of full sense. So, kind of understand why they do a little bit of re-rosters or don't change it a little bit, simply because it's for the improvement of the team.
There you go. Again, they're just logging in, and we're just waiting for them to go in.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. Like, here's the thing. Like, they might have bumped each other's on screen, but they weren't on the same league. So this might be the first time that they will go head to head in an official tournament such as this. So they're gonna bring it all out. They're gonna bring it all out for sure. I mean, this is the playoffs. You cannot afford a loss series.
Man, again, single elimination. That means the moment you lose, that means you have to say goodbye to everything in the tournament. You know what I mean? Just waiting for that to go in again. So this time, at this point of the tournament, there is no, there is no Substream until we get to the point where we can get like the 7th, 5th, and 3rd place tie. So we're definitely going to have that. Actually, third place tie.
It's on main.
It's on mainstream, yeah.
So it's going to be the placements for 7th and 5th only. It was going to be on the sub stage. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited on what's about to unfold here. But I'm just hunting for some plushies. Oh.
Yeah.
Man, he looks cool with that hairstyle. I don't know what will be the output if I do that kind of hairstyle. Like, like 100%, 99.9% sure it will not suit. I'm not sure.
Don't do it, bro.
Closer. He's looking at the road on phone. Closer. Get into the eyes.
That's Insomnia talking.
That's Insomnia for you. Oh, a lot of console players here.
Here we go.
All right. Oh,
Here
yes, official
starting.
draft. All right. First round, first game, first series for the playoffs. Top 8 teams from Asia are fighting it all out for a spot in World Championships 2025. This is going to be a beautiful draft. IGZIST. We haven't been seeing that much, and whenever we saw it, it is a major impact with a coup de grace, being able to secure those major objectives and secure those important team fights.
Oh yeah, and here we go. We're gonna be having in our first match of the playoffs again it's Insomnia versus XSpark, starting off with the bands of Age/, Umbreon, Psyduck, and Hoopa, and then now Mewtwo Y, Darkrai is gonna be in the game as well, and Gyarados, of course, normal pick, and Kaki, B1, and who's the other guy? Hey, I cannot read kanji, bro.
Is this going to be a Darkrai Central? I do feel like it's a Darkrai Central because
Sure.
Simply because it doesn't have an XP share. Because Darkrai is really a flexible Pokemon. It could be a central area, it could be a central laner, it could be a support, it could be an attacker as well. So that's how flexible it is. But there's no XP share yet. So. Let me check. Luna, for the record, does play attacker. All right, so this will be an attacker and a support. No. Yeah, it's soon. All right, okay, it's good. So soon will be the support, and soon is a support, and this will be an attacker function, Obuyan. So Obuyan will be utilizing the curse.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be heading. Yeah, they want to be on the full force for Insomnia. I mean, we've been seeing them play the technical position since the previous games that we have been watching with them, right? So XSpark, though, at least they are a little bit balanced here. They don't have much of a defender, though, with the exception, of course, of the Serena and the Blissey. But having the Greninja, I mean, it's always a welcome pick, but they have to be really careful with it.
Do agree. Knowing that there's also a Scyther, I do believe that this will be a Scyther later on because, like this Scyther has been promising since day number 1. You know what I mean? Like it has been providing a lot of important KOs, important damage for the team, and it was actually a key to success for Insomnia. So you really have to be very careful with that, knowing that a Greninja, does have a little bit of a range, but the mobility wise, it's just a double team, and right after that, you cannot get past that kind of attacking prowess that Insomnia currently has, especially on that site.
And here we go. We're going to be starting off the first game of the playoffs. It is Insomnia versus XSIST. And here you have it. A little bit of a poking game down bottom. Started off.
Yeah. That is the name of the game, poking, and making sure that your opponent doesn't get comfortable in getting those objectives and getting those wild Pokemons. You want to be ahead as early as possible.
There we go. 2 Pokemon up top, same as Insomnia. Insomnia Utsukasu is trying to get into, try to get a level 4 Gyarados.
Yeah.
That they can be really helpful in terms of their team fight. We still don't know what the gauge is right now. The effort value gauge is with Utsukazu, so we'll find out in just a bit, especially when it turns to level 4. Now it's almost done. Gonna be able to take this one up, and there we go. It's gonna be Gyarados in just a little bit. We're trying to help out as much as possible. Kaki's gonna get taken out. There we go. Gyarados is up.
Yeah, not just that. It was actually a Scizor instead of a Scyther, so this will be an all-rounder, bullet punch composition. So I understand that they want to add more defense, knowing that actually they are stacked in terms of defense. Since Oblion is a defender, there's Uzakazu and Slime. So I feel like they want their attackers to move freely the way they wanted it to. And nice side strike, by the way. And this is a KO, but what a trade from XSIST, making sure that they take one as well.
I mean, it's Oblion at the very least, right? Like, it isn't one of their attackers like taking out the Sunsun into that team fight. But here we go. Gonna be taking in the first birds down central, at 8-minute mark. And of course, in just a minute, we're gonna be able to see the first major objectives of that game. Again, whoever's gonna be able to take down this first game, huge morale boost for that team.
720, they're waiting for it on top path. Okay, they're waiting for the perfect timing here. They know someone is there, but it's going to be Insomnia being punished immediately. 4 members down from XSIST is currently going in for the engage. Side strike not going to be enough to do the knock up crowd control, and 3 KOs will be rewarded for XSIST, and they are looking for more. They want to take down that Gyarados, but those water rolls are good. That's a 2 KO. Looking for more, but they have to back away and get the XPs from the birds.
Yeah, it is, what do you call this? Tommy, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Tommy is one of the chunkiest Pokemon. Not Tommy, or rather, Serena is one of the chunkiest Pokemon in the game with its sustainability, allowing you to survive for a long period of time. Assisted with Psychomanji as well, and of course, Kaki just going to show how much it can last on a team fight. With that being said, though, XSIST is going to be able to secure the Regirock as they try to destroy the first goal down bottom, while Insomnia's Uzakazu was able to take in that Regieleki. Now they are outnumbered, but still Insomnia puts B1 to sleep, giving them the Insomnia.
Alright, Midnight Slash wasn't really, oh! What a recovery! I was about to say there wasn't enough value, but what a recovery coming in from Kaki. And right now, XSIST is applying so much pressure up against Insomnia. They cannot barge in. Dragon's Current will be there for the defense. That's a KO coming in, but there is no additional KO rewarded for Insomnia. But Night Move has been rewarded as well. Invested. What a defense from Insomnia, not letting XSIST score the way they want to.
Man, the Red Illusion guy was just there, coming in from Slime. But the thing is, they are still not able to do a lot here. Sure, they might have a 101-point lead, but XSIST has been, winning the team fights thus far against Insomnia.
Okay. Wow. I love how Insomnia bounces back immediately. Right after XSIST wins team fight, they have to make sure that there is something in return, making them not being behind in terms of XP department. Yeah, for sure, like the supporters are there a little bit behind, but overall it's just identical. It's just the mule left behind by a level, but that's not actually a huge thing, knowing that it is just a support functionality for their team.
Oh yeah, and here we go. that is it. Just a few seconds, we're gonna see, the second Reggie bottom as well, and of course the Reggie Lucky up top. It is as is. Uzakazu is gonna be the only one left there to take that up solo, but at the same time we're gonna see a bit of a team fight down bottom. Let's see who's ever gonna be able to take that one up. And here it goes. That is going to be Obion gonna be able to take down that Reggie steal for themselves, and here we go. They're still not done. They still want to take more, and not only the Reggie steal, but also to be able to take down the Reggie Lucky up top as well. But there we go. This is going to be used as well as you have mentioned, and here comes triple axel coming in from that Atomy, and they're still not done. That is the grand supply to put them down to sleep. That is Darkrai, and of course there's going to be 2 down for 1. Kaki's going to be taken down as well, but Obion and Luna is down as well. Quinn says is going to be popped up as well, but not enough damage here. But it's still not going to be done. There is a double team into the water shuriken coming in from that of Ore, and there you have it. It's going to be an answer back here. B1's going to be taken down here as Slime goes down as well, and now the disengage for both of the teams.
B Takio Manji was the answer for that team fight. They managed to prolong it, make Tommy move the way he pleases to, and just do the drop kick and triple axel. That was just a phenomenal job. Knowing that they do have safeguard, they do have helping hand, they can do the shield, they can do the coaching as well, in order for them to have enough opportunity for their attackers, for their damage dealers to do the way they want to. They are relying so much on them in terms of team fight, and it is efficient.
Yeah, man, look at that. Dragon Current's gonna be popped up as well, but unfortunately not a lot of a response here coming from that on Insomnia. But at the very least, there's still a minute left for them to recover back their their Unite moves charge. And the thing is, though, like, Uzakazu really needs to have that. It's literally the only one left here in the team that doesn't have any access to their Unite moves. So as much as possible, what they want to do here is just get their Unite moves, get the wild Pokemon, get some XP to prepare for the upcoming Ray fight. But in a few seconds, we're going to be able to see, Reggie Lucky popping up once again along with the Reggie Bottom. It is going to be Reggie Eyes this time around, so it's not a lot of not going to be a lot of help here for the Rayquaza. So definitely a lot of people here, or at least all of them, are going to be prioritizing this Reggie Lucky off top. And here we have it. We can see Slime here already baiting them down by poking down the Reggie Lucky, but they are still not having it. XSIST is going to start off the attacks here. Triple Axe is going to be popped up as well. Unfortunately, they're going to go to sleep, and that is going to be Kaki going down in 5 seconds left before the Rayquaza comes out to do 1-for-1. Switch is going to be down as well. They're going to be 4v4 here, but Slime is still not done. Tommy wants to get their cooldowns out so that they can outlast Slime, but there you go. Crashing like going to pop up as well with it. Oh, never mind. That's gonna be 2 down to the side of XSIST, but at the very least, Tommy is out and Sun is in.
Yeah, but that's a lot of time. 15 seconds. They need to catch up, and this is just Insomnia burning a lot of time. They don't even want to touch Rayquaza because they don't have to. They just have to push back the members of XSIST, and they're trying to go from bottom. What is XSIST trying to do?
Well, we'll find out together as they go now into their Mega Evolutions. Luna, a Mega Mewtwo Y right now, and look at this, we have another team fight up in the central area. But unfortunately, Kaki is forced to use this Unite move so that they are going to be able to survive. Unfortunately for them, it's still not enough to take down anyone from the side of Insomnia. They have to do it. They have to push it in. Unfortunately, Uzakazu is going to be the one that's going to be taken out. Tommy is going to be 4v5 situation right now as XSIST make sure that they can get their attention to take down this Rayquaza. Unfortunately for them, XSIST is going to be taken down as well. It's going to be 3 down for Insomnia. Kaki, Sakumanji, and Tommy are now down. Ore tries to get away, wants to live another day, but unfortunately with very low HP, that is very soft. Greninja is not going to be able to survive that long. And look at that red look dive to take things off. And that is B1, the only one left here, and they don't even need the Rayquaza anymore for them to be able to win this match. 19 seconds left into the game, and Insomnia is going to be securing game number 1.
Wow. I love the idea. What is XSIST trying to do a while ago? They did a little bit of a detour, go down bottom, go to the central area of the purple side, which is Insomnia, and their attention right back at their Rayquaza. They were buying a lot of time for some of their members to shift their attention towards Rayquaza and do a potential flip. But Insomnia, man, they are just wide awake. They don't wanna see they don't wanna give an opportunity for XSIST to, do their game plan. It's just, oh, what is that? I mean, yeah, going back. I mean,
that is the answer to Insomnia, bro.
Yeah,
they're woken up,
and they just read the strategy of XSIST like a book. You know what I'm saying? Simply because they didn't let that flip happen. They just don't let be baited on those diversion plays that the Blissey was trying to do from XSIST.
And now, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. And all change alike. Game number 1 goes to Insomnia, and again, it has been quite a close match. It could have been anyone's game really. But XSIST, we have seen how much they have performed, and we know for a fact that they are still going to be bouncing back off of this. So really, there's a huge chance that we might be able to see game number 3. But as before that, we just have to wait what's going to happen for game number 2. How they're going to be changing up and switching up their drafts.
Yeah, I still do believe that XSIST really has a shot in this game. They have been winning a lot of team fights a while ago, but Insomnia, on the other hand, despite being defeated in terms of fights, they always make sure that right after they go back from the Pokemon Center, they would just, defend things down. Everything seems to be clutch with them. They invest a lot of Unite moves to defend those gold zones of them in order for them, to have a total defense and do not let XSIST score the way they want to.
No, yeah, I mean, they cannot allow that to happen. So, now, what can they do? Like, Insomnia has been, well, okay, to be fair, Insomnia has had sleep now.
yeah, for sure.
And that's why they were able to perform magnificently. But now, we are going to be able to get our answer in just a bit. They are now setting up for the lobby for game number 2. So, look at them. Okay, here we go. Kaki, Black Lightning of Eos. Ooh, well, that's actually a very... Eos no... Raijin? Raijin? Is it Raijin? Or Raikiri?
Raikiri?
I'm not entirely sure. I can't read kanji.
I mean, yeah, me too. I'm just assuming and translating the words that for English to to Japanese. So yeah. Anyway, maybe we'll get there. We'll get to study kanji very soon. Once I get my tickets to Japan, maybe.
Yeah. Here we go. And we're just gonna be waiting for them to finally set up again game number 2. If this is gonna be really hard for what do you call this? For the teams, of course, for XSIST, if they lose, because they have been playing quite phenomenally, right? Like yesterday, for day 1, they've been playing so well, and if they do lose against, if they do lose here in this match, then everything will be all for naught, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why they were playing so well, I mean, just imagine that they were actually the top seeded team from their bracket, which is Group B, and Alter Ego being second. So, with that being said, just make sure that they were having a great run. They actually, did manage to go head-to-head up against FENNEL as well, in which FENNEL won't be playing at least for this playoff stage. So, if XSIST really does get taken down here by Insomnia, that's going to be a little bit of a heartbreaker for them, knowing that they performed so well and they're just going to get taken down immediately, by their fellow men. But, I kind of understand as well, because here's the thing, like, you might have performed very well on your own group, but some of the teams out there are just taking it easy, not letting it all out. If it works, it works. Let's just stay at that kind of level and, keep everything for the playoffs, for the grand finals, for the semis. Some teams are playing like that, and that might be the case for Insomnia.
Yeah, and really, now we're gonna find out what's gonna happen, right? Insomnia, and XSIST. If to be fair though, like XSIST in game number 1, right? They have had the control for they have had the control over the early game to the mid game, but Insomnia was able to get a bit of a control over the Ray Pit when it finally came out. So really, Insomnia is there to flip the Rays, but you can't really give them what they want either. So this is really interesting as well. Like XSIST is now going in for the Ho-Oh, which we haven't seen in this tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, last time I saw Ho-Oh was in Winter Tournament because, as far as I know, that was the recent Ho-Oh buff that we got from the Flame Show. So it's really exciting to see Ho-Oh back in action here, and together with the Blastoise. So this is a, we can definitely say that Ho-Oh can be a support. I don't know, it's not a support. It's not. No, it's not. I mean, it is a support, yeah, well, in general, but it doesn't have an XP share, so this is somewhat of what Talon was running during the Winter Tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's running a Cursed Bangle, Attack Weight, and Aeos Cookie, so I mean, it's gonna try to be as a defender, more so than a support. But then again, we all know for a fact that Ho-Oh is more of a support, really, than the defender. But with this kind of items, it is going to be the Blastoise that's going to be having the XP share and the Cursed Incense, really. That will be the utility Pokemon for the side of XSIST instead of the Ho-Oh. But Insomnia, though, really balance layout here, especially the Meowscarada and the Gyarados into the Revenant. So really, it will just depend on how XSIST is going to be able to make use of Ho-Oh here, because that will just allow them to finally, outlast Insomnia. But the thing is, what if, and I think this is going to be what's going to happen anyway, Insomnia is going to be focusing on the Ho-Oh. And the thing is, you need the Ho-Oh to be the last one to go down for you to be able to take effect of Rekindling Flame.
Oh yeah, I mean, totally agree, because that is going to be the name of the game, right? You don't want those Rekindling Flame to work at the favor of XSIST. Knowing that their attackers as well does have an ample range, they could just, fall back. And then what if Ho-Oh charges in a little bit? When you're in, you could still use the Rekindling Flame and the feathers will go up. So whenever you go back in battle, you have a distance, you can do those snipe shots, you can do those icicle spears with proper distance wherein your opponents cannot reach you that fast. So the priority target has to be the Ho-Oh, and knowing that they have a second chance, if they don't take down this Ho-Oh, they don't take down Kaki immediately, it will be really bad.
And here you go. Second game, second game of the game, Insomnia versus XSIST. Oh man.
They left the Bunnelby as well, the second Bunnelby.
Yeah, I mean, again, for those that know, the reason why they're leaving behind the Bunnelbys is, Insomnia is leaving all the Bunnelbys, just went great, right? The reason why they're doing it is because the less time there is, the scaling, the XP scales even further for these Pokemon. So that means these Pokemon will give you more XP than it would if you take it out immediately.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I was actually a little bit surprised that, usually it's the first two that you take down, but for Insomnia, it's just the very first one that they actually took. And not just that, I mean, I get the scaling of XP from the Bunnelbys as well, but I do feel like what Insomnia is trying to do is to get those effort points rolling from the Magikarp, which is Uzakazu, in order for that Gyarados to be up and online at around, age 30, age 20, and I do feel like that will be their prioritization first.
There you have it, and this is what you're talking about earlier as well, right? Like the Flamethrower buff here that we're actually seeing quite well into the side of Kaki. But again, we wouldn't be able to surely see the prowess of this Ho-Oh until much later in the game, because we're currently at 8-minute mark, still at level 5. We need it at level 9 so we can get its Unite move. So here we have it, 8-minute mark into the game. Everyone's going to be going into the central area for the birds to come out, and they're going to be able to make sure that to steal those birds for XP and points.
Controller. Not gonna be hitting that much. Ice Skill Spear's doing a lot of damage here, and Insomnia takes the burrs here at the central area. But the brawl continues here. Applying the pressure is going to be cocky. Look at those flamethrowers dealing a lot of damage and preventing everyone from Insomnia to score. But the 1 point lands immediately, and there goes the Gyarados as well, trying to do the waterfalls and deal some damage. But they took down one Pokemon from Insomnia, got burned down by the Ho-Oh.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you can't really outlast Ho-Oh because Slime, Meowscarada, it's a grass type, you know what I mean? Like, not that type matters in this game.
The type advantage, you know? Got burned down.
Anyway, going back to the game though, 31 to 39 is going to be the score of the game here. Not a lot of differences here, and at the same time, not everyone has been able to score in as much just yet. So, you know, we're still in the mid game, about to enter the mid game here. No major casualties yet for each team. With, of course, exception of Slime there. And now at 7-minute mark, we now have the Reggie Bottom and the Reggie Elecki as well. But it seems as if Kaki is just trying to get as much XP as possible instead of taking in Reggie Elecki. But look at this right now. They need to still get their stacks. It's going to be 14 points down bottom, but down up top. But that also means Insomnia is going to be able to push down XSIST, being outnumbered, and take down the Reggie Steel for themselves as well. Going to be able to take down Sakyomanji, which, by the way, is still a water turtle at level 6 at 6 minutes and a half left in the game.
No, that's not looking good. You want to make sure that your Blastoise, your Serps are available already as early as, 6:30 in order to provide those sets. And yes, Sakyomanji does already have that Blastoise up and online. No Hydro Typhoon yet, but it could provide a lot of impact towards team fights, knowing that he's just a primary setter of the team, but that's actually a goal zone. Taken down.
That's the thing, right? Like, that's one of the biggest issues with the Blastoise. And, like Tyranitar, before you can even have your Unite move, it will take you a while. So, being able to evolve from level 7 from level 9 is actually a huge advantage for Blastoise. But then again, not having... I mean, while it is helpful, not having Hydro Typhoon available is still quite a detrimental for the Pokemon.
Oh yeah, simply because that is the main engagement or setter move that a Blastoise has. Yeah, the initiator. And Surf alone and Hydro Pump is not enough to do the job compared to the value of Hydro Typhoon. But look at that Glacial Stage, well set up in order to take down Slime once again. He's the primary target so far for XSIST. They want to make sure that a Speedster gets taken down for a decreased damage output. But look at that, another one gets to sleep. Tommy was taken down, and this is Insomnia putting a lot of pressure, but the Beauty gets sniped down immediately. But there is just too many nightmares being sent by Insomnia to XSIST.
Yeah, there we go, 2KO is going to be the name of the game here from the side of Insomnia, as we are still seeing a bit of a clash down bottom as well. That is going to be Slime along with Sakyomanji. But then again, they just want to be doing a little bit of poking here, where Insomnia does have a 96 lead. 96 lead away from XSIST right now.
This is looking great. Insomnia can get the momentum, but XSIST so far, trying to catch up as soon as they can. But they have to make that Ho-Oh work. They haven't been using the Rekindling Flame in this game 5-bar yet. It's already 6 minutes have already elapsed in the game, and there's a lot of tons of KOs going on back and forth, but the Rekindling Flame, where is it? Where is the value of the Ho-Oh? That is what we need to see, but those waterfalls would connect up against Tommy. But look at that support coming in. Hydro Typhoon and Check Button will just knock up one, and the Blastoise gets taken down, plus the Registeel for Insomnia, and they want to push things down because they have the attack advantage.
Look at that, Sakyomanji now back into the fray, but it's not going to be enough for them to catch up into the team fight, as Insomnia just wants to get everything right now. Slime, however, is doing their best to get their XPs as fast as possible. 12 points, level 12, almost at level 13 once they get in their buffed central area Pokemon this time round. As we see XSIST as well, trying to make sure to clear up the top path, getting ready for the Reggie Elecki in just a bit.
Have to be ready. They need to get it. They need to score that much. 100-point differential, almost 100-point differential here. And if they take down that tier 1 in top path, that would be really awesome. But at the same time, I don't feel like the reason why they don't want to destroy it, it's because there will be an access to the side deities that INSOMNIA might benefit from it and, you know, just be ahead of them more.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, like they still, XSIST still hasn't been able to destroy a single score goal. So that'll be a much huge help for them if they are going to be able to take down the the Rayquaza. But before then, INSOMNIA is doing a phenomenal job to defend the score goals and, of course, all the objectives away from XSIST. But as I say that, look at that, Slime now wants to put in a 50-point right there with the help of the Regieleki.
That was too easy, but Blazo Stage popped off in order to send everyone back at the side of INSOMNIA. That's 1 KO. Hydro Typhoon to lift up Oblion, and then there's just 3 members from INSOMNIA that's left. First will be there, but not gonna be enough. Oh, look at that! Wow, that was phenomenal. Azure Spy Vision revealed somehow the position of Uzakazu. It's just 2 members from INSOMNIA that's left. XSIST can do the flip. Waterfall is there. Dragon's Current is gonna live up multiple members by chance. There's the damage. That's 2. And they're gonna be taken down. Ho-Oh's still up. They can go for the Rekindling Flame anytime they want. This is perfect timing.
Worst timing.
Everyone is going back.
Rekindling Flame.
And look at that. It's just Obion that's left all the way to the team fight. But Slime is just hiding all the way to the tall grass. They want to make he gets taken. There's 3 members left. 3 members left. Where's the response? There's not enough Pokemon left! INSOMNIA has to run!
They are low! They are low! Are they gonna be able to take down B1? Okay,
hit the arrow!
A lot of time! They both a lot of time! They can take this one out!
XSIST is in trouble! They need to get the last hit! Ice Scale Spear's not gonna be enough! They take down the Glaceon! Oh my god! INSOMNIA, my guy! They are wide awake!
Slime! The MVP of that match! Was able to buy so much time, made sure to attack them when they are low on HP after everyone's taken down, and the mere fact that XSIST, right? XSIST has been forced to often select either let Slime hit them while they burst down the Rayquaza, or they focus their attention to Slime. That is what Slime was doing. But the thing is, XSIST was so confused, do not know what they have to focus on, that it just allows Slime to buy enough time for everyone else to come in and go to the Rayquaza, taking it for themselves.
Oh, my heart was racing. Wow,
they are happy.
They are happy for sure. A flip to a flip. It was a battle of flip.
Oh my god, that was so close. Oh, look at them, look at them, look at them, look at them.
The handshake.
The handshake.
Oh, loving their energy. I'm loving their energy.
Wait, is that a Sprigatito earring? I want one.
Wait, what? I didn't saw it.
Anyway, that's Luna as well. You know, INSOMNIA winning game number 2. This is 2-0 against XSIST, and unfortunately for XSIST, this is gonna be the end of the road for them. Actually, you know, they still have like the seventh place, right? 7th place tie.
Yeah.
So just still need to find out whoever's gonna be like the placement really. Just the placement matches, which unfortunately we're not gonna be able to see on the main stage. So we're just gonna be giving you guys, you know, an update regarding that.
Yeah. Props to INSOMNIA. They are advancing into the semifinals of the tournament. So they're just going to be waiting who's going to be winning up against Nagoya Oja and ZETA division. So they will have like a long break, you know. They also have time to analyze their next opponent. That's the good part. Like whenever you go first, you get to watch your upcoming opponent. That is the, you know, like an advantage that INSOMNIA already has right now. They get the break, they get the time to watch their opponent as well. And ZETA division, on the other hand, is coming in after just a set of a game. It's just one set break, and they're fighting back again up against Nagoya Oja, who had a long break, who had the whole night to rest.
No, that's true. I mean, That's one of the disadvantages, right? Like they already, but I mean, I guess it's an advantage too because at least they've already warmed up before going up against Nagoya Oja, where Nagoya Oja hasn't had any changes as well, hasn't had any time to warm up. I mean, I'm sure they have warmed up, but not as much as ZETA Division.
I won this match.
Hey, let's just listen to the interview
やはり
first.
インソムニアといえばドラフトがうまいというか、まあちょっと特殊なところもあってうまいなと思うんですが、今大会ドラフト完成度としては何%ぐらいでしょうか。
100億点満点ですね。
100億点満点。
When we were originally good at these draft matches, I would like to say that we were perfect on this picking.
ありがとうございます。では雨宮さんからもお願いいたします。
ギャラドスの技、滝登りだったじゃないですか。
はい。
滝登りがお好きなんですか？
滝登りがお好きなんですか？
はい。
お好きですね。滝登りという技はですね、フロントに対してのダメージ量がかなりありましてですね、バランスタイプとかタンクに対してかなりダメージ量が与えまして、バックラインに入るんだったら飛び跳ねるの方がちょっと強いんですけれども、最近はですね、フロントにダメージドレート、ちっちゃいダメージドレートですね、負けないダメージドレートを
Confidence in their draft.
ありがとうございます。
I'm a waterfall believer.
Yo, where's JJ?
Well, I don't know where he went. I believe he's going to be taking a quick 5. But of course, I'm back here to jump in the high. I am not going to miss this kind of opportunity. It is Championship Sunday here, Pika-Yu's here. And of course, for anyone who just joined the stream, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asian Championship 2025 Finals. That's right. We are finally here. We're out of the group stage. We're officially going down through the playoff itself. It's Championship Sunday where we will begin to crown our new champion for this year. Pika-Yu's, I'm going to be flat honest with you. When I saw the bracket setup, the first thing that came to my mind was round 1 and round 2 of the I believe our quarterfinals. The first thing that came to my mind was, okay, great, we're back to the Japan League.
Japan League.
We're back at it again. The only difference will be that XSpark will be going toe to toe because they were the only of all the Japanese teams that participated for this ACL during the group stages. XSpark was the only team that actually, or if for some of them would know them best by Kagigoya Rising before XSpark for this tournament. But yeah, they previously came from the winter tournament. So practically yesterday's group stage, and today as well was one of the few times where they can actually go head to head with some of the teams that went for the during the Japan League run for the ACL. However, I believe we saw the scoreline as well. It's really sad to see such a potential team go as well. They also got in some really unique composition, bringing in the Green Ninja coming back was pretty cool as well. And I'll be flat honest, I was very surprised with the whole Rocky helmet on the Gyarados thing, right? Because I was like thinking, I'm trying to figure out like what was like, especially for Insomnia side, like what was the grand plan, right? Because I'm only thinking of the fact that okay, it's great, it's a nice defensive item. It's like what plus 50 defense as well. That's something really nice to have. But also at the same time, I'm what could be the most significant? Is it probably unique just for the Magic Cup in particular? Is it like such a huge significant margin between like you getting a KO or not at the same time? It could be a very massive thing at the same time. But regardless, this is the updated bracket, especially after our final round of our group stages early this morning between Talon and the ZETA division as well. I know that you and JD were actually talking about like I guess when it comes to the rest timing between the two teams, who's gonna get the certain amount of rest at the same time. I'm not too sure about that actually, let's be honest. Sure, I guess you could say in a way Nagoya was able to sleep on it, but I guess in a way same goes for ZETA division as well, because as they were also trying to prep for their game against Talon. But it varies, right? Some teams, they don't really like this long period of rest, or this long period of thinking process or thought process. It's just practically more like, we just want to get it done, get it over with as well while we have the energy, while we're currently in the moment. But at the same time, we are talking about ZETA Division, right? A team that has, I think, besides Luminosity, of course, naturally, besides Luminosity, I think ZETA Division seems like a team who has done an insane, in-depth amount of analysis and research before coming towards this tournament as well. So I'm not too surprised of whether they get enough rest, because I'm pretty sure they're like, what? We got our notes, we have theories, we had our screams before the tournament, and now at the same time experiencing throughout the group stages. Now it's just to see whether their hard work is going to be paying off here in the playoffs.
Yeah, because sometimes being being able to rest for a long time. Let's say Nagoya Oja, who's not playing maybe they're a little bit of ice cold in their veins running into them. Maybe their hands are cold. But compared to, ZETA Division, who played really well during their first matchup for today, I feel like there's still the fire being lit up, with their hearts, with their hands. They're on fire in general. So they want to continue that momentum that they built up already during their first matchup with Talon. So for sure, they want more wins. And for sure, they won't take this very lightly, because one mistake, one serious loss, you do not have a chance for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's because it's a lot more different from our previous ACL last year, right? Where we still had the lower bracket, so even if the team would fall to the lower bracket, you still had a chance to somewhat climb yourself all the way back to the grand finals. But sadly, that's not going to be the format here, as we are pretty much very similar to our World Challenger Series last year, where there's just the upper bracket. Sure, there is the losers bracket, but that's just usually just to differentiate between which team is on which placing. Right? I guess in a way, the tiebreaker section. But like you said, it's literally win or go home kind of scenario for these guys in the upper bracket as well. Only the best can move forward here. But of course, likewise, here in the players, we have the best of the best teams in their respective regional zones here, going head-to-head for that championship spot here. Of course, ZETA Division, your defending champion here. Practically, we had a good glimpse of, I believe it was you and I, we were casting the game, right? We had a good glimpse of the grand finals and the group stages yesterday between Luminosity Gaming and ZETA Division as well here. Such a spectacular game, and I expect nothing less from the defending champions for ACL. However, Nagoya Oja, showing, of course, being one of the new bloods in the tournament, has been showcasing us some really great potential as well. And just like their goal to become the champion for this ACL, they have to overcome multiple hurdles, multiple mountains they have to climb here, Yules. And one of them, of course, starting things off, their first wall in the playoffs, will have to be ZETA Division.
I love the idea. I do agree with you. And I love the idea that the captain of the Nagoya Oja,
okay,
before picking their side, he asked his teammates. That is how just a phenomenal team Nagoya Oja is. Like, the trust, the bond between their team is somewhat of a factor, that can add up into their chemistry, that could add up into their gameplay as well, in order to be, much of a stronger or much more formidable team compared to the others, who have prodigies, who have lots of talents. Because, there are instances like that. Despite being a super talented team in terms of individual skill set of players, there are teams, who have a best chemistry, to emerge even more powerful. And Irowas really showed that he trusted his teammates by just asking. That's a small thing. Just asking which side do we pick, but at the same time, he does not decide for himself.
I mean, of course, communication is definitely key when it comes to this kind of esports tournament, right? You was like, everyone's just trying to figure out how you really want to break into it, sure. And I guess in a way, like being the ideal of your team to handle the Pokemon selection as well can be kind of pressuring at times. But these guys, and at the same time being being the captain as well, carrying on, making sure you're bearing this burden for the side of the team definitely lessens a lot of the pressure. But like you said, communication is relatively important. It definitely helps out on whether to just let the teammates know, like, are you alright with this? Can we move forward with this? But besides communication, I think they are I'm pretty sure they're very confident in the fact that I don't think they're going to be asking like whether you want to play this or not. It's just one of the fact that I know you can do it. I'm just going to pick it for you. So it's like, and we're just going to practically go with this. Right? And I mean, that's the kind of faith and trust each of these members have, right? There's no way they're going to be able to make to this kind of level of gameplay, right?
It's really, it's really hard if you're going to decide on your own, especially on a stage like this, knowing that it's already the playoffs and this will actually determine the fate of your team. Because in group stage, yeah, sure, you can do a little bit of a mistake, you could be a little bit careless if you want to, experiment a little tiny bit, then right afterwards, playoffs, just bring out all of your cards. That was actually, one of the things that Miran Sejong, which is FENNEL Esports right now, did during Southeast Asia League, wherein their group stage was more of a test run, right? They barely made it slid into the playoffs. They were the 8th seeded team But right after that, right after the experimental phase, right after the group stage, they were able to apply everything on its maximum potential. Made sure that they bring all of their cards, be the champions of their own league. So let's see who is going to bring more cards, much more formidable cards, to win this second spot for semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the challenge is high, but there's not of course, as we're just looking back at ZETA Division, there's really nothing much to say about ZETA Division. Practically everyone at this point know exactly who they are here. But of course, the round itself, and by the way, as usual, the crowd looks exceptionally amazing this morning. Although I do miss the one. I think that's one of all our Japanese teams that we have, right? Like, I think so far INSOMNIA is the only team who has. We've been seeing like the most personality, especially when it came to player camp so far. Yeah. I really love the kind of energy, and of course at the same time, while it's unfortunate that we can't see more vigors, that's the nature of the competition. But it's also pretty cool to see INSOMNIA also making ways up towards that semi-finals, being our first semi-finalist teams as well. But so far, interestingly, right, after we saw from the yesterday's round of games, right, was there really anything that really caught your eye? Wait, hold on, let me see if there's any unique plushies. Okay, we do see ZETA win fans. Okay, I'm gonna spot. Let's see how many can spot things. Alright, I spot the snow. Like, no, come back. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We'll get more Pokemon hunting later on.
Yeah, because like, yes, like we have seen a huge. Oh yeah, all right.
Oh yeah, there we go. Come on.
You know, okay,
yeah.
You know the game is on. This is serious. The eye twitching.
Oh,
the calling out. He's calling them out.
Calling everyone out for a challenge.
Zoom in. Okay. Oh man.
The stare down. There it was. My God. Right, there goes a kiss for the fans, and ZETA Division is just locked in. They look like this when they face Talon. They don't wanna drop that kind of focus that they do have.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Very serious, very calm and composed. I think the more important thing about ZETA Division that we've been seeing is from yesterday's game, even against Luminosity as well. It's very calm and composed. There is certain aspects that from yesterday's game, the Luminosity game, it did like somewhat take advantage of against ZETA Division. Like for example, like getting rid of any of potential supports, or like really like mega carry assassins away from ZETA Division, so doesn't really get any support to somewhat enable them in any way. That's pretty much why we saw a lot of games that, especially towards that last game, was pretty tight between the two. But also at the same time, you can also think of the fact that if ZETA actually didn't allow Honor to actually steal that request in that second game, could also be another story. But but I don't think they're gonna really dwell upon this at all. It was still a great game regardless. But seriously, Otter's Mew with the surf steal, it was absolutely insane for that record for that yesterday's game. But anyway, coming back to the meta set, let's focus. I see a Zoroark, a Dodrio, Comfy. Comfy actually looks. I'm surprised that the Comfy looks.
Oh, Mimikyu. There we go.
We saw a lot. Interesting enough, we saw a lot of Mimikyu plushies in the crowd, but we didn't see a lot of Mimikyu picks in the game in yesterday's group stage.
Psyduck is so cute.
The Rowlet as well, man.
Yeah, I mean both of them. Oh my God, I want plushies. Come on, please.
We got
Filipinos.
Focus. We got the
Filipinos who are there.
With the
Birdie.
With the Hall of Fame, yeah.
Send me one, please. Send me one.
Wait, is that Happiny? Oh yeah. Is it Happiny? I can't tell. It's so small with the Hollowware.
Oh, Slowpoke.
Hey, Slowpoke and the Mew. That's cool. That's pretty cool. I love all the tags of the ZETA fans coming in, right? It's very well designed slogans and banners that they brought in. Really cool. I think only Japan, right? When it comes to like fan support, I think Japan is the only crowd that really brings in like even their A games to support their favorite team. Like we don't see a lot, like even in the like NA Eastern side, right? Or even in our other Asian region, right? We don't see a lot like we don't see like a lot of banners, like signboards popping off, that kind of thing. I would love that. I know we do see a couple, but probably not as many as what we're seeing here in the Japanese scene. I think so far our ACL, we have ACL being hosted at like several locations. We had the first one was at Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Then we had our other one in Bangkok, Thailand. And of course now our current one is here in Shinjuku, Japan. Is there any preference here? Because honestly, if you ask me, with this kind of crowd, with this kind of setting, I don't mind if it keeps hosting at Shinjuku if they're playing the first one. With that being said, Pikayus, we are finally into it. Our second series of our playoffs here, Nagoya Oja versus ZETA Division.
Right. So we're gonna starting. Oh, like, huh?
Nope. Back to the players.
Okay, so it seems like there is some technical issues. Remake, possibly. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for it to, I'm just gonna wait for it to come back.
I'm totally fine with that. But look at the crowd.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right?
I mean, I think there's a lot more, right, compared to yesterday.
I mean, it's the playoffs, right? So it's like naturally this is like all in at this point, right? I mean, yesterday was a large crowd. Today it was just as large. Everyone's just going absolutely well. I mean, it's currently muted, right? Because we can't really hear. Because I believe in the background we have the Japanese talents also voicing over the crowd. That's why we can't hear the cheers. But from yesterday's stream, like hearing from Doomstack side and even from the Japanese stream side, we're just hearing the crowd roar at every play, at every name being called out, and every introduction. Dude, is absolutely wow. It's insanely wow.
Yeah.
Just one of the few times I wish I learned Japanese earlier, right? So I just could listen in or at least read certain things.
Yeah, I actually want to understand, like, I mean, the others are, not in the kanji, so you can definitely understand it. But the others, quite curious, what kind of message are they sending into their, the team that they're supporting?
Yeah, one level up is actually the support, one of the substitute for ZETA, for ZETA Division. We had not really been played yet, but still a phenomenal player nonetheless. I mean, it's pretty much with Lucapo yesterday, right? I mean, Hope Mashio is doing better today, but Lucapo was such a great return. It was amazing to me, at least.
I want to see Flygon. I want to see a Flygon in Pokemon Unite simply because I saw a Trapinch just now. Would it be awesome if we get a Flygon who has the same concept as Garchomp, where it could be a Dragon type and a Ground type in game? I think that would be awesome.
I mean, we don't have a lot of. Actually, we only got one Dragon type, right? In
Pikachu. Snorlax! What are you doing, Snorlax? Snorlax!
He is banging that head. Okay, wait, hold on. Please implement Dusclops. Anyway, you're talking about Flygon. This guy wants to bring his favorite Pokemon as the Dusclops.
No.
Okay, Dusknoir or Dusclops? Which one?
Dusknoir. Oh yeah, because you could get Duskull is first. It's mostly the Dusclops.
I mean, it was Duskull first, then Dusclops, then eventually during Diamond and Pearl, then only we got the Dusknoir. Sorry.
Ooh, possible. And look at Snorlax keeps on banging his head. I mean,
it's a
enjoying.
It's a banger of a tournament, so it's totally understand like what's really coming forward here. But
and then the background music keeps your head banging. You know what I'm saying? You could feel the beat, right? Yeah.
That's true.
That's a little Mimikyu.
See, that's what I'm saying. Delibird. Delibird's pretty cool.
Delibird. Glaceon, there we go.
I wish we had more Glaceon games, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, honestly. I mean,
like there were okay, I get it. It's the Speedsters Master. We don't really get to see a lot of Glaceon, but if I'm not mistaken, we had a few composition in yesterday's game where we get a potential, like it was a potential Glaceon option if Inteleon wasn't the one to select. I mean, Inteleon was still going to be the stronger pick for sure. Like, it's still S rank. It's still going to be the priority. But if Inteleon wasn't available and that composition that I saw from some of the yesterday's game, I think Glaceon can actually somewhat slide in to make a quick return. Oh, the chocolate biscuits from our sponsors. One of the best few things. I know you said, what? Actually, was it you or JJ?
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're saying you had tried like one of the two before, right?
Hold on. You know what? Let me check. Let me check on our local Japan stores here, convenience stores, if we do still have them.
I'm not sure about ours. I don't think like here in Malaysia we could find. I mean, we could find something similar, but not exactly the same one.
Oh. So on the shop that I found, it's around $2. Around that.
I mean, it's price.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like just a flavor. Yo, that is an insanely Boswell. Is that Boswell? Wait,
Yo, that's big.
wait, actually, is it a
Wait,
plushie
wait.
or a balloon blow up? Actually,
It's like a
it's
plushie.
an inflatable. It's an inflatable. I think it looks like an
No,
inflatable.
It looks like a pillow.
Inflatable pillow or a plushie?
I'm not quite sure, but it looks from the texture, it's a plushie, I think. Oh, Rayquaza! A shiny Rayquaza!
Yeah, shiny Rayquaza. You know, all the families are
Oh, wow.
here. Man, like, hey, come on, give these guys some chance. But honestly, let's be honest, it's the state. From what I heard from Zoinks yesterday, from his cast at least, the main hall may not look as big, but like as they walk outside the room from the other rooms that's connected to it and the hallways, it's just jam packed with people. It's just every fans is like everywhere. A sea of people, basically.
A substitute plushie. Look at that.
Hey, Ninja doll. I think we saw like one of them actually utilizing that yesterday, right? Like the doll itself. Okay, we got regular Rayquazas. We got Trevenant. Oh, okay, Trevenant looks pretty cool. It's rather small. I see a Lucario. I think that's a Lucario around the top left. Okay, yeah, we're also looking at the other booth,
a Playzone.
I think it's really cool, right? And I think it'll be even better if, like, especially so for some of the players that's currently not playing the playoffs, just join in some of the fans, right? Just like have that one-on-one. I think sometimes. Once in a moment, it's like, hey, you know, get a chance to best with one of the best players in the leagues, right?
And I mean, it's jam packed.
I mean, yeah, naturally jam packed, and I heard there's a lot of great stalls there, which I also wish I was there. I would bring a lot of bags.
You know, you're gonna come in Japan with 1 baggage, and then you're gonna go home with 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's will be the goal, right? Like, hey, all right, that's the.
Oh.
This is okay, right? We're getting a view of the other booths in the other halls, right? So we got the fan booths here, where you can buy all the merch. Actually, yeah, of all the merch that we've seen, especially more sponsored merch, right? Is there any particular team you really want to try to get your hands on, or is just more on the fact you want to get all 16 teams, or is there a particular team at least for you? I'll allow you to be biased for this one moment. I'll allow you to be biased for this one moment.
The audience were hunting for the cameras. Like they were looking, where's the next camera? Where is it? They were hunting. Gotta find a hidden camera, my guy.
True.
Huh?
Hey, but still, you haven't answered my question, man.
Oh yeah. Could you repeat that one again? I'm so sorry.
No, I was saying that like because we saw like all the teams booth with their respective merch, right? So like especially since like this is one time I'll give you a chance to be biased. Like this one chance only. Any of the teams merch which you particularly would like to have?
Yeah. Oh, I feel like for Japan League teams, I feel like I want the jersey of Insomnia. I don't know. It looks cool, right? The black and purple colorway just makes it stunning.
Oh, by the way, finally we got the drafting back here again once more. The wait is over and we're finally back into it officially. Just now I said now is the official one where we finally get things started here. And looking for the bands here, felt very dedicated, right? Because after what Nagoya, Oja, Witness, ZETA did yesterday with the Comfy and Zora, they're just removing that out of the picture. And so a little bit of respect to Vitopos for his Leafeon, because he has been like a force to be reckoned with the Leafeon. So that's two pretty much out of the picture. A Talon Fame, a natural ban, feels really good. Feels really good in yesterday's game alongside with the Hoopa. I think that should also be another global ban alongside with the Leafeon. These two Pokemon in particular, I feel it's a little bit too strong so far throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, prioritizing supports is one of the go-to in playing competitive Pokemon Unite. And knowing that, Zwajiro and Tomato has, awesome supporters out there. You could cancel some crowd controls. You can pull up someone from your opponent. So definitely when it comes to all-around setting, like just 3 Pokemons being drafted by ZETA Division, you could definitely say that they have a good draft. Why? Again, they have anti-crowd control from Wajiro. They have an engage for Tomato, and they do have, you know, a defender all-rounder type of Pokemon, which is a Kokowada.
You know, finally the Aegis Slash actually goes through. You know, throughout the entire games, right? We've been seeing a lot of, like, especially when teams will go up against Nagoya, whether it's going to be paper rush or not, everyone tends to ban out the Aegis Slash here, right? And I guess in a way it could be, like one of Stu's most played. Sorry, not Stu. It could most likely be one of Nagoya or just all-rounder players' most played Pokemon. But then again, at the same time, like, I don't know. For me, right, when with the Aegis Slash selection, right, it feels quite interesting to me because I didn't expect to see a lot of players playing the Aegis Slash, mainly because of the nerf, right? It's not a massive nerf, right? It's a very small nerf, right? But the White Guard is a really solid defense ability, right? But if you were to tweak it slightly, it feels like the chances of you getting KO in certain moments which you normally wouldn't expect actually happens a lot more, right? So, but you know, regardless, it's probably something that Nagoya Oja is pretty confident with as well, so they're gonna let the Aegis Slash through. Alongside with Crossel, I believe this was our second. Game. So we had our first one from the Liten Dream, right? Or was it Utopia? I remember one of the mainland China teams yesterday was actually utilizing the Crossel here. So glad to have him back, and I guess in a way you could somewhat ice. But the one thing beautiful about the Crossel as well is that you can just somewhat be able to just isolate someone away, or just a really great defender to just dive into the lineups of the opposing team and just cause a really massive massacre, or just really create space enough for your divers to really get into it, especially for the Absol here.
Yeah, I mean, creating space is actually, you know, favorable for the Oja. But I'm really curious if this is going to be a Rock Tomb or a Shell Smash, simply because Rock Tomb is much more of a traditional one together with the X Scissor, right? But when you want to prioritize scoring, when you want to, you know, zone out your opponents, basically, you know, Shell Smash and, you know, X Scissor is much more of a viable option here. But here we go, Psylocke making sure that the waters will penetrate Nagoya Oja, forcing everyone to back away. But look at the reinforcements here. Nice rock throw, and Aporo is ready for the punish, but not going to be able to reach that side. Tomato with a great escape.
Yeah, we're getting like various KOs across the maps as well. And in terms of the ESP race, right, Aporo, of course, on top of things here with the level 5s. You got the rotation down on the hatch here. Spots the one on the top lane, but he is somewhat preparing for the next set of artillery spawns and hopefully try to get a nice jump atop of Kokoda before he gets that Gabite out. And speaking of rotation, we do see Utopia making his way down with the Matang. He's ready to join into the fight here. We do get the final evolution, but it just wouldn't matter. Drizzle will fall to the hands here or ZETA Division as they will dunk a couple of more points to the side. By the way, I have a question to you. I didn't get I actually missed out on the, like, the what was the battle item that was actually picked up by Wajiro for the Blissey here actually.
Oh, I actually missed that one as well. Hold on, let me check. By far,
while waiting, good Milo, but at the same time will not be able to save Aporo for that progress. And of course, of all the chaos to receive, right, instead of your defender or your supporter, it's of course one of your main sweepers, your main damage to lose out relatively early. So there'll be a slight delay in the XP race here that's going to allow a lot of these players to catch, especially for Vitopo here, who is currently level 7, and Kokoda and Rom following in his suit as well. Aporo, of course, naturally will catch up, just a slight delay, but this makes his way back to the top lane, getting ready to dive in and try to punish if anyone tries to siege for that first goal post.
Oh, so it's going to be the Rocks. And going back to your question, Wajiro actually did use Body Barrier, Focus Band, and an XP share. So it's more dependent on the health. I think the goal of Wajiro here is, I think it was a safeguard and helping hand, right? So you want to make sure is that he stays up, he stays online during those fights, knowing that supporters are not that tough in terms of sustainability. Oh, it's actually the Egg Bomb, not the helping hand. I do understand, simply because there's just a minimal amount of crowd control here. Or it could be an Egg Bomb plus helping hand, or rather a safeguard. Let's see.
The thing about the helping hand, right, is, I mean, sure, you get that bonus movement speed and bonus attack speed, right, but none of these guys really, like, play off with their attack speed here. It's not like you have a Zero Aura on your team or whatsoever, right, so you're not going to really get that nice combination. So I can somewhat understand, like, why they went for the the egg bomb. And also, in a way, it's also going to be able to disrupt Apollo as well. Since Apollo's going to be diving into this backline very often. Just like exactly what he's doing right now. The completed crash will lock them into the goal put as well. That's a lot of defense bar for the heals and shields. But will it be enough to sustain? Unfortunately, not. We are talking about Apollo, the tank shredder, on top of some massive range damage dealer. Siu will land another beautiful snipe shot. A majority of the members of ZETA Division will fall, and a lot of EXP to be gained for Nagoya Oja.
The impact of an Inteleon, right? We were discussing a while ago that, you know, there could be instances where it could be a Glaceon, but Inteleon overall is a better pick in terms of the attackers in the current meta, simply because those snipe shot, once you land it, it will definitely leave a huge impact. And that is another KO coming inside of ZETA Division. They're pressing more pressure up against Nagoya Oja, who's actually falling back little by little, because look at the coverage, look at the map coverage of the ZETA Division, making sure they get every single resources that Nagoya Oja has on their central area.
But you know, at the same time, now I can see where the IGZIST plays into this, right? Because even before the tiny nerf, IGZIST has always been really good against ranged attackers, or basically just brawlers in general, because he's really great at diving, he's really great at being upfront and personal, right? Being an absolute nuisance and just leading your team on as you dive head first into the entire conflict, right? Try to create space, something similar to like what Crossel is going to be doing here as well. So you have both the Umbreon, you have both the IGZIST, you have both the Crossers to really set things up for you. This is going to allow Stu to really have a choice of how he really wants to interact, and the same goes for Apollo to really choose his target at his ease and comfortability. Nice knockdown as well to prevent him from any forms of escape as well. We'll try to follow with a couple of kills. We'll pop in the ultimate as well, including the full power Sai to reduce some of the incoming damage here as well. But that's pretty much all they're going to be able to go for it, just for 1-for-1.
Okay, so this is the egg composition from what you don't know. But, you know, going back into the recent team fight, Vitafo was actually a little bit too late to pop off the Computer Crush. Could have been a better opportunity if he actually made to use it on time. Could have been a different output towards that team fight, but here we go. You know, shifting back to its attention, just have to recharge those Unite moves, knowing that 4-minute mark is already critical in terms of engaging team fights. You want to make sure that you get that fight up and going in 4 minutes. Then right after that, it will be the 2:15 that's going to be next, or a little bit of fight would be great. But you want to make sure that you take out your opponents by 2:15, or you engage at 2:15 if you want to do a flip, knowing that Nagoya Oja is, you know, catching up little by little, and they really want that flip to get that advantage later on.
It will be secure for the sidelines of ZETA Division, and they're slowly prepared to try to see if they get that siege. Rome was able to get all the way to the back line, and just in case, was able to get on top of Aporia, but will not be able to get the catch. However, on the other hand, you see a nice Dragon Claw trying to go back into the fight. So he decides, since he couldn't run anymore, might as try to do as much damage as much as possible. Will not be able to get the trades here. We'll see the attempt to force them back. The Regieleki had actually locked in Holly here, so he couldn't really join the fight any earlier. But since they brought the fight to the tier 2 goal post here, now seems a lot better. They got the defensive buff here, respawn from the Pokemon Center, and now they're back into the fight once more.
Scissor to push them back, but not going to be enough quite yet. ZETA Division still online here. Livid Outrage will push back that Inteleon Shield to go back into its base, and that is Gozo taken by ZETA Division. Nagoya Oja only has 2 gold zones left in this match.
I wasn't really a big fan of that fight, really, because like it wasn't the entirety of Nagoya Oja. I felt like they were just pretty much just taking turns to fight against ZETA Division whole line. It was like just like they were just pretty much just giving them play Pokemon after Pokemon one by one at a time. Sure, eventually the rest of the team has to really start stacking up on top of that tier 2 gold pools here, but it's like they already pretty much was already in the zone and in the moment itself, so pretty hard to stop them down here.
Okay, what's going to be the objective? Oh, Registeel. Every single team needs this. Nagoya Oja wants it for them to get an additional buff later on in the coming fights. And the Unite moves are not yet available here for the side of ZETA Division. They are lacking the Livid Outrage, but they can engage properly as of now. They have the Computer Crush, they have Tomato living up on the air, and there goes the engage. They're going to be starting things off. Unite move by Irwas was already popped up, but no one will get burned down. No one would get crowd controlling that one. They found the Absol. Community Crush will be there. Gets cancelled by the Midnight Slash, but no worries as they get the KO. And Nagoya Oja still has 3 Pokemons left, and Zeta Division is forcing their way down to KO everyone. But that's 100 points on the sideways of the map, and it is just Zeta Division pushing back Nagoya Oja.
The communication just seems it seems so chaotic in their comms as well, because everyone was just going in different areas, especially since, like, I believe we saw one of the members of Nagoya Oja, right, spotted the Darkrai and was already, he knew he was going to go down for point. And naturally, of course, as this game as well, when you see someone going near your goal post, naturally you try to go for the defense here. So everyone just felt so spread out, and within the midst of the chaos, of course, naturally Zeta Division will thrive in it as they will find the respective individual pickoffs here.
Nagoya Oja getting a lot of space here. They finally enter the Rayquaza's pit. Everyone from Zeta Division is already going back. And look at that, Antonio being pinched down. Shu was taken down immediately. No more attacker for Nagoya Oja. They don't have the range. It's not looking good for them. Garchomp, on the other hand, will try to deal out some damage, but that will be the sacrificial. It's going to be Irawas. One member left. It's just Holly, and he will fall down. No need to get the Rayquaza. A team wipe for Zeta Division, and they're going to be scoring their points.
Oh, that was such a mess. It just feels like it feels like a domino effect, where after that first interaction, and then it falls on the Rayquaza pit again. Everyone just pretty much falling apart, or just forced to go into this really weird 1v1s, 2v2s here, which is not really ideal. And the worst part about it, we do see our pro just going toe to toe with Topo here. I mean, you just looking for the composition from Zeta Division as well. You have a lot of damage reduction, you have a lot of shields, you have a lot of saves, a Bliss assist as well. Don't even get me started with Metagross at the same time, who naturally, especially once you get past that level 13 milestone as well, that Gyro Ball shields is gonna go absolutely insane to keep making you feel like an ultimate raid boss as you sustain all this kind of damage, on top of the potential damage reduction that you're receiving from both of your supports at the same time, and even Garchomp as well. Yeah, it's like it's really messy. It felt like a situation where this game, especially with the side for Nagoya Oja, it had to be a very targeted game. They really need to build up before they actually take that fight towards Zeta Division. Like, for example, they really need to get Wajiro, who is the Blissey, out of the picture for to slowly make way and peel off this layer of defense that's coming from Zeta Division. But that didn't really happen. In the entire time, it was always a battle on Zeta Division. So they know they are durable. They know they can sustain. They just have to keep sticking up. And there's such a wall, no way for them to find any way for them to penetrate through. But it was also very weird. There were just mistakes where everyone just ended up being this isolated manner. I think there was a little bit going crazy on the comms as well. I'm not too sure like what really went down for that one.
I mean, Zeta Division really did phenomenally on that game.
Of course, naturally, yeah.
Naturally, you know, just being able to support each other. I feel like that was actually their winning point. Their draft was able to support each other. If they lose someone, it's actually totally fine. As long as we're 4, as long as we're 3, we can make the team fights work. They have a lot of, you know, utilities. They have Egg Bomb. They have that Psychic, as far as I know, from the Psyduck. They also have Computer Crush and many more utilities that could set up the place for their team. In which, from Nagoya Oja, that will be, you know, really hard for them to counter it all out, because they don't have Blissey. They don't have the cancellation of crowd control. It could be full heals, but full heals are never enough. It's still better that you have a Blissey with a safeguard. But, you know, the counter pick or the denied pick coming from Zeta Division alone was able to, you know, cancel the idea of countering what they're trying to do.
Yeah, the defense was really the defense was absolutely solid as well. We even saw Yama was just trying to see if he can really get into a lot of those fights, but just never really bring to full avail as well. And even during the mid game of the stage here, they will already see Zeta Division already getting some form of control. They're like, you know what, hey, you like to bring this individual fight? That's great. Keep coming at us one by one here. We never really saw a full, except for that one. Actually, no, that goal post towards that first goal post on the Zeta Division side, the bottom lane. I can't really call it a full team because I believe some of them were still hanging around the top lane naturally. But other than that, we never really saw like a full 5v5 head-on between the two teams. It has always been like 1 by 1s, or suddenly ended up becoming these 2v3s, v2s, 1v1s, it was very odd to me. Like, don't get me wrong, Aporo had so much amount of damage, right? But going head to head alone against the Metagross, and the other team is getting isolated away from him, right? And Opera was really trying his best, just trying to find a way to get to that backline, but he just can't. ZETA Division pretty much covered every single angles here. And they didn't even need to do the raid either as well, so they're just like, no, we can buy our time, but once they started forcing that raid, then naturally they just went back in, and of course, before even the raid got picked up, they even cleared out the fight before that even happened. So that was pretty much first game. Like I said, the Aegis is interesting, but I feel like it didn't really pop up as much as what Yama could have hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, like, so do you think, like, in overall, Nagoya Oja really has to change their draft? Since I feel like they should a little bit tweak their draft, simply because the draft of ZETA Division was really a way for them to, counter out what they're trying to do. But, it still depends on what ZETA Division is trying to draft for the second game, simply because you cannot, stick with one draft. And I do believe that ZETA Division still has a lot of cards to play. And that is just one of the many cards that they showed during game number 1. They can still go for the standard, they can still go for the speedsters, or they could repeat the way they did during game 1.
Okay, here, so we do have this is interesting, right? We did have this graphics yesterday where they one that had the wish for a revenge for playoffs here. So during the revenge during the playoffs here. So Tomato was definitely someone on his mind. So I mean, practically they're fighting against now in the current moment right here. So Tomato, of course, stable red-haired Tomato. I mean, yeah, you're living in the name. You're also getting the color scheme also really, really on point as well.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Everyone is really on point today. Everyone is, looking great, on fire. Just can't wait for a second game. But, it's back to Pokemon hunting. A lot of supporters for ZETA Division. We are seeing those banners, those, LED graphic that they're really showing their support for ZETA. They have a lot of fans. Like, compared to yesterday, it was all out FENNEL. But, since FENNEL was eliminated, there has been a lot of supporters showing up for ZETA. So, haven't seen a lot for Nagoya Oja and XSpark, but there were a couple as well from what's the other team? Insomnia. There we go.
I mean, actually, we did see a couple of fans yesterday. I mean, even for
really,
if you're talking about the fans of ZETA Division as well. Oh my God! Actually, the crowd was pretty much mixed between the two at the time. I mean, especially during the early morning of the day, the earlier part of the day. We were just pretty much mixed with all kinds of fans as we coming for the team. And even if the game wasn't really ongoing or being broadcast on the main stage.
Scoovid? Is that Scoovid? It's a big Scoovid. Think you saw it?
I see it, but I'm also seeing a Zacian without the Sacred Sword, which is tend to be quite weird to me. But it doesn't matter. The kid looks like he's having an absolute ball. He didn't even notice the camera was currently on him as well. He's just totally glued to the screen, which, by the way, I think the screen wasn't really showing anything at the moment, right? Just showing the color scheme of the tournament as well.
Oh, there's the match card. Oh, someone is watching. Oh, so cute. Someone is watching, and there's a rhyme. That's cute.
Ohio. Oh, okay, a little shy. A little shy.
Hello.
It's totally fine. It's always great to see. It's always great to see the crowd. But yeah, like, just looking at the composition, right? It's
Qingling.
Yeah, Qingling. Yeah. Yeah, but looking at the composition, I felt like the game plan was just to go for targeted, isolated pickups, right? So I mean, that's how you really want to play with the Rock Tomb crosser, right? Get in, isolate someone, pick off, move on. You want to try to set up for that intentional snipe shots. But apparently that didn't go to plan. But let's see whether they still want to proceed with the same idea or just want to switch things up, because this is the second game here for our best of 3 here. If not, ZETA Division is going to close things out and move on to be our second semi-finalist.
So same bands. So they're not gonna remove the idea, I feel like this is somewhat of the best way to be a consistent team. Just ban what you don't want, or respect ban that that this team could probably use. And ZETA has been using a lot of Confe as well, not just in this league, but from their own respective leagues. So do understand if they really want to stick up with that kind of composition. But Wajiro will still go for the Blissey, and Shu will still go for the Intellia. So this is looking like more of a default setup.
I don't know, man. It's like wasn't really comfortable with, even from yesterday's game, I wasn't really comfortable with the fact that you're letting out a lot of this like really strong supports through to your opponent's side. Don't get me wrong, Talon is amazing. But there's still ways for you to really play around it, that kind of thing. Especially since ZETA Division was able to obtain both the side out and Ballistic. It was the same case for yesterday where even for Luminosity Gaming, they always can get the Talon Flame. They always could get both the Hooper and the Ballistic at the same time. So I'm just like, that is that is such a very free giveaway. I'm actually rather surprised. Yeah. But you know, coming to the mix as well, Yama is still going to be sticking to that Aegis Slash. But let's see what's going to be the different defenders. Because initially it was the Crossel. Now they're coming in with the double attackers here, where okay, usually I guess this is the more normal. We're going back to the very normal composition back then, right? Where you either have double defenders or one all-rounder, one defender, and then two backline damage dealer, range damage dealer, right? So I guess in a way you have this person that's going to be able to track the Darkrai. I mean, happy that we're getting the Glacier in the first place, right? But feels like there's a lot. Feels like there's really a lot of way to really get on top of them. But I guess in a way, ZETA Division really have someone of a backline diver. So we'll just see how this game really pans out between both Nagoya Oja and ZETA Division.
Yeah, and speaking of Nagoya Oja, I'm still curious what will Irawas use as a moveset. You know, I do feel like Foul Play and Snarl is possible, simply because that they have Holly to provide the Polar Pumps with the healings. So definitely they want to make sure. Yeah, they ride Mean Look. I mean, Mean Look's totally fine, and Mean Look together with Snarl, but you know, Wish is definitely out of the context already, unless they want additional heal. But I do feel like the Polar Fox is actually enough. So I feel like it would be Foul Play in order to set up a distance and avoid the Inteleon and Glaceon being marked down by the all-rounders and Speedster in general of ZETA Division. So let's see what will be the implementation of Nagoya Oja here. So far, I'm seeing Foul Play, but let's dive into game number 2.
I mean, yeah, Nagoya Oja is going to be on the purple side. ZETA Division on your orange here as they go head-to-head. They didn't really swap position. They were the exact same one for the first game as well. How about drafting-wise? ZETA Division, exactly the same thing. If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. And it feels like they feel really good with this lineup as well. Nagoya Oja at the same time Yama was able to get his Aegis Slash through. The first game didn't pan out as well as they hoped for. I mean, even when they went for the Mean Look and the Cross, it's like I said, just built around the setup for the Inteleon. Really to line up those snipe shots relatively easy as well. This game, they can't, like, it's like what you mentioned, right? If they want to go a little bit offensive, you can. I mean, Umbreon is just that kind of flex. That's the kind of flexibility you get from such a defender, right? You can go support with it. You can be pretty disruptive with it as well. But do take into account Glacier of all the EV evolution. Oh, by the way, beautiful scale. Of all the EV evolution, right? Glacier is just one of the few EV evolution Pokemon where you don't feel great in the early game compared to most. You actually scale a lot better later. So sure, she will join in some of the fights if a fight is somewhat necessary, but other than that, you're just gonna see her focusing on primary and just securing those farms and EXP those wild Pokemon.
This is an early pressure. Early pressure from Nagoya Oja. No, they want to set up the tone. They want to dictate what's gonna happen here. So ZETA Division, on the other hand, especially for a stable run here, they know how to return back something whenever Nagoya Oja steps up their game. But look at that, the bite totally denied by the dual blade. Yama doing its job, but the defense is still online here for ZETA Division. They don't want to let Nagoya Oja score as they please. 3 members falling back. A lot of Pokemon has been asleep by ROM, but still they get a KO out of it. The Umbreon Iro was taken down.
It was pretty great. Like they had the numbers as well. They're not gonna allow ZETA Division to take the initiative as well. So they saw an opportunity. They're trying to pressure it out, just trying to get a couple of stacks into those Eos energy points as well. Still back to the central area. We do see them at least be able to control that central area when it comes to the Altaria family on the other end here. Next few objectives is going to be spawning at the same time here, but so far the tracking from the Glaceon seems pretty great, especially when he's getting on top of that Gabai. I think it should also have the exact same result when they go up against ROM later on.
To agree. So let's wait for what will be the result, and that's going to be the 720 mark. That was so fast. ZETA Division is always ready, despite Yama. It was actually waiting for it. They were able to apply it first, but Glacial stage in.
Oh, that snipe shot.
What a snipe shot! Glacial stage in order to set up the formation, and Snipe Shot was able to get the hit. Nice setup of play. That stage was actually a way for you to move those Pokemons and Snipe Shot in order to get the hit.
It is really good. And moving forward to the top side as well, we do finally get that Meta Growth coming into the mix as well. And of course, naturally, we'll try to go and secure the Regideki unless we see an attempt coming in from Yama. Will this be a potential steal? But a sidekick, and of course, naturally, the sidekick just pulls him all the way back, so they will not only score an objective for themselves, but also a KO in the process here. So, yeah, that side out is gonna give everyone a massive headache. I said it, Tomala is gonna be giving everyone massive headaches in this game.
And this is starting to look good for ZETA Division as well. They managed to overcap top path. But right now, Nagoya Oja has something in return again. This is much more of a Nagoya Oja that we were expecting. Always has something in return. Do not let ZETA Division control the game as a whole. And right now, they're chasing for more KOs. What a beautiful snipe shot once again. And Vinipo is going to get taken down immediately. And they're eyeing on more Pokemons in order to get tons of energies and, of course, their experience.
Yeah, just pretty much just playing on different sides of the map as well. You don't see, especially now from after contrasting from the first game, you will notice that Nagoya Oja is not doing any split pushing at all. Just mainly just playing around the team composition, just playing around together as well. Just realizing that we do not wish to be alone. That's exactly what happened in the last game as well, and it didn't turn out as well for us too. So let's just constantly stick together. No split pushing, no giving an opportunity for individual isolated pickups across the maps here. Of course, it feels great. What an engagement to be able to catch all the way to the back line. The community crash comes to the next side, but the safety net comes in here. And on top of that, is going to be able to pop in the icy wings here. We'll be able to find its tracking. Ice shards. We'll find its marks as you get the 2 KOs. 4 members will fall here. Rom still stands. Maybe not for too long here. He is attempting to make a quick getaway here, but I don't think. Hey, actually, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah.
Wow. What a cleanup. This is Nagoya Oja that we know. They were able to fight back up against ZETA Division. And ZETA Division right now, by the way, is a little bit too behind their supporters at level 9. Everyone at level 11. You know, Nagoya Oja is stepping up as a whole. Aparo at level 12. It has to be level 13 anytime soon. Maybe at around 3-minute mark or before 3 minutes. Because he's getting a lot of KOs and contributions for their team.
Moving around the map though. I mean, that was like one of the first things. It was pretty great. I mean, yeah, securing the Reg Ice was pretty nice, but of course, naturally, they will trade objective for objective. Naturally, going to the top sides here. We will see the records are going to be spawning eventually as well, but like I said, it's all about that tracking, right? They can't get out. It's rather difficult for the Gacha to really get, and then the Metagross to really get on top of the Glacier. Now when all their allies, or at least their teammates, is being these massive walls, and they're not really snowballing. ZETA Division not really snowballing as well. So Nagoya Oja is still relatively be able to hold their own for now here. But of course, still the key factor still remains: get on top of Poro, get on top of Shu. That's pretty much going to be the end of it here so far. And Rom just can't seem to find that opening here. And this snipe shot pokes is not gonna end anytime soon, by the way. It's just gonna keep going and going and going.
Yeah. 3 minutes left. Who's gonna keep on going? Oh, what a room for ZETA Division for them to, you know, go for a team fight all the way in top path. 3 versus 2. They know their targets immediately. Egg bomb gonna land, and everyone is just running away. Shu was taken down at the opposite side, and Yama is barely making even it up. But nice support capabilities from Nagoya Oja. ZETA Division does know that they have to fall back and doesn't want to overextend because 45 seconds. It is the final stretch. They need to catch up a little, so they are going to be the ones to engage the fight after this.
This is tough. Like the win condition is it seems pretty straightforward, but the task to achieve that mission, it just seems relatively hard. But you know, at least it still got that first goal post on that top lane side, I guess, in a way here. But in terms of point differential, Nagoya Oja definitely in the lead, not a massive lead, because it's very quick to turn here. That's pretty much why you see a lot of members of Zeta Division around just farming out all this AOS energy, and also trying to farm out that Unite move as quickly as possible here as well. That would have been a problem if IROS actually just went down there. That would have been a massive problem.
Yeah, that eject button was really on time to the point that they are getting cancelled. Computer Crush is not yet available as of the moment because of a beautiful execution coming in from Nagoya Oja. And right now, those icicle speech are going to land, and multiple members of Zeta Division, nice Moonlight France, in order to do a little bit of crowd control. But they are falling back. They are forcing the flip here. Zeta Division is desperate to get the objective. Icicle Spears once again. The last hit lands to Zeta, and they are knocking out one by one Nagoya Oja.
I was so concerned because it was like getting lower and lower and lower, especially the same goes to Zeta Division. All of their members getting lower as the member of Oporo was just constantly just barraging all on top of them as well. But still, what a secure company for Zeta Division to really turn the tides of battle here. That's the goal here. If they couldn't really make waves in the mid game itself, that's totally fine. They'll play for the Rayquaza here, and they did it exponentially as well.
37 points is still waiting. You still have a shield. Wajiro can make the lead even bigger. But right now, Nagoya Oja has to force things down all the way here. That's a 100-point waiting, but nice high kick. Nice high kick from Tomato to cancel it all out. But there goes the 100 still. It will land. But the next one, of course, will be a total defense for Zeta Division. They're not giving an inch. They don't want to let them score. It's just 2 to 3 times a goal. Nagoya Oja can flip it. 20 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking. Computer Crush. That will be it. Game over for them. Jail time.
That is absolutely insane to me. And with that final knockout as well, full 5-man knockout too. Ladies and gentlemen, Zeta Division will be our second semi-finalist as they move forward up the ladder once more. But with that also means it is going to be the end of the run here for Nagoya Oja here. Great young talents from the Japan League making their debut here. But let me tell you something, they definitely have left their mark here, Yules, in this scene itself. Because naturally, look at Zeta Division, just that game itself must have probably took out a lot of it, at least for some of the members here. But because naturally some still standing tall. Tomato still looks pretty great. Yeah, get the fist bumps in the air.
Kawada, there we go. That's good Kawada. But yeah, overwhelming performance for Zeta Division. Very consistent team, very strong finishers that they have been showing us recently. Man, they are a team to watch out for. I mean, we have 2 semi-finalists as of now. The next set of brackets, we might be seeing majority of the Southeast Asian teams, and man, those are powerhouses as well. Just imagine, Alter Ego was there, a former champion of ACL, Evan Esports, the runner-up during Worlds, Luminosity Gaming, 2-time world champions. And man, they're still pretty stacked. I do believe they also have Paper Rex still waiting out there, who's just well known globally in Pokemon Unite.
I mean, of course, naturally, like I said before, they are probably one of the few teams besides Luminosity has probably done the most intensive research and practices throughout the entire, from scrims throughout all the way to the group stage and the playoffs as well. So I'm not really too surprised here. However, I guess you could say in a way that it could be said that for Zeta Division is slowly just really prepping up. They are definitely shaping up to look like a team that could really win out the ACL here. But of course, that is, it's still a little bit early to say. We just barely got past. We're only halfway through the quarterfinals. Actually, are we already halfway through the quarterfinals?
Yeah, halfway.
Okay, halfway through the quarterfinals, right? So yeah. we barely have even reached the semifinals. So I can tell you this: it's still too early for me to say, but I can tell you this for now: they definitely look like a team that can really be the champions of ACL.
Yeah, for sure. So far, when it comes to power spikes and consistent performance, it was actually Zeta Division who could actually make it possible. Knowing that every single team that they competed here, what I mean is that, they took down INSOMNIA before. They took out Luminosity Gaming a while ago during day number 1, so very possible to be a champion contender. But, let's listen first to Wajiro first.
そうですね、嬉しいです。
ありがとうございます。やはりその和白選手はかなりこうクールなイメージというか、かなり落ち着いてるイメージがあって、最後の最後、本当今まさにやった残り2分、あれは相手にブラッキーもいて、回復対象ももうガブリアス、メタグロスといって難しい場面だったと思うんですけど、ああいう時緊張とかプレッシャーってやはりあるんですか？
そうです、点数状況負けていて、すごい相手がディフェンシブな動きをしてきて、こっちのレベルファイトでレベルを返す手段がなくなってしまってすごい苦しかったんですけど、はい、最後うまく集団戦で勝つことができて、レックダを取って勝つことができたのでよかったです。
Well, the last minute we were behind on points, and the opposing team had a very defensive approach. And while we were still had the pressures on, we managed to make our team strong enough to face the final front.
ありがとうございます。アメミヤさんもぜひお願いします。
ではチームを支えるサポート役として大切にしていることや意識していることなどありましたらお願いします。
そうですね、ユナイト技をどう使うかをずっと考えてます。はい、
大事ですね。
Whenever I'm playing a supportive role, I always make sure when to use my unite moves so that way I can help the team whenever I can.
ありがとうございます。それではこの後セミファイナルですが、意気込みを一言ぜひお願いします。
はい、相手は
No, I totally get from their point when it comes to like just really defensive right now, because there's just so much pokes from the range damage. Like, don't get me wrong, they have a speedster, but it's like pretty hard to really get into it as Icicle Spears is like the more damage you apply to the same target, the more damage it does, right? So you're really slowly shredding them down eventually. So they try not to be picked off that easily. But that build up towards the Rayquaza, especially Vitopo. He may not be playing his usual assassin Pokemons, his speedsters Pokemon, but he really know how to force out Unite's move. He just dove straight in because he has the durability, he has to sustain. He just really need to try to get on top of the Glacier or Poro in this case here, right, for Nagoya Oja, right? And the best part about it is while he was diving on top of him, he forced out the Glacial stage. So that's pretty much like one really great Unite move that Aporo would have liked to utilize towards the final fight, the Rayquaza pit. I mean, it was pretty much a battle towards the Rayquaza pit, right? The Rayquaza was already spawned back then, right? So the fact that he actually forced out the Glacier Surge at such an early timing, it was just more like, great guys, all right, that's fantastic. I pretty much zoned them out. Rom was just still trying to find key targets, right? But just his presence alone, as his role as a speedster, it's already enough to actually just put my members of Nagora Oja on their feet, right? Like, all right, can't be isolated too much, try to stick together as well, try to really keep them on their toes, right? Just because of the role that he had here. Was not making as much waves with the Darkrai in that game, but Vitopo just really did it. I think towards the end of the game, they really did a phenomenal job as they just really play around for that Rayquaza part. Despite having the less Aeos energy initially.
Yeah, really, I do agree on your analysis on that one, simply because they're performing really well, and at the same time, everyone from ZETA Division in general was really doing their job. They were able to make sure that every single team fight works. I mean, despite not everything works, you guys have something in return. And Nagoya Oja also did that as well. They always have something in return. They were able to make sure that they catch up in the XP department. But flipping wise and last minute strategy and decision making, just like what Wajiro said in their interview, it's just about the timing of using their Unite moves in order to secure and guarantee the most important part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, securing. I mean, it's always important, right? Supports, making sure you got especially since he was playing the Blissey as well, right? Making sure that Bliss Assist just comes in for that clutch saves and clutch steals is more of a priority. I mean, that's pretty much why we start looking at very specific battle items when it comes to Blissey, right? So, like for example, I believe it was in the Luminosity. Hold on, let me bring up my notes first. Just flipping the pages. Yes, I'm still using books, okay? But yeah, like especially like Luminosity's game, right? One of the battle items they actually, when you go for like those stacking specs, and then when you go for the safeguards as well, technically, sure, you may not get as much heals when you start stacking up, when you start going for stacking specs with it. However, you get a lot of shields. So from yesterday's game, you saw a lot of really nice time with safeguard that just mitigating so much of that initial damage, right? Just making that, and let's be honest, abilities, sure, they have cooldowns. Not the longest of cooldowns for sure, but just good enough to mitigate the initial engagement. It just makes your team feel like, all right, we're pretty good. They're dishing damage, but we're not feeling it. We're dishing it back. I think we're seeing a lot of really unique battle artists for some of the teams as well, especially like Leftovers and Rocky Helmet. I think that's a pretty cool return for those two battle artists.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. With that being said, we have concluded our top 2 teams for semifinals, and right after that, we'll conclude 2 more because before that, we'll be taking a short break. Please don't go away. And after that, we are back with more Pokemon Unite action at Asia Champions League Finals.
入場が板についてきました。シュー、ここからインテレオン、残ったのはロムのダークライですが、ゴールを背負ってシールドを持った状態でも色あすが襲いかかります。誰か点ない。ナイス。出てね。ゴールの上でのサーチ X クラッシュ。いや、倒したぞ。倒します。いや、ビトッポどうだ。まだ倒れないです。狙い撃ちの精度が高い。そうですね。最後残ったのはロブです。運たちには負けられない戦いがあります。去年の1年間、そして苦しいアジアチャンピオンズリーグを戦い抜いてきますが、アポロギルガルが間に合ってた。そうですね、ギルガルが戻ってきそうです。アポロもアブソルがいる中で色あすが前線を交代です。運たちには負けられない戦いがあります。去年の1年間、そして苦しいアジアチャンピオンズリーグを戦い抜いてきますが、アポロギルガルが間に合ってた。そうですね、ギルガルが戻ってきそうです。アポロもアブソルがいる中で色あすが前線を交代です。アジアの王冠は自分たちのもの、渡すわけにはいかない。先に行かせてもらおう。ゲームセット。アジアの王冠は自分たちのもの、渡すわけにはいかない。先に行かせてもらおう。ゲームセット。勝ったのはゼータディビジョン。とどめの一振りがありましたが、サーチ X クラッシュとガブリアスと発展ラッシュ合わせて動きを止めていますが、横からグレイシア、アポロで最後シューのインテレオンです。いきます。せーの。ナイス。 ゼータディビジョンはそれ以上に大きな敗北を超える力がある。今のゼータディビジョンは去年より強くなったのは日本リーグひいては名古屋王者、お前たちのおかげだと背負って先に進みます。最終スコア0対2、セミファイナル進出はゼータディビジョン。
What's up, ladies and gentlemen, and alternate like we are once again back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and this time around, man, we are almost done. And on the first set of matches, we still have 4 more for the first round. So this time, it's my boys.
You know,
I
love how you say that we're almost done, and I just bring up like our schedule sheets, and I'm just like, we're nowhere near that.
I'm just saying, like the first set of matches, the first round are almost done. Like we're about halfway through. We're about halfway through the first set of matches, for the first round, and then later on we'll have our, some long information for the top 4. There we go.
That's the updated brackets as well. So we really like JJ said, we're pretty much halfway through the first round of our quarterfinals here. Somia was able to take a 2-0 win against IGZIST here, and as they move forward as our first semifinal, the same goes for ZETA Division against Nagoya Oja. So practically we have our first semifinal 1 slot already pretty much set for ourselves here. But the next, we're now going to be casting the second set, or at least the second half of the first round of the quarterfinals. It will be Esports versus Alter Egos here.
No, yeah, I mean, again, Alter Ego versus Esports, probably going to be a close match, but the one for later, PUACL versus Luminosity Gaming, that is that's going to be a heavy match to watch as well. But before we head to that, we're going to be having our first focus up into Alter Ego and Esports. So really going to be an amazing match here. These are my boys, and I want to see them go up. But Esports definitely a difficult one to go up against too.
I mean, definitely for sure, especially if you were to look at them back, right? There's a lot of history between these two teams, a lot of history. And we're talking about days when they were either, especially for Esports, Zoro Tigers, or recently Ryan Sejong before they rebrand themselves to Esports.
Right.
Don't even get me started on Alter Egos. Each of the members, they were from High Five, Orangutan, Shinrode, sure they did.
Yeah.
And the best about it, this is actually could be a revenge match particularly for Alter Ego here, because back in ACL 2024, the East Asia qualifiers or East Asia League, they got denied by, they were literally denied by Zoro Tigers, Kabi-Chance, and Unite Holic at that time. So they couldn't make it to 2024. However, now they're here in 2025. I guess this will be a really nice pitch for them if they decide hey, you shot me down last year, I'm going to shut you down here on the grandest of stage here in 2025 on the playoff.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the same time, this is a single elimination, so that means you only have to
down
give
and out.
one. Yeah.
Pretty much. But once again, these are our players. 2 teams who have so much history. Has been here for almost 3 to, if we were to date back, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Each of these players has been in at least the Pokemon Unite esports scene for at least a good 3 years or more, or maybe
They've been playing since year 1. They've been playing since year 1, so 2021, bro.
Oh, I love the love, man. Yeah, that's you gotta love it, man, between both Esports and Alter Egos, man.
That is Ikura, Ikura and Jong.
You know, I'm just waiting to see ZZ Ray. Oh yeah, that's right. You know, so far yesterday we've been just getting like fist bumps or fist bump with heart shapes kind of thing. But you know, this is a lot more wholesome, right? Like a lot, like I said, these two are like one of the oldest teams here in the Asia, at least for the Asia Pacific side, right? So they probably have played many games against each other. They probably have screamed with each other multiple times. I can call this about probably thousands of hours at this point here over the course of the year. So
I mean, you can see how much you know they have.
That's the one, man. Clip that. Somebody clip that, because that is absolutely, like I said, it's so wholesome. Like we thought the hug was wholesome enough, but no, this is just takes it to a whole new level. But finally, here it comes. You know, away with the sentimentals, away with all the love. Now is the focus. Now puts on the wall paint, because these two teams are currently on the wall path. As sadly, as you said as well, JJ, there is no lower bracket. There is no way for any of these teams who lose out initially to climb back to the grand finals. This is literally a win or fly kind of situation. Oh, sorry, fly or fly kind of situation.
So here we go. They're about to be logging in. Some of them are playing on the Nintendo Switch. And once they are logged in, once they have everything up and set and ready, immediately we're going to be starting up. Which we've seen earlier as well. They have been, you know, being very, very quick now to set up and stuff. But now, yeah, that's going to be, you know, Jong, you know, Ward, Sabine, Mule, Enk, and Chobo playing right now. That is Mule right there, you know.
I mean, it's always great to see them. It's always lovely to have them here as well here. But you know, at the same time, I'm just gonna call it out. Don't give Jong too much free rein. You know, it's that kind of thing where you leave Jong to do his own machinations, right? He gets really out of control, especially once you give him give him those kind of all-rounders that allows him to facilitate his teammates, and the game is absolutely insane to me. However, Alter Ego, the one person we need to keep, and actually not one, probably all of them at this point, right? Especially since but more importantly, I love the personality coming from Ice. Every interview with Ice is always such a thrill. It's always such a fun. Love his confidence, right? Despite that, you know, usually people are quite humble in their interviews, even when they say things like, you know, yeah, we aim to win. But no, Ice is not like that. Ice really makes you feel like, yeah, we're out to get you. You are our next target, right?
I mean, there's nothing, you know, there's no yeah, he's still humble, you know, he's still doing it, but like he's not sugarcoating anything at all. Like if they're in it to win it, they're in it to win it.
Yeah. But I can say first, before we go to the drafting, do not give ZZ Ray the intelligence. He has been insane with the intelligence in yesterday's game.
But before anything though, like before we start here, just like to give shout outs to BKZ. You know, unfortunately, during the coast of the ACL for 2025, right? Like 2024 qualifiers and all that. He has had like a medical emergency with his eyes, I believe, that made him forced to retire. That's why he got replaced by 94, A94. So, you know, really amazing stuff here. Again, just like to give shout outs to BKZ. Hopefully, you know, good health. You know, we are wishing him good health so that he can, you know, possibly be able to get back again once to the Pokemon Unite championship series, and of course all the competitive ones as well. Maybe even go back to, you know, his old teams, you know, with Alter Ego. So, you know, good health to him and to everyone as well. Guys, please, you know, prioritize your health and you know, rest up. And if you have good health, then you would be able to play good too.
Yeah, just our hearts out to, and I mean, it's not just him, right? So all our other players, especially the Mashu as well. Hope he's doing a lot more better now, as well. And also other teams who, not just during our group stages, even any of the teams that participated in their respective league qualifiers as well. Hope everyone is at the best of health. Everyone's doing fine, and of course, can't wait to see them all again in next qualifier, basically in the next upcoming tournament, because I believe we still have a few more upcoming qualifiers as we slowly make our way towards that WCS, right? Like Philippines is pretty much due. Like the registration, I know is due on April 2nd here. So
Yep.
not a lot of time, but there's still an opportunity. I know there's more qualifiers registration on the way for WCS. We just have to wait and see. But of course, there's our players. That's your personalities. Gotta love it. But you know, speaking of 94, right? Like especially with that pick and that drafting with the busful thing, it really changed how the dynamic of the game here. 94 really understand what is his role and what's his requirements as well. So it's sad to not have BKC here, but 94 of course is making sure that you're making BKC proud at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. With that being said, though, again, Sword Tigers here now FENNEL Esports going up against previously RJ Gaming 2, High Five, Orangutan, Shinrude, and now Alter Ego. You know, they've been on a lot of what do you call this? A lot of team names and all that. A lot of organizations too. So really amazing stuff to see how they have been playing since the first year of Pokemon Unite. Was won as High Five with the first ACL first ACL finals in Kuala Lumpur in Battle Arena, Malaysia, and now and now they are still back here. Sorry, no, I was just surprised at the It's Ikura's playing on Ikura's playing on handheld mode for the Switch.
Okay, that shocked me for a second because I was wondering like, wow, and I started looking around like, wait,
right.
Like,
so, they have a lot of history, of course. Sword Tigers does have as well a lot of history as well, and it's really amazing how much they have been. They've been here for quite a while now, and to be able to try to get that championship belt or crown, rather, in this case, again, is going to be quite a phenomenal feat if they do so achieve it. But then again, we are changing it up. The previous ACLs were double eliminations for the playoffs, but this time around it's just a single elimination. So everything is crucial this time.
Yeah, it's of course everything's rather crucial as well. And like you said, it seems like an impossible feat because of the compared to past years, this year's ACL feels a lot more like the challenge, the mountains to climb to succumb, at least to overcome is a lot more high than usual here. But at the same time, if they do succeed, it will be actually their second time winning out the ACL. Like that'll be the second belt. I mean, the same goes for a lot of teams. Right? We have our back-to-back. We have ZETA Division is also planning to be back-to-back champions. Same goes for Alter Ego. I mean, when we talk about history, there's a lot. FENNEL Esports and Alter Ego has so many run-in across the Asia League, like not just ACL, just in the Asia League is absolutely insane. Alongside, of course, naturally alongside with Paper Rex, who was previously known as MYS as well. But also at the same time, it's very cool. It's a very nice addition to have Ice into the Alter Ego line. I mean, previously he wasn't really there initially as well. He was previously in MYS or currently Paper Rex in this case here. So the fact that Alter Ego's member has playing on a very similar wavelength, and also I guess you could say in personality-wise as well, it seems to at least elevate their gameplay a little bit further as well.
Yeah,
but their crowning moment was most likely be their game against Luminosity game during the group stages. I think that was the best thing we ever seen so far, especially with ZETA in Talon, right? It's like the first game, like Ray was straight up saying like, first game they banned out the Inteleon. The second game they let him have it. He was like, first game you didn't give it to me. Second game I got it. I'm gonna remind you guys why you should have let me have it. And he pulled it off the craziest during the 3-4. If we recall right, Ray pit 3v4. By the way, 3v4 against FENNEL. FENNEL had 4 members, and it was only remaining was ZZ Ray and 2 other of his teammates. Sure, he was playing on top of the Ray pit, but everyone was pretty much keeping an eye on him in the first place as well. But he still was able to secure the Rayquaza, and at the same time, before even getting to the Rayquaza of it, he had a very clutch snipe shot on top of the Talonflame, Tong's Talonflame, on a very critical moment in in another game as well.
No, everything you have said, it's these are what make these teams really great and stand out whenever they're playing. But then again, you know, this is whatever had happened before is still, you know, there's a lot of conditions for them to be able to for them to meet, for them to do it once again. And I think both of these teams really can do what they have been doing since before. But then again, this is a different tournament, this is a different moment, a different time as well. And oh wow, Jong, yeah, I know, I know, it's good.
He's such an explosive personality, man. You just can't hate it.
I know. But like, you know, there's a lot of factors that they need to put in on for them to be able to do what they have been doing since before. And again, this is a new day, a new tournament, and a new gameplay is upon us. And again, the mere fact, you know, I just have to go back to it. The mere fact that this is a single elimination doesn't means that they have less of a leeway than they had before, you know, on previous tournaments.
But I'm more curious to see how, because I mean, they never really got to face each other, right? They've been in their own respective group stages, right? So, but since they, like I said, they have so many run-ins with each other, but also at the same time, because of their times together, or most likely they also have scrims together as well, their playstyle has never been really set in stone. They have both very different beliefs and different ideals. Even though, sure, we have this whole thing with the whole meta thing, right? But how they utilize their composition is vastly different against each other. Usually, you see in some teams, you tend to see like certain similarities among the other team's composition, but when it comes between Alter Ego and FENNEL Esports, nothing really is set in stone here. So I'm really excited to see what they can really try to pull off here.
No, I am definitely excited for that as well. I know it's again, one of these teams really the strongest, I'd say, or at least arguably the strongest. Kura was just staring. Sorry.
I mean,
I'm getting off guard by the players.
No, he's feeling shy. You know, he has to be like Jong. You see what I mean? No, I tell you, man, he's just like one of our Japanese talent, Ko Shinohara, right? Just have that smile that you just can't hate, right? You get drawn into it, and then you just end up smiling. You just smile with him as well. You just don't know why, but you're just laughing and smiling too. But these guys are having a great time. But yeah, you were saying
that is true. But as I forgot what I was going to say. Ikura was just staring.
That's what I mean. That's Jong's magic, man. He makes you forget.
That's true. Like, Ikura was just staring. Jong was just being Jong. I forgot what I was going to say.
But you know, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're finally coming in our third series here for our first round of our quarterfinals here. It's between Alter Ego and FENNEL Esports. Alter Ego is gonna be on the purple side, so they'll get the priority here. And naturally, Ray. When you think of Ray, we've been talking about this many times as well. You think of Ray, you think of Inteleon, and he got the Inteleon as the first pick. But naturally, looking at the bands as well, very you know, common bands, maybe except for the Gyarados thing. But I guess it's just something out of a respect out of Jong, right? Because if you get this one, it's really nice getting it, because there is this nice buff or change to Gyarados currently at the moment where you have this explosive start and you scale really great to the late game as well. So that's just pretty much a nice touch for Gyarados, at least in this case, for this patch.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like, immediately, a priority pick coming in for Alter Ego is Z-Ray's Inteleon, and that's what you mentioned, that you can't really give a Z-Ray Inteleon, because the moment that they get it, it's essentially a recipe for disaster immediately from there on out. I mean, like, it's like Z-Ray having that essentially guarantees Alter Ego maybe perhaps like what 60% win rate, winning the entire thing. But then again, of course, there's still other factors. That's why it's just like what 60% or whatever.
Oh, Gengar!
Finally.
We've been seeing Gengar, but it's usually among, like, if I'm not mistaken, among Liten Dream Factories and Utopia. We never really see the other teams really picking up the Gengar. Do we have any Gengar bans in other series against other teams?
We have some Gengar bans. So it was, but mostly though, for those who are using it, it's mostly the teams from mainland China.
Yeah, so you see, I mean, it's understandable, right? Because it's like one of the, it's like what you mentioned yesterday as well. Like the pool wasn't necessarily as large, and Gengar was like one of the few go-tos for them here. So it's like pretty much when it came over to this game mode, it pretty much fits, right? Gengar is great. Speedster is also pretty great in this meta, that kind of thing. But you know, honestly, to me, when it comes to Gengar, it's like it's either whether you're popping off or you're not popping off, and it's very unique.
In between, right?
Yeah, there's nowhere in between. He's a very unique speedster where if Pokemon Unite Devs decides to tweak its stats slightly, he's gonna get like you're gonna get like multiple KOs out of the Gengar naturally, right? But if they tweaked it badly,
if the game mode, right? If the game mode for Pokemon Unite is destroying the base, Gengar would be top tier.
No, but, I mean, yeah, not just the game one. I'm also just talking about like in terms of the patch, right? If they buff it slightly, he starts like absolutely going on a mad tear, right? But if you nerf it slightly, then he's pretty much gonna get KO every single time, right? It's like you said, nowhere in the middle. It's either great or not.
I mean, that's what happened with season 1 as well. Like season 1, season 2, Gengar was phenomenal. It was so strong that anyone who uses it usually almost wins, especially if the player is so good too. It just complements the Pokemon too.
I'm very surprised we didn't get to see Zhong's Mimikyu because, at least to me, I feel like Mimikyu has been like a really great counter against Talon. You get that you get this actually any range attackers, right? You get that nice Shadow Snakes. You're pretty much just gonna be able to just like this global presence. You're able to just literally get to close in the distance at an incredible rate. And once you get on top of him, you get that stack. You get a hit, then you throw your Unite move. That's pretty much like a knockout in Talon for sure. But I guess they want to go with a little bit of practicality and a lot of facility for the team as they'll bring back the Buzzwole, which which is also one of Zhong's natural, right? Even back in last year's ACL.
Yeah, and it seems as if they're gonna be running in like a season 1-1-1-1-3 kind of composition, where it's only one Pokemon up top, really reminiscent of like season 1. But then again, there is Ank as well, trying to join in Zhong here until it gets its Blissey form later down the line. But here you go, coming down bottom, we're gonna be seeing a little bit of poking game here as we have to try to see Comfy tries to survive, and now waiting in for Shengdi now is on the Shengdi right now just to be able to put in some damage and heal them up as needed. But as we see there as well, ZRA getting babysat here by Ice with that of the Comfy, but unfortunately going to be taken out here by FENNEL Esports. Of course, goes alongside is Ice.
I'm just concerned about one thing, right? JG, it's mainly because of the fact that 94 picked up the Meowscarada, which, don't get me wrong, it's very good. I feel honestly he's really strong this patch. Double team is definitely an ability that's really great, allows you to force out certain abilities, especially like in single target abilities as well.
Right.
Sure, there's no slow beam in this game naturally, but if you can force a catch out, that'd be pretty good. But by the way, speaking of catches, that's a phenomenal catch, and it doesn't stop with one. It's still leading towards a second KO. Couldn't get the third, and it will be done. It will be said because that's the plan. That's the goal. And now they're moving forward to that first goal to gun in a couple of points and get some stacks in.
Now, here's the thing, right?
Okay, here's the thing. All right.
Alter Ego's composition is really good. It's good, especially in this meta. It's good. The problem is, it takes a while for everyone to get their power spikes. They need their third evolution, their second evolution rather, and then they need to get their levels as well. In comparison to FENNEL Esports, where you only need to evolve once, with the exception obviously of a Gengar. But even then, even if it's still not a Gengar, it only needs to be a Haunter, gets a Shadow Ball into, Hex Southport as well.
Oh, okay. So, no, the thing is this, right? Hold on. Because when I see the comp, right, I see there's a lot of just facilitating the idea where you're able to allow the disengage, because naturally Espeon with the Unite move, Psychic Solare, great for disengagement or at least just displacing certain allies. Practically perfect against the speedsters, who's constantly going to be diving all there. Buzzwole, very all-rounding. And speaking of things as well, we already see the initiation coming from Shingdi here.
Yep. I mean, Mule also uses the Mule also used the Phantom Ambush immediately, but unfortunately wasn't able to get anyone at all. But at the same time, FENNEL Esports able to get in that Reggie Lucky up top. But then again, ZRA now at the Intillion, this is what they do not want to have. They might have been delayed a little bit in terms of their XP, but here you go. The damage output coming in from Alter Ego. Unfortunately, Ecor is going to be taken out though, coming in from that of FENNEL Esports. And now FENNEL Esports still is not done. They want to be able to try to get in more, overextending a little bit, but Alter Ego is now here. Ikura is now ready to join the action as well as the defender of this team.
Actually, did we confirm just... Oh, yeah, hold on. Before we continue with a little bit of discussion later on, a beautiful KO does lead to the second one as well. He's calling on the roll. He knows that the members of Alter Ego is not really nearby to facilitate or at least try to defend them. So they will force on this aggression and their engagement into the second tier 2 goal post and get a couple of KOs. And just looking at the levels at the moment, Mule is currently at a really good spot. Could be quite scary at the same time, since I believe you also understand, JJ. Once Speedsters gets online and starts snowballing across the map and get that lead, it's very hard to really slow them down here, really.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's Speedsters in general have a very low HP pool, but their damage output is just so good that they are usually used to end the job, you know, to finish the job, really. But once they position themselves well, that is it. Look at that Phantom Ambush, gonna be able to take down Shingi alongside Eyes as well, and nobody is there left. Never mind, a search by Visions made them see Ward hiding in the tall grass, gonna be able to take down a Ward with it as well. There's gonna be only one though, 1-for-2 trade in favor of FN Esports for this, for this team fight, which then would allow FN Esports, of course, have the position advantage over that LAIC and Alter Ego. Slowly but surely, wants to go down bottom for the Regipod.
Now that I look at the composition once more, right, it feels like Alter Ego has this glass cannon of a composition where you have so much damage, but you just don't have enough people to really defend you or be a wall for you. Like, what are you gonna do? And like FN Esports starts running all over you, right? Oh. Speaking of FN Esports, they're getting jump upon here and they managed to find Mule in the process as well done. They're gonna try to end with one. They were trying to see if they can get a couple of more.
McGill?
Sadly, Jong will be the rear guard here. We'll try to delay them as long as possible here. But it looks like, as you can see from the positioning as well, not going to be playing too close to the goal point as well, because they just do not want to give any more easy free knockouts as well.
That's the thing, right? Like, with the composition of Alter Ego, as you have mentioned, they are more of a glass cannon. They have all-day power output. But the thing is, Ikura is the most important member of this team right now, of this composition, because if it isn't for if there's no Ikura in the game, there's nobody going to be able to tank down their damages. But here we go. That is going to be Shady going to go down alongside Zray, and Ice is going to be down as well. Now 94 is going to be up left here, and Ikura can do the crowd control, but they do not have that damage. So 94 will need to be a little bit careful here for when they are diving down FN Esports.
Yeah, it gets a lot more scary, especially once you start seeing all these speeds just getting really hard and getting that lead in levels as well. It gets really hard, like I said before. It's really hard to slow them down and really put them stops here. But the competition for FN Esports just allows it this, I guess you could say in a way, it's really built around Mule, or really around the Gengar. You got a nice defense capability, you got a nice engagement offensive as well. Decent amount of walls here compared to the side of Alter Ego here. But then again, I was also concerned when they did pick up the Meowth Crowd, mainly because of the fact that how soft Gengar is. So if you pretty much throw like a flower trick on top of him, he's most likely going to explode.
Here we go, Paranap once. Oh, actually, use Paranap 30 seconds before the Rayquaza.
Oh, this could be a problem, but that's totally fine, because since they already somewhat win out the top lane fight, so this is gonna allow this Regieleki to push through. But sadly, since they didn't really break that first tier, I guess you can say first tier goalpost on that top lane, really couldn't go all the way to that second one and hopefully try to divert the attention away from that Rayquaza side.
I mean, the moment that they were able to get in the Regieleki, right? They immediately went down to their base just to be able to refresh their HPs, and now having that Ikura to check them out and be the initiator of the team fight here for Alter Ego, because again, the most important member of this team composition right now for Alter Ego is Ikura, for them to be able to dish out the damage away from FN Esports. And now unfortunately though, they have already used their Paranap, so they won't be able to survive as much as possible compared to when they have their Unite moves. But then again, everyone else do have their Unite moves, but so does FN Esports. But look at that though, Jong almost to get taken out, and look at this. One Light Prowse is going to pop out as well. They're going to take down Ward in the process. Mule low HP. They're able to answer back as well. That is going to be Sabine down, and Ack is too. Jong is going to be the only one left, but they're going to be taken out as well. It's going to be a team wipe, allowing Alter Ego to take the Rayquaza for themselves and now be able to catch up in terms of points. And look at that. They just need to run. Then again, it's still a minute left. FNE Sports can still defend this away from Alter Ego. Never mind. 531 is going to be the score of the game here. A minute left here. Could FNE Sports still catch up is the question.
Oh, I stand corrected, man. Sure, not the greatest of all, but it doesn't matter if they can get on top of Mule. Their win condition here as well. Mule was rumored so early into the round. Not the first one to fall, of course, but the second one to go. There, pretty much all damage, any form of sweeping was pretty much went straight out of the window. And Alter Ego still have majority of its member here. Without the damage dealer here, just pretty much just cleaning house. And Alter Ego was just able to just turn things around. And we were talking about a point differential from like 60 to 361. What a turnaround. Well done from Alter Ego here.
It was. I mean, at least, you know, Alter Ego, what do you call this? Alter Ego, they knew that they are not going to be able to force down the scoring game. So instead, they just wanted to focus, you know, their efforts to getting their levels, getting preparation for preparation for that of the Rayquaza fight, and from there on out, they were just able to, you know, get on into that. So as I mentioned earlier, you know, one of the biggest, most important character, one of the most important player in the team right now was Ikura, and with initiation coming from Ikura, everyone just, you know, bursted down their Unite moves and their hits as well, allowing them to burst down, you know, FNE Esports. And so we have mentioned they are strong in their attack prowess, but rather their defenses are down.
Yeah, but I guess you can say if we just look like as a game, I guess you can say if you talk about like early mid game, then sure, yes, it's like what we were mentioning before, but if you look at all of their abilities, like especially their ability to secure the request, they have been sending a lot, right? A lot of damage, right? Snipe shot, heavy slam, flower trick. There's and even discharge on top of the volt switch as well. There's a lot of ways for them to secure the Rayquaza, but the problem is it wasn't like a steal on the Rayquaza. It wasn't like a massive fight in the Rayquaza. It was just more the fact that they were just able to get a really big catch, which I couldn't understand like how that even happened in the first place as well.
It's, you know, again, I just do like the fact. I just do like the fact that they have been, you know, FNE Esports was winning, right? It was winning for the early game to the middle game, but then, you know, what do you call this? Alter Ego just focused all their efforts to get it in and preparing for the Rayquaza, and immediately it was quite chaotic in the Rayquaza fight. Really, it was quite chaotic. I didn't really see a lot of what happened. I did see the Moonlight Prance be popped up, but that only meant that they were stuck into the side of Alter Ego, only for them to take down all the damage after taking in Ward. They took down, you know, what do you call this? They took that Ward, and then they took out the Gengar that's strong, and then immediately afterwards, everyone else just got taken out immediately after.
Yeah, you know, but looking at the entire game as a whole, sure, it definitely looked like, you know, FNE Esports definitely had it in the bag in the first place, right? But more importantly is that the fact that you could definitely see like the more small things, the small things like the decision making that was coming up from Alter Ego, right? It's very clean. It was pretty much the best decision you can really make in that kind of scenario as well, where you don't really have that kind of lead, that amount of control as well. Not a lot of decent defenses too, as like you mentioned as well. Multiple evolutioners, still some of those Pokemon still need some time to really come online here. So despite the disparity, they still made the right choices, play out the game perfectly until that one race situation. I was very curious to see how that final fight was really going to go down. I just didn't expect it was going to go down in such a manner in the first place. Before even the raid fight even started in the first place as well. Yeah, like, it wasn't like a heavy like all in. Everyone's like challenging it. It wasn't like out of desperation. It was just face checking a bush, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just trying to recall back, right? The memories like face check a bush, and then you fall on top of Mule at the same time. I'm just like, it was really crazy. But then again, we did see some really cool snipe shots from Ray, like especially towards the top lane side, just constantly just poking them down, and of course removing like one of the members of FNE for sending him all the way back to the Pokemon Center. I was like, yeah, that is. We didn't even see, by the way, the Razor in Talon in the first place, that side where the snipe shot was coming in too. So
it was greatly positioned. He was greatly positioned. We didn't see like on the Ray fight cam, but regardless of which, we did see the interest vision, and we did see the snipe shot as well, putting up a lot of damage into the side of FN Esports.
Oh man, but this is it, right? First game's done. Definitely the discussion is in. Alteration, adjustments might be required, and I guess you could say literally it's in the name, right? Alter ego, right? But FN Esports, they definitely have their goals. They definitely have the goals. They definitely want to take on Luminosity Gaming. I mean, the same goes for Alter ego. I remember in yesterday's interview, Ice was having this talk with Doom Snacks. He straight away made Ice already made that declaration, right? It's like, LG, you're next, right? So I was just like, oh, that feels great. Ooh. That feels great. So, of course, naturally, both these two teams, great history, but also have their goals. But currently, I guess you could say Alter Ego definitely feeling great from that first game. It feels like they, even from in like games or competitions in the past, it feels like Alter Ego has been a team that has been really I guess in a way driven by morale. So if they pretty much win the first game, you can definitely tell that second game is going to be even more better for them.
Right, and here we go. I mean, again, in a single elimination match, it's always going to be the first one, right? The first game that is most crucial for anyone at all, because that would give you the momentum, give you the morale boost that you actually need to get in on what it goes to give you a bit of a leeway. Again, as I've been saying again and again, and give you a little bit of a leeway to go to game number 2. So even if you get taken out, at game number 2, at the very least, you still have one more chance to get in. In comparison to the team that already lost, FN Esports in this case, they cannot make any mistakes anymore. And especially not against Alter Ego. Alter Ego is one of those teams that can easily adjust immediately on the go while the games are happening.
Yeah, definitely. And this next drafting, like, don't get me wrong, even with the game score that we witnessed just now, that comeback as well, you cannot afford to cut out Alter Ego out of the equation just yet. They're just that good. So maybe in the next adjustment, I believe even for FN Esports, during their adjustment for the drafting, I think certain things need to be quiet. I would not be surprised if banning out that Italian could be one of the first few priorities, at least here for them. Yeah. Unless they feel like ZZ Ray's and Talon isn't that much of a threat, then sure, I guess they could still maintain the exact same bans that they had initially. I mean, still ban the Hoopa, yes, definitely still ban the Hoopa, but most likely commit that second ban on that Italian, because I feel like it's getting away. Ray was getting away with a lot of things, even though sure that early to mid game, all the way towards that Ray, definitely didn't feel like it wasn't the kind of game or that kind of early run that Alter Ego had envisioned initially. I mean, they still win in the end, of course, naturally, but it wasn't exactly how they envisioned initially. But he was still getting some really good hits. He was getting some really good pickoffs as well, getting good knockouts, good poke. I think the right time, he was getting a lot of good pokes that's constantly just keeping members of FN Esports in check throughout the round.
No, that's I totally agree with you, right? Like if there's anyone they need to ban, it's definitely Ray's Intellion, and we're not seeing the ban again.
Oh, there it is.
Wait, no, never mind. It's Alter Ego. Alter Ego, that's the one that's banning the Intellion. They don't want to give it to FN Esports. If they can't take it, they won't be able to. They're not going to give it away. But this time, though, what is going to be the play of the game here? Shengdi still going to be given the priority to be given that Reggie, the Zero Aura, rather.
The thing is this, I believe since that first draft, that first pick, they were really like dangling on it for a while as well. Whether do they want to secure that Blissey for themselves? Because it's also still one of the priorities for that Alter Ego wouldn't mind having on their hands as well. But they just made the call that Shinji was like, just give me that Zero Aura, that's fine. Especially since Zero Aura in this recent patch has been pretty great. I don't know whether people know this as well, but there was a nice touch to the adding on to the defense penetration. It's really a nuisance as it is that not only does he have this mobility and high damage, but the potential of him pulling you as well with the combination of discharge and volt switch is such a nuisance to deal with in the first place here. So both it's still going to be a double speedster lineup as well. Pretty much the same comp except counting out the Intellion, we'll bring in the Espion instead.
So with this in mind, it's as if Alter Ego is not changing anything up for their lineup, with the exception obviously of Z-Ray now instead of Intellion going in for the Espion, which, by the way, is still a great one. A great pick for Alter Ego and for Z-Ray nonetheless. And I guess this is one of the biggest issues that they've had earlier, as we mentioned. You know, they have very strong Pokemon, but at the same time, they really need that immediate, you know, that very quick power spike, which Intellion will not have until it reaches, you know, Subble to Intellion. And that's going to be the answer here for Alter Ego, but FNL Esports, they're not going to be changing up anything except they now have Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, no, let's be honest. Mewtwo Y it's pretty much a star. It's been serving so many teams, it's been doing so well in this tournament, right? It's so multiplayer. It's the kind of Pokemon where you don't need to be the top of the leaderboard in terms of total amount of damage in every game, right? You have so much relevance in terms of not to really say suppressive ability, just more the fact that you're able to control and the amount of poke damage you have. And don't even get me started on the Unite move, right? That thing is global. You can't do anything about it. I mean, sure, you can evade away if you have to move.
Evade away, yeah.
Okay, evade away, sure, yeah. But it's still a nuisance to really deal with here. It has so much value, so much poke potential. But there's only one. Oh, yeah.
The thing is, sorry, just to add into that, it's not even just the damage. Even if you don't get the damage against your opponents with Infinite Cyber, it's not like that's the only thing that matters about it. Just because of the fact that you can still see everyone in the map, where map information is the most important thing in this game, given that we do not have any warding capabilities in the game.
Yeah. There's only one thing that I noticed. I mean, you know, besides the difference between a good Mewtwo Y player and then a phenomenal Mewtwo Y player, the other thing I noticed as well is that Mewtwo Ys, whenever you have it in your draft or in your composition, it feels like it has a really tough time on. Especially when you don't have the composition to really follow out with the poke damage, right? Because Mewtwo Y it seems it has a tough time like really closing out a lot of their initial engagement. So they do a lot of insane amount of pokes, but it's just sadly not enough. They don't really have anyone in their team to really just secure the fight, at least.
Yep. But of course, we're going to be seeing if that is going to be the case here for FNL Esports, as we see Shengdi now down, going to be able to take down Mewtwo into that side of FNL Esports. But of course, they're going to be having, you know, a little bit of a answer back again. Mule is going to be taken out as well. Alter Ego has altered their gameplay. They were the ones getting taken out in the early game last game, but this one, they want to be the one in the aggression with the help, of course, of all their teammates. Now, Ikura is just waiting for that right moment to be able to jump into the side of FNL Esports, whereas everyone else just follows through.
Yeah. We do see a little bit of rotation as well, since I believe they're already feeling that there's going to be a little bit more intention towards that top side as well. They really want to try to set things up to allow 94 to really get that Meowscarada out as much as possible. Since he is someone going in the same lane with the Boswell, so there's going to be a little bit more care towards that top side. However, the early engagement from Shingdi towards that bottom side to... I won't say shut down, but just more the fact that he just knocked out Mew, just really just slowed things down for him, because he didn't miss out the nice timing of the Altaria.
It's Mew into Beam.
Yeah.
So here we go. 8-minute mark. We see the Altarias into, into the central area. Gonna be taken in by Mule here, just to be able to get in their second move as well. And as we can see, Milo is gonna play the game here. That's gonna be out there. That is 94 going to get taken out here. Unfortunately, not a lot of reinforcement coming into the side of Alter Ego, but they are here now. Unfortunately, a little bit too late here, as FNL Esports has been able to finally destroy the first skull goal very quickly up top.
Yeah, it's a very team-oriented comp, right? Like what we were discussing initially, like in the last game as well. This composition was just pretty much just built around Mule, and just to build just stick together as much as possible. And now, I guess you could say in a way, pairing alongside with the Mewtwo Y, you have someone that's going to be able to poke things out and probably just set up for a really nice clean sweep here. But you gotta look out for those side strikes and those mean looks as well, because if you're not too careful, you're going to see Jong to follow up with it, and it's going to be literally leading up to a massive disaster here.
No, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, first 7-minute major objectives of the game, that is going to be the Reggie Eyes and the Reggie Lucky up top. But it seems as if we have Mule here going up against 94. 94 trying to get away from Mule. They know that they can't 1v1 here. There goes a Dream Eater my goodness, Mule's gonna be able to take them out. That's gonna be 94 is into the side of Alter Ego, but then again into the side of the down bottom, it is gonna be Alter Ego gonna be able to secure that Reggie Ice, and now they have to disengage a little bit. They cannot overextend. They know for a fact that FN Esports is coming back here. Mule is gonna be going down bottom, but then again, you know, the Reggie Lucky still nobody is able to get it. So what is going to be the name of the game here? Are they going to rotate up top, or would Mule be able to take it for themselves?
Yeah. You know, actually, this time, if you notice as well, Akura, he decided to go for the block instead of the yawn. I think it was pretty. Oh, wow, he just disappeared. I didn't even know what happened there. But of course, you know, Speedster on Speedsters. This is also a problem about Gengar as well, like we were mentioning earlier. He's compared to the other species that we have in the pool, he's just one of the most super squishiest Gengar we have.
Did you see that? They just canceled Sabine's or Immutu's move when when Ice went out of Shengdi.
That was
the Psyshock did not do anything. It got canceled.
It was so slow, yeah. It instantly got removed.
It got canceled. I didn't know that could be.
I mean, it's like if I'm not mistaken, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was something you could also do with the flower trick, right? Like you throw a flower trick on the Darkrai, and I remember there was something you did, then you can actually like remove out the flower trick.
Oh yeah,
I could be wrong. I need to go and experiment on this later. It was just something I heard along the way.
Well, that's nice to hear, but we have to take it out later on, as you know, FN Esports here, Ank was able to buy some time for the teammates to secure the Reggie Ilecki, allowing John to take it out. And now, you know, they now have the Reggie Ilecki. They don't really care much about it. All they need to do is take them out. You know, if they take into objective, then we just have to take you out, and that's what they did. Jong has been taken out here by Alter Ego, and now they want to, you know, score in, get in some sneaky beaky kind of scoring here. There's 40 points here coming from Mule.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, okay, yeah, eventually they'll get a couple of points, and that's great for sure. But this is what I'm talking about just now, right? Where the priorities and the decision making coming from Alter Ego, right? Like they saw the Reggie kick going in, but they saw a potential clash that was happening as well. And there it goes, and it begins the clash. Heavy Sand comes to the mix as well. On top of the Unite move as well. It looks pretty great as well. But they are playing on top of the goalpost, so there goes the tier 1 defensive buff, and heals come to the mix. But the block is constantly forcing them back, denying that their force of escape here. So no other options here. The rest will fall. But this is mainly the support and the tank, and that's still totally fine. But here comes Mule. He comes in for the 2 KO. He saw the low HP targets and will get the KOs. 2 for 2, I guess in a way it's still pretty okay, but they did manage to break the goalpost at the same time.
And here we go. You know, FN Esports still wants to get some KOs here. They're going to be able to take down Ice. Ice will not going to be able to do anything at all for that. But with that being said, FN Esports was able to buy some time here for Mule to be able to put in some scores. But they are not going to allow that to have even more. And just like that, Alter Ego is going to be able to take down 2 in the side of FN Esports. But I think they are overextending a little bit right now. They are trying to get out as Ice here. Want to get in a little bit of XP. And of course, it's Unite move to be ready for the Rayquaza fight.
You know, it was pretty, I mean, as usual, it was pretty cool. Like, we saw Ice actually detaching from Shingdi to break up the side strike, right? But, you know, John was like, great, I'm just going to smack you down. Someone has to take the fall for that one, but you know, hey, it's totally fine. You always want to have your support to be the, I mean, especially naturally not before the Ray fight for sure. But like, if someone has to go right in any of these skirmishes, if someone has to go, leave it to the defenders, leave it to the supporters to go first. You definitely want your main damage dealers, or at least your sweepers, to still stay up and kicking. So at least to try to get those level ups here.
Oh yeah. And here we go. You know, FN Esports was able to get in the final Reggie Ilecki of the game. I think FN Esports needs to be able to repel away the Reggie Ilecki, then go back to the base. Yes, they will. That is what they're going to do. And to get a little bit of refresh in terms of their HP. Now, 20 seconds left before the Rayquaza comes out, but the Regirock is up as well. And Alter Ego does have the position advantage on that. They just need to push away FN Esports. And okay, never mind. They're not going to be getting the Regirock. Instead, they want to force in the team fight immediately before the Rayquaza. Now they're going to be able to take down Warren. That's going to be the first one down. And who's going to be next here? Here comes the power up coming in from that of Snorlax. That is Sakura. Ank is going to be taken out. No more support into the side of FN Esports. Now they can really just took in a lot of damage. John going to be able to take down ISO. There's going to be 3. No, not quite yet. It's going to be just 2-to-1 trade here. Ice is going to be taken out here by Jong. But here comes the jump in. So Oversoul Swarm going to be headed into the side of Ikura, but unfortunately for them, Alter Ego is going to be the one taking down the Rayquaza. Moonlight Prance going to be popped up as well, but unfortunately not going to be enough for you to survive. And just like that, 4 KOs down into the side of FN Esports. Alter Ego celebrating right now, as they know they just need to put in some scores, and now that is done. Game, set, and done.
Catch of the century from Ikura as well, just constantly going in alongside with ZZ Ray, just making sure to just create the space, but more importantly, removing Ward and then slowly making way to Ank at the same time. No defenders, no supporters. Who's gonna back up Mule? Mule, of course, trying to take the fight head on. Even trying to see if he can sustain when he popped the Unite move, but it still wasn't enough. You're dealing with Shingdi, you're dealing with 94. That's a lot of damage for a very squishy speedster like yourself here. So other than that, just kudos to all the Eagles, man. Like, Akira in particular, man. Like, wow.
Dude, look at Ice and Shingdi. They were always shouting around. I mean, again, it's just that they targeted Ward, they targeted Ank, and the moment that they are down, nobody else is there as a wall for Mule, Jong, and Sabine. I mean, you know, considerably, Jong is still there, you know, have a little bit of damage and can still tank out a little bit, but still not going to be enough so much that they can actually take out Alter Ego. But just like that, they were just buying some time here, just playing around a little bit, and Alter Ego is going to be winning 2-0 against FN Esports, and now going to be proceeding to the semifinals of the tournament.
It was such
look at that, yeah, but boys.
Of course, JJ feeling the love. I mean, so does the Alter Ego fans at home and on site as well. Feeling great, but of course, not as great as Ice. I tell you this, Ice is always living the moment, man. I tell you this, he smiles now, but I tell you this, the machination in his head is absolutely insane, man.
That's true. That's true.
It is absolutely crazy, man. But they are such a phenomenal team. I'm so glad they definitely earned their spot as they make their way forward here. They couldn't defend their title back in 2024, and it seems they're also slowly.
John immediately went to Alter Ego, you know, celebrated them. Hey, you guys won, congratulations. You know, there's no there's no hard feelings at all. Everyone gave their best, no regrets, and really, John, like that man. Like the guy.
Dude, it's totally understandable because like we said before, they had so many run-in over these past years, right? So it's somewhat natural where you either recognize your opponent or you're pretty much friends at this point, right? I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Which they are, right?
Yeah, even for us, right? We, thank you so much to Pokemon Unite. We are making friends all across the land and sea as well. Even great distance. I mean, technology also played a role in this too, but still. This game brings many people together here, and the same goes for the other regions as well. Traversing bounds and cultures, man. It's great.
No, yeah, and that is why, this is what Pokemon does to people. They connect people. They Pokemon connects us all. Unites us all. That's why it's called Pokemon Unite. You know what I mean? Unite people.
Dude, like I'm just replaying the fight in my head, right? Because, like I said, Alter Ego, great decision making every step. They were very calm, very composed. Even if they're having their backs against the wall, they know what's their pros and cons with their composition. They know its strengths and its limits, and also just more important, just their timing of engagement. Like especially their catch with Ward. When Ikura jumped in on top of Ward and then forced him back with the block, both Ward and Ank, which is, by the way, the defender and the Blissey, the supports, by the way, stick together. There is no way for them to run. It was a perfect opportunity for Shingdi, and Shingdi saw it as well. And he just went straight forward and removed them out of the equation. But of course, let's quickly check out the interview between Shingdi and the rest.
Oh! We are here today to be champions, is what he said.
while we did mess up on our first one, this time we're the ones who are going to be champion.
Oh, Chomos! Oh man, it's always great to see Chomos, man.
序盤中盤苦しい戦いだったと思うんですけど、逆転勝利した時の VC 内での様子をお聞かせください。
第一场比赛的时候
He just like, okay, yo, what did he say?
最初和中盘都是非常痛苦
Like I say, we still have the language barriers, but Pokemon Unite still brings us together.
Yep.
请在你的队员内的语音是一个什么样的情况
Can you speak Mandarin or you can't speak Mandarin?
No.
Alright, I got you covered.
顺利，但其实我们在内心里面，我们一直很相信我们是可以赢的。所以当我们真的赢的时候，我们
Okay, so the lane was pretty okay. But at the same time, despite the game, they still feel confident they'll still win it all.
最初は確かにうまく進みませんでしたが
That's the gist.
でも心の中では必ず
That's the gist of it.
それで最後レクーザを取った時には
Okay, my Mandarin isn't that perfect either.
Right.
もちろん第2戦も必ず勝てると強く信じました
In the first game, it wasn't really down on our side, but deep down, I believe that we had the power to win. And when Rayquaza appeared, and we managed to beat him, deep down, I celebrated. But because of that, that was the part that makes sure that we can also get game 2.
では最後にこの日本には長く戦い続けてきたシンディ選手のファンがたくさんいます。日本のファンに向けて何かメッセージがあれば教えてください。
在日本已经活跃了很久的新地选手
Is there any message that you have for your Japanese fans?
您的粉丝，那面对这些日本的粉丝，请您给出一句感想。
我很想说的是，我们昨天赢了 FENNEL， 他们是我很好的朋友，所以他们现在出局了，我真的很想帮他们赢。我今天会连着 FENNEL 的一起赢下这个比赛。
昨日初戦で勝ったフェンネル選手たちですが、個人的にはとても仲の良かった友達です。彼らたちの思いを継いで今回戦い切りたいと強く思っております。
In the first round yesterday, we fought FENNEL. Even though we beat him, they were one of we're really good friends with him, and we're also going to continue to spirit on as we advance through.
ありがとうございます。それでは実況解説席へお戻しいたします。シンディ選手です。ありがとうございました。
There you go, Shindy, my boy. You know, as Dave said, you know, like they are still going to be continuing on what they're doing, what they've been doing. They are now proceeding to the semifinals of the tournament. Again, they are the third team to have been able to get there. And now, this is one of the teams that we are actually looking forward to for the first round of the single eliminations playoffs as well. It is going to be Paper Rex going up against Luminosity Gaming, and this is going to be a hard one, a hard match for Paper Rex. As we see here, going back a little bit for a recap of what happened thus far, it is going to be INSOMNIA winning 2-0 against XSIST, Nagoya Oja winning, ZETA Division winning 2-0 against Nagoya Oja, Alter Ego winning 2-0 against FENNEL Esports, and I think this, while I think this is going to be a close match, I think, and I really do believe this, that we're going to be seeing another 2-0 in this match.
Oh yeah, for sure. But the thing is, who's gonna get the 2 in this matchup? Like, it's really hard to tell, simply because the Paper Rex is one of the powerhouse teams on their respective Southeast Asia region. But we're facing up against Luminosity Gaming, probably the top team or former top team in the world. You know, not by far, they're not the very best because it was FENNEL, but FENNEL is out of the picture as of now. So we can conclude now, this roster from Luminosity Gaming, this team is formidable to the point that they can get this done for today.
Oh yeah, and man, it's really gonna be interesting as well, because we all know for a fact that Luminosity Gaming already won their spot for the WCS, right? They already won their spot at the WCS, and it's really gonna be interesting, because if they do win the entire tournament, then what happened to the spot? You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Like that is still something that we have to discuss and still have need to wait for an update on when that ever happens. So is it going to be passed out to the second placer? We don't know yet. We'll find out when we get there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, simply because this is a qualifiers as well for the Worlds, right? But you of course, like the three teams who's just standing firm out there up top, just like Alter Ego, for sure they really want to condition themselves and be one of the teams to get that and earn that spot. Simply, it's a world spot. You don't have to go to your open qualifiers in your respective regions, because open qualifiers sometimes may do hurt a little bit. You do need to get past a lot of hurdles, and there are teams that are quite unknown yet does have the potential to stand in the world stage.
Right, and at the same time, right, like going over to PaperX versus Luminosity Gaming, this is also going to be the first match where we're going to have our first sub-stage matches. So for those who are watching the sub-stage as well, or the sub-stream, we're going to have our first match of the lower bracket, just to be able to, get the the placements out of the way, so we can determine what kind of like pricing you're going to be getting off of the prize pool. So with that being said, this is the first round, the match 4 of round 1, and we're going to have match 1 of the lower bracket later on the sub-stream. But again, as I mentioned, for the main stream, which we are on right now, we're going to be watching PaperX and Luminosity Gaming, which I believe a lot of people have been looking forward to, because again, any game that Luminosity Gaming is on is something worth watching on. And at the same time, PaperX is too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're one of the top teams across the world in Pokemon Unite history. Both of them have been appearing in the global stage multiple times already, specifically for Luminosity Gaming, back-to-back world champions before in 2023 and 2022. So, therefore, this is something that, every fans has been looking forward to, not just the Asian fans, but same thing into the Western fans as well, because I do believe that there's also a live stream dedicated for them, that's why Spraggles and Doom Snacks and the others are, actually having their own desk in order to feature these upcoming games. So definitely those fans out there from America and to the Western side, for sure they have been wanting this matchup, knowing that it's not just, getting the spot. I mean, they have the spot already, but they want to make sure that they became champions here and prove that they are still the very best out of every single teams out there.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, right, the only thing that they have to worry about is if they are living from the West, right? For example, I don't know, the Americans or the East Coast, right? It's currently 12:40 past, 40 minutes past midnight in the East Coast, and I believe about like 2 a.m. right now for the West Coast. So they just have if they really want to watch this, they have to they have to be awake for quite a long time, and at the same time, it's either that or they can just watch a replay later on after the tournament is done. But either way, everyone in the world, right, is currently watching the matches regardless of where they are, maybe in the States or maybe in the Europe's region or maybe even in Latin America. Everyone is watching right now because they know for a fact that this is sort of a mini worlds kind of event where everyone gathered around, invited to play on this prestigious event held in Japan.
Oh yeah, and not just that, it's actually important for them to watch this kind of tournament, knowing that it's a possibility, especially if you're a title contender for Worlds, that you get to encounter these participating teams, these 16 teams playing in ACL. Like, it's high chance that you'll get to meet them in the future stage of Worlds, and if you're not that prepared, if you don't have that kind of intel, then maybe you're in a bit of trouble competing in Worlds, because they're just going to surprise you with these cards that they are currently bringing up and the one that they're formulating for the future.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's one of those things where they have to watch it. They have to watch it. They, as you mentioned earlier, they have to study it as well. They need to know what is currently happening in this region, what's currently happening in our region, how we can, as you mentioned, formulate strategies based on what's happened here. Maybe we could change, we could get some strategies from there, apply it to us, or maybe get, multiple strategies from different, different teams, apply it, and maybe win our own regional qualifiers and own regional tournaments as well moving forward.
And speaking of moving forward, we are just waiting for our players from PaperX and Luminosity Gaming, to get prepared. And actually, they heard it. They heard it. The grand entrance of our last quarterfinals match of PaperX versus Luminosity Gaming in Southeast Asia versus North America.
Here we go. Started off. That is going to be solo.
And there's more people. More people are standing.
Here we go. You can see here. Here comes the the battle of the mobile and consoles.
Yeah, console. That's trainer. That's a trainer.
It's like everyone, well, if not all, right? Everyone, if not most, in the West are playing through their consoles.
Yeah.
And everyone inside of Paper Rex are playing with their mobile as well. So again, if we're gonna be dubbing this, it's nothing. We cannot dub this any more than consoles versus mobiles. We have to find out which one is best based on the results of this match.
Find out. Find out. Oh, Paper Rex. The Logo Showdown.
Pinoy Pride, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a win-win.
It's a win for both of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a win-win. So right now the Talon is out of the picture. We're gonna win for Overlord.
Okay, who's gonna choose? Oh wow!
Oh wow!
Get it. First pick. Okay, first pick. Okay, yeah. Okay, first pick. Luminosity Gaming. Fist bump. There we go.
There we go.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and it's actually nice as well that Overlord did ask his teammates if we're gonna prioritize first pick or not. I mean, that's like the same case for Nagoya Oja, wherein Airwas asked his teammates if we're gonna go first or not. Simply because that, you know, again, sole decision of a captain is sometimes not the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're a team. Oh, look at this. This is what I love.
Wow.
They're huddling. And just preparing for the match.
Giving me goosebumps. Like they're united as one. They know that they're gonna compete up against the former best team in the world and probably the rising team again in the world.
Right? Perhaps still one of the best in the world.
Yeah, one of the best for sure.
They're still not done huddling, you know.
For sure, there's going to be game 3, man. I can feel it.
Let's give them a moment of silence, you know, like make them focus on what you're trying to talk about with each other. You know, this is it. You know, Luminosity Gaming is one of the biggest hurdles that we have. We have it in 3, 2, 1. I was a little bit too late, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. it is what it is, my guy. W.
You know. And at least like they have their own like sense of what it calls. They know what they need to do. They know how to get the pressure off of themselves. They know how they can remove all of that so that they would be prepared and ready to go to the match.
Yeah, and I mean that is part of, you know, how you warm up. Was that Rebels? Was that Rebels? I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
No, the ones with the jersey as well. You know, I think that was a coach. Oh, that one to climb up. Was that Rebels?
I wasn't really able to see.
Like I thought I read the jersey as Rebels. All right, we'll see later. We'll see later.
Probably the the substitute player for Paper Rex.
Yeah, because Rebels actually acted as a coach for. I forgot the team. Was it Evos? Wait. Let me let me have a refresh. Oh no! He's the coach of Paper Rex. Yeah, right. So that's actually Rebons, I suppose.
Rebons. There we go. Here we go. Look at them. Everyone is just looking over their the monitors, the RG monitors, by the way, the equipment sponsor of this tournament. Curious? Okay.
Trainer.
Come on,
trainer. And we have Otter here.
They have a logo of Esports Engine in their shirts. Slash, man, these are, Overlord slash Curious. They are perhaps those three, right? Are perhaps one of the best players in the world on their own on their own respective roles. That's how I would put it. So and them being in a single team is just a phenomenal idea to be in. So let's see what's in the handy notebook. Are they going to show us the notebook? Okay. Oh no, they're just reading it. What's the secret recipe? Are they going to show it to us? I think, I mean, it's a secret recipe. You know what I mean? Like, they're not gonna show it to us.
I mean, going back into what you were saying a while ago, so I feel like they're one of the best in their respective roles. But here's the thing: what makes it interesting is that they're on a single team and it works hand in hand. Simply because there's a team, not literally, in like an this is just a theory or an analogy that if all of the strongest players come together, sometimes it will result into a negative win. And that doesn't happen to Luminosity. When you join forces, these three, Overlord / Curios, together as a team, it's just an unstoppable force, man.
Yeah, I mean, they have the synergy. They have been playing for quite a while together as Luminosity Gaming. So really, they're gonna be there. Like not to say that Otter and Trainer are not good, but they are good as well. I mean, they wouldn't be in Luminosity Gaming if they weren't good. It's just that we just wanted to highlight how Curios, Curios / and of course Overlord are perhaps arguably the best in their own roles that they are playing for their team. So even if you put them on a different team, they will play their own role and would still be considered one of the best off of that. So with that being said, they are now getting ready. What are these teams?
We're just waiting for the lobby, to get Cook and eventually hop right into the matchup. But I cannot really seem to predict what. I mean, you predicted that this is going to be 2-0. You're expecting a 2-0, and I'm expecting 3 games, right? Simply because these are powerhouses team. But we haven't actually told the viewers or the fans out there who's gonna get the win. We were just predicting what's gonna happen.
Okay, so like objectively speaking, like I love Paper X, but I think Luminosity Gaming is gonna be getting the 2-0. I think they're the ones who's gonna be getting the 2-0 against Paper X. Like the level of gameplay that Luminosity Gaming has against Paper X. Like, yeah, sure, we've been seeing Paper X. They're really good. They're really good in the region. But the thing is, Luminosity Gaming has been one of the most consistent, and their level of play is just so much against everyone else. You know what I mean? So if there's anyone, they always have that level of being able to play at the highest level whenever they have to. They're always at the zone. They're always in the zone. Whereas Paper X, they need to adjust themselves moving forward in comparison to like Luminosity Gaming, where it's not like they're not adjusting, but more so they make you play the way they want, the way they want you to play. That's what Luminosity Gaming is doing to you.
It's just like you get trapped in their cage in order for you to play what game they want to, right? Because it seems like it's a chess wherein they are setting up a play and you get baited on the play.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, here we go. Draft phase, banning phase. Mewtwo Y and Talonflame taken out by Luminosity Gaming. They know some of the signature Pokemons of Paper X, and they want to take out that threat. Just like what they said on the interview yesterday, they're just doing their best to, respect banned Pokemons that the team does have in order to narrow down their Pokemon pool, at the same time get their picks, then I pick them, so the opposing team can actually have a smaller chance or can dwell on Pokemons that they are not best on.
No, I totally agree with that, and man, it's I don't know, man. It's you still have to wait for the draft here to really happen. What I do like about Paper X though is that they are playing the comfortable picks, which is really interesting. Because like this is the draft, or at least so far the first 2 picks coming from Paper X. Being that of their comfortable picks, whereas Luminosity Gaming, these are the kind of Pokemon, Aegislash, perhaps what's another Pokemon that they use, Tyrannosaur as well, right? These are Pokemon that we usually see in the Western region tournaments, whereas we don't really see a lot of those in the Asian meta, where definitely going to be seeing how different it's going to be with this matchup. But this is the first time we're going to be seeing the Sable Eye in the tournament, at least for the main broadcast. It's going to be handled here by Yang. So I like the fact that Paper Rex here, look, they have 3 speedsters. And they want to have as much mobility as possible, whereas that's going to be the biggest hurdle as well for them. Like, yes, they can put in the scores, they can put in this, put in the points, but they don't have much of attacking prowess in comparison to Luminosity Gaming, which has a very, very balanced composition right here. Sure, there is the Umbreon, but then again, you have to be wary of Leafeon, Sableye, and Dodrio, because the moment they're down, Yamo won't be able to do much.
Yeah, and that makes me worry for Paper X as well, simply because, it's, again, just like what you said, it's a balanced lineup for Luminosity Gaming, but I'm a little bit concerned as well for Luminosity, right? Overlord doesn't have a support of a Comfy, so definitely one solo or HT gets the, gets on the driver's seat, and just KO Overlord. What's actually next? If Curios is going to, let's say, be late in action, the punishment could be very efficient, but they need the support of Bochi. For sure, they need Bochi's Mean Look or Yang's Unite move for it to be efficient. Like, here's the thing. It's more on high risk, high reward composition in Paper Rex. And compared to the balance and much more stable Luminosity Gaming, it's really difficult for Paper Rex to to upscale on the game itself.
No, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, though, we're now headed into the game. 10-minute timer starts now. Luminosity Gaming versus Paper Rex. It is the battle of the consoles and the mobile devices.
Let's see which one is the better device.
We'll find out. We'll find out if it's the ROG or Nintendo Switch. The battle of ROG phones and Nintendo Switch. Which
let's see.
To play Pokemon Unite on?
Oh, smart and fast way to start the game by Luminosity Gaming. Very aggressive, not letting the Sprigatito here, Yamu, to do as he pleases to. Look at that. There's a lot of wild Pokemons not being taken.
Look at that. Slash here, slowly but surely, just trying to put in some scores here. But there's a confusion as well.
HD. HD. Okay, HD. I thought HD for a moment ago he was trying to set up a play all the way in bottom path, but I think they will try to go in top instead, knowing that Overlord is not in the Zoroark, so their chances in winning this fight will be so big as they take down Curios in that fight.
That is going to be the main play here for Paper X. They need to take them out one by one, because definitely, if especially when Luminosity Gaming gets their level 7 in any of these Pokemon, they will have a hard time going up against Luminosity Gaming. So Paper Rex, as early as possible, they would want to take them out one by one. Gets the Faint here for Overlord, gonna be able to take that Florgaro, and of course there's gonna be another one here. There's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade here for both of the teams, but the thing is, would they be able to survive? Here comes the confusion, but never mind, Yang is not gonna be able to get away.
Very unfortunate, but I'm loving the handshake so far for both teams. They make sure that there is always something in return so that they don't get behind, but multiple scores once again. Luminosity Gaming makes sure that they're one step ahead if there is going to be a trade coming from Paper Rex.
Yeah, you said it completely right. If there's going to be a handshake, they see, this is the thing, right? They do not they're not satisfied with just a handshake. They want to be, they want to have some sort of advantage against the other. It's not just a handshake, it's a firm handshake.
I feel like this is the first time that we've seen Trick working, and oh my goodness, Overlord with a phenomenal damage out of Trainer in that one. And this is the Trick Room Mimikyu that I have been waiting for. It is so quick, so agile, and damage output wise so quick to bring it out.
Oh yeah, and here we have it. Luminosity Gaming, this is what I'm talking about. Paper Rex needed to shut them down early, get the advantage off of Luminosity Gaming. But then again, now that this is what I said, get their level 7s, everyone is just going to be steamrolled over by Luminosity Gaming. And now, as you can see, Paper Rex is having a hard time getting in and diving in into Luminosity Gaming.
Ooh, no, Kyrios, perfectly timed. And right now, multiple members of Paper Rex falling back immediately. That's a lot of pressure being applied by Luminosity Gaming. 17 points in the bank. Emerald 2-step! Oh, but Midnight Slash is going to complete the job here. That is Solo not being able to get the solo KO after investing a lot of moves.
Yeah, see, Emerald 2-step didn't do much. I mean, sure, it did a damage, but Kyrios and the others are still alive. And this is going to be a hard-fought match here for Paper Rex. And if this even continues up until like the 4-minute mark, then that would mean the only way for Paper Rex to be able to get a win here would be to take a high risk, a higher reward flip into the Rayquaza. Unfortunately, hopefully that's not going to be the case here, and I hope that they can still get their XPs up so that they can fight off Luminosity Gaming. That's going to be one down, the 1-for-1. That's going to be Solo and Slash going to be down into the side of both of the teams. Handshake, but never mind, Ace is going to be going down as well, alongside Auto. Another handshake for both of the teams.
Handshake and Handshake do not be behind as much as possible, but Paper Rex needs to do more. Knowing that they're so behind in terms of XP department, level 11 compared to level 10 Yimu, that's actually, far behind. They need to catch up a lot here, and look at that. It's just Slash Can not giving a breathing room for them, but there goes multiple members of Paper Rex. They're the ones applying the pressure now.
And there you have it.
Wow.
Finally. A bit of a breathing room for Paper Rex here. They're going to be able to take it up, but Kira's going to be able to take down 2 in the process after the Midnight Slash. But the thing is, they're still not done. They still have some Pokemons up. That is going to be Overlord going to be able to take down HT as well. 194 to 96. That is 98 points in the lead for Luminosity Gaming, alongside their XP leads as well. Luminosity Gaming still has this in the bag thus far.
Ooh, Trainer, nice setting up a vision in order to reveal the location of Yang. And right now, Yang is a little bit of trouble here. He's going to force the score. Not going to be able to dunk it on time. And this is Paper Rex, little by little, having a mini collapse. And Overlord, together with Kyrios, applying some pressure in both sides of the map.
Yeah, Zuri, and here we go. What do you call this? Reggie LAIC going to be coming up a bit, Paper X definitely needs to force this one in, but look at that triple trample, fortunately, just to be able to get away, leaving Yang away to be taken out. Unfortunately for them, going to be able to give more XP to Luminosity Gaming, which they should not be doing so. Solo going to be taken out as well in that moment. And just like that, Overlord has now been able to step into the secondary score goal. Now goes back with Feint, but look at that. Finally, Yema going to be able to take on Overlord as well. If infinite, full power Saya is going to pop up, but that is only a ruse, just to be able to put them out, push them away, and really, they already bought a lot of time here. The reason why Overlord and of course Slash was able to go down there was just to buy some time so that they can get in the Reggie. Like, he gave them more breathing room, more space as well to get their XPs to be able to finally defend the Rayquaza when it comes up. And look at this right now. It is going to be Slash be the only one up top, whereas there are 3 Pokemon into the side of Paper Rex, stopping that Reggie LAIC.
Understandable, since they just need to apply some pressure, and you don't need a lot of your members from your team to do that, and there are tons of wild Pokemons as well in the central area, in the forest, so have to make sure that you get every single bit of it. Take out all of the resources, all of the wild Pokemons of Paper Rex, so that they can have a head start, and not a head start, but they can continue their lead, make it even larger, so that the potential comeback is much more lower.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, they might not have that much of a lead in terms of points, but XP wise and team fight wise, Luminosity,
Overlord.
Look at that, Overlord, and yeah, Overlord is gonna be.
Oh my God!
Wow,
that was 5 versus 1. 5 versus 1, and he got 4. Can he make it 5? Oh my God, Overlord doing it everything for Luminosity Gaming. It doesn't even need
that was a good pop of Unite move as well. You know, just at the time that before coming in before the Rayquaza, they have already shot down Paper Rex, even with just Overlord, and that's why I keep on saying that they are the best in their own role, respective role. I mean, that was like 4v5, 5v1 really, leaving only Yang to get away.
Uh-oh, here comes the reinforcement. The sneak attack goal is not a good idea for Paper Rex. The solo taken down again and again. His presence is not being felt that much for their team. And look at that, Luminosity Gaming is actually sealing off every single angle at the forest.
The central area right now sealed off, as you have mentioned, down bottom, but it is going to be Overlord, gonna be taken out. But look at the HP, they are all low right now.
Oh, looking good. They need a refresher.
They need to refresh
1 minute.
indeed, but Bochi trying to buy some time for the teammates. Oh no, Bochi.
Curious.
Bochi.
Uh-oh, that's looking good.
In that press, gonna be able to use it just to get away. And now Paper Rex is slashing in the Rayquaza. And no! Luminosity Gaming is gonna be able to take down the Rayquaza. Unfortunate for Paper Rex. They're gonna be able to take down 3 in the process as well. Bochi wasn't able to buy enough time, for their team. And now Luminosity Gaming is just pushing down all the dunking down all the points, and now they have the advantage.
Chaos Glower from Yang actually didn't work the way they wanted it to. No one was sent back into the base at the side of Luminosity Gaming, but instead they stole the Rayquaza that Paper Rex was about to flip.
That is true, and look at this right now. Okay, it's Luminosity Gaming. They had everything in on the side, dude. Like they it's how do I say this? It's quite a I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna be describing this, but definitely one thing's for sure, that game was definitely Luminosity Gaming's game.
Yeah, I agree. Like from the draft itself, from the head start, right? Because when it comes to draft, you can already analyze what's gonna happen. Like 60% boils into the draft, 40% comes with the execution, and with that being said, 60% is already within Luminosity Gaming, and we all know that they are so disciplined in terms of execution. I'm not saying that Paper Rex is not, but due to the fact that they have a better draft, does mean that they can actually just slash in up against Paper Rex.
No, yeah, I mean, that's what I told you earlier about, right? Like, they are really strong, but they don't have that defensive, the bulkiness as well, going up against Luminosity Gaming. And at the same time, Curious here, Slash and Overlord were just left and not being checked at all by Paper Rex. Unfortunately for them, they were just eating them for lunch all day long for the rest of the match. So, and that's also what I said, the gap is quite prevalent as well, coming in from that of Paper Rex and Luminosity Gaming. We saw how much they played against that of Paper Rex, and we can see how they controlled the entirety of the game. I mean, even going into the Rayquaza, they didn't even really care much of the points, because they knew for a fact that Paper Rex, even if they do come in, they just need to check and gatekeep the half of the map, right? Like from the Rayquaza to any choke points, really, that where they can go in to get in some backups. And even if they can slip in, they are just gonna be there, to answer back, take him out, and just go with their days.
Yeah, this is just a Luminosity game. It's so hard for a team to find a loophole in order to win. It's just they rely more on flips whenever they do go up against Luminosity Gaming, because I feel like that is actually the most viable option whenever you need to go and win up against a team who's actually very disciplined, very hard, or very frequent, or not that frequent to make a mistake, just like LG. So Paper Rex did the flip. Sad to say, it didn't work. Luminosity Gaming was still able to get the last laugh in that. So I'm quite curious, would the game plan be same for Paper Rex, wherein just try to keep up as long as possible, and then if they get behind, just Go to the central area, go to the sideways, and get those wild Pokemons, catch up in XP, and then turn it into a flip. I feel like it would be like that again if they can't go, toe to toe with LG.
I mean, I think, what I really think is that they have to change their playset heavily, because we know for a fact that what they wanted to do is they tried to force the speedster meta, right, against that of Luminosity. And that game number one just proves to show them, right, that the speedster meta does not work against Luminosity game. And so I'm pretty sure they're going to be going back to their roots, go back to their bruiser kind of composition, maybe go back to, I don't know, the Venusaur Blazy kind of like composition. So basically what I'm trying to say here is that they cannot play they have to play what they're comfortable with, what they have been playing since before, to be able to have a chance against Luminosity Gaming. Because if they force in new strategies against them, well, you already saw what happened.
I do agree, simply because you cannot experiment that much in the playoff stage, especially when there's no chance for you to bounce back and be back on the grand finals itself. And objectively speaking, they do have to change their draft, and I do agree that they have to go with the all-rounders or bruisers, right? So maybe a guard jump and Surlage would work, because they are a big fan of that kind of lineup. But we'll see. I mean, that Leafeon from I don't know, the solo, that Leafeon didn't actually work the way they wanted it to, simply because he always gets KO'd after that Emerald 2-step lands.
And even then, right, like Emerald 2-step didn't really do much.
Yeah.
Not going to Paper X, but coming from solo. So, we're gonna be seeing a ban here for the Comfy and the Blissey, alongside the Mewtwo Y and the the Zera Aura.
They're taking out.
It's the Psyduck.
Okay, understandable. You don't want to give it to the first pick, right? So, yeah, I really understand that Psyduck, but Zera Aura is open, so possible that Overlord gets to pick it freely. Same thing with Leafeon. If they do not, if Pickworks is not going to get Leafeon, Trainer might get it as well.
That is true.
Talonflame, deny pick.
Was banned earlier.
Yeah.
And it's now going to be used here by Paper Rex. But again, I think they're going to be going in for a scoring comp here for Paper Rex, perhaps. Which is going to be quite how do I say this? It's going to be quite interesting, and going to be hard for them to go up against Luminosity Gaming, especially now that they're hovering into that of the Leafeon and Tyranitar, perhaps. Oh, never mind. They're going to be gunning in for the
Leafeon.
No, not quite yet. They're going to be going in for the Mew.
Okay. I just hope this is not a double speedster, because if it is, oh no,
It is.
Okay. It wasn't solo. It was Yimo who used it a while ago, but
yeah.
But here's the thing, like, it didn't work on the first attempt, right? So this is actually really critical for Paper Rex if they're gonna repeat the same idea or composition. Yes, I do understand they do have double defenders, but this is more on a supporter Umbreon. Wish, Mean Look, and is HT going to the central? I do feel like HT will. Hold on. I think HT is the central.
Oh. Triple speedsters.
Oh.
Double defenders, triple speedsters. They are very squishy.
Man. Oh, so it's Overlord with a Buzzwole, not as Aurora. Okay. But setting that one aside, Curios, if he gets in with a discharge, man, those HPs are just gonna be shredded down.
I mean, Curios here just needs to pull out either Bocce or Yang, and everyone else is just gonna follow. Especially that they have a lot of dispossession ability. For example, we have Buzzwole with Smackdown as well. Slash, can essentially this is the Pokemon that will allow them to outlast Paper Rex, just go back to the base, Rings Unbound even afterwards, so that they can get into refreshes, especially for the Rayquaza fight. But then again, they don't really need a lot of refreshes in this kind of like composition against that of Paper Rex, just because of the fact that Paper Rex doesn't have any healers. The only healers they have is, as you have mentioned, the utility Umbreon going in for the Wish.
Oh my god, I'm just really concerned with Paper X, but I mean, they still do have a shot. There's actually a stopper. They do have a Snorlax. I do feel like this will be a heavy slam and a block. So, no, we'll see. We'll see if this time can they make it work. But I'm really, really worried about the Zero Aura. It could actually take them down as one unit.
No, I totally agree with you. So, I wonder how they're gonna go off against this. Like you, I too am quite worried about Paper Rex, how they're gonna be gunning in, because sure, their Pokemon are strong, their Pokemon composition are great, but only if it's considered to be if we can consider the fact that they can get in early. The thing is, if Paper X cannot get their XPs up, cannot have the momentum, cannot have the advantage over that of Luminosity Gaming as early as possible, they will not have a good time. But speaking of that, though, Paper X is going to be the first one to get a KO into the side of Luminosity Gaming. That is going to be the Mimikyu. That is Trainer. But at the same time, up top, we're going to be seeing some KOs as well. That is going to be Yang, with the Umbreon.
And wow. Basing from Paper Rex, secured smooth as silk for bottom path. It's actually phenomenal, but right now it's going to be Curious trying to go for the engage team fight as one falls down the side of Paper Rex, but nice response coming in from HT. I do believe that, yes, that's HT, but it gets traded off right off the bat. What a handshake once again for Luminosity Gaming and Paper Rex. This is the exact same situation from game one, but the question is, who will hold on tight? Curious has been put into sleep, but he's up and going. But look at that, Solo still up.
Man, 28-25, 48-25. This is looking pretty good for Paper Rex right now. At least, at the very least, right? It's not like what happened in game number one, where Luminosity Gaming has been in the lead from the early game, leading up into the late game. Whereas, Paper Rex right now is adjusting very well, really. That they're not always be getting by Luminosity Gaming. So, a very beautiful showing here from Paper Rex right now. That they can adjust and accordingly to that of Luminosity Gaming. But right now, in just a few seconds, we're going to be seeing the second set of birds here on the top of the second top and bottom path. And at the same time, the first set of major objectives are going to be coming up as well in 25 seconds.
Oh, look at that Emerald two-step in order to get the KO. And the Slash Hand was actually trapped in there. No way to get out. And this is looking good for Paper Rex. They have set their prioritization towards Regieleki, but some of them are actually rotating down bottom.
And that's what I'm talking about as well, right? They have to get the advantage in the early game, and they now have the advantage not only in points but also in XP, and taking out Luminosity Gaming one by one. And the moment that they can get it, it's just all-day party for Paper Rex. But the thing is, later down the line, they cannot take them. They wouldn't be able to take them out one by one. They have to. That's going to be the win con here for Paper Rex. But Luminosity Gaming is for sure going to be forcing out the issue on a team fight to Paper Rex. As we just saw here, that's going to be Solo going to be able to take down Curious, and at the same time, that is going to be Fly Yemu into Trainer, going to be able to take them down as well. And here comes some scoring points as well coming from that Paper Rex. 199 is going to be scored in the game right now into 76. That is going to be Ultra Soul's run coming from that of Overlord, going to be able to take down Solo in the process, Smackdown as well. But Yang here needs to be able to survive, gets another Smackdown. That's going to be another KO for Overlord.
Great Smackdown, North the zone out, two-step once again. This is what we have been waiting for. The efficiency, the damage, but play with me is actually there. HD, can he back away? Plasma Gale will hit them. That's an area of effect, but there's a flame sweep all the way at the other side of the map. Fly will drop down. Overlord taken down.
Man, Overlord overextended. You know, I do understand the fact that they needed to survive, got in and stole the last citrus berry for the top path of Paper Rex, but unfortunately because of that they got stuck a little bit to that of the speed reflux zone and wasn't able to get away, or was in cooldown and wasn't able to get away from Fly of Yemu.
And this is the Paper X that we know. Dominating first 5 minutes of the game. They just have to hold on tight. Nice heavy slam, by the way. They're gonna back off. They know already. Luminosity Gaming does know that there is a huge threat coming from Paper Rex. Despite them being up on XP, they're catching up, by the way. They're still ahead. But team fight-wise, Paper Rex is doing the job.
And here you have it. Luminosity Gaming currently at 5 minute mark right now into the game, and Paper Rex does have the position advantage towards everything. But never mind, XP wise, Luminosity Gaming does have the lead, and Ring Temple is getting popped up into the power now coming in from that of Bochi. And look at that seal. Red Seal is going to be taken out here by Luminosity Gaming. It's going to retreat down into the side of Luminosity Gaming as well. Paper Rex is doing their best right now to take them out, and it's going to be 4 down, maybe 5.
Wow.
Overlord is still in the back here, still trying to put in some chaos. It's gonna be 2 down. Only Overlord is up left, as Yemo was able to take down 2 as well. But never mind, it's gonna be 3 down just for Overlord. It didn't need anything at all. Just alone is already enough.
I'm loving the surprises here. Luminosity Gaming, despite losing a lot of team fight, still catch up. They're just scaling little by little. Right now, it seems like they're the ones applying the pressure. That's just 1 minute and like how many seconds?
Yeah, I mean, Paper Rex, right, was already in the lead from the early game to the mid game, but Luminosity Gaming, the moment that they got the power spikes, immediately was able to turn the tables around. Flamesword is going to be popped up here by Yemo here, but it's not going to be enough though. Kira's going to be taken out, yes, but there is still a Reggie Ilecki. Yemo's going to be taken out, and there goes the scoring here coming in from that Luminosity Gaming. More scores are going to be coming up. There's another 10 here. Are they going to be able to do it? Yes, sir.
Wow.
This, putting them to sleep was not enough. Unfortunately, they weren't able to stop them from scoring in. There goes to 29, and Slash stops Bochi from putting that score.
They're not stopping. They're not stopping. Both of the teams are not stopping. Luminosity Gaming, they need to, press even further. Need to press and push back Paper Rex as much as possible, knowing that they are already ahead. Overlord at level 14, by the way, compared to level 13s of Paper Rex. That's actually a huge disadvantage for them, knowing that Overlord can be a secondary frontline from their team. But here goes Paper Rex. They want to start things off. They know they have the power spikes, but the thing is, Luminosity Gaming also has that heavy slam will land, fly will drop down, and nice pickup once again by Paper Rex, but not quite done yet. Look at their HP. They're so low, and that's just Overlord taken at the team of Luminosity.
That is true. And at the same time, it actually works out very well for Overlord, just because of the fact that, okay, this actually works okay as well for Luminosity Gaming because of the fact that they got taken out a little bit too early. That means they can have their refresh before the Rayquaza comes up, so they will be ready, up and running with their Unite moves. In comparison to like Paper Rex, where Solo still doesn't have their Unite moves as well. Level 14 though, alongside Overlord's 14 into that of the Buzzwole. Now, with that being said, they are the ones with the position advantage into that of the Rayquaza. Paper Rex.
Paper Rex has a big shot on this one. Just have to focus indeed. Get those locations revealed. They don't have a Azure Spy Vision, no Inteleon, no Infernal, Infinite Cyburn by the Mewtwo Y. So it's just a guessing game. It's just a checking of tall grasses, but no one is moving an inch. Paper Rex is just waiting for an information, and on the other hand, Luminosity Gaming is just waiting for an information as well.
Trainer, they don't know Trainer's there.
Back out.
It's like in the score, there we go. They're seeing Trainer putting down 100 points. Which will then put Paper Rex to slash down the Rayquaza, giving them the emblem.
Oh, there goes.
There we go. The Rings Unbound, putting the Mimikyu ready into the Ray Pit.
Overlord is trapped. That actually works. Power Nap will be there, but not going to be quite enough in terms of crowd control. But there goes the heavy slam. Oh, wow. Nice touch.
He baited the fight too.
Trainer. Oh, my God. What a mind games.
Goodness.
No power nap already. 4 Unite moves left yet for Paper Rex. Play with me has been there. Flames as well. Everything is being invested here by Paper Rex, but no KO has been revealed yet. Plasma Game will be there as well. But we're on the KOs. That's only one. That's only one KO.
Oh, they are low. They are very low right now. But the thing is, Luminosity Gaming needs to stop them from scoring in. And here we go. They need to jump into the secondary score goal so that they can stop Paper Rex. 243 to 307
15 seconds
right here. 15 seconds up left here. Would they be able to stop them from scoring in? Would that be enough? This is going to be very close right now. Curious is doing their best to not allow them to score, but the yawn almost made them score in, but Luminosity Gaming was able to stop them. The formidable defenses, the wall of defenses of Luminosity Gaming stops them from scoring in, and look at them. They knew they were able to do it. They got the win this time around. We are going to have to say goodbye to Paper Rex.
Wow, what a match. Whoa, I actually thought Paper Rex had a huge shot on game number 2. I mean, if we're going to take a look at the scenario that happened a while ago, it was actually them investing a lot of Unite moves, but man, the sustain of Luminosity Gaming, the way they dodged the Unite moves and every moves that being thrown to them, Trainer actually did a formidable job dodging those Unite moves as well, together with those Flame Sweep being able to waste them out. Man, Luminosity Gaming just made sure Paper Rex cannot convert those Unite moves into its maximum potential, and by that being able to avoid being knocked out. Huge impact for them to clean it up.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with you. And look, there's a handshake for both of the teams here. Very beautiful stuff. And Luminosity Gaming proceeds forwards to the semifinals. And the thing is, they're gonna go off against with Alter Ego.
Oh wow, that's one thing to watch as well. Man, can Alter Ego destroy this momentum of Luminosity Gaming? Luminosity Gaming so far, they have been taking out a lot of Southeast Asian teams, and they're going to be the ones. They're the next target of Luminosity Gaming. But Alter Ego, this is their home ground. They were champions before in Asia Champions League, and for sure they want to bring it home, just like what Shingdi said.
That is true, and I mean, thus far with the consoles versus consoles versus consoles versus ROG phones. Well, Nintendo Switch won. There's 1 point for Nintendo Switch now. You still need to wait for more matches with them on the mobile devices with the ROG phones.
Actually, it's not literally 1-0. It's actually 3-0. simply because Luminosity Gaming won a lot of games last night, right? And majority of them were using mobile phones.
That is true. But here we go. We're gonna be seeing some interviews with Kiryu, so let's take a listen.
Luminosity Gaming の今年の強さの秘訣聞いてもいいですか?
If I may ask, what is the secret tech for this year's Luminosity Gaming's power to see how consistent you are for this year?
I would just say we work really well together as a team. We're good friends, and teams go through conflict and internal struggles all the time. But I think we've gone through a lot of those together, and we've managed to kind of mend that, and we just work really well together.
そうなんやっぱチームワークが何よりの秘訣。僕らもちろん友達としても仲いいっていうのもあるけれど、やっぱ辛い時とかも含めてやっぱ一緒に乗り越えてきたから、それらを総合的にあるからこそ今に至るかなと思ってるかな。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ゲーム1、1試合目のキリオ選手のアブソルの活躍というのは凄まじいものでした。あなたは一体どれだけのポケモンを競技的に使えるんでしょうか、使いこなせるんでしょうか。
In game 1, your Absol play was flawless, but if I may ask, how many Pokemon are you able to play so great in a competitive level, if I may ask?
Yeah, I think that's my greatest strength as a player, being able to play all these different Pokemon to a high level. And honestly, one of the things I worked on recently was getting just a few Pokemon to an even higher level. But yeah, you can see even more Pokemon coming up from me in the tournament. Honestly, I can't even tell you a number of how many Pokemon I have that I may be able to pull out. So, definitely stay tuned.
まあそうだね、やっぱ結構、やっぱあのゲームでも見せたと思うけど、やっぱり僕のプレイヤーとしての、腕のうまさでいうと、やっぱいろんなポケモンを扱えるっていう中で、思えたのがやっぱフロントに行く中でどれだけレベルをアップを最大限に早くいけるのかっていうのがやっぱり秘訣なんだけど、これを見ただけでまだなんだろう、まだ僕の本気を出してないから、これからもちょっと期待しててねっておっしゃってます。
楽しみですね。まだ今日はまだまだ試合がたくさんありますが、この後の意気込みを最後に聞かせてください。
Well, you still have a few more games left, but would you like to say a quick message or a shout out to anyone?
Thank you all so much for the support. It's really a great time being back in Japan since I played back in 2023. So yeah, it's so cool to see such a big crowd for this event. So yeah, thank you everyone.
皆さんありがとうございます。2023年以来この日本でプレイすることが本当楽しみなので、改めて皆さん見に来てくれて本当にありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。キリオス選手に来ていただきました。今日解説席にお戻しいたします。
And there we have it, an interview coming in from that of Kyrios of Luminosity Gaming. Again, they are now going to be proceeding to the semifinals of our tournament. First one is going to be, Insomnia versus Zeta Division. And then, of course, next would be Ultra Ego and Luminosity Gaming. That's going to be on our semifinals. And at the same time, we have already gotten our first, sets of lower bracket round to determine the placement ties as well.
Oh yeah, I'm excited once about to unfold. Simply because on the losers or the placement bracket, right? So whoever wins on that gets the chance to compete for the 5th and 6th spot, and the losers will get the 7th spot, 7th, 8th spot. Right? So that's how it goes for our losers bracket or the placement bracket. So there we go. So loser gets the 7th place tiebreaker, and the winner gets the 5th placer tiebreaker. So if you can see the connecting lines, that is going to be the case. And then for the losers of semifinals, they will go to the 3rd place tiebreaker.
And here you go. As I mentioned, Insomnia versus Zeta Division, Ultra Ego versus Luminosity Gaming, XSIST, Nagoya Oja, FENNEL Esports, and Paper Rex. For those who are on the lower bracket, they're going to be playing on they're going to be playing on the substage. Substream. Whereas we're only going to be watching the semifinals of Insomnia, Zeta Division, Ultra Ego, and Luminosity Gaming, and of course the battle for a 3rd placer later down the line. So with that being said, though, Philippines qualifiers, again, we have to remind you guys that it is only up until April 2nd for the registration. So if you haven't registered yet, please do so right now, because you might have the chance to win the slot for the Pokemon Unite Championships, Pokemon Unite World Championship Series 2025 in Anaheim in August.
Yeah, not just the Philippine qualifiers. I do believe that we also have for Malaysia and Singapore opened already their registration. So whichever region you are from, or if you did join a team actually for a respective region, then make sure to register already, because as far as I know, other players with other nationalities can actually join Philippine qualifiers, given the fact that majority of the team does have Filipinos or whatever region they're currently in. So, guys, make sure to register already. Malaysia for Singapore qualifiers as well. It just opened today and is open up until April 24. And I do assume that their qualifiers is around April 26 and 27.
I mean, you can only assume, right? But we
gotta confirm that.
Yeah, we gotta confirm that as well. But for those who are in Malaysia and Singapore, the qualifier is gonna be starting very soon, by the end of the month as well. So it starts today up until April 24th. So make sure you register as early as now, or maybe if you're still finalizing your teams, your roster, then you still have about a month to do that. So.
Oh yeah, that's totally a lot of time. And by the way, for Malaysia and Singapore as well, one slot will be allocated only for a team to qualify for Worlds, so just like the Philippines. And here we have it. So the prize pool for Philippines and pretty much the other regions as well has a total of 37,500 US dollars, 15,000, 7,500, 6,000, 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 respectively.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. All trainers like. That has been the first round of the playoffs, and we're gonna have more Pokemon action later down the line. Of course, as we have seen on the brackets, we're gonna be starting off with our semifinals, and of course our lower bracket as well. On the Substream, we're guys are gonna be giving you guys some update about that because we're not gonna be streaming those except for the third placer game. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, please drink your snacks and eat your drinks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this one for the semifinals.
ゲームセット0対2完勝名古屋じゃ
ー下のミドルゴール、ここのゴールは成立しました。決定的な100点、一進一退、2点3点する終盤戦、ここに決着。セカンドゲーム、ゲームセット、ハイドロポンプが出た、ハイドロポンプが炸裂、指に願いを込めたところレックーザを倒すという願いが叶った。
取れるマジで事故ったとキス
フェンネル対ゴッドライクイスポーツ第1ゲーム、ここでゲームセットです。ゴッドライクイスポーツから仕掛けていかさまセラータ選手が捕まえた、一気に飛び込んでいく、ハイドロ対戦、ムーンライトセルナーで完璧にシールドを奪い取ったのはセラータのブラッキー。一緒に遊んでゼラオラの動きを止めたところに踏みつけで回収しきった P のアマージョ、3匹のポケモンを KO している。そして最後を決めるのはリーフィア、ルカポー選手が2連続 KO。 トップで通用するプレイヤーなんだと、2023年 MJK からチャンピオンロードフェンネルと彼らが踏みしめてきた歩みが僕たちにその信頼を与えている。ここで試合終了。
仕掛けたのはゼータディビジョンです。
大きい、
ハピネスがまずは倒れました。これで回復することがかなり難しくなった。さあ残り
メタグレード50点、
そうですね、これが入ればさあ残り10秒、まだ分かりません、まだ分かりません、つながるか、いやどうだ、タクロスだ、残り時間が足りない、いやーくしゃみのゴールちゃった。ここで激闘ゲームセット、一度奪われたそのトロフィー、欧米北米からは栄誉と、そしてファンの歓声までも日本が持っていった。取り返してみせよう、これが世界のチャンピオンです。
これ倒れました。そして憂いを断ったインソムニアが残り時間40秒にしてでクーザの体力を削り切ります。フェンネルは全てをかけました。だからこそこの残った時間、ビッグーザを倒す時間は残されていません。ここでゲームセット。
ナイスナイスナイス、もうマジでマジでナイスナイスナイス。
空音も使わせて全員を KO してビッグーザへの道、勝利への道を確実に切り開いていくのはフェンネル。
取り切れナイス
と言いながらこのアジアリーグファイナルズの舞台で同じ夢を語り合った両チームのこの戦いに今決着の時が訪れます。試合終了。勝者フェンネル。
おめでとうございます。
ついている。そしてシャドウクロー計算どうだっていない。ギリギリ体力もメモリも見えない。フロントゴールを飛び越えミドルゴールまで減速ゴールだろうがなんだろうが岩盤に閉じ込めてしまえば関係ないと。さあチェックスクラッチから KO を生み出していくのはビトップのメタグルス。攻めるなら俺を落とせとアイアムトマトが支えます。ゼータディビジョン対タロンファーストゲーム試合終了。
ナイスナイスナイス。
人によってはね、この選手プレイヤーの意識の外からダメージを出すことができるので、素晴らしい。いやーこれヤンキーなんて捉えているのはコダックだ。ゼータディビジョンの集団戦を支えているのはアイアムトマトお前だろうと。
悪くない、全然悪くない。
悠々インソムニアに対してイグジスト を突きつけます。後ろからゴールチャンス、いや返しました。まさか
かざるを得ない。
夏の公演コミュニティの強さを証明しろ。
間に合った。
そうですね。サビフ間インソムニア戻ってきました。レックザ体力が残り少々、残り時間は1分です。さあ体力たちはインソムニアが囲んだ。
やった。これハビ
2022年からコミュニティでしのぎを削ってきた。一つ先に行かせてもらおう。ゲームセット。アジアの王冠は自分たちのもの、渡すわけにはいかない。先に行かせてもらおう。ゲームセット。勝ったのはゼータディビジョン。ゼータディビジョンはそれ以上に大きな敗北を超える力がある。今のゼータディビジョンは去年より強くなったのは日本リーグひいては名古屋王者お前たちのおかげだと背負って先に進みます。最終スコア0対2。セミファイナル進出はゼータディビジョン。
その日本のコンテンツに対してのリスペクト、
挟み込むような作りからハッピーアピアシットも狙っていきます。ウルトラバルクマスキラーマスカーネの KO を奪っていく。ただ睨み合っている時間もなかった。 KO を取ったとてここから先逆転する時間は残っていません。シンディスタンダップ、喜びを全身で表現してみせた。オルタナイトの力だ。そのコンビネーションが求められる。 KO を取っているのはルミノシティゲーミングだ。全員逃がさない。視界に入ったポケモンは全ていただく。スラッシャーを残していた。ラストキックはルミノシティゲーミングなのか。次のセカンドゲームお前たちはどうする。ルミノシティゲーミングが問いかける。終了後から仕掛けていくのはルミノシティゲーミング。ユナイトの応酬ならまだそのポケモンも KO されていない中、最初に KO を奪っていくのはルミノシティゲーミングか。いやペーパーレックスを負けじと1匹のポケモンを倒し4対4、全てのポケモンの体力が多くは残っていない中で最後の10秒の攻防が始まる。1匹また1匹とペーパーレックスのポケモンの勢いを落としていく。点数さえ入れられなければ俺たちは勝てるんだと。ルミノシティゲーミング。
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 Finals, and it has been a long day. It's currently 1:47 p.m. here in Asia and 2:47 p.m. at Japan, but both of them are in Asia, but majority of it. But yeah, we're back in action. Again, it's Big Eels and Yoli, also known as Leonard, ready to bring the action-packed battles for today. And we are going to be proceeding, of course, into our semifinals matchup. First is going to be Insomnia versus ZETA Division. It's Japan versus Japan. And for our second set of semifinals, it will be Alter Ego from Southeast Asia up against Luminosity Gaming from North America.
We never really got talked about this, but I'm just gonna say it now while we have the chance. Right? I really think this year's graphics that our production has from the Japan side has really set for ourselves here. It's been really good. I think I've been loving the of course the traditional color scheme, but more importantly the bracket design, how they also design their halls as well. Seems pretty great to me. I'm having a real ball for it. But yes, right now we're pretty much, as you said, we're pretty much done with our round one of the quarterfinals, as we're slowly making our way to decide who's going to be our grand finalist from these two semi-finals here. And that's going to be a really great one. And then later on after that, we're going to be having our third tiebreaker later on. I believe the order of the schedule will be semi-finals 1, 2, and then third tiebreaker, then grand finals.
Yeah. So, and I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised. Sorry to cut you off. If this would be ZETA versus Luminosity Gaming, because that has been the expectation from the fans. That's the objective or the reality in terms of numbers, in terms of firepower. But let's not deny that there is also a possibility. Alter Ego is a former champion of ACL, and not forget as well, Insomnia, one of the top contenders as well. They defeated them during the Japan League. They were going to go head to head as well. So who knows? This is literally top tier teams in semifinals.
I mean, it's also a good opportunity for Insomnia to settle scores with ZETA Division as well, right?
Yeah.
Because even back in their respective regional zone league or Japan League in this case here, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Insomnia actually got third place, and they were actually also somewhat denied by ZETA Division as well. So this is also a good chance to really show like they are not only potentially going to be the next champion for ECL, but they're also going to knock down ZETA Division. If it's, of course, with all the prep work they can have, this is the time to see whether that prep work really come to full fruition here. However, at the same time, ZETA Division is just looking exceptionally unstoppable at this point here. Although yes, they did get shut down by Luminosity, but even Luminosity Gaming, Order, and Overall also had to admit they were a team that was really solid and absolutely insane to go against here. Sure, like you mentioned, those are definitely the two teams that's supposed to be the favorites. But I'm not really going to cut out Insomnia just yet. Sure, ZETA is strong, but I think Insomnia definitely has something up on their playbook as well. Something similar to like what we saw in Luminosity's game versus Paper Rex as well, where I believe during the entire group stage they actually never brought up the Psyduck. So it was, it's not to say that they never played Psyduck before. It's just more the fact that they definitely, I'm pretty sure on streams and rehearsal, they practiced the Psyduck a lot behind the scenes. It's just in the fact that they just left it unaware.
Oh wow!
Preparing for this very grand finals itself, so that's pretty cool. But of course, as usual, the two teams has been pretty. Wait, hold on a minute, Obuyan, you're going the wrong way, buddy. Wrong side.
I love the brotherhood. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, there we go.
So much personalities from our Japanese players, man. It feels exceptional. It feels great to watch them every single time. Wait, hold on. Where are the players? Oh, hey, there's a slight delay. Hey, all right.
Hey.
We should like have judges. That kind of thing we usually see at gymnastics tournaments. Just putting up scores, right? 10 out of 10, 5 out of 10. Because here comes Tomato here. Okay, the casual, just fist bump, stands smart.
Very chill.
Yeah, very relaxed.
Best in grand entrance. There has to be an award, something like that.
Okay, but who has the best impression though? That's the thing. Like so far, we've been seeing from our team to
Rowlet with a mini Rowlet.
Wait, Rowlet with a mini Rowlet?
Wait, was that Rowlet? The one that's being held by the Rowlet?
No, yeah, I know it's a Rowlet, but like I'm trying to see like the light. Okay, the light is too strong. I gotta see.
Yeah. Let's check it out later. All right.
Like, is it like a kangaroo pouch kind of thing? Like it's. Okay, I can see something. I'm not sure it's a mini rally. Could it just be like a backpack? By the way, this is our lead judge. He's been with us since the very first series of the group stage as well. Oh, he's been hardworking.
They're having fun while arguing, right?
No, there is not one series. There's not one series that we have not seen him on the stage here.
Yeah. All right.
But you see, of course, after picking out the coin toss here, or at least the coin hand here in this case here, he asked his teammates one last time, Ubuyan, like who you want to give the first call. I think they decided to give it over to the ZETA division.
This is somewhat, Japanese teams or Japanese fans have been waiting for, or looking forward to see, simply because Insomnia lost to ZETA division for the grand final slot in Japan League during the playoff stage. That was 2-0. Will this be a repeat in history, or Insomnia is here to prove something up against ZETA?
I mean, that's definitely the possibility, but I am a little bit concerned because of the fact that we haven't seen their main carry really. I mean, except for Slime, right? Like Slime has been popping off like exceptionally well, but we haven't really seen Insomnia being put in a position where they, especially when their hyper carries or at least their main assassin carries, gets really locked down here. So I want to see like how big of a challenge will it be for ZETA division, especially since they went through like probably the most gruesome group stage, but also at the same time they're pretty much really battle ready at that point, right? As they're somewhat groomed before they go toe to toe with Insomnia. Luna has been Sun and Luna has been pretty amazing so far, especially for Uzakazu, who's been really opening up the way for Slime.
And aside from that, the Gyarados picks from Insomnia is actually phenomenal. Being able to use those waterfall and dragon breath composition, has been opening a lot of space for the team. Beyond with the unorthodox picks, just like the phalanx during the group stage. I want to see it back, but I think, but who knows what might happen. And it's just Insomnia, they're full of surprises compared to ZETA division, who's actually much more on a stable platform. And you know what they're gonna do. They're gonna surprise you simply because they're strong. But Insomnia surprises you because they have something out of the box. They always have a new trump card. They evolve in game in firepower.
I do agree on the notion of the fact that some of the plays and some of the composition that Insomnia runs can be quite challenging for some of our teams as in the tournament recently, even back in the group stages as well, mainly because of the fact that it's just something they are not used to or not really prepared for at the same time. But we just went through the group stage. There's enough VODs for them to prepare for, and ZETA division, I believe we have stressed this many times, right? They have done all they can. The in-depth analysis. They also played against them. It's not that they never played them before. It wasn't like the IGZIST, who didn't really participate with them alongside with them in the Japan league. No, they were in the same league. They went toe-to-toe with each other. So just a very brief moment of understanding. I wish I could read. I know. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure it's supporting somebody. It's gonna be some great code, but I just can't read it. I'm sorry. That's why, like I told you earlier, I'm very envious of the fact that I just can't understand Japanese.
We need to, get a translator, automatic translator system in our bodies,
No, that's too advanced at that point, right?
Like, let's just try to understand what they're trying to say.
Hasn't advanced that far yet. I'm sorry. if it has, the first thing I'll be asking is where in the world is my flying car?
Oh, there it is.
So it is okay. It's technically it's a mini Rowlet, but
mini
I think
Rowlet,
it's a pouch. That's the thing. Like it's not really a Rowlet on a Rowlet, right? It looks like it's like a Rowlet bag.
Either way, it's cute, right? It's cute, and I want a plushie. I want a plushie. Any player from Talon, if you're hearing this, make sure to get me. I'm just gonna pay you back when you're ready to go back to the Philippines.
Yep. I mean, definitely everyone wants a plushie, but I'm really excited to see Insomnia's game once more, especially going against like a team like ZETA division, mainly because of the fact that as I believe apparently a rumor, it's no longer a rumor, it's actually more like facts at this point. Luna, their captain, has been doing, because like I mentioned before yesterday, Luna does intensive research in terms of play style and also incorporated play styles from NAU into their strategies and into their composition as well. So basically, in the minds of their captain Luna is all kinds of tactics well catered towards the NA EU sides here. So a lot of inspiration comes to the way, a lot of methodical thinking as well, which pretty much allows them to land themselves here in the playoffs in the first place as well. Commendable at the same time, but how well would it fare against ZETA division, right? So honestly, sure, the question still remains whether will it be enough to really break through. We'll honestly have to see how the first game is going to be like. I can definitely tell you for sure, when it comes to the bands and their Pokemon selection, it's still relatively similar. There is, I guess you could say, in other words, a couple of similarities. So there will be certain Pokemon supporters in particular that's going to be heavily contested for between the two teams here. It's just a matter of who's going to be willing to let which Pokemon slide for the other, who's going to be will be prioritizing, especially when it comes to the ban. Because so far, Slime, with that as a hyper carry in their team, especially with all the speedsters, he's been going on an absolute tear, and his most played speedsters in his entire history so far it has been the Zoroark as well. So we might see a potential, if they won, like I said, if they won, there's an option for ZETA Division to try to go for, if they want to specifically target and try to control Slime, they could try to ban that Comfy, pretty much like what we saw earlier today, where they ban up the Comfy, so if someone restricts some of ZETA Division's play, I guess in this case, Vidopo in particular, because no Comfy, there's no Zoroark. So in other words, that's pretty much just like a very dedicated ban just to make sure one of their specific players don't get that hyper carry. But it works two ways, right? You let the Comfy go, there's most likely ZETA Division will be picking it up to allow Vidopo to go with the Zoroark. So it works both ways. That's why I'm saying a lot of these picks that we're going to be seeing in this drafting, it's going to be very heavily contested between both sides.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like despite
Okay, what's the thing?
I mean, if you're like Overlord, then maybe you can make Zoroark work without a Coffee, just like what he did a while ago up against Alter Ego, right? Not against Alter Ego, up against Vapor Rex, right? So still a possibility, but the chances are so low simply because when you get picked off by somewhat of a defender, like let's say a slow roll, definitely the Zoroark's value isn't really that explosive anymore. So definitely it would be detrimental for your team, and the impact in terms of firepower will be lessened immediately. So if you got taken down, then you will have to rely on your attackers and your all-rounders in the damage department.
Like seriously, like I'll reply on that one later on, but I still stand on my statement, like what I was telling JJ. Among all the other regional zones, Japan by far has the best supporting fans for any of their respective teams, and like the amount of commitment they put into like their banners and fans and signboards is absolutely insane. I mean, I guess it's also because of the culture, right? But it's just so great to see it. Okay, not really in person, but just seeing on cam, it's just as great. I'm pretty sure it feels even more phenomenal on site. We can't hear the roar of the crowd. I do hear it from time to time when I went to the Japanese stream or towards like Sprangers and Doomsnack streams as well. It's just hearing the roar from the crowd from the backstage is exceptionally loud. I'm just like, yeah, that is phenomenal. I wish I could experience it firsthand here, but see, we got ZETA win. We got INSOMNIA fans in the crowd. You were mentioning that you didn't really spot the INSOMNIA fans, but guess what? They're all there. They're all with the jerseys, with all the merch. Man, I also want to get a merch. I think if I ever go to a Pokemon Unite LAN event in Japan, I'm pretty sure I'm going home broke.
Oh yeah.
Purchasing all the merch, all the team merch, getting all the Pokemon plushies as well. Okay, it seems like the crowd is really roaring at the moment. So that tells me that we're about to go to game eventually here. But we do see one of the members of INSOMNIA currently talking out. So not sure what's really going down there. But I'm just doing the assumption from the roar of the crowd. We might be going to that drafting soon. I'm really excited for it. But while in this moment, I saw the Glacier. We did saw the Glacier, but we never saw the Piplup. We never saw the Piplup plushie yet. It's right there.
Evolutions. There's tons of evolutions. Actually, there's actually 4 evolutions being held by a single person. 2 on each side. I do believe that was Leafeon, Glaceon. I forgot the other 2, but maybe we can see that one later on again. But we're talking about Pokemon Unite LAN event. So, man, what if next year's ACL is in Japan again? Will you go and watch, or rather cast here, or let's cast in Japan?
I'll be realistic. I'm not at the level of. I don't believe I'm at that level of strength as a Doomsday just yet. So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Won't be
they are
classic.
legends.
They're absolute legends in the Pokemon Unite scene.
Sure.
Alongside with Zoinks and of course Kalosaurus, who's sadly not there as well. And we
Oh,
also have the Chef, and of course Denali. But I'll just be content with the fact that I get to be there. I think it's been too long since I get to go to a LAN event which I actually could really relate to. Like, sure, I've been in a couple of LAN events in the past, but that's usually that's like local regional zone areas. And at times it may not be a game title that I can someone like synced out with. But once again, it's Ouyan, the classic stare down. Like, okay, I'm gonna dedicate, like, after this whole tournament, I'm gonna dedicate like at least 2 hours just doing a screenshot just to see like the different kind of stares that we receive from Ouyan throughout the entire tournament. Because I remember on the Pokemon Unite Twitter page, they actually had one of Ouyan's facial there as well. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally jumping into our first semi-finals match series here between ZETA Division and INSOMNIA here. And starting this off, we have our first few bans, and naturally, Hopa, who should have been a global ban alongside with Leafeon, totally understandable. And there's the dedicated ban with the Comfy. At least this way, you somewhat shut down with Topo Zoroark, unless he has the same level of confidence as Trainer, where he doesn't mind going Zoroark without the Comfy.
So Hoopa as well was taken out, and same thing with Mewtwo. So there's a lot of signature Pokemons being taken out, but they always forget that Uzakazu is so big when using this Gyarados. You know what I'm saying? Like the Waterfall, those Dragon Breaths are really efficient to open up a space for their team. And I do feel like the counter here for ZETA Division is by picking up this Darkrai who could put it into sleep. And they also have Kokowada as a Talonflame. It's going to make explosive ambushes with that Fly or Brave Bird.
There's good sentiments as well. Maybe if it's another speedster, I probably could relate to you. But the Darkrai to me has seemed... It has got its day in the sun, right? It's like a day in the sun, right? And then I'm still not really on board with this fully. We have seen its success and seen its faults at the same time. But of course, ZETA Division, just like Paper Rex, following in the trend, following in the momentum, will bring in the triples, the triples.
Oh my
speedster.
God!
It's a classic Paper Rex thing, right? Like, they were also the one who brought the 5 defender comps, right? Like, I think of all the teams that we have in the international scene, Paper Rex is the only one who's willing to just go the distance with all this kind of innovative or unique composition. So I don't think any team dared to attempt it as well. So, when we were going out during the Paper Rex composition and during their drafting, when they're going down the speedsters line, I'm just pretty much screaming. I'm just like, get that 4th one in. Get that in. We want 5. But of course, naturally, they went with the Sableye. They went with the Sableye in the end here, a couple of best ways to support it. But that's still fine. 5 is insane. 3 is pretty much a lot. But apparently since ZETA Division looked at Paper Rex line, they're like, hey, that looks pretty good. We don't mind trying it, but this time it's a different set of speeds compared to what Paper Rex was utilizing for themselves. However, INSOMNIA still pretty standard as well. Great to see the Revenant coming. I'm very curious on whether is he coming in with the Curse or the Wood Hammer in this case. Since we are dealing with, we could potentially see a Curse coming into the mix as well. Maybe it might be a Wood Hammer, right? Because both skills seems pretty adequate to deal with a lot of our speedsters. We do see, like, throughout the entire tournament when it comes to Revenant, we did see our fair share of both Wood Hammer and Curse, and they both had great values about this as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I do feel like for the case of having multiple speedsters on your opponent, I feel like Wood Hammer is a lot more better, simply because you need that you need the stopper, right? Speedsters are so quick. If they get the right footing, they're just gonna dish out the damage that they want to. And if you have a stopper like a Revenant with the Wood Hammer, then definitely your teammates could follow up. I know there's a Mew support over there, but the idea of stopping the tracks of your opponent will be very nice, especially that they do have a Gyarados as well and an Absol that could help them in the damage department. So the curse damage, it's not a big asset, so they could go for the Wood Hammer. But let's see what is the application here in game number 1.
Still going close. Actually, I'm more curious to see whether we, especially coming in from our Talonflame here, Not sure whether is it going to be the Fly or Braper, because we've been seeing two types, two of this ability being utilized, right? Not sure whether which Crocodile is really trying to aim to go for here, because think of it this way, right? Fly, you get this nice, especially since you're running the triple speedsters, right? So there is some form of risk, at least in my opinion. At least this is the first time we're ever seeing it utilized. I mean, Paper Rice was pretty much the first, but it's also pretty much the first for ZETA Division, unless they actually have been planning this before they actually came to this tournament. And we're not sure we'll ever find that out. Probably during another interview, probably try to get a sneak peek on Sprangle's side to see like whether they get some intel out of this, right? But yeah, so like it's that kind of thing where we've been seeing both Fly and Braper, right? Braper is that kind of thing where if you're in the lead, it feels great. I mean, naturally because you're a speedster, right? But because once you get at level 13, if you connect on at least 1 or 2 Pokemon, that's like massive amount of damage reduction, right? But of course, naturally you need to hit that level 13. And Fly, by the way, beautiful initial knockout. But at the same time, Fly is like, if the game isn't going as well, if you're on a deficit of levels, at least you don't feel so far behind, because you still can make quite good use with Fly, and you can actually mitigate a lot of damage. But speaking of damage, the damage looks pretty significant for the top side, as they will re-engage as a 4-man party to break the first goal post. And I mean, yeah, we're pretty much barely just 3 minutes in, and there goes the first goal post as well.
Yeah, that was so quick for Insomnia, being able to take down a side or tier 1 goal zone already. So at the same time, ZETA Division has a lot of room for them to get those Indeedis all the way to the side. But not forget, this is actually a huge lead already by Insomnia. And look at this. Oh no, Slime a little bit too overextended, and Uzakazu was a bit too late. No response from the others, but that is a great reward for ZETA Division to catch up in the XP department, especially for Vinibo, who's at level 8 as well.
Yeah, especially the composition role. It's the whole lineup was just the facility, and it was just built around Slime, right? They're hyper carrier, the main damage dealer. Definitely has the damage to literally, and it's an Absol, right? It's literally Absol, one of the original speeds that we have in the scene alongside with Zoroark. Those really well, its kit is really designed to explode or knock out squishy Pokemon, and in particular, we have so many squishy Pokemon except for Wajiro with the Blissey, right? But other than that, still moving to the mix as well. Beautiful KO. They will, or literally able to isolate Slime and remove him from the composition here. While trying to move on, they want to try to get their hands on top of the Talon. At least they'll be able to trade things out 1-for-1 here. But you are dealing with multiple cores. Who will be able to secure the Regulate? It gets reset instead. So, but then there's the Sleep here, instantly popping out with the Dark Unite moves here. But comes in, try to get the last hit in, and of course, naturally, it will go to the hands of Uzakazu, and a couple of knockout in the process.
Wow, that was just too long. It could have been better if that Regieleki did not reset, but, you know, it is what it is, and Insomnia is putting up a lot of pressure towards top path. They want to make sure that they get the resources as well in the central area, and that's a big damage. The Flame Sweep is actually there. Midnight Slash will be deployed as well, but the damage output from the Midnight Slash will be nothing. But here goes the reinforcements. Dragon's Current a little bit too late to help Slime in that team fight, but they will deal a lot of damage still. But no response yet from Insomnia, a little bit too late. So it will be better if they have to go back, or they just go back into their positions.
It's not even like too late, right? It's just they just weren't there in the first place, right? So
yeah,
but it's totally fine, right? Instead of it was pretty much like a losing skirmish in the first place. So not necessary to just keep sending members one by one, and especially when you're going up against multiple speedsters. So you just do not want to give them any form of opportunity to just farm up those free levels, or at least get an advantage. So far already, as you can see, just from the level wise, I mean, besides for the supports and the frontline defenders, that's totally fine, them being low. But speaking of being low, we see a lot of low HP allies here. ZETA Division, the whole squad comes in for the reinforcement here. But here comes the curse. It's not going to be the Woodhammer as well, slowing down the movement speed, not allowing them to get into an ideal position. So prime time for Uzakazu to slowly pick off his target at ease. But at the same time, trying to go for the reset here. He's being isolated at the same time. Slime needs the reinforcement. We do see the Unite to come for the saves to keep him alive and well as they turn around for the re-engagement, and they will get the pick up. The mean look to lock him down, but just for a little bit of safety, Slime chooses to fall back, get back to the farm, and will allow one of the members to go away. But on the other side, unfortunately for Uzakazu, totally isolated from the rest of the team.
Yeah, Insomnia really has to be very careful despite being ahead on points department. It seems like ZETA Division is catching up in terms of XP and firepower, knowing that they have 3 speedsters. Definitely they have a lot of firepower, but given the fact that they have all-rounders and defenders, they have to make sure that those are not a problem for them. But the thing is, soon taken down. They're having a bit of a trouble here, Insomnia.
And they're really trying to keep up with the level game as well. Although yes, it's pretty great for Insomnia, the fact that they have massive amount of AOS energy in the lead. They also broke by 2 of the goal posts on the bottom lane as well here. So even though they
got it!
Oh, that is an insane amount of steal, and it was started out by ZETA Division as well. Well timed for it, and also they're gonna get ready to siege. Look at how low the HP for the members of ZETA Division as well. They will not be able to take this fight, which gives a little bit confidence for Insomnia to try to get this dive in here. But Sally quickly turns here as Sally, their nightmares becomes true. 3 members out of commission. Kokoda finally responds here. We'll be able to jump right back into the second tier 2 goal post here to try to go for the defense here. However, they're still holding on the line. Pops and fly. Won't be the braver here. Totally understand with the flame sweep. We'll push them away from the goal post, but it still wouldn't matter. They're still losing members. But the battle of attrition cannot last for too long. They decided to play it safe and fall back. They did get they weren't able to dunk any points in or get the Regieleki in, but they did get a couple of knockouts, and that's still a pretty great EXP game.
Yeah, that's a little bit greedy, actually, for Insomnia, pushing the Regieleki and forcing its way into the Tier 2 Gold Zone. I think that was a wrong decision, simply because they were having that team fight for quite some time already, around 30 seconds, in which a lot of Pokemons will be back in action for ZETA Division. So with that being said, definitely they could just jump into jump pads, stay on the pod, and just get back those HP. That's a lot of HP still, despite them doing some damages. So they have to be very careful the next time they try to go for a team fight on the pod of ZETA Division.
Oh, yeah. That fly must have felt real good. And there's a couple of seconds before request a small as well. Let's see how many Unite moves they're going to be able to force up on the other side. The fight looks great here. Committed the flame suit as well. No, Sally would be crashing to the wall here. Not going to be able to find that final connection here. But the damage has been done here. Those who had fallen initially will be able to respawn and come back into the fight. And Slime was able to find key targets here. Wajiro in particular here. Can they keep him alive into this fight? And he will stay strong and true as they will keep on the fight. But he is relatively down low. The Rayquaza better try to back off here as the rest of the team try to zone out some of the members here of ZETA Division.
Not looking good for ZETA. They have to catch up to their position. Look at that, Rom. It's all inside. Same thing with Binimal, who gets the last lap. It is going to be the Dragon's Current from Uzakazu, charging in deeper here at the base of ZETA Division. 37 points to 383. This is just a one-sided game in the points department.
I can't believe Slime still sticks it out for the longest of time as well. But of course, very great engagement overall on the side here for Insomnia. And they definitely played their cards right. They found key targets as well. Definitely courtesy of Slime, right? He's the main hyper carry. Was able to get on top of Wajiro and then eventually finds Tomato later on. Sure, he got both the Blissey and probably like one of the 2 best top 3 supports here for the meta. But the rest of the team is just so soft to try to go to the tail. It's like the minute the Psyduck's Unite move goes on cooldown, that's just pretty much it at that point.
Insomnia making a statement. The ones who took them down in Japan League is actually having a tough time. And this is actually still possible for game number 2. And this composition from ZETA Division, I do feel like it has to be changed simply because it doesn't work because of Uzakazu and Tsum Tsum being the front lines of their team and together with Obion. It makes it really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say it didn't work. It just felt like the win condition, or at least the requirement in this case, is a lot more higher than like your usual composition if you were to play into this round as well. So, but I do like the innovation. Right? I love the chances that they're really trying things out here. But even Ubuya, look at Ubuya, right? He's still a little bit lost about this. He's just like wondering, is like, all right, like what's really happening here? Well, ZETA Division, this is definitely not their way to clock out. It's still a best of 3. There's still another round for them to try to bring this back here. However, Insomnia feeling absolutely great about this. It's semi-finals. Already could see the finishing line or I guess you can see the light at the end of the tunnel for the team here. That's as usual. a lot of personalities. Just love every time we go to that player camps between the two teams.
They're having fun, you know. It's just happy to see this team, to be specific, Insomnia. I feel like I'm being a fan already from Insomnia simply because of the vibes that they give, like in game and as a personality in the stadium. Because it seems like yes, it's a sweaty game, but they don't bring in negative vibes. They're just enjoying.
I'm just like recalling back, right? Especially like in terms of ability usage by, I guess you say the ability of choice coming from Insomnia, right?
Yeah.
Especially sure, like take Gyarados for example. Like bounce feels great because of, like it's unstoppable and everything, but there's also like waterfall and stuff, and on top of cursed as well. We were discussing this before pre-game, right? We were saying like which would be the more ideal ability to try to utilize here. Of course, curse would have been was the final call here, and it still works, right? It's quite it's quite a massive radius as well. You're also ensuring that especially, let's be honest, all rounders have one main issue, right? And the main issue of all rounders is getting on top of their more squishier or more high mobility targets as well here. So Curse comes in clutch every single time in each of those matches as well. Mean Look was just pretty much like more like a assurance or like a guarantee, like, all right, this guy is definitely gonna be locked in place. So
yeah,
pretty much Uzukazu had one hell of a time with the Gyarados as well. That game, I think even for the Paper Rex as well, with the multiple speedster lineup as well, it's pretty much like a game where they are playing on a tightrope here, right? They know what was required, but they know exactly what is required for them to get there. But is it something that we as the casters or anyone else somewhat prefer? This is somewhat like new territory for us, right? Same goes for when they first introduced with the 5 defenders here on the side here for MYS at that time. But still, anyway, that game was unique. I missed out on the Paper Rex one since you and JJ were handling that. So I guess in a way I didn't really miss it out. Different team, but same idea with the composition.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like I think another factor in which what makes it hard when you run triple speedsters is because you don't have a bruiser, right? You don't have someone that could actually go up in front and at the same time deal some damage. But here's the thing, as a speedster, you can go inside in fights, but the thing is, once you get inside, there's no way out unless you're a Zeraora with a Volt Switch or a Spark. But if you're like an Absol, right? Once you do their Night Slash, it's really hard to get out unless you have a Hoopa, a Zeraora. It's really hard to get out. There's no way out. So it's just you take the KOs or you get KO'd. That's like the main situation, which makes it hard for you to make it work.
Oh yeah, the device. We never see. Actually, this is a super rare moment, right? We never seen Ubuyan without the glass. Oh no, it hurt. That was not exactly what he planned in mind. He forgot the headset was on. There goes the ears. The real question: can he recover? Will he recover? Oh no, he's not recovering. He's just going back to his usual settings. Just asking his teammates, just like, hey man, like look good, look great. I mean, yeah, he always looked great here.
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously, that last game, like you talk about the Absol, and even from the composition wise, right? It's like I said before, it's literally built around to cater for our Absol player, for our hyper carry for the side here, for Insomnia in this, or at least Slime in this case here, to really try to set this out, protect. But also at the same time, we did see a little bit, not to really say counterplay, but just selecting Pokemon in their draft to facilitate, to not only to aid their allies, but also to be, I guess you could say, be disruptive against the entire team. Like take Gyarados for example, like we were mentioning before, right? Or at least what I was talking about before. Bounce is great, it's unstoppable, right? But the problem is with Waterfall, the amount of distance you cover with it, and if I'm not mistaken, Waterfall you get shields as well. So practically you're just able to closing the distance a lot of this more squishier speedsters to support towards that backline, and there's no real wall. On the side here for a ZETA division with the picks that they have, no real wall for it to really disrupt you. I guess in a way, it most likely would have been the Psyduck. Would have probably been the Psyduck with the Psyche. But other than that, what's really gonna stop them from really crashing on top of them as well? So they really had their grounds covered when they went toe to toe with the triple speedster lineup. Really well thought out.
Yeah. Both teams are still locked in. After that, all of that analysis, I wonder what would the response, right? This is just based on our analysis, but for sure, like they know what they're doing, right? They know that it might work or it could work. There's a lot of ifs in their mind. The difference, the mindset of pro player, such as Obion, such as Uzakasu, is way different. From just an analyst, from a coach, and for sure they have more cards in the table that they can offer. But here we go, game number 2. It's just one win that Insomnia needs to secure that grand final slot.
I think this is never going to change, especially if you're going out against ZETA division. It's never going to change with that primary comfy ban. I mean, it clears out a lot of areas as well for them, so it's pretty cool. But the interesting one with the Metagross, right? I think at this point it's just somewhat deduced to the fact that we don't really have someone that could really. We're not a big fan of how sturdy this Metagross is. Sure, like what Luminosity mentioned yesterday as well during their interview, it's great, but it doesn't really specialize in anything in particular. But at the same time, it doesn't. I guess in a way, you don't really have to. Just looking from its run in the group stage and also towards the first half of our day as well, it's been such a durable frontline and it's been such a nuisance as well. And if you can get that commute and crash or unite move at the same time, you practically isolate him from a lot of his teammates as well, or any forms of escape. Sure, it's a much larger version of a mean look, but it just does the job just so well. And the gyro ball, if you're scaling, and Metagross is great for scaling towards the game as well. So if you're able to get to that late stage, like level 13 wise, you get that additional bonus to that gyro ball. Oh yeah, you're gonna get so much shields. It's insane. I think we've seen so many games where the Metagross was just able to just endure so much battles. But look at the supports coming in. We finally see the Mr. Mime alongside with the Mew support with the EXP. Actually, no, talk about triple EXP share going on side. And this is Slime's classic Scyther, right? So this is gonna be a really fun one. Whereas on the other side for ZETA division, now going back to the classic one, now you have a lot of damage. Ooh, a lot of damage. Double speedsters, but decent amount of damage. Kokoda couldn't get his Metagross, but he will substitute it out for the guard shop.
Convincing ZETA right now. ZETA has a better composition compared to game number 1, but I'm still worried. I'm still worried for Insomnia. They have a Mr. Mime. Will this be a power swap in order to debug ZETA division, or would this be the defender confusion, psychic confusion or barrier? Right, it makes me wonder what would Obion do. But knowing him,
he went for specs and muscle.
Yeah,
right.
So it could be power swap simply because you want those power spikes as well, aside from being a mini defender on your team, and not just that. Have Luna as Scissor or maybe a Scyther later on, and Uzakazu still on that signature Gyarados. So Insomnia is looking scary as well, but ZETA is unpredictable now.
I mean, Gyarados is always great, right? Especially with the recent patch as well. His early games a lot more, especially since now early games is like just the game in general has been pretty explosive, and they got this nice buff to the Gyarados where his early game is a lot more better. He's already scaling to the late game pretty good. And now suddenly at the blue, his early game is also a lot more better. He also can also evolve the Gyarados a lot more faster compared to the casual level side. I mean, you need to charge up the gauge for sure, but other than that, it feels really great right now. That's pretty much why we've been seeing like both the Gyarados and the Metagross. Garchomp, I think if I had to go for the percentage rate, we've probably seen it like 10% of the time. It's been that kind of thing where if I can't get, it's like Kokoda's case, right? If I can't get the Metagross, then it's most likely, or the Gyarados, it's most likely going to fall back to the Garchomp. We do see option of Buzzwole, but it's that kind of thing where you don't see Buzzwole picks into a composition with a lot of heals or a lot of agility, because it's just so hard for them. Like he gets on top of them one time with a Smackdown, but then what happens after that? They're still just going to be able to just outspeed him at the same time. So yeah, it's just very rare occasion where we see the Buzzwole here, really.
Yeah, it's really hard to pull off the Buzzwole as well. It's depending on the composition, because it's like a speedster wherein it goes all in as well, especially when you use the unite move of a Buzzwole. So it's really hard to control, and it's really hard to take it easy and have the opportunity to back away as soon as you can when you're a Buzzwole. So really do understand that Gyarados with the waterfall is a much more viable option, and a Garchomp with a dragon type composition is generally better as well. But here we go. That was actually quick coming in for ZETA Division. They want to make sure they get the most of it, though some of them are still rewarded by INSOMNIA, but not quite good in terms of, scaling for INSOMNIA yet. 830, no Gyarados, and no Gyarados in general. Oh, there we go.
But then again, it is gonna be like, okay, what's your take when it comes to like Cider versus Leafeon? Right? I mean, Leafeon is still like one of the top tier species, right? At this point, it should be a global ban alongside with Woopa and the Suicune too, right? But at least to me, right, Cider is just like one of the more like it's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it is, right? Power spikes wise, sustain, it's much more better compared to a Leafeon, and and then Leafeon. Speaking of Leafeon, like whenever you get behind, I do feel like you're gonna lack at everything. You know what I mean? And Scyther can somehow bounce back even further the moment it is going to be the late game, and there we go. Leafeon taken down. Venable was sent back into the Pokemon Center, but two members from ZETA Division is still trying to defend things down. Uzakazu wants to go for the score, but nice wood hammer from Tomato, but not quite enough to go for the KO up against Uzakazu.
Still trying to find that opening. So a couple of points also being dunked on the bottom lane side. We do see a rotation coming in, a little bit of priority towards the Altaria farm. Will be somewhat shed between the two sides here, but there's that waterfall that we were initially talking about as well. It's going to be able to close into this, especially on top of some of the Pokemons as well. This, especially with Leafeon being so mobile with the aerial is just somewhat to just keep his positioning on top of it. It's going to be pretty great.
Yeah, whenever you're Leafeon, you want to make sure that Aerial Ace goes head to head, goes on par with a Razor Leaf, and that will really make you unstoppable and really hard to chase. But here we go, Slime with a full heal to avoid being slow. Green Illusion dive was popped off, and he is looking for more KOs. Where is the defense from ZETA Division? It's still here. Revenant and the Blissey Wajiro trying to defend things down, but look at Obuyan trying to set up the place with the barrier and confusion.
Yeah, we also saw like the utilization of the safeguard as well. It didn't really go for the stacking specs, but that's totally fine, right? That kind of thing. There's a pretty great battle items, but here comes Liberate Harness as well. We'll be able to secure the first pick. I couldn't land on the second, but the range was a little bit too short. But that's still totally fine. You knocked out one of their main hyper carries as well. That's going to slow things down, at least by a little bit of time for Vitopo to really capture the race. Because right now Vitopo is currently one level behind of Slime, who's currently level 10 first. Good attempt with a Psychic to try to bring him all the way to the back line, but the bottom side, we're not sure really what happened here, but it was still a pretty great knock on their secondary speedster here on Rom.
Turn to get captured here. It's going to be the Psyduck. Soon had an opportunity to back away. Vinipo did not commit into it, knowing that there's a Gyarados waiting at the pod, and despite that, the region of HP will be really detrimental for him if he overextends. So Vinipo is trying to play this one very safe, and as it should, knowing that they do have to catch up in XP department, knowing that Slime is already at level 11, and this has been the hyper carry of INSOMNIA.
Still coming picks as well. Great catch on the line side as well. Rom finally making ways into the game here. And in terms of and because of that one small skirmish, that one team knock. Oh, by the way, nice Unite move to just put it to sleep for a couple of seconds there to really lock them down. The setup for the rest of the team to try to finishing off, but they do manage to get the trade back, but they're still totally fine. They got the EXP gain for this. Will they try to force a disengagement? But sadly they can't. The rest of the team is currently just collapsing on the rest of the members here of ZETA Division here. Can they try to make the punish for the overcommitment here? And sadly they will. The Talon back, the re-engagement. Skills coming in as well, comes with the server, so popping in the Unite move. There is the side, reducing a lot of the amount of damage that's currently outputting it. But once that Unite goes down, there comes Kokoda here, going to full town, downtown with his guys.
Kokoda is unstoppable, but so as Lime. That is 2 KOs. Oh no, he's gonna drop down. Kokoda taken down. Despite winning the first half of the fight, there was a handshake for INSOMNIA, and they want to make sure that they do get the trade, knowing that they're so confident in terms of the power spikes. And right now, they're eyeing on more XPs by getting this Regice to be specific. And for sure, this will be an easy objective coming in from them. Regielek, he's still up, by the way, and ZETA Division hasn't even rotated yet to get in.
You know, it's so contrasting to what we were witnessing just now as well. Oh my god, Slime. You're playing a very dangerous game here, but I get it, right? You're level 12 here. You're feeling great about this as well. They pop the Unite move, instantly removing away Utopia as well. He said, hey guys, is that your main carry? Guess what? He's gone. He's out of commission. And that's a level 13 site at this point. Yes, we were having the comparison between both Leafeon and Decider, but when you put players into a consideration, and of course how the game is pretty much going now, Slime just looks exceptional at this moment.
Yeah, but Obion was taken down.
That's such a long range for a sidekick.
Yeah, Rom is doing the job. Look at those sleeps. Being detrimental at the side of Insomnia. They need more full heals. They need more safeguards in which it is not within their hands. So, really difficult for Insomnia to bypass that slip capabilities of Rom. So, you have to look forward to it. You have to think advance when to bait it so that you can get the most out of the movements. Because once those Unite moves boils down from ZETA Division, they can easily be wiped out.
You know, it's such a quick change of pace as well, right? Because initially it was pretty much, yeah, sure, we have a couple of skirmishes or maybe 1 or 2 trades, but other than that, it's just usually Insomnia and ZETA Division has been like somewhat giving each other the respect towards the middle game. But then suddenly out of the blue, when we got to that 4th or 3rd minute, oh, there was like that respect just flew out the window. Everyone was just trying to look for fights, especially after that one big fight. I think that was the longest fight that we had towards the central area. After that, it was just pretty much like the horn of Galahorn was just sound. Everyone just started looking for fights. Everyone was just trying to look for that individual pickups here to try to set the pace. Although right now Insomnia leading in terms of Eos energy, but now the build up is here. Rayquaza is finally spawned. Definitely, they're trying to see if they can try to get for a couple of back caps here, but that's going to be fine. They did manage to find one of the support Mew on the sidelines here and remove him out of commission. He's out for 12 seconds here. Will ZETA force out another fight here with one member out of commission here, but they don't see the opening. They're being calm and collected about it. They still have a couple of seconds to play around with.
Insomnia doing showtime inside to buy some time, and Luna still has a Mystical Barrage, by the way. This could be a game changer for their team, but I love how they're buying time here, so hopefully it does result into something great, something phenomenal. I was just about to say that there's still a chance to go for a flip and a steal, but is there someone from Insomnia to score? There goes Mr. Mind, that's 56 points. Sun is not yet scoring right off the bat, but who is ready for the defense for Insomnia? This is such huge pressure for their team.
I can't believe what I just witnessed as well. Slime was pretty much, you know, if you think Slime was all over member of the division, no, Uzakazu was also on top of the subject as well. What a way to secure the Rayquaza and of course secure the game. I can't believe it. They are making their way forward here and somewhat redeem themselves here in a semi-final one. Ladies and gentlemen, Insomnia will be the team to shut down your defending champions of ACL. What a way to go.
Man, they were 2-0 by ZETA in Japan League ACL. But the final thing, the ACL finals, Insomnia flipped the story. It's not just the Rayquaza flip. They flipped the whole thing. And they are going to the grand finals.
Dude, I tell you this, man. That timing of that Dragon Torrent on top of Uzakazu just really just made the whole difference for these guys here. Must be feeling absolutely fantastic right now. It's such an achievement for them at the same time, but also this, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to introduce our first grand finalist, and Uyan.
Oh wow!
Friend in tears. Can't believe this is actually happening. What a journey for these guys. They made their debut through the winter tournament. Wait, sorry, not winter. Yeah, they made their debut through the Japan League here, through the group stages here, and now our first grand final is on home soil as well. Of course, we saw some really great plays. Everyone did what they were supposed to do and they really achieved their roles. But other than that, really great plays individually as well. Astonishing work, really.
Full of emotions. I'm loving the energy. I'm loving it. One step, one more step. one step ahead, one step at a time. Who knows? They might be the champions of this tournament and get that spot on Worlds as early as now.
Yeah, dude,
My.
it's so crazy, dude. Like, even
It is.
It's like we can't stop talking about Uzukazu's Gyarados as well at the same time, and we don't get to see Waterfall being utilized as often as well, right? It's something similar to like how you will see the Umbreon. If the situation calls for, or I guess you could say the Trevenant in this case would be a better example here on how you utilize it, how you somewhat change out the skill to fit with the current scenario and the requirement of the composition. Really well done, really well thought out. But at the same time, we see the two Japanese teams going head to head with each other. One of them was we already knew one of the two was going to be moving forward here. So naturally, INSOMNIA will shake hands. We'll shake hands with the team that had inspired them in the first place here. Our defending champions has been dethroned. Could this be a possible run for a new champion, a new story to another Japanese team to take over ACL? We'll just have to see here. But right now, we have our first grand finalist. Let's quickly check out in the interview between one of the members of INSOMNIA.
はい前回のアジア大会の王者ゼータディビジョンを倒して優勝まで王手をかけた今の気持ちをお願いします。
王ですか。いやー、やっぱリベンジできた。あれオフライン負けたんすよ。だからここでリベンジできてよかったんですけど、まだ優勝じゃないんであと1勝あるんで、これからも頑張ります。
Although we managed to defeat our previous champion Zeta Division, we actually lost to them in the offline tournaments. So we technically came for a revenge match, and even though we won, we still haven't got the championship title. So this isn't the end.
あとさっきの試合の解説みたいなのしちゃっても大丈夫ですか？
はい、大丈夫ですよ。
僕オフラインの時に雑誌に扱ってたんですよ。で上抜けて。その時僕雑誌なんで相手にミミッキがいたんですよ、でさっきみたいなもう取り切り気味でミミッキが俺捕まえてラスいなくて取り切られたんです、で負けたんですよ、でも今回またダークライミミッキの代わりにいて、僕はそのダークライめっちゃうまいって信じてたんで、ユナイトのタイミング僕もユナイト使いました。それで避けてラスイまで取ったんですよ。
おー、そうだったんですね。
はい、信じましたゼータを。
In the offline matches, I fought against them, and when it was the same position, I used the Zayshan, and well, they trapped me with Mimikyu. But this time, I managed to play it back with Darkrai, and because I trusted my skill with Darkrai, I managed to win the match.
はい、ありがとうございます。ギャラドスについて聞こうと思ったんですけど、それ解説してくださったので別の質問をさせていただくんですけども、やはりこのインソムニア、昨日はね隊列などもありまして、今回はそのバリヤードといった多種多様なポケモン選択、本当に無限大の戦略があると思うんですけど、これをできる要因ってズバリ何なんですか？
やっぱ僕以外のみんながキャラプールめっちゃ広いんでやりたいことができて、そうですね、やっぱそれのおかげで戦略が広がったり構成がいろいろ選べるっていうのがすごくいいですね。
それを考えているのはどなたなんですか？
僕以外全員で考えてます僕はもうギャラドスとかもう1個か2個なんですよ。でも他のみんなは3個とか4個とか5個めちゃくちゃ多いんで、そうですね、僕以外めっちゃすごいです。
ありがとうございます。
I would like to phrase that our team's strong point is that a lot of the teammates can do is a lot of players like Mr. Mime and Veilings, while I mainly focus on one or two Pokemon. Since the other teammates were so good at the game, we managed to work off each other, so that's why we have a great teamwork.
それでは最後、もう一度ですけども決勝戦に向けて皆さんに一言お願いします。
インソムニア勝つぞー。
ありがとうございます。
INSOMNIA's gonna win。
宇佐和選手でした。ありがとうございました。
Insomnia is gonna win. That is their statement after being the first team to advance in the grand finals. Wow, that is a big statement. But for now, we're gonna be going into our second semifinal series. Again, Luminosity Gaming back on track, this time up against Alter Ego.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, again, as I've told you, these are my boys, Alter Ego.
Yeah.
But again, they are going to be fighting off, as you have mentioned, into quite a formidable foe that is Luminosity Gaming, and we've seen how straight they are, how great they are, and they have been able to get a 2-0 against Paper Rex. So, you know, it's going to be quite a difficult match here for Alter Ego. You know, they're my boys, but it's Luminosity Gaming, you know what I mean? Like, I still believe, though. I still believe maybe a 2-1. 2-1.
For sure, right?
You know, like, Alter Ego, yeah. But, hey, it's, again, Luminosity Gaming, if they win, it's not going to be a surprise just because of the fact that they are still a really, really strong team. So, earlier on, you have casted along with Leonard, that is Insomnia versus ZETA Division, where Insomnia was able to get in 2-0 against that of ZETA Division, and now they have already secured their spot for the grand finals. Now, whoever's going to be losing this one will be heading off against ZETA Division for the third place tiebreaker. But again, whoever wins this specific one will be headed over to the grand finals along with Insomnia.
Yeah, and I know for sure, like, a lot of teams are really confused who's going to win this next semifinal series, you know, simply because of what happened. What happened in the first semifinals? You know, again, objectively speaking, I know a lot of teams, a lot of fans were expecting ZETA Division is going to get it. But look at what happened. Insomnia with an upset did a 2-0 to someone who just 2-0'd them on their respective league. So that happened as well with Alter Ego up against FENNEL Esports, wherein they emerged victorious. So who knows what might happen here at semifinals too.
I mean, look, it's Luminosity Gaming, they shut down Paper Rex. It's not impossible for them to shut down Alter Ego as well. But here's the thing. Alter Ego can alter their games immediately, and I'm pretty sure they have been watching all the games as well, and they have been preparing for this. Even at the start of the, you know, even after just, what do I call this, qualifying for the playoffs, they know who are the potential matchups that they will be facing off. So I'm pretty sure they've already done their homework as well against that of Luminosity Gaming. But then again, this is going to be a huge one because, as I have mentioned, Luminosity Gaming is perhaps one of the, if not the most consistent team in the whole world. So really, they're going to be, you know, be running for their own money. And hey, if they do win against Luminosity Gaming, then that is just a huge statement that Alter Ego has changed from 2021 over to 2025.
And I just cannot wait, man, because simply that Alter Ego is one of the most consistent teams as well. Not just Luminosity Gaming, you know, they have been doing multiple global appearances, so we cannot deny that their experience, their knowledge in terms of game is, you know, very on par or at the same level. So this is just going to be a matter of fact wherein they have to execute it real time, especially that there might be pressure all around their shoulders because of crowd, because of the current state that they're in. Like, just imagine if you drop this series, there's no way for you to climb back up at the upper bracket. You're good for third or fourth place, not a grand champion to earn that ticket to WCS.
That's the thing, though. Like, just heading into that of the the semifinals, really, is already a huge feat. But hey, if you could do better, then why don't you strive for it? And that is what Alter Ego is doing right now. Luminosity Gaming, they've already qualified the World Championship Series, so hey, let's have another one into Worlds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm not saying, you know, don't give the games. Just please put them on their shoes, you know, like make them, you know, run for the money and all that. So we just want to see more Pokemon Unite action, amazing Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Pokemon Japanese Champions League.
I mean, it totally is not, right? Not right now, because there's only one Japanese team left out of the 4 who qualified, right? So that's what's make this thing interesting. Just imagine if Alter Ego wins, it's Asia Champions League. But if Luminosity wins it, it's like a World Championships already, my guy.
That is true, and that's why we're just waiting for, you know, we're just waiting now for the semifinals B. That is Alter Ego and of course Luminosity Gaming to have their entrances be ready, and then after that, immediately after that is just, you know, we're going to be heading straight into the matches. So yeah.
And we're talking about like a narrative on what happened a while ago, you know, simply because as far as I know, like Alter Ego and Luminosity Gaming does share like the same sentiments in terms of gaming, simply because the amount of flexibility that these teams could offer especially for Overlord and Shingdi. I feel like Shingdi is the Overlord version of Alter Ego. He's the guy. Before it was BKZ. BKZ was not here. So okay. You don't mess with Alter Ego like that. Come on. No. Wait a minute. This is hype.
Right. Well, let's see what's gonna happen this time around. Curious. Okay. Here's a wholesome one. Here's a wholesome one. Okay.
Wholesome. Okay. Otter was saying no. Oopsie. Boswell versus Machamp.
Yo. I thought it was Pokemon Battling, but apparently trainers do too.
All right, here we go. Captains. Overlord.
Yeah. The heartbreak.
The heartbreak. Man, who's gonna get their heartbreak? That's the question.
Again, this is the consoles versus mobile.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's here comes the coin flip. The Rayquaza. I'm gonna call him Rayquaza Man. Here we go. Coin flip. Rayquaza Man. Oh yeah. You pick. There we go. First pick.
Okay, Shingdi's gonna ask his teammates, right? Shingdi's gonna ask.
You want a first pick? Yeah, you want a first pick? Okay, yeah. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll take the first pick. Okay, yeah. Okay, first pick.
There we go.
Okay, bout. Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
Hey,
let's go. Manny's getting the heart of the crowd. Man.
I told you. It's my boys.
This is why Alter Ego has a lot of fans, my guy. This is why. They connect with the community. They connect with the fans, and you can definitely feel it whenever they play.
Here we go. The intensity is just arising, with what's happening right now. We have again Luminosity Gaming and Alter Ego, perhaps the best in the region for both regions, for the West and the East. And this might just be, we can consider this as a grand finals, game as well. So again, for Alter Ego, we have Shingdi, Eyes, Z-Ray, Ikura, just staring at us, 94, and 77 Chin.
Powerhouse team. Southeast Asia. They finished second during PUACL 2025 C League, and it was actually FENNEL Sports who became the champion. So they just did an upset a while ago with them during their first round in quarterfinals. So we can definitely say that for now they are the most powerful team in Southeast Asia League.
So now for Luminosity Gaming, it's Overlord / Curios, Trainer LGC, Otter, and their substitute player Dimlit Skies. I like how their substitute, Dimlit Skies, is like a libero, in a game of volleyball, because everyone else is wearing blue, and Dimlit Skies is wearing black. Maybe perhaps that is an indication that they are. This I don't know, maybe an away and home uniform. Because right now they're wearing their black uniform, right? So maybe perhaps that means we are the away team. You know how in sports leagues, right? Like there's an away and what call it, like away and home team jerseys. This time though, they're wearing the black one.
I mean that would be awesome if that was really the case, right? Simply because you have an indication on your uniform whether you're in your home ground or not, and it does add up, a lot of engagement as well. So wow, I do hope that we get those kind of jerseys as well here in the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Lucario fan.
Slowpoke.
Oh, there we go.
Slowpoke.
Oh. I forgot the name of that Pokemon. That was also in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah. You're trying to remember.
Okay. I'm trying to refresh my mind. All right.
Yeah, that is the what do you call this? That is, man. Let's.
Because Arvin has that Pokemon.
A boss stiff.
Yeah, there we go. My boss stiff. There we go.
Yeah. Dude, why?
I just remembered the trainer.
You know the Pokemon name that's coming out of my, it's popping off in my mind is Stoutland, which is a totally different Pokemon.
Oh yeah, it is.
But that is a Mabostiff, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Right, setting up their mobile phones, setting up their comms.
Have they logged in? They should have been logged in.
And everyone is locked in.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do like unnecessary communication that's unrelated. You know, just want to be hyper focused into the game. So really understandable that they take it this seriously, because it's not just a grand final slot, but a potential slot for World Championships 2025 in Anaheim. So really understand why these teams, these players are so locked in. Because before, like, basically Asia Champions League was a different game title compared to Worlds, right? But it became a qualifiers to Worlds as well. So there's more stakes, and like aside from the the money, the cash prize that they would get, they earn a slot at Worlds as well. In which they do get to practice more, because they're not going to compete in any tournament.
I mean, unless, see the thing, right? Like, at least based on the previous tournaments, right? They can still compete on national qualifiers, provided that they forfeit their slots, which in and of itself is kind of like a 50-50. You know, like you're gonna be you'd get more practice and you'd get prize money again, right? If you forfeit your slot. But then again, I think it's much more valuable for you to just practice on your own, get some scrims, and have the most of your time practicing before Worlds. I mean, like, it's actually important to consider as well, you know, the money that you already have. But then again, it's a lot of factors that are needed to be, taken into account.
Yeah, I do agree, especially when you're competing in many tournaments. Like, here's the thing: like, it's good to compete in tournaments, but if you compete too much, then your opponents, the contenders, will get to use on how your team moves, and you might be read like a book already. So I feel like that's a downside as well. So as much as possible, you don't want to be exposed as much as you can. Keep your cards on your own, or try to just bring out some of your cards, not all.
Yep.
For your team to be unpredictable in tournaments, and just to be as strong as everyone else.
That is true. And now I think everyone's ready now. They're just waiting for the tournament organizers to make the lobby, have everyone in, and then immediately after, we're gonna be headed into the game.
Very excited. Very excited for this one. Everyone from the audience.
Everyone's waiting patiently,
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I wonder how the Japanese crowd is supporting these two teams. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, supposedly they have to support Alter Ego simply because they're an Asian team. But it's Luminosity Gaming we're talking about. It's a world champion team, and for sure, like, a lot of fans has been hooked up to them. Like, they have been attracted on how these guys play. So for sure, I do feel like the crowd is separated between Alter Ego and Luminosity Gaming because of how awesome they are, how strong they are, and they really do engage well with their fans, especially Alter Ego a while ago. Shane D shouting in the crowd that we're gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you hype down a crowd, and really how you are able to get the hearts of them fans. So really, they're really doing their best right now to be able to get, try to be the home team and have that what do you call this? Try to have that support from the crowd, because that really could really get you going.
I mean, it's fans are very important, right, at the heart of the player, simply because they give you buff as well. They give you buff to continue on going in order for you not to be tired in terms of playing, in terms of competing. Always the fans that matters as well, simply because they give you hope, right? They give you hope that there's going to be next time. They cheer you on that you can do it, because you alone, players alone are not enough in competing.
Yeah, everyone needs support. You know what I mean? Like, there actually has been a study where someone's shooting a basketball, right? Where there's a sample where the crowd is just supporting, sending their cheers to a player, which then actually increased their what do you call this? Their shot accuracy. Whereas there's also a sample size where everyone is just being booed, just being what do you call this? Just being negatively cheered. And their shot accuracy actually fell down. They weren't really getting the shots in the rings. So what I'm trying to say here is that getting the crowd's support would really help you boost your morale and boost your performance as well in any situation. So that's what Alter Ego is doing right now, playing the the mental game against that of Luminosity Gaming. But with that being said, Alter Ego is going to be starting off with Hoopa.
Oh, I'm not surprised as well with that Zero Aura lock in by Overlord. They have been running this multiple times already, and Trainer got the Leafeon wide open. I do feel like, I was about to say that Otter has an opportunity to get the Mew, but it was denied quickly by Z-Ray. And not just denied. Yeah, I mean, they have to, but this is not just denied. They know how to use a Mew properly.
Especially Z-Ray, right? Like,
yeah,
I know what Ultra Ego is going to do here. They need to do their best. They cannot play around. They cannot do some experimentation. They have to go back to where they are most comfortable with, and this is it. Ikura is definitely going to be the one that's handling what do you call this? Oh no, they're actually not gonna give Slowbro to Ikura, because Ikura plays support defender. So it's either Ikura having that Slowbro. It's actually one of the signature Pokemon as well of Ikura. That is a Slowbro, but again, that's not gonna be the case here. It's gonna be two speedsters. Either the side of Alter Ego, that's a Meowscarada and Absol, but in the side of Luminosity Gaming, I'd say it's both of them are quite almost the same, with the exception that Luminosity Gaming doesn't have any supporters. But then again, in terms of like attack prowess, I'd actually have to give it to Luminosity Gaming. Like, they have more DPS, but the Alter Ego does have the burst damage coming in from, of course, coming in from that of Mew and the Absol. The problem is, who is going to have the momentum first? That is the big question.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is all about momentum, if we're going to take a look at it, Alter Ego has a mobility to go back to the Pokemon Center with Ikura using Hoopa. But the thing is, once they charge into team fights, there's actually a Snorlax as well from Luminosity Gaming, in which if it goes, regardless if it goes block or yawn, it could just stop your tracks, and especially Slash was actually a phenomenal defender support from your team. I'm not gonna doubt that they will really give Alter Ego a hard time in terms of engaging in team fights.
And now we're just waiting for the loading screen to, as you can see there, down below, loading right now. And here we go.
Game one.
The second semi-final games is gonna be the most crucial one for Alter Ego and Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity Gaming has already secured a slot for the WCS, but if they do win this, then they will still have another slot. Maybe we'll find out later on how that's going to happen, what's going to happen with the slot of Luminosity Gaming onto the World Championships. But for now, let's have this amazing match, Alter Ego versus Luminosity Gaming, game number 1.
Yeah, very quick. Right off the bat, Shingdi doing its job, I just feel like this will be an early ambush from both teams, knowing that they're so hasty. They really want to be ahead of time already. And look at that invade from Trainer. He just want to check where the rotation is coming from. Doesn't have enough information, so he knows that Xingdi will be a little bit delayed in terms of getting these birds at 850.
Now level 5 Xingdi though. Oh, look at that! Very quickly to Otter going down. Xingdi, you know, despite getting a little bit delayed, was able to get it back as soon as possible. Now Trainer trying to invade the central area of Alter Ego, but Xingdi is there along with Z-Ray. What's going to be happening here? Are they going to be able to answer back here, or is Trainer, never mind, Trainer has to go back to the Pokemon Center?
Z-Ray was actually great in that situation, being able to be the vision of their team and just waited for Xingdi and the others to respond for a response in order for them to get the KO is what they actually needed. And look at Trainer right now, just level 4, Xingdi at level 6, a big lead they're building up at the first minute and 40 of this game.
But at the same time, the Overlord already is on level 6 as well, so you can definitely pull out some damage. So both of these teams still needs to be very careful with each other, how they're going to be doing it. As I say that, you know, Electro is going to be popping up as well, almost taking out 94 in the process.
Was that a trick? Yeah, I think it was a trick, not a hyperspace whole Hoopa. So, no, this is going to be really... This is going to be really difficult for them, but at the same time, they can pull off their own cars. Overlord's gonna go for KO, make that one too. Alter Ego in trouble. Triple KO in that small team fight, and this is not looking good for Alter Ego. Luminosity Gaming is getting ahead of them.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it wasn't a triple, but it was Curious that took the last KO, but Overlord, though, that was very quickly of him to be able to demolish 2. That is going to be Xingdi and what was 94 with the Florigato, now a Meowscarada. But with that being said, though, still able to get 3 very quickly, as you have mentioned, going into that at the top half. 10 seconds before the first major set of objectives comes out.
Hey, Urshilecki is the name of the game. Overlord trying to advance even further with a discharge, and there we go. Explosive damage taking down 94 and a Korra in the top half. And those are pre-dunks once again for Luminosity Gaming. They don't want to take down the top half goal zone because they don't want those XPs to roll at the Indeedee sides.
Yeah, but even though that is the case, at least, you know, the first score goal isn't still broken yet for both of the teams. But at the same time, I think that is what Alter Ego is trying to do here. You're going to be able to destroy the first goal up top and now securing that of the Reggie L-Lucky as well, just for it to be pushing through the secondary score goal. But look at that. Immediately, Infinite Cyber is going to be popped up here. But the thing is, Slash had no reinforcements to help them take down Alter Ego up top.
Okay, Trainer looking for an opportunity here. Oh, there we go. Emerald 2-step will knock out Xingdi. That's a rewarded XP for their team. Mystical Mirage will be there for them to back away. What a nice timing from Trainer. The team sense that there is going to be a rotation from Alter Ego, which is a perfect opportunity for them to bounce back in the XP department.
And here you go, another one, almost halfway there at the end of this, at the end of the game. But at the very least, you know, like Alter Ego, despite being taken out here, but Luminosity Gaming still is able to answer back against them. Are they gonna be able to see Overlord? No, not quite, not was a little bit too late there. Overlord almost got him taken out by Alter Ego, and now they were able to see Trainer here trying to score in. And they are actually outnumbering them as, you know, Slash here goes for Power Nap. But look at that, there's 5 people.
This is too much. Too much for, you know, Luminosity Gaming. But this might actually be an opening for Luminosity Gaming for them to score some goals all the way at top path. Midnight Splash was deployed as well, but the impact is so huge that they do get 2 knockouts out of that team fight. But Trainer is ready for the flank at behind, waiting for an opportunity to get that Regirock out from Alter Ego. Razor Leaf deployed. Nice low beam in order to seal him down. Ice with the perfect timing, but Emerald 2-step will result into a knockout, but 2 in return at the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, and here you have it. You know, Luminosity Gaming is going to be able to take down 3 in the process into the side of Alter Ego just in time before the Reggie Lucky comes out. And at the same time, you know, there's, you know, the family of birds in the central area again, gonna be taken out here by Luminosity Gaming, and here you have it. The Alter Ego, slowly but surely trying to get in their XPs, trying to get in their points as well, getting ready for that of the upcoming raid fight. But with that being said, Luminosity Gaming is the one that's going to be able to get the Reggie elected for themselves.
We're gonna apply some pressure here. Look at that. Set up of a hyperspace, or rather a rings and bound for some reinforcements. I feel like they want to do some trade here. Plasma Gale in order to put up some pressure. Regieleki was on time to dive all the way into the goal zone, and very unfortunate for Ikura as he's gonna fall down in that team fight. But there goes the follow-up from Alter Ego. But no, and that's almost a team wipe. Shindi's the only ones left.
They need to be careful right now. You know, they need to focus on the objectives and not try not to get the try not to get any. Try not to go to team fights. Maybe pick off Luminosity Gaming one by one, but not go to a direct team fight until the Rayquaza comes out. Just because of the fact that they are currently, you know, in a huge deficit in terms of XP. I mean, look at Luminosity Gaming right now. Level 14, 2 level 14s, 1 level 12, and 2 level 11s as well. Whereas Alter Ego, Ikura is still at level 10 as well.
That's not looking good for them. You know, you have to catch up for those stats and those movesets to be at an upgraded matter. Because if it's not upgraded, definitely you would be behind in terms of the damage department, region department, and everything else. So has to be very careful. But look at Luminosity Gaming being aggressive. Nice volt tackle in order to take down Ice in that fight. And they have to give the Registeel away. And this is not good. Alter Ego is so much behind. Luminosity Gaming has a buff. Already upcoming fight in Rayquaza.
It is not a funny story here for Alter Ego. You know, like Trainer almost there to be level 15. I think they're gonna get level 15 before the Rayquaza. There we go, level 15 before the Rayquaza, and that is a Leafeon that we're talking about. That is gonna be strong contender here for Alter Ego. At the same time, Z-Ray has been picked out as well. You know, they need to buy some time here. Wait for Z-Ray to come in before they can lash out into that of the Ray. But here we go, rings unbound as Z-Ray was able to get the revive. But look at that.
They got the flip. Alter Ego looking for a room for them to get away and score those points. Where are they headed? But Luminosity Gaming as well. Trainer is ready for the trademark of the points. But will that be enough to catch up? Not quite yet. Being blocked. They're still up ahead by 5 points.
Get out. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out. Oh, wow. The heavy slam into eject button. Oh, 447.
They still have
a minute left, though. There's still a minute left, though.
And they still have shields on the side of Alter Ego. One can go for the back cap.
That's what Shingdi is trying to do here. You know, making sure that everyone is defending their own score goal, while Shingdi is going to go to try to back cap here. 2 of them, really. Z-Ray as well. Here we go. They're going to go in and try to do a sneaky beaky. But the question is, would they be able to defend this? There's only 2 Pokemon here, and they don't have a lot of firepower to actually defend this.
No rings and bound yet. This is difficult.
Here you go.
They don't know who's on the lead. They don't know who's on the lead. Both of them are going to force it.
We need to see what's happening with Shingdi and Ikura.
Uh-oh. Have to stay focused. Oh, heavy slam. It would hit. Oh!
20 points!
Oh, that's another!
Oh, they got it! They got the score!
They got it! They got the score!
89! They got
top!
89!
Oh! Shingdi! Shingdi and Z-Ray!
Ikura is there. Z-Ray, Shingdi is putting the score. Ikura defending along with 94 and Ice. They didn't have enough of the firepower, but it was enough to buy time. Look at Ice. Look at Ice. And look at 94. Just, you know, the sigh of relief from this team.
Man, that is huge. Huge W for Alter Ego, Mike.
Look at him. Look at 94.
Oh my god.
Man, they were sweating. They were sweating.
Insane. That was insane, man.
Sweaty match, bro. Sweaty match.
But
you know, he's smiling, but you can see on his face the sigh of relief. You know how intense it was.
Yeah. And Xingdi is still so focused. Despite that game ended already, he's already planning for the next one.
That's true. Oh man, I wouldn't have that. I wouldn't have been able to handle that if I were there.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the pressure that they are experiencing all the time is just immense.
Xingdi and Z-Ray. What a command, what a teamwork. No, this only shows that teamwork, I mean, they have been together for so long.
The communication, dude. The communication,
yeah.
The synergy showed up so well for these two teams. But at the same time, I do like the fact that they were able to flip the Rayquaza as well. Because if they weren't able to flip the Rayquaza, that would have been the end of the road for them, the end of the game for them. But at the very least, they were able to flip it and made things better for them. They were able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But the thing is, sure, they might have been able to get one game, but the thing is, this is a best of 3. They still need one more game. But now they have the advantage. They have the morale boost. They have the the momentum going to game number 2.
Oh yeah, I mean this is going to get tougher. Knowing that Luminosity Gaming is going to step up their game once again for sure. There's still an upgrade that's going to happen in this team because this team is just infinity in terms of strength. So we want to see Alter Ego do more.
Yeah, there we go. Matchup wish. Overlord.
I want him to.
I want to win against him. I want to win against him. And they already have one. They already have one game ahead of them, and it seems as if the wish of Xingdi might come through even before the grand finals come out. Even before the grand finals. And here's the thing, right? The biggest wall here, the biggest gatekeeper here, would be Luminosity Gaming. Here's the thing. If if Alter Ego wins against Luminosity Gaming, I have no doubt that Alter Ego can take it in the bag, the entire tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, despite Insomnia being a powerhouse team as well, given the fact that they could take down Luminosity Gaming, that's actually like a difference already. Like we all know that Luminosity Gaming is a whole different level, and Insomnia is a whole different level as well. But here's the thing: like they are sort of a newcomer compared to Alter Ego and Luminosity Gaming. That factor could actually be a game changer at least on who's going to take the entire tournament, right? So this specific series, semifinals number 2, they're both powerhouse teams. They both have the synergy together since like 2 to 3 years. We cannot doubt.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, them being a very veteran and Luminosity basically being the highest wall to climb, highest mountain to climb in this tournament. Being able to overcome Luminosity Gaming would essentially mean that not to be overconfident with themselves, but they have just been able to overcome the biggest wall. That means they would have the big chance to take this in the bag and take the entire tournament for themselves. And at the same time, as I mentioned, they've already won ACL before, and I have no doubts they can do it again.
It's very possible. Just waiting for them to start in just a bit. But man, what can Luminosity Gaming do? What will they do in order to take game number 2? Because that's a pressure. It's pressure for them, but it's a whole different pressure when we're talking about a team who's not Luminosity Gaming. Simply because, again, it's the World Championship slot we're talking about. Aside from the prize money, Luminosity Gaming has already qualified, right? But basically, they want to win everything for the money, and of course, they want to prove that they are one of the very best teams in the world because they were top at their own leagues, the Ace Cup and LAIC. But are they on top at Asia as well? If they're on top of this league, then for sure it's a statement that they are the strongest team.
I mean, for sure. I mean, if we're gonna be considering it, right? Like it's Asia Champions League. See, here's the difference, right? Like, just to what do you call this? Reiterate what you said. Luminosity Gaming, sure they haven't. They were once the world champions, but the thing is, in world championships, it's invite only. You need to have a specific threshold, specific conditions to meet in order to enter the world championships. Sure, but the thing is, this is Asia Champions League, and everyone from Asia is playing here. Everyone of the best, they qualified to get in here, and if they win this, as you have mentioned, they will have solidified their names as perhaps the greatest of all time in Pokemon Unite, not just in the World Championships, but also in the entirety of Asia. And if they can do it in Asia and do it in the Worlds, hey, that's the biggest achievement one team can get in this game.
TLC, what will be the results? Oh, camera switch. So does that mean that Luminosity Gaming is going on a purple side? I think it will be the case. So
perhaps,
yeah, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, it's just a small factor, but small factors can actually result into a win. So let's see what will happen. Alter Ego for sure. They have great momentum. They want to continue it. They want to make it sure that it will work on the second game as well. They don't want to be behind, because here's the thing: like ZETA Division, they also managed to defeat Luminosity Gaming during game number 1 on their group stage, right? And right after that, it was a washout. It was all about Luminosity Gaming. So if Luminosity Gaming does that to Alter Ego in game number 2, it will not look good for Alter Ego. But knowing Alter Ego, they're a formidable team. They can bounce back anytime they want to, or like the way they wanted it to. But there are times that you cannot, no matter how hard you bounce back, it's just the other team dominating it simply because they got a bigger momentum.
Oh, for sure. And man, it's what's happening? You need to know what's happening now. It's definitely gonna be a momentum killer if this is gonna take a while, even more. Gonna be a momentum killer for that of Alter Ego. So I as someone who has won already game number 1, if I were in their place, obviously I would want as much as possible to have the next game as soon as possible, just so the momentum would not be gone going to game number 2.
Boom, 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 boom.
There we go.
There we go. Oh yeah,
next game. Luminosity Gaming is going to be on the purple side this time, and also Ego on the right, orange.
Same bands. Is that same bands? Yeah, same bands. Oh no, the Hoopa's banned. So no trick for now. Leafeon is being respected. Nice, I love that. You gotta respect trainer for that Leafeon to do a lot of damage. That was a major threat actually in game number 1. So really understand why Alter Ego banned that.
Here we go. Otter played the Pikachu before, but no, they're gonna be going back into the Psyduck instead.
Reasonable. It's open, and your first pick. If you're not gonna get it, make sure to ban it. So understandable. But Shingdi,
so away the Zero Aura.
What a statement, my guy. You gets the Zero Aura.
Is this going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Gardevoir? No?
I think we saw it. Did we saw it yesterday? Like Gardevoir?
Did we see it? No. I don't think we've seen any Gardevoir.
I think we saw it. Or if not here, at least at the substation.
But I mean on the main station, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There we go.
Okay. So Mimikyu is a good pick. Mimikyu could lock down Shingdi or 94. And then Curios should actually dish out the damage. Oh, I'm gonna love this if this is going to be a Delphox. Come on. Yeah, Delphox. Oh!
It's not a Delphox.
Overlord Revenant. Wow, this is... I mean, we've seen similar compositions. But how's Overlord gonna make this? I'm curious. Like, what is running in their heads, right? Like, I mean, it's not a questionable trap. Oh, there we go. But still, Revenant. Okay, this might be a curse, just like what we saw during the last series. Otter with a Mew is very unstoppable as well. So Luminosity Gaming is looking stronger compared to game 1, but so Alter Ego is. They gave Inteleon to Z-Ray, so really understandable. And this is more than 50-50 now, and Ikura must be going with the safeguard and helping hand to avoid those crowd controls from Psyduck and from the Revenant as well. So this is more 50-50, really. You know, it's really hard to tell, but it will all boil down to the execution of Shing D and Z-Ray, who's their main damage dealer on the team, because the Speedster will... Oh, wait, what? I think that was a graphical error. I thought Shing D was going to use the Inteleon, but yeah, it won't. I just saw the LE, really? But yeah, anyway. Right. So Shing D is the main key together with Z-Ray heading towards game number 2 for Alter Ego.
Now here we go. Just waiting for the loading screen to finally be over, and now we're gonna head into the game. I wonder what they're talking about right now. Here we go.
I think they want a fist bump. Okay. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Pokemon trainers watching at home, watching at Japan. This will determine if Alter Ego gets the grand final slot.
Yeah. As I mentioned, my prediction, I don't think Luminosity Gaming is going to allow it to happen. So, prediction is a 2-1, but I don't know to which game it's going, to which team is going to go to. But this time around, though, Luminosity Gaming is a little bit too, more aggressive than they were last game. So that is a huge difference.
Electro Ball, do some poking. Take it easy. I'm loving Overlord's discipline here, not being too aggressive, despite they can actually. So I think he's being careful, knowing that Shing D is just around the corner, maybe hiding in tall grasses. So no overextension. They can right now, simply because the trainer is already waiting at top path, but it's looking good. There has to be a trade here. That's why Shing D decides to go on a location which is bottom path that is not usual for a 3-man push.
And now 850 rather. First set of bursts up top and down bottom. But as it is right now, it is Luminosity Gaming that has had the lead, and of course the stacks as well ready up and running for the team. Whereas Overlord here just trying to buy some time for everyone to finally get in on the top path. They were able to do it successfully so by sacrificing themselves, unfortunately.
But that sacrifice actually made an impact as well. Look at that. All of the members from Alter Ego are at level 5 except for Z-Ray, who's actually at level 6. So quite surprising. It was to be Shing D who spikes at first, simply because that Shing D is actually the central laner. So a little bit too late. Alter Ego wasn't... I mean, it's understandable. They do get the buffs, but that was tons of XPs as well rewarded to Luminosity Gaming.
Still early game, 7:40 seconds. 7 minutes 40 seconds is going to be the name of the game here. Still no objectives, still no major objectives, but everyone's just being a little bit too careful right now against each other, because they all know for a fact that just a little bit of overextension would mean that they're going to get taken out.
No need to go for aggressive plays if you're not guaranteed for KO. That is the name of the game. Nice secure once again for Luminosity Gaming, getting the majority of the Bird family all the way on top path. But what will happen in the next 10 seconds? There has to be something. They have to make it work for them to be up and online in terms of every department. But so far, Luminosity Gaming is looking much more better compared to Alter Ego.
Yeah, right now, Alter Ego trying to get in down bottom, get in Reggie Rock, as it is 94 just staying up top along with Slash there, to be able to get into Reggie, but it seems as if Slash wants to get away from 94, as 94 is chasing them away. But down bottom, it is going to be Z-Ray going to be able to take down Trainer, the first KO in this team fight. Along with it is Overlord actually going to be taken out as well, as they take down their Regirock, and now they're going to be going into the first score goal down bottom, putting some scores as Luminosity Gaming slowly but surely goes up top. There we go, 25 points over cap to be able to rotate and get that Reggie and Lucky for themselves.
It's just, I don't know if it's just me or that was a beautiful volt switch from Shingdi in order to go back to its original position and go for the KO up against Overlord. But right now they're applying more pressure towards the force of Luminosity Gaming, and that is Trainer taken down.
Yeah, you know, volt switch into this charge. He's going to be the player of the game here for Shingdi. Just to be able to, you know, make sure that everyone gets the damage in an AoE. But here we go. Ultra Ego now has a positional advantage into that of the Reggie Lucky Azure Spy Vision to do it and to check the tall grasses if there are any Pokemon hiding from there. But unfortunately, they didn't see anyone. And now they just want to push down the Reggie Lucky so that they can finally destroy the first skull goal up top.
Wow, Ultra Ego. Oh, sorry. What was that?
Yeah, that was Ultra Ego.
Yeah, that was Ultra Ego. Yeah. But I thought you were about to say something.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. All right. Yeah, going back. That was Ultra Ego who destroyed it, and they're looking formidable so far, despite Luminosity Gaming is bouncing back a lot in terms of the XP department a while ago. But right now, they seem to be in full control of the game at the first half. But let me tell you, there's still a lot of opportunity. But wow, 94 with a flourish that gets KO'd instead. But there goes the Bliss assistance to Shingdi. They're chasing for KOs. They want more. Slash has to back away with Surf to bring up a lot of movement speed.
And there you have it again. You know, at the very least, 94 was able to get down 2 KOs in the process. Against that of Luminosity Gaming, increasing the gap that they have against that of Luminosity Gaming, LG. And now they just want to be able to get in the Reggie Rock down bottom as it has just respawn.
For the defense, this is what they need. Oh, look at that vision.
Full power
Z-Ray trying to revive. Full power Sai as well. Last hit.
Luminosity Gaming gets it.
Yeah, but look at this buffs and vision that Z-Ray is trying to offer for Ultra Ego. Despite getting the objective beside Luminosity Gaming, it seems like Ultra Ego is still putting up a lot of pressure.
They're having 155 to 207 is going to be the player of the game here with 4 minutes left as well. 8 seconds before the Reggie Lucky comes up. Perhaps the not perhaps, but rather the final Reggie Lucky coming up top this time around. And now Slash alongside Ice and actually who's that, like Kura? No, that is 94 that's trying to take in the Reggie Lucky for them. Here we go. Let's find out if they're going to be able to steal this one away, because if they do steal this one from that of Ultra Ego, that's going to provide them a lot of space to breathe onto. But look at this. Ikura trying to get away here after helping hand. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do so as they are outnumbered. Shangdi is going to be going down as well.
Yeah, and that's actually nice from Luminosity Gaming to have that kind of response. The moment that Trainer actually used the Unite move play with me, Overlord was ready for the response for that KO, and they were rewarded with tons of XP because that Shingdi was actually knocked out in that situation. But here goes the battle for the Regieleki.
Oh wow, Luminosity Gaming got it. Otter got the last hit into Regieleki. I think at this point on, they just want to have it go through the first circle. There we go. As I mentioned, it's only 11 points left. With only 9 over cap, instead of allowing Luminosity Gaming to getting, destroying the first goal up top and proceeding forward to the second tier skull goal that Regieleki. So that's a good decision, a good micro decision coming in from that Ultra Ego to just allow the Regieleki to destroy the first skull goal. And now they have to just, get ready to be on the Rayquaza fight. But I think they also want to try to burst down the Reggie bottom. Hopefully it's a Reggie steal though, so that it'll help them a lot. There you go. It is a Reggie steal.
But no need to be reckless. No need to be
reckless. They don't want to burst it. They don't want the cooldowns to be up as the Rayquaza comes out.
Oh, 94. 94 is trying to be aggressive here, trying to set up the Flourish. But decides to cancel it immediately. But so far, they know, Ultra Ego does know that they are on the lead. But they have to be very careful. Look at that! They got slashed! It's a flip!
Floor is going to be popped up. They want to burst down the Rayquaza. Here we go. And they're going to be able to secure the Rayquaza. Look at that.
Ultra Ego!
Running Ultra Ego. The statement. This is it. They are able to finally destroy and win against the perhaps strongest team in the world, ICE, is already congratulating themselves, celebrating. My goodness, Alter Ego, Shingdi's dream. Shingdi's dream is coming through, but then again, there's still a minute left, and 355 to 855, only one score. Well, 2 scores, in fact, but it's a lot. There you go. Put it in the score. Unfortunately, Kura wasn't able to do so, but still, a minute left is all they need to do. All defend. A minute left. A minute left.
Use those jump pads. Don't want those overcaps to come on bottom path.
Wait, Z-Ray is still trying to do an overcap?
Yeah,
he still has
shield.
Still has a Rayquaza.
Oh, here we go. They're gonna give it away. They're gonna give it away. It doesn't matter if they give it away because that 100 will not be enough for them to catch up. So they just have to focus their attention into the last goal zone. But look at that! Z-Ray with a 62 to save
No. They have to defend this. They have to defend this though.
Come on!
Ice needs to get in. Ice needs to get in.
There's another 49 at the top.
That is it. That is it.
That's it.
Luminosity Gaming is no more. Alter Ego wins the game, going to the grand finals along with Insomnia. Look at them. Look at them. Those are my boys.
Man,
boys.
Shingdi, and the others, Ice, Z-Ray. Man, this teamwork is on a whole another level.
They know they have just defeated the biggest hurdle in this tournament, and they are celebrating. They are happy. Alter Ego's the name of the team that defeated Luminosity Gaming and put them out of this tournament. Qualified now for the grand finals. Alter Ego is now going to be facing Insomnia in the grand finals. Look at them. The sigh of relief for this team. Alter Ego is the name.
Wow. Luminosity Gaming.
The mobile players won, bro.
It's still mobile on top instead of console. Let's go. Let's go.
Finals. Grand
finals.
Mobile.
A chance to repeat the history for Alter Ego. A chance to be a champions once again for Asia Champions League.
Shake their hands, boys.
Man.
Shingdi's dream has come true in the semifinals match B.
Alter Ego has to settle for third or fourth. Oh, rather, Luminosity Gaming has to settle for third or fourth in this tournament. But what a way to end it. Alter Ego with a dominant fashion. 2-0. Wow. Gotta love the friendship.
That's wholesome.
Right? So wholesome.
Very wholesome.
Sportsmanship.
That's Takashima-san as the interviewer, I believe, for this time around.
Yeah.
They have been around, they have been around playing for quite a while now as well. And after retire, I'm not sure if they already retired as a player, but they have been acting as one of the casters, one of the official casters in the Japanese broadcast as well. So we're gonna be seeing Takashima-san again into the stage, doing the interview along with Alter Ego. I think it's still gonna be Shingdi. I think that's one of the questions that's gonna be asked of Shingdi, how they have felt or how they felt now that they have achieved their dream of defeating Overlord. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that is a once-in-a-lifetime dream because simply they're not in the same region, so it's just the world stage that they can go up against together. But yeah, let's listen first to the interview.
There we go.
Z-Ray. There we go. Z-Ray.
Z-Ray.
Oh, Spraggles and Doom Snacks are interviewing the other members of Alter Ego.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they are.
打倒了非常作为强敌来说，打倒了作为最大的强敌的 Luminosity 这个队伍，那现在您的心情如何？
我觉得我们队伍准备的非常好，所以我们这次是非常有信心，直接打败所有全部的对手的。
今回はこれ以上ないほどの準備を重ねてきましたので、本 本当にチャンピオンを狙ってきました。すべてのチームに勝利する自信はあります。
We came prepared for this tournament. We practiced a lot. We prepared for each team we're going to fight. We prepared to become champions.
ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。それでは次のインタビューに参ります。G レイ選手はですね、一度このチームを抜けて違うチームで活動していました。ただもう一度同じチームで戦って今この場にいます。その気持ちを教えてください。
你过去曾经转到过别的队伍来，现在又回到同一个队伍来，能够站在这个舞台上，现在心情是什么样的感觉？
我在2023年和我的前队友有在亚洲杯获得过一次冠军，所以我这次回来是希望能展现出更强的实力，让大家知道，还有自瑞选手，还有我们这个 AE 团队。
過去に2023年では他のチームで一度アジア杯には優勝を勝ち取ったことがございますが、今度別のチームで帰ってきてアジアには G レイという選手があって、この AG というチームがあることをみんなに知らしめたいと思います。
Back in 2023, I managed to win the Asia Champions League with a different team, but now I'm here as a team of Alter Ego, and I want everyone in Japan and Asia to know that there is a player named Chine in Alter Ego.
ありがとうございます。それでは最後、次の決勝戦は日本チームのインソムニアとの対決となります。ただですね、オルター以後応援してくれているファンの皆様たくさんいらっしゃいます。その皆様に向けて一言お願いします。
下一场比赛将会是与日本的王者对战。那在日本也有很多 Delta Evo 的粉丝们。那现在请对日本的粉丝们发表一下您的感言。
希望大家现场的声音不用太激动，然后也谢谢大家支持我们 AE 的粉丝，可以给我们力量。然后上次是在马来西亚主场拿走他们的冠军，我想我们这一次会再上演一次。
来客の皆様、とても大きな歓声ありがとうございます。でもどうにか安全を第一にお願いいたします。
Thank you everyone.
この前はマレーシアで本場ではないですけれどもチャンピオンを取りましたので、今度も同じような展開をお見せしたいと思います。
Thank you everyone in the audience for applauding, but please be aware, safety first, keep yourself safe. And last season in Malaysia, I managed to win the championship, but here I want to win here in Japan.
ありがとうございます。以上、オルタイゴから
Alright. I was actually watching the other interview as well.
I noticed. I
was actually laughing. Like Spraggers and the others were asking, like, what does it feel that you were wrong the whole time? Because Alter Ego predicted that they will win 2-1, but they won 2-0. So I was like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a scoreline. But you know what I'm saying? They defeated it as early as they could. But man, Alter Ego is just awesome, man.
Man, I mean, it's a statement. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's a statement. But at the very least, you know, like Luminosity Gaming, despite being on the third placer this time around, would still be keeping their slot to the World Championship Series due to winning the AOS Cup, and that only means that we are going to be getting a new contender, a new secure slot for the Grand Finals, and a new secure slot rather for the World Championship Series, which is either going to be Insomnia or Alter Ego. But since they do have, you know, the momentum, Alter Ego definitely has the advantage here going to Insomnia. But with that being said, though, we are still going to be watching Luminosity Gaming later on before we head to the Grand Finals, as we're still going to be watching the battle for a third. So make sure you stay tuned, eat your snacks, drink your drinks, drink your water, hydrate, do whatever you want, as when we come back, we'll be back for the battle of third before the Grand Finals. So see you in a bit.
最後の集団戦です。さあインソムニアからゼータディビジョンへ。去年素晴らしい活躍だった、尊敬している。ただインソムニア今の自分たちはここから世界を取りに行く。 ACL その冠を取って時代を渡ってもらおうか。グランドファイナル進出はインソムニア。もうちょっと仕掛けそうですね。4キロも集まっている。
ただこれゼラオラが
前に入ってゼラオラすぎる。帰ってきます。もうちょっと仕掛けそうですね。
4キロも集まっている。ただこれゼラオラが
前に入ってゼラオラすぎる。帰ってきます。に注目してください。ハッパカッターから
いやただうまい。
いくらが見つけました。リショックエメラルドダブルベイトに注目してください。ハッパカッターから
いやただうまい。
いくらが見つけました。リショックエメラルドダブルベイト。ユナイト技も切りますが進んでるところで間に合うぞ。俺最後前に上がってきた。
ゼラオラが止まらない。これはいや
奥からトレーナーエメラルドダブルビート。ユナイト技も切りますが進んでるところで間に合うぞ。俺最後前に上がってきた。
ゼラオラが止まらない。これはいや
奥からトレーナーエメラルドダブルビート。
いやもう入ってきた。
そうですね。
やるしかない。
いや最後ゴールからははいいや違います。オルタエゴが取り返していますから逆転の兆し取っているのはオルタエゴです。
いやもう入ってきた。
そうですね。
やるしかない。
いや最後ゴールからははいいや違います。オルタエゴが取り返していますから逆転の兆し取っているのはオルタエゴです。
ここのシールドは
が守れれば
いや守
5点差です。
いやここのシールドは
が守れれば
いや守
5点差です。
いや
ミノシティが草むらに集まった。
最大点は入る。
そうです。いやビンタ入った。ビンタ
これビーディアのユナイト時代。
ミノシティいや抜けている。オルタエゴ残り時間は10秒です。66点入りますが分かっていたオルタエゴ。さあルミノシティ WCS では世話になったな。オルタエゴ元王者同士第2章を始めよう。ゲームセット。ミノシティが草むらに集まった。
最大点は入る。
そうです。いやビンタ入った。ビンタ
ビーディアのユナイト時代。
ルミノシティいや抜けている。オルタエゴ残り時間は10秒です。66点入りますが分かっていたオルタエゴ。さあルミノシティ WCS では世話になったな。オルタエゴ元王者同士第2章を始めよう。ゲームセット。
となってくるとちょっと戻らざる
The wait was long, but we're back again for more action of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champion League 2025 Finals here. Of course, naturally the wait was definitely long. It was a much needed breather for not just for the players, but also for us, the talents, and the fans as well. What a game that we just came out from, right? Like from what we just witnessed as well between Alter Ego and Luminosity Gaming for the final semi-finals of the day. We should normally would have decided who's going to be our final grand finalist, and of course, with a very convincing win and great individual skill plays, Alter Ego will be the one to shut down Luminosity's winning streak throughout the entire regional zone so far. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll let you have it. JJ has been, trust me, like, he's been doing his best to not be biased on stream, but behind the scenes, oh man, he's been waiting for it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm objective. I'm objective. You know what I mean? Our job as casters are to, narrate what's happening on the screen, and not be biased.
Yeah, right. But of course, regardless, it was really a good game. I know you're very happy about this as well. I mean, I'm really happy for them as well. It's been quite the road.
We're both happy for them, because like, hey, who wouldn't be happy if a team won? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, but particularly, it's Alter Ego came with a hit list, right? They're like, all right, there's teams that gotta go due to past events, past denies. They took down FENNEL. They took down FENNEL. They were pretty much going down the list, and then finally, probably one of the most hardest thing on the list, taking down and dominating Luminosity Gaming here, and that's currently checked out. One last checklist, by the way, JJ. One last checklist is to be the champion for the ACL. Something that they could not try to achieve or defend themselves back in 2024. This seems to be like the year they are trying to cover lost time. But that's gonna be a discussion later on between the both of us during the grand finals. However, let's quickly focus on the task at hand, as we are currently going to be casting the series to decide which of the two teams will be our third placing here.
Yeah, so it is going to be, once again, since Luminosity Gaming lost against that of Alter Ego, that means we're going to be watching them again fight off to the battle for third before they head into the grand finals. That is going to be INSOMNIA and, of course, Alter Ego, as we've seen from the previous match. So right now, we're just waiting for them to go into the next game, of course, waiting for them to come out of the stage. And I think we're going to be introducing them quite very soon. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, very well timed. Well done. Very on point. That was very satisfying to see. But of course, with that being said, there is our player. Yeah, I saw that. We all saw that. Really on point. That's great. But of course, now it's great as our players here. And this is going to be, by the way, if anyone is just wondering who's going to be the teams that's going head-to-head with Luminosity, it's going to be none other than ZETA Division themselves here. And I believe a lot of people who had their initial predictions thinking that this would have been usually the grand finals. But of course, with how the turns of the events came out, we still got to see a second round between ZETA Division and Luminosity Gaming gameplay once more. And I think it's been quite a thrill, right? We couldn't get enough from during the group stage. Let's see once more for one last hoorah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And here you go. I am Tomoto, coming out of the stage right now. And at the same time, again, both of these teams really, really strong right now. And just want to see who's going to be on the third place.
I think of all the people in ZETA Division, I think so far Ayatome is by far the only one who has one kind of action when it came to stage, which is just so far been the fist bump. Fist bump only, right? He never did any of the thumbs up or heart-shaped signs, right, when he coming on stage. Wow, the judge lead. This man. I know we never got to talk to him a lot. Yeah, we never got to talk to him about him a lot, but he's been here with us from like the very first series that we ever casted, right? So he's been there, physically going back and forth, managing the players. He's basically the judge lead, right? So a lot of responsibility, yeah.
So here you go, fist bump, boom.
Yeah. Wonder where he goes, right? Like he just we never get to see where he actually goes, but okay, there we go. The final CM.
go back to the backstage.
And then that's it, right? It's just total secrecy. Polishing the coins, maybe, I don't know, because it's very different, right? Because we're not really doing a coin flip, right? It's just more like we're just trying to pick which coins in which hand.
Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, it's not really a coin flip. The Hachitails just pick which one. Hidari to Midari. Yeah, Hidari, Migi, Midari. There we go. Hidari, Migi. Yeah, left.
Migi's right, right?
Yeah, Migi's right.
Okay.
Hidari's left. Yeah.
Interesting. The syllables is actually not relatively similar, but you know that's still pretty cool. Thank you for guys. Thank you for learning with JJ Japanese 101, left and right.
Hey, we're trying to learn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean exactly. We're preparing for next year, right? To go there.
Yeah.
But I mean, hopefully by then it's more. Hopefully I get to learn more besides Hidari and Migi, right? It's like I can't go there and be like, if everyone says hi to me and I'm just like, Migi.
Migi.
It's like a Pokemon.
Right.
Just keep reciting my whole name again and again, right? Migi. And hopefully they understand me right now. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. But of course, Luminosity Gaming, they just came from such a high stakes game as well. 2-0. I think that Alter Ego was the only team that they actually got 2-0. I think the rest so far, all the series has been 2-1 so far.
Yeah. It's
Huh.
I'm
trying to think back here. I think yeah, it's mostly just been 2-1s. I mean, except the fact where most of their stages there's also 2-0s as well. In some of the group stages. But you know, that game against Alter Ego, that first game particularly with that steal, I felt like it was felt like a revenge is the best deserved call, right? Because it's been so many times Alter's been stealing like records from other teams as well with the classic Mew, right? Something that when you see Alter Ego's doing the exact same thing to him, right? And I'm like, oh, actually that feels like payback, you know, it feels pretty great for them as well. But at that second game, right, I never seen such a really cheeky action, right? Like pulling it with the Zero Aura, going with the discharge and the volt switch pull, and of all the people, it was just a sider. So I was like, dude, that blows my mind instantly. What a catch! I mean, what a reaction as well.
Not a lot of people knew about that at the start of the game, but the more people got to know about it, the more people were actually doing that as well. And there actually was a theory about it as well. If you would be able to pull someone from one end of the map to the other end by utilizing hyperspace hole, and you actually can.
I mean, same concept with same concept with the Shadow Snake as well, with the Mimikyu, right? But but the thing is, we never seen that kind of pull on such at that stage of the game, right? Like at that point, it didn't really matter like early or mid game. I mean, sure, that second game we saw Alter Ego had a lot of control, right? They exactly had what they wanted. They even got really great picks as well for the composition. Still going back and forth, but you definitely can tell there was a lot more better control of macro abilities on the side. But that Zero Aura pull, it's not the first time we've seen it as well. I believe we saw it yesterday in one of the group stages, but it wasn't really at like it wasn't like game changing or game ending kind of pull, right? It was just like towards like somewhere around the mid game on when that pull on the Zacian. What?
Sorry, I would argue that some of those pulls were actually game changing, especially that some of those pulls were done during the the Rave fight, which then reduced the numbers of the opponents, which then allowed them to win the games.
No, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm talking about. The pulls that was not really at the Rave fight. Like, those that was not really game changing, but still pretty cool to see. But we didn't really see as many pulls, right? We saw. True. I mean, sure, we did see a couple. I mean, most of the games was okay, not really most of the game, but majority of the time we had Zero being banned out. But even if it wasn't banned, it wasn't really picked up by some of the teams either way. And even if it was picked up, maybe we missed it. But it feels like we didn't see as many pulls compared to like what we've been seeing so far from both Luminosity and also Alter Ego as well.
No, I agree. I agree so much. But now, battle for third.
Dude,
they're tired. They're tired.
I can't blame them. Yesterday, 17 hours Like if you don't take into account like when we started, like just like when everyone had to be there, like the players had to set up and prep. 17 hours, including for us, 17 hours from yesterday. Today, we're practically almost 12 hours in. Wait, hold on. What time is it?
No. We
not 12 hours.
I started at 8. The broadcast started at 8.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about the broadcast, right? I'm talking about just like the players, us just preparing for the broadcast, like us being there. Particularly for them, they had to be at the location, right?
Yeah, but for us, see, they have it worse just because of the fact that we just had to wake up.
No, that's what I'm saying. Right? Particularly for them, it's very exhausted. 17 hours yesterday. Today, for them, give or take, 10 hours in. And then they've been playing massive games because we also had the Group D stage as well, right? Like, Group D stage, moving forward to the playoffs. I guess we have like 5 or 10 minutes breaks in between. But but at times it doesn't 5 or 10 minutes doesn't really seem like it's enough. I mean, unless you're very very like high on morale, adrenaline is running in the veins as well. I guess no one really wants to wait or try to cool down. Everyone's just like, let's just keep it going.
Yeah.
But that statement is not really necessary for all the teams, right? Like some definitely needs a little bit more breather. Especially I remember like one of the mentioning from Luminosity with the interview with Sprangles like around this early afternoon. When I just popped into their stream for a second, even they said like they weren't used to wake up so early in the morning.
Right. I mean, it's always the case, right? Especially with teams like this, they really have to like not only just practice, not only just to play on tournaments this early, but at the same time condition themselves, warm up, and obviously it's not just like they cannot just play, you know what I mean? Like they have to do other activities as well, make sure that they are fit and everything, to make sure that they are in the top condition. Because some of the people think that, you know what, their pro players only do is play. But in reality, that's not the case. They actually have to be fit as well. They have to be like physically fit, mentally fit, and all that aside, outside of the game. So that's what we are. That's what these players are maintaining all the time in order to be performing at the top performance.
But instantly, straight up, we see the Zero ban. I think we usually see like the Zero being the secondary ban here. But this time the now I was going to say the Comfy went through, but Luminosity will be the one that actually banned the Comfy here. We'll be trying to shut down Vitopo naturally from the Zorong. I think this is something we've been talking about for quite a while. He was hovering. We're almost thinking about it too. He was like, should I get my Inteleon in? But at the same time, we are also talking about trainers. Mimikyu still within the pool or still available for him. So I guess the priority was just like, let's just try to prioritize those supports coming in. And guess what? With the Mimikyu, by the way, with the Mimikyu ban, that just means Hoopa is also a selection here. So basically, I guess you get support for support. You get one support, you get the other core support. So that's been popping off for a lot of teams in this tournament.
Here we go. Vitopo, Kata, Rom, Tomato, Wajiro are the players of
You're really landing that slang perfectly well.
Thank you. Vitopo 選手、Kata 選手、Tomato 選手、Rom 選手、Wajiro 選手、ZETA Division さんですよ。There you go. And for Luminosity, of course, they will have Slash, Kyrios, Trainer, Otter, and Overlord. Overlord is going to be the last pick.
Still hovering forward, and we're gonna be able to see like the combination that we saw from yesterday with the trick Phantom Force into the Talon Flame here as well. So no Mana Growth, but not gonna go with the Gyarados this time. They're gonna go with the Garchomp as gonna be their selection, and including with the Darkrai. Double speedsters, but not the speedsters that we usually saw so far, right? It usually has been like that. The double test, right?
I believe this is the third Darkrai that we've seen in the entire tournament, or at least in the main stage.
Yep.
But with this kind of composition, right? Like, for ZETA Division, they are going to have a hard time to set up because they will have to rely on Kata to disposition them, to reposition them, so that Vitopo and Rom would be able to, freely hit the opposing team, and at the same time Tomato with, of course, Yawn and the Heavy Slam. On the side of Luminosity Gaming, though, it's there's nothing much to say other than the fact that this is a very well-balanced team. They do not have a defender, though, but the thing is, that is why Metagross is there. That is going to be the Pokemon that will serve as a defender.
Yeah, I mean, especially since you also have the support Mew to play alongside, it also feels great. But more importantly, take into account that this Lucario pick, especially in the hands of Overlord, this is Overlord's most played hero, most played Pokemon in his entire career here. He was a menace back when he back in season 1 or season 0 in this case here, and it's still a menace now here with such mobility, especially when you play with the extreme speed here, which I believe that's gonna be the one to go for, right? E-speed with alongside with the Bone Rush. Oh, but it is great.
The thing is, right? Like we don't really see a lot of those anymore. Extreme speed and Bone Rush, just because of the fact that in the current meta, you want to have more of the objective takes, and having power up punch instead of extreme speed would definitely allow you to have secure objectives more than extreme speed. I mean, extreme speed maybe for flexing out. You know what I mean? Like getting out a lot of KOs, but then again, you'd have a lot of you'd need a lot of coordination with your team for that. Not to say that Luminosity doesn't have any coordination, but for the sake of the objectives, power up punch would be better.
Yeah, I mean it's that kind of thing, which is also sometimes we see from the composition lineup as well, right? Some also make sure there is some various Pokemon that is also really great at securing those objectives as well, which is why we, from time to time, we see things like, for example, like Blaziken, for example. We see Blaziken, you'd be thinking like, oh man, overheat is going to be an absurdly great
down. There we go.
That's a great KO. It's going to be the first KO as well on top of Wajiro, but that's fine. It's giving an early KO, but it's going to be in the hands of the support, so no real loss there since they also have the XP share. That's totally fine. But on the other hand, at least some form of control towards the top lane for now.
That is true. Now we are seeing Magician being used by Slash down bottom just to seal away Citrus Berry. However, that being said, Luminosity Gaming wants to push down up top, and now they're going to be gunning in for more stacks here. They want to get as much points as possible, the least amount, so that they can put it immediately. But look at this though, Rom was able to take away the Violet buff here away from that at Luminosity Gaming.
It's really well played. I was able to bring it up as well too, but of course, first things first, we see one of the few skirmishes to his top side, but he do manage to get the evolution out instantly, a full retreat back. The reinforcer comes in as a full 4-man squad, playing a little bit defensively, secure whatever berry they can, but will not give anything else other than that. So Luminosity Gaming will be able to walk up with their lives for sure. But then again, at the same time, we see a mid-rotation being cut down midway as they will battle out for central control onto the Altaria family.
Oh my goodness, here you go. It is going to be Lucario who wants to try to get away. Actually has used the power up punch, gets a trick so that they would be. Oh, never mind. It is extreme speed Lucario.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, right? Because when you're dealing with it's not to say like. I was thinking about power up punch as well, but when I also think of the fact that this is a speedster meta, so it's pretty much like how we saw the Gyarados, right, coming from Uzukazu, going for the bounce is great, unstoppable and everything, but you also really want to try to close the distance and catch up to a lot of these really high mobility Pokemon as well. So Waterfall suddenly starts to be an option here. And speaking of option, that's a nice KO, an option to go for the goalpost. Naturally, they'll go for the dunks. Is reinforcement coming in? Unfortunately not, as they are trying to hold on towards the top side. We do see a rotation coming in from Trainer to see what he can do towards the south side, as he's currently level 9, the highest level in the game here.
There we go.
His Talon playing.
Gets the surf as well, just to push down, okay, never mind. Waterfall is going to be pushed out, and the flame sweep just to put them away. Beautiful stuff. Going to be able to take the 3 in the process. And at the same time, not only that, but Luminosity Gaming was able to secure the Reggie Eyes mode, like that 4. And now they're going to put down the score over capping 14 points.
This is so great as well, because he also, Trainer went for Breakbird. And since they're also in a somewhat of a lead, so once you get a lower 13, dude, he's going to get so much damage reduction, especially hitting on 1, you get 25% damage reduction. I believe at max is 3. So that's like 75% in total. But if you get 2, if you land your Flamebird on 2, no matter how deep into the fight you get, you're definitely should be able to just walk out of it scot-free. Pretty well done.
There we go. The Bone Rush is going to be popped up. Okay, Aura Sphere.
We get a nice shot down here on the KOs here. They're definitely not done with this as well. They got the mana growth. They're finally in the zone. They're pretty much in the lead in terms of the damage department as well. So they will try to get a couple more KOs in the process. Breaks the first goal post here. Will they further commit? No. They feel they might have overstayed their welcome. They've already been satisfied with the objective. However, a nice opportunity to secure another KO or ROM. Naturally, Trainer will take it. Will not miss any opportunity for this.
I like the fact that you know, like Trainer knew where to aim the the flame sweep, because if they aim it a little bit to the right angle, they would have went straight to the central area of a ZETA division. So instead, they aimed it for the wall so that they can just immediately go out afterwards.
We definitely for sure. But of course, Phantom Force with the trick. They're playing around. Did get a decent amount of intel. It's counting 2, it's counting 3. They already assume like majority of the members is currently towards the side for the Reggies here before he spawned. Rest of the team comes to the mix as well, but due to take account, this is Curious with the Metagross as well. He doesn't mind face checking, but a 2-man yawn setup looks exceptionally fantastic as well. He eventually does go down for the counter, but the Hoops Unbound comes in here, and they don't mind taking this fight head on, especially since Trainer is cutting all the way to the back line, trying to find as many KOs as much as possible here.
Or Spear, they're going to be able to take down this as well. And look at that. Whoever's going to be able to take down that Reggie, he's dead of the division, wasn't able to be stolen by Trainer, and Trainer's going to be taken down as well. And look at that, slashes down with the Hoopa. Our Spear's going to be popped up as well. Going to be another KO here. That is Vitopo Senshu. They're going to be taken down, and Live It Outrage just to take down Overlord with 1 slash away after the fact. And look at this right now. They're still not done. They still want to take the Mew. Otter is going to be able to survive. Yes, sir. They were going to be able to survive. But with that being said, the Student versus Gogol, and now they can enter in Sleep Worst Nightmare into that of Curious. Curious tries to get away, but unfortunately leaving the body behind and being taken out this time. ZETA Division has finally been able to turn the tables around.
The suppressive abilities, and of course, without anyone to assist himself, was a little bit too much for our dear friend Curious to handle. But by the way, again, I'm just gonna say Hoopa, it just has so much value. Even with the save, we saw the ability was coming on top of Otter as well. But with the trick and Phantom Force, you would just be able to just sustain the initial damage as well. My God, but of course, quick save again. You see what I mean? Trick Phantom Force once more. They're just constantly bobbing and weaving, and there's just no real answer for it. Again, play wheel.
Isolated. I am Tomato. Oh my goodness, that was very beautiful. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of follow-up, and they're having Trainer. No follow-up again. Going to be punished here by ZETA Division. And another one that's going to be 4 down. No, make them 5. It might be 5 here. Missing Luminosity is going to be popped up here just to be able to get away. That's going to be invisible. But then again, oh my goodness. The eject button into heavy slam is going to jump into that of Otter. Unfortunately for them, still not going to be able to take on Otter, but at least they're able to take on 4 and the Reggie Lecky.
Oh, dude, it's so insane. It's slowly, you can start to feel that the game is slowly spiraling out of control, out of the hands of Luminosity Gaming here. Naturally, of course, the point division is not too far apart, but you can definitely tell ZETA Division has slowly catch up to this. And what a better way to have a buff right before the Ray Pit here to prepare themselves as they go toe-to-toe with ZETA Division once more. But do take into account, JJ, they are still having the backstabbing walls as they are a little bit of a deficit in terms of AOS energy. It's not a lot in the first wave. It's totally fine. And I believe they should have the Unite move just in time before the Ray recalls are spawned.
And at the same time, you know, they have the Registeel buff, which will then buff special attack and attacks as well. So they are definitely going to be having the more advantage into that of the Ray Pit. But we have to remember, they all have level 14 and level 15 as well. Vitopo Senshu and Romu Senshu has that level 14 and 15, but at the same time, level 14 Overlord and Trainer LGC is ready, up and running again. All they want to do now is to be able to catch down Luminosity Gaming one by one. They cannot attack everyone at the same time, but look at that. It's gonna be 4 before Otter, now low on HP, trying to get back into the base to be able to help down into the Ray.
They tried to see and get a couple of back caps as well, and Vitopo was trying to see if he can try to deny it, and he did it quite well for the back cap defense. Look at the positioning as well to try to see if they can cut him in the back line. It looks like the hoops unbound. It looks great.
Oh, just you know, we have what it calls Curious just trying to put in some scores before actually traveling and teleporting into the Ray Pit. And look at that right now. It is Slash going to be the first one to be taken down. Overlord is low on HP as well. Are they going to be able to catch in? Or Spirit is going to be popped up, but that is going to be the Emerald 2-7 going to be able to take down. Overlord is going to be 2 down on the side of Luminosity Gaming. And look at this Curious now trying to get away. Unfortunately, they're going to be able to do it. So, at ZETA Division, 3 KO into Luminosity Gaming. They are now going to be bursting down the Ray Quasar so that they can finally take in the score and catch up to Luminosity Gaming. But look at this right now. It is going to be Trainer. Trainer, you're not going to be able to go away because you're going back to the Pokemon Center as they take away the Rayquaza, get the buff, get the points, now push it in. 214 is going to be the name of the game here to 300. Luminosity Gaming is still in the lead. They have to put this in. 30 seconds left.
More than enough points, more than enough time, more than enough time, more than enough shields to allow them to get all these points in. They are trying to deny them as much as possible, but that's all they can, and that's all she wrote as well. JJ, and if you, I'm not sure whether you noticed as well, like the reason why they delayed, despite them taking down like 3 members of Luminosity Gaming, the reason why they really didn't go all in on that Rayquaza just yet is only because of the fact that Trainer was just hovering nearby.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep an eye. But sadly, he also need a little bit of intel. So no one was really there to really scout things out for him. So eventually, he still have to take the steps forward. And that's when they all just literally collapse upon him. And I'm just saying, nope, he's here. If we want a clear win, we wanted a guarantee one as well. They gotta get him out of the picture. And then finally, they did. They got the Ray. They got the push, and they managed to turn the game back into their control once more.
The thing is, right? With Trainer wouldn't have been a hurdle to ZETA Division if it wasn't just a Talonflame. Because Talonflame after Brave Bird, right, immediately gets a boosted attack, which can then even if Brave Bird was used a little bit too early, that AOE boosted attack can actually still steal the Rayquaza away from the ZETA Division. That's why, as you have mentioned, they delayed it a little bit, wanted to make sure that they can take out Trainer first before they bursted out the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and just really taking into account of every step of the round, especially towards the Ray pit, where it's a lot more, I guess you could say, like when you have like a game-ending objective that's currently still present, you really need to take into account like who's here and who's not, which Unite move is still available, and which has not been expanded as well. But then again, also at the same time, I felt like I was getting a little bit. Don't get me wrong, Curious going in with the side down. I mean, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of Hoopa, right? Able to bring in any allies, especially once you get the Hoop unbound, to bring the allies in. That's pretty much what they were trying to go for. They got the points in. They felt great. They brought him in at the same time. But however, while this was actually transpiring, right, they already was somewhat already forcing the fight happening at the same time because they felt like it was a needed to fight. So they jumped onto it as well. And by the time Curious comes in, he was already there to really zone them out initially. By the time he comes in, everyone was already able on getting on very key members of Luminosity Gaming as well. So that put them in a really quite a pinch because it wasn't really the kind of state of positioning they wanted to be in when they would take that Ray fight. But eventually they still managed to find their way through, find key targets, and eventually take the win for it. Well done.
Indeed. And, ZETA Division still needs one more game for it. Still needs one more game to be able to get the 3rd place. The thing is, right, I do feel for I do feel for Luminosity Gaming because they just got off from a loss, from that of Alter Ego, and now immediately they're going to have their next match that is against ZETA Division, which by the way already has had their break, their rest a bit, as now they're preparing for that of Luminosity Gaming. So a bit of an advantage for ZETA Division, but
yeah, of course,
an advantage nonetheless.
Yep, definitely for sure. One, I guess you could say, in a way, we've been using so far as like one foot out the door in this case here. Sure, it's not Luminosity, can't really count them out just yet. They have one of the best track records so far, which currently has been broken, but they're still there, and they're still one of the best here in the world. But do take into account that game. It wasn't that they were playing bad. I think it's just more the fact that Bliss assist. That Bliss assist on top of the Leafeon, there's just so much damage, just so much sustain for them to handle. True. And by the time they got to that Ray fight, we were looking at a Leafeon who was at level 15, max level. He got everything he needed for that one final fight. So yeah, it's at that point, no one really. It just felt like everyone really did their part. It's just in the end, it's just a stats difference and how they really engaged, how they really took that fight. Really came into the mindsets here. Really well done.
That is true. No, I couldn't agree more, honestly, with what you have said, really. But now, we're now headed into the next match. They are now in the lobby. If we can see it, there we go. Yeah, they are now in the lobby. There you go. Let's take a look at the monitor. Just a little bit. Let me.
I mean, technically, we were just gonna be looking at profiles, right?
There you go.
That's pretty much it, right? Like nothing more than that.
Well, I mean, I did see that they're already in the lobby waiting for the game to start. You know what I mean?
But you know, a lot of thought process does come into this as well, right? It's just like what could have been done in that game. But you know, honestly, just get Leafeon out of there, get Hoopa out of there. It's a little bit like, don't get me wrong, like Blissey is great, Psyduck is great, but when you take into account like the versatility and utilities coming out,
Here we go though.
And the
3,
damage wise,
2,
crazy.
1.
All right, you're really getting it on point recently, so that's pretty cool. I hope you're feeling happy. I know you're smiling for sure. I don't even need to hear it, but I know you're smiling and laughing, JJ. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're currently in the second game of our third place tiebreaker series here. Actually, similar bands as well, coming with the Zeraora and of course another Respect ban with the Mimikyu here. And then the thing is, right, even though they did ban the Mimikyu and they didn't really opt to go for the Antelion, you know, but it's that kind of thing where it's fine. We just do not want to give trainer the ability to just fly to our backline, and it doesn't really matter like whether he's playing Antelion or not. It's just any backline attacker just doesn't really fare well against the Mimikyu in the first place. So I guess in a way, out of respect, getting rid of the Mimikyu is great. I think they also somewhat deduced that Luminosity Gaming is also going to be getting rid of that Comfy. So they're like, you know what? I know you're going to get rid of it, so I can use my ban for something else here. So same startings, same supports as well. Try to get the priority here. So far, we haven't seen any Mewtwo Ys in this series. Like even the past game, no one really picked up the Mewtwo Y, which is actually really interesting since that was the Pokemon that was pretty heavily contested between both Luminosity and ZETA Division throughout the group stages.
So, oh, there we go. Finally, a new Pokemon. In the type of ZETA Division. I mean, not entirely a new Pokemon, but at least, you know, like Mammoth Swine hasn't been seen for today, at least. So this is the first Mammoth Swine for the day. At the very least, you know, we're, what do you call it? It's going to be able to see much more Pokemon. But you've been looking for Mewtwo Y. Now we do have it. We're gonna have the Mewtwo Y. There we go. Yes, Zuri. Yes, Zuri.
Right.
There we go. Because you were looking over it for it. You know, like you wanted it, and this time, I'm thinking it's still going to be the Talonflame for Luminosity Gaming. I'm thinking
3 speedsters. No, I think they will go for the Espeon if they want to go for it. No way, they will go for it.
Hey.
That is insane. Wow, triple speedster. So, okay, I guess everyone is jumping on this hype train, right? Like, we had Paper Rex doing it.
Right?
Yeah, we had Paper Rex doing it. We had ZETA doing was it ZETA the last time? The second team who actually utilized the triple speedsters? Oh, yeah. It was ZETA with the triple speedster. Now it's Luminosity's Gaming started to jump on this hype train here. But, you know, yeah, you know, honestly...
I'm quite scared, though, for Luminosity Gaming right now. Because, like, they are squishy. They are so squishy. And ZETA Division can easily, you know, reposition them and can easily tank out the damage that Luminosity Gaming can get them.
I mean, that's why we also have the Darkrai with, I guess, there's some form of control with the Unite move as well, and the Hoopa with the utilities with the saves. I think the goal is just going to be, especially with the triple speedsters, I think the one that we've been seeing so far that feels good, that feels that it could work, is just this hit and run kind of playstyle, right? Hit and run, this slowly get the lead and eventually just get that nice occur, because they do have a lot of damage. I think that's the trade-off, right? A glass cannon of a composition just doesn't have any good coverage in terms of who's going to be your wall. Like, if everyone starts running at you, who are they going to call, right? Like, previously it's just like, you know, no worries. I got my Blissey, I got my Mammoth Swan, my Revenant, but now it's just like, all right, who's gonna be the one that covers who's gonna be the wall for me? Not the Hoopa, I can guarantee you that. No way. It's gonna be gone.
Oh man, I'm not entirely sure which one's gonna be the wall here for the side of Luminosity Gaming, because like, really, I do what do you call this, respect the fact that Luminosity Gaming does have 2 Pokemon that can reposition opponents. That's going to be the Talonflame and of course the worst nightmares. That is the Darkrai. So, but still, is that gonna be enough though? That is the big question here.
It depends on I guess it depends on their lead in the game, right? Like just how much control that they have, how much grounds they can somewhat cover up. Because if they, I believe visually, right, if they can actually just snowball early and make that early explosiveness and just like keep them in check, push them towards the side of on their side of the map as well, forcing like Zeta division to have no area to farm in their wild in their wild natural habitats in the wild Pokemon in the central area, then it can be pretty hard for them to climb it because we are looking at multiple evolutions, particularly for the Metagross. I mean, eventually once he gets that Matang, he pretty much can just join any of the skirmishes relatively early if he wants to go for it as well.
Huh. That's I wonder what happened. Earlier on, we saw Luminosity Gaming take out the headset. I believe one of the headsets has had a technical difficulty. We'll find out in a bit. You know, we'll give you guys a little bit of an update as to what's gonna happen right now. But you know, we saw Zeta Division and Luminosity Gaming's game number 2 finally started. Hopefully, though, for grand finals, we wouldn't experience anything more off this because hey, it's gonna be the grand finals very soon, and we wanted to. We want to have like the 5 games in a row without any hitch.
You know, just looking at the crowd, right? Like, it feels, I feel very happy right now. Like, like teams like our best talents in their respective regional zones are just going head to head with each other, and at the same time, you know, when we all. You know, when you put in the work, you put in the hours, you put in the sweat, right? You're not sure whether like it's not really a guarantee on where it goes. After that, you can only have faith and belief in your capabilities. But I think it's just like what I said, right? It's like what I said in every single time when he just sees the crowd, when you just see like 1 or 2 people, or just see a group of fans just cheering him on or cheering their team on. It just makes it feel like all the hard work that they put in just makes it feel so worth it. And that's how I feel a little sentimental when I'm just checking out the crowd. I know you're showing off the plushie. I know viewers, you guys can't see it, but JJ on his car on his personal side here is just flashing his Lucario plushie because everyone else is also flashing their plushie at the same time. Actually, because we can't hear it, are they waving? Like, is it a farewell? Hold on. What's really happening here?
We don't know what's happening, bro.
By the way, that's a massive Lucario. I don't think that. Wait, no, okay, no, that's not a plushie. That's a sign, but still, that is very cool. Very well done with that one.
Yeah, I just want to be in the crowd, you know. I just want to be in Japan too. You know?
I know we want. Oh, that ticket thing is so good. It's so good. Which, by the way, we didn't even get a single ticketon in this tournament.
Not in this tournament, no.
Yeah, I was very sad about that one. I was very excited to see if we see one coming in.
We see it getting down, but not really picked as a game, you know.
I guess it's just a different style, right? Like, you know, here we have our summer players, more Gyarados picks, more Metagross picks, that kind of thing. It feels great. Nothing wrong with it. Love those all-rounders. By far one of my favorite Pokemon. But
you know, we do want to see a variety more Pokemon in the game, the competitive scene at least, you know.
I mean, we'll get there. We'll get there. You know, just like how this morning we had someone in the crowd actually put a message out stating to implement Dust Clubs.
But
you see, that's the thing. Dust Club or Dust Noir? You think that should get its full evolution, or just the base one is enough, or the initial evolution is enough for Dust Skull? If it was ever implemented, by the way, if it was ever implemented.
I think Dust Noir is a good addition to the game as a defender.
No way. I mean, it's a Beldum. It's just so much you can catch up to a Plenty there as well.
Here we go. Going back to the game. Still a minute has passed, or at least almost a minute has passed. Game number 2, Zeta Division getting game 1, and Luminosity Gaming still doesn't have a game.
Still calm before the waves, but finally we do see the Zoroark, of course, making waves on the side here. Completely overwhelming once he gets that evolution out from Zoroark. Points coming in, getting that stacks at the same time. Well, I mean, it's great, right? You really want, especially for Tomato, you want to get that Pillow Swine as out as possible, because once you get it out, you join the fight. Same goes for the Batang on the top side. But Kokura is, I guess in the way, we're not sure like was it like on the top side, but it feels like he's been getting slowed down quite a lot. Pretty good control from Luminosity.
There we go. You know, Luminosity Gaming slowly but surely, you know, answering back. But here comes Romu Senshi with that of the Mega Evolution. But a good thing for them, they do have X speed, allowing them to be able to get away, you know, giving them much mobility that they really needed to be able to support their teammates thus far. So with that being said, though, we have Curious down bottom along with Otter, preparing for the preparing for the birds to come out, but as we say, it is the division that has the positional advantage going into the central area of the birds pit in the center. There you go. They're gonna be able to take that one up because Metang here can help, but it would be better if it is a Metagross already, and now currently at level 5, almost at level 6 as well. But look at that, they're gonna be able to take down Romu. And with Fly, they're not going to be running. Overlord's not going to be running Braver, but instead that's going to be Fly. I believe that is a 12-second cooldown. There we go.
I mean, just want to play. I guess in a way, you want to play a little bit safer, right? Because it's that kind of thing where if you're leading, Bravebird feels exceptionally well, right? But if you have a level deficit, then it's that kind of thing where because you don't get that damage reduction until you're level 13. Whereas Fly's a little bit flexible, right? Or at least not as punishing. Because you can try to evade a lot of skills. And speaking of skills, that is an insane amount of burst coming in from trainers. I mean, naturally, it's Lithium, right? But yeah, Fly, you're able to just like juke out a lot of this like landing abilities, right? So, and it's not as punishing since it doesn't really matter. It's just pretty good as it is.
But at the same time, like Bravebird, you need to be sure of where you're gonna be landing because you cannot just like go out. You know what I mean?
I mean, same goes for Fly, right? If a team has enough like suppressing ability Pokemons, like if you know where he's gonna land, I mean you can pretty much see the indicator, right? You know where he's gonna land, you can somewhat prep for him by the time he dives down or lands down.
But I mean at the same time, like Fly, at least you can still maneuver out and choose where you are gonna be landing. In comparison to where if you use how much goes Bravebird, right? If you use Bravebird, where you aim is you can't change where you aimed anymore.
Yeah, so that's true. Right? But it's like what we were talking about, right? Like level deficit without the level 13 damage reduction feels like it's just like a one-way trip kind of thing, right? Sometimes you don't really have any allies or support to really shield or at least bail you out. Nice flame sweep. Should be able to get up. Since you also get that damage reduction with the Unite move activated as well, so we'll be able to get out. But at least at the same time, they will be able to shut up with Tobo, which I think that's actually quite massive. One of their main sweepers. Slowing it down at least.
Wait, I didn't notice Richard Lecky was already taken out.
Oh yeah, it's no, because it's been going back and forth, right? Because so far this game, we didn't really see a lot of them like really grouping out until much later.
Yeah,
it's just been really just split pushing here, small skirmishes here, small skirmishes there. No massive dominance until now, right? Finally, we see a little bit of group up from the team towards the side of the division. They're trying to find key targets towards the central side, or at least Luminosity's central area here, but finds no one in the process yet.
No, I mean like the moment I saw the timer, it's already at the 5 minute, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, something like that. I was like, okay, wait, we're already past the first major objective.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, going back to the game though, Romu Century is gonna be taken out here by Overlord, and 188 to 140 is gonna be the score here right now. Piloswine, that is I am Tomoto. Still a Piloswine, they'll need to get that level 9 to get the Mamoswine so that they can finally be able to help out as much as possible with the Mammoth Mash and the Ice Fang as well. But look at this, Overlord is just overly putting out that damage with I mean, that's a very good combination as well coming in from that of Luminosity Gaming because, we all know for a fact that you have to commit whenever you use Talonflame, but I guess that is where Hoopa comes in, using Trick into Talonflame so that they can put out, right? They can put out the Talonflame away from getting cornered by the team.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've been seeing so far, right? Like one of the few combinations between the Trick and Phantom Force combo alongside with the Gyarados and the Bounce as well. I mean, it's always fun to cast those kind of games. I mean, we can still cast it now. It's still getting one of the best combos here. But of course, you right now see Luminosity Gaming just going on an absolute rundown, trying to catch any and trying to get a couple of KOs for themselves. We'll find no one. Very swift decision with ZETA Division to just focus on that full retreat.
That's true. And now Luminosity Gaming still on the lead, almost more than 100, 112 lead of points here. And just like that, they're going to be able to take down Romu again. But here's going to be another casualty into the side of Luminosity Gaming. And look at this fly to get away. Are they going to be able to take down anyone at all? No, it is going to be Overlord. Going to be taken out here by Utopia Senshu. And that's going to be 2 KO. Computer Crash going to be popped off here into the side of, I didn't really see who that is. I believe that is, oh, there we go, Trainer. Because, like, Trainer, look, Trainer is, like, invisible.
The Holloway, man. No, it's actually because of the ultimate coming from Malta as well, right? It makes
yeah. That's why I wasn't really able to see who they used computer crash on. I wasn't really able to see which Pokemon that was.
Yeah, but you know that Ice Fang is slowly starting to become a problem for trainer, right? Every time we see the Tomato landing that Ice Fang on top of Overlord, he instantly pops that fly because it's just like, yeah, this is not that great here. And when he sees his team currently in the midst of the fight, he just has no choice but to really go back in. There's like no form of a reset. I mean, I guess you could not really say no choice, just more like have faith that, okay, we could take this fight. But so far, we've just been seeing this back and forth. But they gotta be really careful though here, JJ. It's 30 seconds before Rayquaza spawns as well. Can't afford to lose too many members or spend too many Unite moves as well.
Trainer's still invisible, bro. I mean, just the model, but you know, I know that they can see him. I mean, you wouldn't be able to aim the computer crash if they can't see it. But like for us, it's still invisible. Oh, there we go. Emerald 2-7 to take down 2. Take down 1 into the side of ZETA division. But I mean, I guess they still have some time to be able to catch up into to be able to catch up into the Rayquaza. But I think Luminosity Gaming would want to take advantage of this. They want to burst down the Rayquaza. I mean, look at the HP almost down immediately. Mammoth March going to use here, but look at that. Luminosity Gaming secures their Rayquaza for themselves. 288 to 173 is going to be the name of the game here. And I think they're going to have a hard time into stopping Luminosity Gaming because of the fact that there's like 4 Pokemon down into the side. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're going to be headed into game number 3.
It's a perfect catch as well before the Ray fight too. Found key targets before the really massive fight. So I mean, it's pretty commendable that even before that, towards the Regirock, they already say, you know, it's just a Regirock, nothing too crazy. Sure, the buff is nice, but it's no Registeel. But after that, it was just pretty much just systematic, but just trying to find key targets along the Rayquaza way here. So they got, and the most important thing is they just get rid of Wajiro, right? No blizzes for the Blizz assist as well. Other than that, it was just a pretty much a clear target, especially with Vitopa, since there's no Comfy. So and with no Wajiro at the same time, so pretty much there's not a lot of defenses on top of him here. So naturally, you're not dealing with just one speedster. You're dealing with like multiple speedsters at the same time, and they really made it work in this round.
That is nice.
You know, I completely forgotten. This is actually a triple speedster lineup as well.
yeah. And you know, the thing is, they made it work, right? Like we have the Darkrai, the Talonflame, and of course the Leafeon as well. So making it work is quite phenomenal in this stage of the tournament. Again, this is a battle for 3rd. We're going to be headed into game number 3.
Yeah. But you know, now also I think about it as well, Overlord, because when you're dealing with, especially when you reach this stage where everyone's like pretty farmer, everyone has the levels as well, then you can see like Overlord, especially since he has the fly, not the Brave Blood. So you can actually see Overlord doing a little bit more aggressive plays to really just open up the team, right? Sure, it's probably not as safe as compared to like having a defender really running down the team, right? Running into teams. But that flank to just like give them quite the surprise, right? And instantly pops the fly, that just makes it so much easier for the team to really pick the fight. And naturally, we've been seeing Leafeon's damage count for at least many series now. So it's unquestionable as long as it's a separate target without any Blizz assist or any support, yeah, that person is not gonna be able to last for too long.
And now, look at this. Game number 3 is gonna be the name of the game here for both of them. I just want to showcase as well that you know, look at the scores here. Wajiro, look at that. Wajiro at 58k healing. That's quite phenomenal of a healing if you ask me, really. But then again, you know, considering that nobody else is healing throughout the match, it was only the Blissey that is the healer, or at least, you know, that is the, what's the term here, the supporter in that game alongside the Hoopa. But the Hoopa doesn't really, like, you know, recover HP as much. But 58k is still a huge number nonetheless.
I mean, it's okay, yeah, it's not as much. If you're going with the Trick Phantom Force, you recover at least, if I'm not mistaken, 15% max HP. It's like, it's not to say it's not nothing. I mean, you're still getting the shields from the Trick as well and the movement speed, right? So it's like not really nothing. It's been a combination. We've been seeing them really bouncing back and forth with the Talonflame as well. So there is, I guess you could say, because of this kind of safety net that they have, it allows them to do a little bit more, really more bold maneuvers, right? Just like either is it to get intel or just do some poke damage in, try to force out a couple couple of abilities. Something like what we saw yesterday in group stage with the Meowscarada, right? With the double team, try to force out those slow beams, or not really slow beam. It was more like a psychic from the side duck. Every slow bro, I believe yesterday's group stage, every slow bro game who was going against a Meowscarada, every time he sees a double team out the bush or within the bush, he's just always he's always just like a second. In their head, it's like, it feels like a long time, but within our real time, currently, 1 second was just like, is that a fake or not? Am I gonna, is he the real thing or not, you know?
No, I totally understand. And really, just want to go back and reiterate what I said. This is the battle for third. And for those who doesn't know, this is a prize pool that they're going to be winning off for this match. So so for the 8th place, we have 2,500 USD. For 7th place, we have 3,500 USD. For 6th place, we have 5,000. For 5th place, we have 6,000. For 4th placer, 12,000. It's already big. For 3rd placer, they're going to be getting $15,000. And then for the 2nd placer, they're going to be heading home with 30,000 USD. And for the 1st placer, oh man, just double that. 60,000 USD. And then of course, everyone is going to be getting their individual prize pool as well. So just divide those into 5. I believe, and that's going to be the individual prize money. So for the 1st placer, 60,000 USD is going to be like 12,000 USD each member.
Yeah, I guess you could say so, right? I mean, the prize was great and all, but I think, it's all about, me, JD. Yeah. It's all about the glory. It's all about the honor.
It's like the prize money, right? The prize money is just like a bonus, and with it, that comes with it. But
it comes.
The glory that you get from winning these tournaments is most important.
Yeah, but it's also the same. Just a reminder: the champion will also be the 2nd team to qualify for World Championship Series. Right?
Yeah.
So alongside with Luminosity Gaming, so they're experiencing one hand. So I'm pretty sure Luminosity Gaming, regardless of who wins it out in the end between my alter ego and Insomnia, I'm pretty sure they're like, we are excited to see you guys once more later on. But of course, with that being said, finally back to the crowd once more. If I guess you could say in a way, I know you're gonna do the timing. I'll let you do the countdown later on, JJ, before we go straight to the drafting.
You want me to do the timing?
No, I'm assuming you're gonna do it because you've been doing it like 3 games in a row now.
Am I gonna do it? I don't know. I'll think about it. You know what I mean?
Right. I'll let you think about this, right? But honestly, what's your opinion about Darkrai so far? Like, so far we've been like, even regardless of the triple speedsters kind of thing, right? Like, we've been seeing like this casual Darkrai being picked out once in a while.
I'd say like Darkrai is one of the because I tried to play Darkrai. I really did. But it's one of the Pokemon that is really hard to use, really difficult to use, that you can't really play it in high level unless you have mastered playing the Pokemon. So really, it's that's all I can say. It's quite complex of a Pokemon. You need to be sure of what you're doing, and if you just use it for, maybe you can play it if you don't master it. Maybe play it in casual mode, but definitely not on ranked lobbies. So that's what I can say. It's a good Pokemon. It's a good disruption Pokemon, but nonetheless, it's you have to be sure of and your team has to be has to agree with you using it as well. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But with that being said, we're gonna be starting off in 5, 4, 3,
here we go.
2, 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Starting on.
I love the fact that you actually mistimed it, but you just add on with the ladies and gentlemen just to make it feel so seamless as well. So but I'll let it slide. It feels great.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 3rd game, the last game for our 3rd place tiebreaker series as well. One of these 2 teams will be our 3rd place winner, and then I guess divided between 3rd place and 4th. But with that being said, here are the bands, and finally, something that we probably would have not expected as well. Luminosity will go with the Darkrai band. So we'll still have the Hoopa still available. Bliss is still available. Leafeon is also still available.
That's true.
Actually, a lot of the Prime Picks is still available. Yeah, except for Zero Aurora. And cause it looks like Zeta Division said, you guys had your chance with the Hoopa. It's gonna be our turn now to have a little fun with it. But naturally, it's that trade-off, right? We take the someone takes the Hoopa, then naturally someone else is gonna take the Leafeon or the Bliss here. Because just in case Luminosity already anticipating a definite speedster going to be coming into the mix, will also secure the slow bro for themselves here.
But the Comfy and the Zoroark are open as well, so we might be able to see it into the side of ZETA Division.
Which is why I feel I think that's exactly why they went for the slow bro first, right? Like already got that read in. They're like, you know, we let the Comfy through, and most likely the Comfy is gonna be picked here. So really nice time with the read as he preps the slow bro forward. But will it be a Blissey though? Blissey's still available.
Blissey's there, and the Absol's still open as well, so we'll be able to see it. And then maybe for ZETA Division, they wanna go back to what they're using from earlier, so we might be able to see I don't know, maybe a Garchomp or maybe a Meowscarada into this one for ZETA Division to end things up. And for Luminosity Gaming, I'm not entirely sure, maybe a Revenant, or maybe they would go in for another triple speedster going back with a Talonflame. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe that's where we're gonna do it.
No defender. I mean, we've been down this road before as well here, and let's be honest, all rounder naturally they also have their own durabilities at the same time, right? So we're gonna be seeing Kokoda. It may not be like a Metagross, but it will just do as much displacement, as much damage just as one. Probably even more than the Metagross. I could be. No, I think Garchomp in terms of damage wise, right? Like damage output, I think Garchomp does take the kick if it's just between both the Garchomp and the Metagross. But if we talk about who sustains more, who sustains longer, oh yeah, that Metagross, man. Who beats Gyro Ball? Like max out level Gyro Ball, who beats that, man? No way. So triple speedsters again. This time, I mean, with a different set, no Darkrai this time.
Because he got banned. You know what I mean? He got banned.
Yeah, he got banned. Yeah, he got banned. But no Hoopa this time. So no aggressive, like I guess you could say no aggressive game play style or ball play style with the whole Hoopa combination. But I guess you can say you still have a little bit of security with the Bliss Assist. So particularly on any of their speedsters, but I think primarily they're going to be trying to focus playing around Overlord and Trainer Assist. They're the one that's usually going to be pretty in on the thick of things. Absol, you really want to try to go for those flanks a lot more better.
And I mean, like, let's just head into the game, you know? In 3, 2, 1.
Try to redeem yourself, JJ.
I'm trying to redeem myself, bro.
Well, of course, with that being said, folks, this is the final game of our third tie-breaking series. ZETA Division on our purple side, Luminosity on our orange. The two teams will battle out to see who's going to be taking the crown or taking the cake for this round.
Purple and orange. That is the color of the teams for Pokemon Unite. And of course, our buffs is colored accordingly as well. So, with that being said, ZETA Division, Luminosity Gaming, game number 3.
Interesting to see a Comfy going toe to toe with the Fletchling. And by the way, speaking of Comfy, right, have we seen a Sweet Kiss so far? I mean, I know the popular one is the heal, but have we ever seen any Sweet Kiss utilized throughout this tournament?
I'm pretty sure we haven't seen any Sweet Kiss for the Comfy thus far in the tournament.
Because I think it's got like the shield, like for Sweet Kiss wise, like if you don't picture the hero, right, like this is the utility itself. The shield is pretty like considerable, and the pull is, you know, at times can be quite frustrating depending on how well you utilize it, right? But I think the same way you usually go for the shield. But then again, I thought for a second that Kokoda was going to be able to walk out, right? Because he managed to get to that goal post to get the defensive buff. But I guess it didn't kick in time before they actually knocked them out here.
Hey, look. Gibble is a shark. It cannot kick.
It's a land shark.
It's a land shark. Yeah, it's a land shark. It cannot kick.
What do you mean it can't kick?
I said what I said.
Are you saying it has no legs?
I said what I said.
It's a land shark. I mean, goodbye at this point, but he walks. He's not like.
I don't know. Maybe that's not walking. I don't know.
If that's not walking, then what is he? Okay, like, thank you, Observer, for having me. What is he doing now then, huh?
I don't know. Maybe.
He ain't surfing. That's all. Well, that's all I can tell you. That.
He's swimming. That's his way of swimming. Yeah.
Then I guess I guess everyone is swimming as well in TS Sky.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
anyway, going back to the game.
Yeah, but trading a lot of early KOs with each other. I mean, it's like, you know, it's brawl for brawl. You know, it's I have no quarrel with that at all. Don't get me wrong here, but a lot of early KOs, and apparently it's all going towards into the hands of Utopia as well. Level 9. That is insanely fast.
Yeah, and here we have it. You know, 102 to 77 is going to be the score points here for the game. And in just a few seconds as well, we're going to be able to see on the first set of major objectives, down, bottom, and up top, this Reggie LAIC. We still don't know which one's going to be the Reggie bottom, though. But that only means they are going to be ready to take it out. Luminosity Gaming does have the position advantage into that bottom path. That is going to be Reggie Eyes. So they are just going to be, I think, going to be using it to bait down ZETA Division to take them out. But look at this. Emerald 2 going to pop up as well. Here comes the trick. But never mind. It's going to be ZETA Division securing that Reggie Eyes, taking down 2 in the process from Trainer. That's Slash as well. The what we call is the Leafeon, and of course the Slowbro gonna be taken out. Trainer almost gotten out as well, but was able to go back to base to recover some health.
Very taxing fight for the objectives. I mean, sure, ZETA Division secured the objective, sell the Reg Eyes, but there was a couple of trainings between the KOs as well. Yeah, Fly. Oh, okay, interesting. He went for. Was somewhat curious as to was it going to be a Braver or Fly, but that's the Fly. Oh, this not really the slow beam. That's actually going to be the telekinesis to really pull him back in. Oh, man, sometimes I gotta look out for that animation as well. Sometimes I miss. Can be confusing at times between the slow beam and the telekinesis. So some telekinesis will be the selection for Slash. During the take of the count, there is the Meowscarada. I know we were talking about before regarding the slow beam and the double team for the Meowscarada here. But still, massive fire, massive Unite move, pushing him all the way back to base, pulling back by the way, courtesy of the Hooper combination here, back into the fight. But the damage still seems significant as Trainer still stands tall. He is trained, he's Leafeon well, and the Pokemon is going on an absolute roll. There's the true slow beam now, locking in the play, but sadly no follow-up damage. It's just the Blissey. It's just him and the defender here. So good catch, but no follow-up for it, unfortunately. Oh, okay, grass.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now, you know, ZETA Division is still on a roll right now, trying to get back into Luminosity Gaming. It is, as I mentioned, order is up left here to defend the score goal, but never mind though. It is going to be ZETA Division securing that Reggie LAIC, no contest at all. But as they go down bottom, we see 30 seconds left. We're going to be able to see the Reggie bottom almost out as well. They're going to be able to destroy the first score goal as well. Top and Luminosity Gaming now doesn't have both of the first tier score goals.
Yeah. They're trying to really build up towards it, right? Sure, level-wise, you see Utopia currently on the top of the lead here, but if you look at everyone else, so the speedsters are slowly catching up both, and it gets really scary, like from what we saw, like multiple call damage dealers with all this level up. Sure, Utopia's on top of things, but suddenly when you look at Absol and Talonflame and Leafeon, both being level 11 as well, that's a lot of damage to really prep for here. Oh, Grass Knot. We also able to root down Overlord, but not to be fully committed.
And then Slash just to be able to survive, but unfortunately not gonna be any help. Never mind. Blitz Assistance actually made it survive another day.
Oh, man, everyone's so low. It's going back and forth. No one is actually getting taken down until now. That's the KO for it, courtesy of Rom here. Not really the Italian here, but of course, then again, damage-wise, nonetheless.
But with that being said, though, ZETA Division with that team fight was able to push them away and now secures a Reggie Shield by far, you know, considerably.
No way! No way! Slash, you just can't do that. 4 of them are there, by the way. Just want to remind everyone, 4 members of ZETA Division, and they weren't just sitting there. They were taking Slash head on. He just threw the serve out, and he just literally washed away the Reggie Steel to secure it.
Slow beam though. Slow beam is going to be popped up into telekinesis. Is going to be able to take down Romu Senshi. And look at that right now. Ring Sound is going to be popped up here by I Am Tomato, but they're going to be going down back as well. Back to the base, getting ready to recover some of those Unite charge, getting ready for the Rayquaza fight.
Well done coming from like the members of Luminosity. Like they're really splitting up because they have the mobility as well. They went for this. Oh wait, hold on. Before we talk about it, nice KO for the punish. They're trying to see if they get a couple more. Unfortunately, Slash doesn't really have the best of mobility. But then nor does ZETA division for the catch as well to lock them down. They will surf it to try to go for the displacement as well, to try to go for the punish. None will connect. Fly committed here, and both teams will just end up respecting each other with no overcommitment in fear of being punished right before the race spawn. By the way, JJ, before I pass it back to you, right? So realize like what Luminosity did before that chase, right? Going with this split push, like back cap split push across the map, just try to get the points in, right? Luminosity initially was having their back against the wall in terms of points. Now both sides being interacted, especially since they spotted the hoops unbound being utilized. They're like, all right, great. No one's really going to try to contest this for it. That's a good time to dunk it in a perfect settings. They really set it up for this Rayquaza side. Sure, it's still relatively close, 20 points difference, but it definitely gives a little bit more reassurance where, yeah, we're still in the lead, so.
No, yeah, and here you have it. 2 minutes, 1 second left for the Rayquaza to come out. Unfortunately, not anymore a shiny Rayquaza like we did at the qualifiers of the ACL.
That was nice.
But, yeah, that was a black Rayquaza. But there you have it. You know, they want to push this in. Here comes Rinks Unbound, who's ever going to be taking it. It is going to be Luminosity Gaming securing the Rayquaza.
They waited it out. They just kept all their securing abilities, and they will secure the Rayquaza. Former will getting multiple KOs and making it 3. Could we see a 4 on the other side? One still remain. That's Tomato, by the way. That's the 4. That's the quad knockout for the Streaks here. And they will dunk all the points. And Luminosity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, will secure 3rd placing here in the ACL finals.
That is huge. That is huge for Luminosity Gaming. At least they were able to at least they were able to retaliate back, answer back, and get the 3rd place instead of. I know it's quite a bummer for you to for a team to be getting 4th placements and not be able to fight off the grand finals. But then again, you just have to make the best of it. And Luminosity Gaming this time around made sure they still do their best and reach a 3rd placer.
But also at the same time, you also need to take account. It's such a difficult call, right? Like how you really want to play around this, at least towards the Rayquaza side, right? There's a lot of damage dealers, and not all of the members of Luminosity Gaming, particularly their species, are not really revealing their intention or their positioning either way, right? So, and there's barely any control. There's not a lot of like suppressing the side here for ZETA division as well. Just buying out the time.
They're just playing around right there.
Yeah, he knows. He will succumb to his fate. He can't run. It's a comfy. But yeah, you see what I mean? Like, just looking for the lineup, there's no real way to really like control all these high mobility speedsters as well at the same time. Sure, you got the damage. That's without a doubt for sure. I guess Grass Knot is one way of controlling it, but it's not like a slow beam or like a wood hammer or a curse or something like that, right? So such a difficult call. When you're not really, especially for ZETA East division, when they're not really snowballing as well. Maybe if they were snowballing, if they were in a massive lead, could be a little bit of a different scenario. However, that was really not the case. Luminosity really bided their time with this. And they knew the fact that they can really get away with a lot of things. Sure, on there, like they say in ZETA division, that's a really nice lineup. That's a really nice composition. Something maybe even definitely worthy of ACL finals. But at the same time, when they compare with their composition, they're like, but check out ours. We have the levels, we have the damage. Can you punish us? Like probably get punished 1 or 2, but we still have that 3rd that's currently on the roll because everyone was pretty much on top of things in terms of the DPS department at least.
No, I totally agree with you. And now, here comes a handshake or fist bump. You know what I mean? Like, again, congratulations to Luminosity Gaming for getting 3rd placements. Fortunately for ZETA division, they're going to be going home 4th placement, and now after that we just we're going to be waiting now for the grand finals. Again, that is going to be Alter Ego versus Insomnia.
That's the grand finals. We finally got to that point, man. What a journey that we had for this weekend, right? Like we're seeing all these amazing players. What many storylines was made here, and for some of our teams here, a lot of objectives has somewhat been secured for themselves. Right? Whether is it or is it beating out FENNEL or Luminosity, or trying to get to that grand finals, or at least getting past the group stage? I believe everyone had their own respective goals. Some has been met and some has not. But still, what a wild ride that we have here.
Yeah.
Especially for INSOMNIA, like for a team that just debuted for this from their competitive regional zone all the way to the grand finals itself, fourth placing. That is that's something that not all teams can do, and especially like, and we're not talking about like teams that's been here for a while, fresh out. I mean, it's that kind of thing where we were talking about before, right? Where the pro leagues, we're not sure like what's the talent like outside the pro leagues, right? There's so many immense amount of talents. It's just whether they're going to be able to be utilized or given a chance or opportunity to join the esports scene. Oh, trainer! All right.
Take your time. Listen to them.
How do you feel? I feel semi-accomplished. I feel like we had more energy going through the winners bracket.
まあ達成感はちょっとそこそこだったかな。まあもうやっぱ決勝まで行くつもりだったからちょっと物足りない感じはあるっていう感じ。ありがとうございます。はい。続いて今の試合もこれまでの試合もスピード型をメインに難しい試合が多かったと思うんですけど、どんなことを意識して戦っていたんでしょうか。Well, up until here, you mostly played speed type Pokemon up to this point, but whenever you're playing those speed type, what do you always have in mind when you play those Pokemon?
In mind, I track specific rotations early game to find enough value for my team, and I always want to tempo the game early on a winning lane.
まあ序盤で言うとちょっとローテーションをまあいろいろと相手チームとこっちも意識しながら見ていて、で最終盤の方ではやっぱりアプローチしてって相手チームを倒すことをまあ意識しているかなとおっしゃっています。ありがとうございます。では続いて雨宮さんもお願いいたします。
はい。最後の1試合すごい白熱した戦いだったと思うんですけど、レックーザ戦での気持ち教えていただきたいです。
Oh, the last match has been very intense, and do you feel very great in the last match?
Well, thanks for the translation.
Gotcha, bro.
But he's already like telling the translation here, like the same time as you, so it's like.
I'm sorry.
Where are you trying to go here, man?
Maybe I'm way off.
Yeah, but you've been trying to be precise this past series, right? With the countdowns, with the translation. I mean, it was cool with the whole Hidari and Migi thing, right? But this translation for this interview was a little too much. Because if you said it during her conversation, I'm totally down for that. But she did it at the same time as our other translator on site, so it's just like didn't feel as great anymore.
Okay, not bad.
But you know, other than that, like I said before, what a wild journey. But also at the same time, I believe a lot of teams had great experiences so far. I think by far of all the ACL that we had in the past, I think this is the one where had probably the most impact for a lot of teams here, both the veterans and the new. But you know, with that being, before we continue on with our conversation as we prepare for grand final, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any friends in the Philippines currently at the moment, and you believe they have the talent, they have the skill to qualify, currently there is a registration that's currently ongoing, literally ongoing, and about to end soon. It's going to be the Pokemon Unite WCS 2025 for the Philippines qualifier. And it's April 2nd. That's your regional zone, JJ.
Yeah.
Your home ground.
I know. And for Malaysia and Singapore, which is your
that's my home ground. Maybe we should have corrected the order here, right?
The registration starts today up until 24th of April. So if you want to join in Malaysia and Singapore, please make sure to register now. And this is going to be the prize money for both Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore. It's just like the Philippines, right? The Philippines qualifiers, the one that is in the graphics, but Malaysia and Singapore is going to be sharing the same prize pool format for their tournament. So it's going to be a 37,500 for the 37,500 USD for the top 8 prizes.
Yeah, that is, honestly, like I said before, it's such a massive amount, and it's great that some, like, especially for the top 8 teams that really qualify for it, I guess, in a way, will be able to walk away with a little something for this. But of course, the main goal is, not just the prize money, is to qualify for that WCS. It's that time of the year, right? We're slowly we're slowly getting towards the end of the year where WCS is going to happen. It's going to be based at Anaheim. Last year was pretty much Honolulu. And speaking of Honolulu, I actually saw what Doom Snacks was wearing yesterday with that floral shirt. I tried to go with the same thing. It's pretty much like a Hawaii outfit that I have here. But this is as close to Honolulu I can get, really. Let's be honest. From pretty much missed you last year.
You tried.
Yeah, try it. You know, just like how you did the countdowns as well.
What do you mean?
Translation.
I tried.
Would have been perfect, you know, but you just didn't you didn't get the right timing.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, really. With Japanese, you can't really like translate
on the spot
without them being finished, because you know the participles will dictate which one is the subject, which one is the verb, and all that, which one is the direct object and all that, the thing. So can't really do that at the same time. I mean, some can do it, but like, you know, props. That's why we have actual translators and not me in the venue. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, before we head into the grand finals, we're going to take a very short break. So now, please grab your snacks and drinks and eat your waters and eat your snacks and drink it and all. So we'll be back for the grand final. So it's going to be Alter Ego and INSOMNIA. So, you know, don't worry about what I said. Just we'll see you in a bit. Yeah.
じりじりとした睨み合い、激しいポケモンバトルが行われたこのファーストゲームが終わろうとしてます。ゲームセット。騙し入れてのている氷の牙がファイアローに刺さったが、空を飛ぶにやってくるのか。いやしかしそれは逃すわけがないだろうとお後が見ますが、空を飛ぶのラストヒットはルミノシティゲーミングの誰もが信頼するオーバーロード選手が担います。5人の選手、5匹のポケモンたちが意地を見せ、勝負は最終戦にもつれ込みます。ゲームセット。ルミノシティゲーミングブルーミングショータイムを使わせる動き、ローン選手からリソースを奪いました。その後ろではビトッポのゾロアークが騙しによってキュリオスのアームソロを捉えている。悪タイプポケモン同士のぶつかり合い、ビトッポが制してみせた。どうだ、うわー、ヤードランスラッシュ、レジスチルを意地で掴み取りました。どんな結果になってもあと2分後にはこの最高の戦いが終わっています。最後まで目を離すな。どうなるラストスパート。ビッグランドを取ったのはルミノシティゲーミング。アジアリーグゼータディビジョンとルミノシティゲーミング、お互いに望んだ、そして我々も望んだ最高の戦い。ここで試合終了。 UACL2025 3位に輝いたのはルミノシティゲーミング。
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match of the day, the final match of the tournament. Insomnia versus Alter Ego, the grand finals of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is Leonard, also known as YOLO Lee. We're gonna be your casters, and we're gonna be the ones bringing you guys the action of the grand finals. So without further ado, let's introduce the players.
Yeah, I'm very excited, but also at the same time, very curious why we're whispering, JJ. But of course, with that being said, here we are, the final grandstand. As we see these two teams standing at the crossroad of fate, as we see them gracefully walking to their stand, the team has testified through countless battles here to reach to where they stand, to where they currently are at the, I guess you could say, at the finish, about to reach that finishing line between the two here, the final grand champions. But at the same time, JJ, it's Alter Ego versus Insomnia. The two teams, I believe, let's be honest, a lot of teams, a lot of people in particular, so who admit all whatever prediction they had originally had, that could just throw out the window. No one could have expected, and no one is more surprised to see both of these two teams being here as our two final grand finals.
Exactly. And now, but there's just no more. I have no words really for this. It's just, hey, we're finally here. Final,
phenomenal, yeah.
You know, the finale, the last one here, and it's just really exciting. The last one to go out would be the captains of these teams. You know, Shingdi coming in from the other side.
Yeah, Shingdi, of course, and actually Luna.
Luna, yeah, Luna.
Moving to the mix as well. A lot of energy for this final choice here, JJ.
Here we go. Okay, here comes Rayman.
Yeah, but no one.
It's Rayquaza, man.
But then our lead judge, I believe this is gonna be the last time we'll ever see him for this tournament.
So we're going to have the first pick. Yeah, first pick to Alter Ego. And definitely, you know, having the first pick is the mix-up of the shot handshake. Anyway, sorry. Definitely the first pick is a huge advantage for anyone. I know that you know, having a second pick can put you in you can counter pick anyone who they picked first, but having the priority pick is always crucial for any team.
I mean, so far, like, between these two teams, I think it didn't matter it didn't feel like it mattered to us, because throughout the group stages and even the playoffs itself, right, both teams were fine being regardless of whether they're on the purple side or the orange side, right? Like they wouldn't mind getting the guarded pick on the orange sides, because at least that way you can somewhat achieve, like, it's like you said, purple side, you get that first priority pick, but that's just first, right? Whereas when you get to the orange side, you can just pick as many as you want. That's pretty much why we have the bans, right? Particularly the more common party that we usually see is like orange side is usually banning out like the Hoopas, the Blissies, or sometimes we see, I guess we're already designated for a specific team in particular. We do see like the occasion Comfy ban as well, because it's only understanding, or maybe the Mimikyu. Like, we did see our first Mimikyu ban at the same time, because all of this is just out of respect of a particular player. So the ban wise has been pretty going back and forth. Pretty interesting to see how Alter Ego, what's the knowledge between Alter Ego and Insomnia will have for each other once we go to that drafting.
Yeah. So going back into the game though, this is going to be the roster for Insomnia. That is going to be Luna, Sunsun, Usakazu, Slime, and Obuyan. That is going to be the roster for Insomnia. And
you know the crazy thing about, sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I thought you were about to monologue something amazing. I thought I cut you off for a second there. My bad. No, I was just saying, like, every one of this member, right, whether it's going to be Alter Ego or Insomnia, everyone had their heroic moments, right? Everyone had their highlights throughout the group stage and the playoffs as well. We can talk about it, we can like monologue it as long as we want, but everyone has pretty much earned their spot here. It is a team battler game as well. It's not something where you can't be a one-man army. You can feel like a one-man army, but at the end of the day, it's still a team battler game. Everyone everyone plays a crucial role to take this win. And of course, members of Insomnia, members of Alter Ego, definitely have absolute faith in each other. And with that faith and skill and training alone, they finally got to this grand final stage.
And here we have it. They're just waiting for them to set up, log in, and everything. And immediately after that, we're going to be headed straight into the lobby. I know everyone is still looking forward to it. And as I mentioned, there's not going to be any more errors in this match. Once we start, we're going to start it off and end the 5th match smoothly, like a knife going through a butter.
Hot knife through butter, huh? But what
Why shouldn't he be looking at us? You know, like, okay.
No, I mean, because he's challenging, you know, he's challenging Obuyan. He's been doing that the entire day. Probably Obuyan was the only one who's been giving us all kinds of facial expression and stares. But here comes Ice, naturally, the life of the team. Of course, probably the most personality. And Xingdi.
Z-Ray.
Oh, Z-Ray, sorry.
And here comes Ikura. Did you know that Ikura's name actually came from a singer from a band that originated in Japan? He's apparently a big fan of that artist named Ikura.
I mean, cool lore, definitely for sure.
It's,
I mean, that's every player's name has their own personal lore. What is it based on?
Look at your name, YOLO Lee, right? Like it has a huge.
No. That was a mistake. I can't rebrand it anymore. It's Leonard, okay?
Just Leonard.
Yeah, just Leonard. Just Leonard.
Just Leonard. Okay. You know,
trust me. I asked many people many times as well. I was just like, is it alright if I rebrand? And everyone, like, especially Liquid Beta, they're just like, no, you're gonna like make us do so much hard work.
That's true.
But because members are so, oh no, we don't get the player cam on Obuyan. No, we missed it. You know, actually, no, maybe this is not the direct player cam yet. We're just going through the whole team cams, right?
Mm-hmm. We have Luna here.
No, Obuyan's on the. I mean, everyone knows who Obuyan is. It's like, you can't miss him. Let's be honest.
There we go. I think we're gonna go to.
Oh, there it is.
Now. There it is.
What's the grand final facial expression?
It's a blank stare. It's a blank stare.
He's gonna smile. It feels like he's gonna smile
Blink.
now.
Blink. I'm not losing to you.
He blinked already.
I'm not losing.
It's okay. You won. He blinked just now already. If you're going for stare. Well, that's a lot of blinks. My God. Okay, cool. That's the grand finals. Like, you know, someone needs to like put like.
I like the fact that he blinked too much that he just doesn't need to blink anymore during the grand finals matches. You know what I mean? Like he already consumed all the blinks.
I guess it's required, right? Because if he blinks for a second, there just could be a chance where suddenly Xingdi is just like getting like multiple KOs in his team, right? Just one blink. Where did my whole team go?
That's true. That's why he had to, pull out all the blinks.
Yeah. But seriously, JJ, like to all of our amazing viewers as well, this is this time, this moment, a grand finals for all of us to enjoy. Every single person currently in the hall, not just at the LAN itself, offline like us at home, and online, interested to find out who will be inscribed their names on that trophy in history for ACL here. Like seriously, JJ, for a second there, and even our viewers, put yourself in the shoes of all these amazing players currently, console and mobile, depending on where they're playing for, which one of their preference of choice, of course. They will give their all.
They will definitely give their all. I mean, hey, apparently grand finals. If you don't give your all in the grand final stage, you're just gonna regret it.
Oh yeah. But of course, naturally, this time we are all here to witness. They make personal history and game history for this year's ACL. This is exactly what it's all about, JJ. As we slowly make our way, prep our way for the World Championship Series.
this is definitely a much larger
That's the trophy.
stage, much larger stage than that of when ACL started in Kuala Lumpur Battle Arena. And then we headed off to Bangkok, Thailand, and then now, the third year of ACL, we're gonna head over to Japan, the home of Pokemon, and hopefully we get to go to many more regions after Japan for ACL.
Yeah, and just looking at the trophy as well, JJ. 5 new champions to be crowned in the final chapter of the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals 2025 book. And Pokemon Unite has treated us all well as we jump right into our first drafting of our best of 5 grand final. JJ, I'm excited. I know you are as well. Let's quickly get into some theory crafting.
Bleach is gonna be the last. Okay, there we go. I'm thinking Psyduck is the first pick. Okay. Definitely a priority pick here. Never mind. No, we're gonna be. I think it's Zeraora. Oh, okay. Yeah. There you go.
I guess in a way they were also hovering on it at the same time, right? Like which one will be something they want to try to procure for this hell? And I think of all the speedsters that come by, sure. When you talk about Leafeon, his whole kit is insane, right? But when you talk about like the ability to just make some really insane plays, like the play potential. It's like something which we saw from Luminosity game, what they did with the Zeraora, right? With the pull, with the discharge and the void switch. I think that's something they also want to try to have that kind of element on their side. So at least in that final moment, if they can make that kind of play, it's somewhat game-changing or could even be game-ending, depending on the timing of usage as well.
Yeah, and now, Z-Ray has handled now has the handle to Inteleon. This is going to be very scary for INSOMNIA. They wouldn't want to sleep. They wouldn't want to sleep with Z-Ray having the Inteleon. But at the same time, Utakazu has been able to pick down the has been able to pick down Buzzwole. But we might be able to see Scyther here instead of the Scissor, provided that this is the composition. You can't really do much here. But Obion into the Phalanx. This is the first time we're going to be seeing Phalanx in this tournament.
We actually had the Phalanx in the group stages actually.
Oh, we did?
Yep, we did.
Okay, so this is the second one.
Yeah, this is the second. No, it's the third one.
Third one? Okay.
Yep. But you see, here's the interesting thing, right? So it's that kind of thing so far. A lot of teams had troubles when they went against INSOMNIA because they're always throwing this kind of curveball picks, right? Like suddenly out of the blue, Phalanx comes in out of the mix as well. So they're wondering and it's not to say that the teams wasn't prepared. It's just that they were prepared for the normal meta Pokemon, normal composition. Suddenly when you see a Phalanx comes in, you know it. You definitely know it by in their abilities and everything wise. But how is it utilized? That's just something that they're not really comfortable with so far. And they have been, and INSOMNIA has been pulling all these kinds of tricks that's been somewhat bridging to great success. However, this is a best of 5 right now.
Yes.
Is there enough tricks for them to really pull through to secure the 3 games necessary against Alter Ego?
And we have been playing the best of 3, but as we have mentioned before, this is a grand finals, and this is going to be a best of 5. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Alter Ego and INSOMNIA, game 1. Let's have a champion time.
Champion time indeed, as we get right into the mix of it as well. Pokemon trainers all across the world, offline and LAN and online as well. These are their choices. This is their lineup. Let's see how well they will fare to garner great success to try to get an edge on the other team here.
Definitely. And we got to keep it calm. We got to keep it calm. This is the grand finals, I know, but this is still the early game. This is just game 1 as well. So we want to keep it calm and steady. But as I say that, Alter Ego is going to be getting the first KO of the game, and they're not stopping here because they still want to get soon to it. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be able to get away quite quickly and secure that Citrus Berry.
Yeah. Really need to take it into account as well. Sure, Buzzwole doesn't have any evolution stages. He's pretty much at his base or I guess his peak evolution. But he's still level 3. So you couldn't really go too much about it. But look at what is Slime doing at the moment. Massive invasion, by the way, and taking into account of where the intel, the fact he went in to see if whether whether Shindy is going to be playing on his side of the central area. But no, he finds out that he's not there. We'll take the opportunity to try to steal as much EXP as much as possible.
Yeah, and here we have it, INSOMNIA currently trying to, put in some scores down bottom, but the thing is that going to be enough? That is the big question. Right now, Slime currently at level 7. This is a very scary Scyther, especially if it's the one with the highest level, and have access to, dual wing beat as well, can definitely take out a lot immediately. But as I say that, it is going to be Shengdi taken down soon, just like that. But Slime going to be able to answer back here by taking out Shengdi and Ikura, but they're still not done here because they still also want to take down 94, and Ice is going to be up left here. Slime going to be able to have that 4 KO streak.
Yeah, they just took full advantage of the burst of power that they have, since they only have just one base evolution. So their early game run just seems so significant as they went toe to toe with them. I mean, it could be also with the timing of engagement. But with that being said, now Slime in a really good place. He had the initial EXP he gained from Alter Ego's side of the central area, and then eventually getting all those multiple KOs, winning such a massive team fight as well. It's gonna further escalate him to level 9. I believe he hit level 9 around like that 8-minute marker as well. That's insanely fast on timing.
And I mean, again, as I mentioned, Scyther being that much of a level is going to be really scary, but Shengdi was able to take down Slime. Now going to be able to be rubber band off the XP, but still not a level 9, unfortunately. But now they're trying to do their best to defend this first score goal. Are they going to be able to take down this Mewtwo? Yes, they will. Luna's going to go down into the hands of Shengdi. Plasma Gale is now available. Going to be using it to soon, but the thing is, they are still going to be able to get away, and Shengdi now needs to get back here as they wait for the teammates. And now here we go. Ikura with Wish, and of course we have Ice as well, trying to get into Shengdi just to be able to try to get in this Regirock as an advantage against that of INSOMNIA. But dual wing beat, we have to be wary about that. Unfortunately, they are not going to be able to go for it. Double hit just to be able to get away as well. It's going to be the play of the game here for Slime.
Yeah, comparing from the past matches before, no more split pushing, no more split plays. Everyone's just going to be coordinated as they finally grouped up together. They got the levels, they got the max evolution as well. They will try to escalate this even further, as they will try to outmaneuver, but also outgun them in terms of manpower. But we do see Slime coming in with a very cheeky and very smooth criminal action as he gets a knockout and still get away quite safely. But he's not done yet, JJ. He comes in for the second KO. Won't overcommit for the third here, but he does see the potential here. Does a very evasive maneuver to try to get away from the initial confrontation. Comes in with a green full dive here, but will not find anything more other than that as he finally gets shut down courtesy of Shengdi.
Gross not. It's actually quite a good decision coming from Ice to get out of Shengdi, just so that they can tank out the damage, allowing Shengdi to put in the score that they need to put down. But again, as that is happening, we weren't able to see that Reggie Lecky actually went into the side of the second tier score goal of Alter Ego up top, allowing Uzakazu to put in some scores. But look at this, Assured Spy Vision is going to be popped up, but unfortunately not going to be able to get away. But here comes another reinforcement coming from that of Alter Ego. Are they going to be able to get out? But no, Uzakazu is going to be able to take them out. It's going to be 2 down right now, but they're going to be helped out here by another one here. That's going to be the Infinite Cyber going to be popped up as well, just put out some damage. But Ikura still surviving, and now look at Ray going to be able to hit HP the Slime.
Oh, Ray with the Slime shot, just landing shots after shot, forcing Slime respects it, forces him back. Uzakazu thinks he could take another shot, and that will actually pay, and he will pay the price for it as he gets knocked back and sent back to the Pokemon Center here. But once again, in terms of control, we definitely see a little bit on that side for INSOMNIA. But in terms of level-wise, Shengdi is in a really good place. That last fight, that bottom first goalpost helps him to at least try to catch up in the race here. He's taking the lead this time as well.
Oh no, they jump in a little bit too late here up top, and now that just allowed INSOMNIA to destroy the second tier score goal up top. But I mean, not much because they were able to get into Regirock anyway. So with that being said, they just need to. Oh wow, that was very close. Stinson was. Oh, never mind.
No. There's no such thing as close for Ray.
Never mind. Man, look at this. They just want to get Slime here because Slime is the biggest threat here into the side of Alter Ego. They can't really mobile, especially with the dual wing beak and the double hit. And not being able to stop them is definitely going to provide such an annoyance in the type of alter ego, especially that, you know, Ikura isn't using mean look as well. But look at this right now. How are they going to be able to do this? Gets the amazing net position, but even with the use of Unite move, they're still not going to be able to take down anyone in the type of alter ego. Instead, they got answered back reverse Uno card. That's going to be Sun and Luna going down.
Oh no, Rom got caught off from behind as he gets backcapped by outside here by both Slime and even alongside by Ubuyan here. But of course they also want to end there. Raise out of the picture. Want to see if they can try to get a couple of ball 2 KO. That feels great. But so many members of Alter Ego are so relatively down low. A full retreat is required, and they should be able to get out of the way in time. However, a little bit of a small competition between Ubuyan. They might just have to forego certain areas of the wild Pokemon side and even some of the buffs.
No, for sure. But look at that Z-Ray once again with that accuracy with a snipe shot. It's just amazing.
Man, I think that was something I was also concerned about during the fight for the Reggie Lecky, the top side as well. All that we see some really great head-on brawls, but at the same time, I'm just seeing snipe shots after snipe shot. No one was really trying to keep him in check. But you know, eventually Slime came back because initially Slime wasn't there first, right? He was going toe-to-toe with Akira in the first place, but eventually when he got there alongside with Ubuya, sure. As long as he's confident, once he gets his hand on top of him, there's no way he's gonna be able to outrun him. But in this case, Slime, nice time. He will have to fall back for the save, and probably will have to forego the Reggie steal as well. That poke really forced things back.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you know, this is a very, very huge buff here for the side of Alter Ego, because that is already still increasing their attack and special attack. And that's what I'm saying, you know, like, immediately they were able to demolish Opion just in time before the Rikid comes up. And that's going to be 2 down. Osakatsu is going to be taken down as well. Now, it's going to be only Slime with the biggest, you know, attacking damage here, but they're not going to be able to get away because...
Oh, what a clutch shot.
Z-Ray is going to take him out. And now only Luna is up left here, has a... what do you call the Mega Evolution up, but they're still not going to be able to do it because it is going to be Alter Ego securing the Rayquaza, almost shutting down Insomnia. Now all they need to do is just put in the score, and just like that, they have been able to catch up into the score. Now, actually, never mind, not quite yet, but it's still, we need one more. The question is, would they be able to do so? Here comes Ikura. Ikura still has a bit of what do you call this? Oh, never mind, Z-Ray has 50 now. Ikura doesn't have any buff anymore. Oh no! Oh no!
Caught out as well. But you know, that's totally fine. There's still 2 members with the points as well, but the thing is they're not too sure whether they're a little bit down with the deficit in terms of AOS energy here. And like you said as well, not a lot of buffs available for their side to try to get a point.
Shinji still has it.
He's trying to farm as much as possible, and the best part about this JJ is he hasn't really revealed himself just yet, so they have no idea whether he has the shields here or not. However, this defense will be without 2 core members of Alter Ego.
They're gonna do the same thing they did to Luminosity Gaming, just having a little bit of backup here. Nobody knows where they are. Now we're gonna put down the scores. Bang, bang, 407 to 394. That's so close.
They got it.
They need to get back now. They need to get back now.
Oh no!
Oh no! 407 to 418.
30 seconds though. Can they run there in time?
Can they get it?
There's Luna has 17 seconds. They should 17. Okay, 14 seconds and 30 seconds are both soon and everything. They just need to run it there.
Oh!
They gotta get it. It's gonna be quite close. I think they should be able to do it. Hold on.
19.
Yeah, they got it. All right.
100. There you go. Alter Ego. That was so close.
Dude, it's so back and forth as well. It's absolutely insane. They're not too sure about it. They feel confident that they got enough points after the confirmation. There's the fist bumps. That's the high fives. They said, all right, guys, that's great. A little bit closer than usual. Especially this, I think this is the most closest race situation we ever got, right?
It was.
Like, we never had a situation where, you know, after you secure Ray, and then it's usually like, oh, you know, it's like 800,000 points, right? But suddenly, even after securing the Ray, teams are still, like, even Insomnia, they weren't just, like, sitting at the sidelines. No, they're also just dunking points after points as well. Oh, man, it was a back and forth kind of situation. I don't think my heart is ready for this.
Dude, I don't think anyone's heart is ready for this. I mean, we are ready for the grand finals, but not that close of a match. You know what I mean? Like, it's so clutch that despite Alter Ego getting in the Rayquaza, that was so close. Insomnia was that close into winning that game, taking that away from Alter Ego.
Yeah, but I can tell you this: while everyone did literally answer their roles phenomenally for both sides here as well, but Ray is a massive problem. Ray is. Yep.
Sorry. At the same time, like this is a huge momentum boost for Alter Ego, knowing the fact that they already got 1 point in. They just need to win two more times, and they will be crowned champions of Asian Champions League Finals 2025.
Yeah, you make it sound like such a like not a surmountable wall to overcome here, my friend.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to win two more times. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But seriously, Ray is starting to be a really massive problem. Like, don't get me wrong. Sure, you have someone to really dive. You have Slime to really dive into the back line, right? But there's just so many ways to somewhat just shut him down as well. And the worst part about it, they are very aware of Slime. They really know, they really knew what's the win condition as well. Sure, they have multiple core damage dealer as well, but they needed to get rid of Ray. Ray was the one that's really dishing out very big amount of damage at the shortest amount of time as well. And that clutch shot on top of Slime while he was trying to reset himself, that just really messed things up for them.
They need to take away. They need to take away Intellion from Z-Ray.
I agree.
Sure.
I agree.
Sure. Z-Ray is one of the biggest threats to Insomnia.
Like it's that kind of situation where I guess Mewtwo Y will also fall in a similar category where you have some really good pokes, but at the same time Mewtwo Y, the downside about Mewtwo Y will be the fact that you have great pokes, but if you don't have anyone to really follow up with you or secure after all the pokes that you're doing, it doesn't feel great. However, for Intellion on the other hand, he has the pokes, he has to secure both on objective and even on other trainer Pokemon at the same time here. So, and the range so far the entire game, except with the whole Shadow Snake and the whole Hyperspace Polar, right? When it comes to just like damage skill shots, it has the highest range. It is unrivaled at this point here. And in the hands of Ray, who's been quite dominant at the same time, something has to be done. I totally agree with you. Ban it out. It feels like the safest thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the same time, that just also means that you're gonna be letting something slide through.
Yeah, I mean,
what were they banned the Comfy, and
yeah,
was it Psyduck? Oh, no, I'm just trying to remember which was the. Oh no, Hoopa. Sorry. But I don't know, JJ. That game was so intense. I didn't expect it to be that intense. I thought it was gonna be our usual flow. We get to that Ray, you win the Ray, you win the like the game wise. Whether you're exploding in the early game or you're slowly climbing or getting some form of control in the mid game, it's always about that Ray, right? So usually I guess our flow for Ray is usually the team that secures the Ray, dunks the point. That's just pretty much it. However,
that's what I'm saying, right? Like, that's why we're saying getting a Rayquaza is like 80%, just 80% guaranteed.
It's not like 100%. Yeah, it's never 100% as well.
It's never 100. If it were Zapdos, sure, but we're already way out of a Zapdos. So 80% win rate, guaranteed win when you have the Rayquaza. But then again, you still have to remember 20%, and that 20% was almost looking likely to happen the moment that they were able to Z-Ray was able to get into Rayquaza.
Which is why I also think it's quite amazing that the fact that before we even got to the Ray, INSOMNIA has already set up the stage for the Ray really well, right? In terms of the objective wise, they got the first 2 goal posts as well. They got a significant amount of AOS energy also done compared to the side here for Alter Ego here. So I guess in a way you could say Alter Ego at that time, at that stage of the game was just more like, all right, we're just in the end we're gonna try to close it out with Ray. However, for INSOMNIA is that even if we couldn't close out with Ray, we should still have enough points and enough players to try to challenge them post-Ray, post-Rayquaza situation. That's pretty much exactly what we saw. And from your amazing percentage statistics as well, 80% win rate all the time. I just completely forgotten about the fact that because I'm so used to the idea where it felt like 100% all the time. But this was a really gentle reminder for everyone.
That getting Rayquaza doesn't necessarily mean win. And now, just waiting for the game to start. Once again, I can see
now, right?
I can see Obion's I can see Obion's phone. We are now headed into the game in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. See? Did you believe me? Did you believe in me?
I mean, I never doubted. Okay, let's be honest. I'm just very curious on where's the source of information that's coming in.
What do you mean? Sort of. I'm just feeling, you know? I'm feeling.
All right, I'll trust you.
Like the people of Unite, you used to call me the
divine revelation, the oracle.
Prophet, actually.
Prophet, yeah, same thing, right? Well, of course,
okay.
Same exact bans. So still gonna leave Ray out here, but they're still pretty confident that they can actually try to get on top of that intelligence, unless they actually try to opt to get it for themselves. Rather interesting. We haven't seen the Gyarados being picked up for on the side for Uzakazu in the end here. So but of course, this time we do see a little bit of a switch here, JJ, where this time it will be the 94 with a Buzzwole. Yeah, side of this finally comes in for the side of a Slime.
But this is going to be another Comfy and Intillion for Z-Ray.
I know how you're cheating, but I'm not gonna say.
What do you mean?
But of course,
not a stage here.
Okay, so somewhat of the same conversation. The only difference this time is that this time Alter Ego will pick up the Buzzwole.
Yeah.
Will pick up the Buzzwole, whereas this on Insomnia they will lock in the Revenant. So I guess you can say now you got that nice early, a little bit more better early suppression control, right? When I say control, I'm not talking about like map wise. I'm just talking about like combat wise. But same goes with Alter Ego pick up the Buzzwole, right? So both is in relatively similar categories. But the Phalanx thing wasn't as, I guess you could say in a way, Alter Ego somewhat got used to the Phalanx.
Yeah.
They probably put it in the same category as the Aegis/, right? Like just good at diving, good at somewhat opening up towards the team as well here. But they have the damage, but just don't have enough dives, right? Like no one to really get on top of that intelligence. I think that's a problem. They have the damage, don't get me wrong. Oh yeah, they got the damage, but no divers, and I think that's a problem.
That is true. No, I totally agree with you. But then again, you know, as you have mentioned, they're already used to the Phalanx, and I know for a fact that they can still overcome the Phalanx coming in from the side, you know, of Insomnia. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, with that being said, let's head over to game number 2 of Insomnia versus Alter Ego. Let's have a champion time.
Champion time indeed. And guess what, JJ? Alter Ego won. They basically got 1 point in the basket. 2 more to go. The champion time definitely doesn't seem too far away. But you know, I do love the little bit of a switch here. So at least this time, for both Alter Ego and Insomnia, you do have several areas that you somewhat covered for yourselves here. Especially for the side with the Phantom, right? Little bit of defense capability, and Will-O-Wisp, let's be honest, has always been a great secure ability, especially for the early phase, until you get that Revenant out. I'm very curious on whether we're going to be seeing the Curse or the Wood Hammer this time. Not a lot of speedsters, by the way, not a lot of speedsters. It seems like a very standard composition that we most likely have been seeing all across the years so far.
No, the thing that I see a lot here is that, you know, what do you call this? The only thing that I noticed here is that Insomnia still did not ban out Z-Ray. Yeah, the Intellion. You know what I mean?
Sorry, ban the Intellion, not ban Ray. Sorry, you can't ban the Pokemon trainer.
I mean,
can you imagine before you go into the games like 5v5, ban a player, ban a Pokemon trainer?
That would have been great, right? That would have been amazing. If that would happen,
but of course not as amazing as this earned their first initial KO, settle down, of course, courtesy on the side for Insomnia. It seems like even from the past game as well, it's always Insomnia that's always leading the charge when it comes to securing that initial KOs. But definitely a lot more aggression this time, yeah.
And here we have it, you know, we're going to be starting off again with this match. Still, already 2-minute mark into the game, and Alter Ego does have a little bit of a, you know, a change here in terms of rotation. They don't want Slime to be able to get in their, what do you call this? Their central area Pokemon anymore, or the buffs. You know, don't want Slime to have that boost, just like in game number 1. But look at this, 8-minute mark in the game, and it seems as if Insomnia is going to be the one that secures the birds in the central. Sun, however, is going to try to get away with Surf here, but are they going to be able to do it? So Ikura tries to follow through, and at the same time, Uzakazu going to be able to take it down here. But Z-Ray is too. That's a huge handshake.
Yeah. No, shutting down shutting down Z0 is always fantastic, right? It's always great on their side here. Same goes to Xingdi, but Xingdi, of course, naturally catching things up here, and Slime is, of course, on top of things as well. Level-wise, nothing too questionable for both ends here, respectively, but we do see a little bit of a smackdown, multiple smackdowns to secure the KOs, of course, none other than Sun, but you know, they're fine. They're fine with losing out the support here, but of course they need to play a little bit safer. They got a little bit too close there. That's going to be another player removed from another Pokemon will be removed and sent back to the Poke Center. Sure, for now, I guess you could say the positive side of things about this GG so far it has just been the supports and defender. But also at the same time, you're somewhat giving like early KOs and potential EXP, especially towards an all-rounder, which you do not want to see start snowballing as well. He's still pretty strong, Boswell as well.
And at the same time, right, one of the biggest problems here for Insomnia is that Alter Ego does have a lot of crowd control capabilities, but never mind, as I say that, they are just slowly taking out Alter Ego. Now, 94 is just taking their time right now, you know, just buying some time so that they can challenge through this Registeel, because again, Registeel among the three is the one that gives the most buff. The best buff. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
no! Kills it out.
Everyone always forgets to body block the snipe shots, and that's gonna be a steal without much resistance as well. They're totally fine with it, yeah. Well done, but of course at the same time, courtesy of 94 to set the pace here. But you know, in terms of suppressive abilities from Insomnia, I think that's pretty fair amount, right? Like you have the sidekick on top of the Horn Leash and Curse. Well, it's no Woodhammer, but Curse still seems pretty great.
Are we friends forever? You would have popped up here just to heal up, but Phalanx with Obion is gonna be at the isolated here. Gets a Unite move as well. Are they gonna be able to take down Shang?
That's great.
Yes, they will be able to take down Shangdi, but sorry, Z-Ray rather, and Ikura is too. There's gonna be another one. Shangdi out and ice. Beautiful stuff here coming from Insomnia. They're gonna be able to take down 4 in the process, and it is always 94 gonna be up left here for that team.
No, absolutely fantastic. Like what exactly Ubuyan had intended as well. Just go straight into it. Just force the team to go in a massive disarray and force those fights to become those individual, or at least fights where you're gonna be able to just completely surround and collapse on individual members of Alter Ego. That's exactly what we see. Even Ray just got caught out of position as well. No way for him to escape Slime. I'm pretty sure Slime was pretty much smiling with glee as he's like, "Oh, you're a Lone Ranger." And Azura Sky, and your Unite move, Azura Sky also timed out. That's perfect.
No, yeah, and the score right now, you know, 72 to 168. That's gonna provide so much right now. 94 is soloing out Insomnia, but here comes a reinforcement. Phantom Ambush is gonna be popped up here. Utakazu, but is that gonna be enough? Though not quite yet. It's gonna retreat down to the side of Insomnia. Oh my goodness, here comes a Unite move coming in from that of Obion, but still not enough. They're still going to be taken down as well as 2 down into the side of Shengdi, and now they just want to push up some more. Unfortunately for them, you know, Luna is now on Mega Evolution Y, and they just cannot overextend anymore, or else they're going to get attacked here and punished through by Insomnia.
It's a problem. It's a really, when they lose Slime, like their main sweeper, it becomes a really massive problem here. So like you see them, they're getting like decent pokes in even with the Mega Mewtwo Y, but it's just not enough to really just clean it out or at least force their intention. Speaking of forcing their intention, we see Insomnia just completely overwhelming here. We do see the quick eject button into the Fell Stinger, trying to reset his positioning as well. Only trying to close it together, but the Fell Stinger pulls through. But guess what? Cutting him off mid-rotation here. But look at the amount of damage he just did to Luna before he actually gets knocked out.
That's more than half health, really. And what's interesting here is that at least Insomnia was able to adjust right against that of Alter Ego. But if there's anything that we do know about Alter Ego, is that they are always prepared for the Ray Craze to take it out. Especially that Z-Ray is almost nowhere to be found at most times.
Yeah, but in terms of like before we even get to the Z-Ray, right? Insomnia has just been doing such a phenomenal job just setting up before it first. But of course, Phalanx holding down the line here. Suddenly it's just going to be a 2v until the entire team. Wow!
Ambush too. Dude, the curse makes it survive so much. That took a while, and that's like 4 Pokemon too.
He's getting so much regen out of the battle lighters as well while he's trying to sustain there, especially on top of the Horn Leech too. I'm actually surprised he actually lasted that long. That's a lot of control that was coming out. Phantom Forest also came out. Sure, I think they should. I believe Uzakazu should get that Phantom Force back up in time. I believe
A
so.
little bit late, I'd say, like a little bit late, but still within the Ray fight nonetheless.
Yeah, but you see what I mean, right? Even just like the last game, they always perfectly set up for that Ray, all the objective wise. Hold on.
Do they want to start the thing now? Azure Spy Vision has been put up. Unfortunately, still not gonna be able to see Slime.
No,
Here we go. Do they want to take it up? Okay. They are low. They are low. They are.
Positioning.
Oh no!
Slime.
Slime was able to see them. But soon as they're gonna be taken out, it's gonna be a handshake. Ikura tries to get away, but are they gonna be able to do it? So Shingdi's gonna be taken down. Ikura and Su, and anyway, that is a team wipe. Insomnia is happy and glad.
I was so concerned because once you pop that Azure Sky Unite move, you're gonna be hoping you should be at least trying to get some trade, at least get some kind of edge here. But after that, when we're seeing Unite moves being traded out, especially the full power side barely gets out of it, no pickup, that's a problem. But because their attention was so drawn to that skirmishes, everyone forgot about the positioning of Slime. Where was he at? They didn't know. By the time he unveiled himself from their back lines, you already start seeing Ray going towards the deep end of that Rayquaza pit, try to escape out of it, but just can't. That skirmish was way too long than expected, and sadly that will be their falling for it. And Insomnia will bring back the round for themselves here in such a great manner as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's what we noticed as well, right? Like Z-Ray, when they popped up a little bit too early in the timer as well, that ensures Spy Vision, the radius was a little bit too off to the position of Slime, which was really fortunate for Insomnia, because then that meant that the position of Slime was not wasn't seen by Alter Ego, and they didn't see it coming.
Yeah, it's probably maybe the comms did they got too excited by chance because of the. There weren't really any massive engagement, right? Just a slight skirmish that suddenly just led to the Unite move really popping off, right? Like, it wasn't like a Unite move following up, it wasn't like a counter initiation Azure Sky, right? It was more like he actually engaged with it. However, the fight is still somewhat ongoing. I want to see if they can try to get a couple of points in. However, they are battling on top of their tier 2 goal points as well, so they got the defensive buff. They're confident for this hold as well. They know they also have the lead, so they'll try to finish up in such a manner to see if they can get a second team knockout here. Unfortunately, not 4 will fall. It won't be a full 5-man, but what again coming out from Insomnia as they tie up the scoreline 1-1.
Man, I'm not. There we have it. You know, like I'm not gonna say that I did say like 3 or whatever. You know, it's gonna be a 3-1. You know, really huge stuff here coming from Insomnia. They finally woke up and they have adjusted accordingly. You know, game 1 they were, I'd say, a little bit too surprised with what happened with the. You know, we would happen to okay. So they were a little bit surprised with what happened earlier against Alter Ego, but at least, you know, immediately after they were able to adjust and answer accordingly to that of Alter Ego. So that's some beautiful stuff that they have, and really goes to show that they really deserve to be on the grand finals. So again, you know, since both of them now has 1 score point, right? 1 point each. That means we're going to be going back to a best of 3.
It's insane the amount of damage that Shindy was also pumping out in that game. So, sure, Z-Ray naturally 90,000 around that range is to be expected for an Italian, but when you see this Shindy with the 0 aura, 108,000 6 digits coming out, so it's absolutely insane. But just looking from game 1 and game 2, right? Objectives are out of commission. You also see at the same time Insomnia also having majority of the points. Right? So sure, you're getting a lot of damage. You're winning out some of these skirmishes as well. But look at the objectives every time they secure. Every time they win one fight, especially on the side of Insomnia, it's always going to be a goal post. It's always going to be some kind of objective here. I think this is within these 2 games in a row. I just spotted that Alter Ego is always just left with either 1 tier 2 goal post or just no goal post in general. Still moving forward. Checking out the players. Curiosity as they just go through more thought process about this as well. As they, I guess in a way, somewhat equalize the scoreline once more. No real edge. Alter Ego somewhat lost that small edge that they had over Insomnia in the first place, yes. As they slowly prep the way to go through this. By the way, by all means, there was nothing wrong with the with the composition at all. I am
Oh,
still,
no,
but I still stand at the fact that I'm still a little bit concerned there is no proper divers on the side for Team Insomnia as well to really get onto the back line. However, that from first game we saw like how hard it was to get on top of Ray. Second game, just a fortunate series of events that somewhat led to Ray being caught out by Slime by the Scyther, by the all-rounder, you know, as well. And you know, comparing with all our all-rounders in the field, Scyther is by far one of Slime's most preferred and most played all-rounders as well. On top of that, but if you were to compare to our other all-rounders, Scyther is definitely more on the squishier side on things when it comes to durability, or at least stat-wise, at least.
I mean, that's why whenever you play Scyther, right, like you want it to be with a team where you can follow. I mean, it's the power output of Scyther is just that strong. But then again, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can 1v1 or at least take everyone out immediately just because of that. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed into game number 3 of the grand finals. After Ego and Insomnia now has 1 point each, and both of them just needs 2 more games in order to take this grand finals.
Let's just see when we're going to be seeing the exact same band here. So far, it's going to be still the Meowscarada alongside with the Gyarados here. You know, interesting fact, right? If in any way Insomnia allow the Meowscarada to slide through, and Slime still gets to and still plays his Scyther. If you think about it as well, with the whole green full dive, right? It wouldn't even matter if Meowscarada even puts down the double team. The full dive just hits everything. It will hit the original and the clone, so won't really miss anything out of that. That's something really nice to think about. But you know, exact same bands, even in terms of the selection of flow as well. Still starting up with the Zeraora. Still, of course, following up with both the Mewtwo Y. Mewtwo Y has been doing exceptionally well for all the teams here. And of course, Psyduck still going to be one of the few selections. Has been doing great CCM Masters side with the whole telekinesis, and of course with his Unite move, so much damage reduction. It's so impactful into the fight here. You know, there is an option for Insomnia if they want to go for the Mimikyu for 2 reasons, right? One, it's a great counter against the Italian, really good, and wants to get on top of it. But more importantly, I think this is just one of those few times where you can actually try to play around with the trick room, because as we clarify, one is if anyone's within the trick room, you get movements be slow. But if any range damage that's coming from external direction outside the trick room, the damage will somewhat be reduced, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I feel like this is just one of the few things that we actually witnessed during some of our lower brackets or during the group stages. Because I was just seeing like across the scene, I was just like, oh, that's actually pretty interesting. Someone actually utilized it itself for themselves. So it's a fun thought, but exact same lineup, no change.
The thing is, yeah. You know, like despite every theory crafting that we did, that you did just now, you just chose the same Pokemon. You know,
if they like, it's like we said before, right? If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. If they feel confident about it, then they'll go with it. I mean, it's something that we both have stressed out this past 2 days, right? Where especially from our teams from the Asia Pacific side, or at least the Asia side, most of the time it's not really sure. We're up to date with the mana, we're up to date with the patches, but there's just some times when the game gets on the line, even though it may seem like an off pick, or maybe it's not a more common pick to some of the other region as well, they will just stick with the one Pokemon which they feel most confident in.
You know, that has always been the case for the meta in Asia. But with that being said, you know, this is it, game number 3. It is the first of 2 now. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, let's have a champion time.
Champion time for both sides. At first, Alter Ego, they thought they felt great, but that second game, Insomnia bounced back. Someone's still back to the start line, but eventually there will be its conclusion. Who's going to be able to break the tie here between the both sides? Shingdi still on that Zeraora. He's been doing exceptionally well. He's also did some great plays against Luminosity earlier today as well.
This is the calm before the storm. You know, just have to wait on it.
You know, it feels like deja vu, right? I don't know about you, but because it's like the exact same lineup in the last game. It feels like what we've been seeing in the last game and this game for the early phase. It just feels exactly the same thing.
No, I totally agree with you. But I wonder what's going to be a change up here, you know?
There most likely will be a change depending on the output of this game, right? Like, so far, I think Alter Ego is pretty adamant about what they have. Like, To them, this is like the best thing that they could ever come out with. Sure, they're probably better, but this is what they're something. This is something they're really confident, adamant. They're most likely not going to change unless INSOMNIA pulls out like the biggest win. Then we might see some small adjustments.
And here we have it. Okay.
Oh, just barely misses it as well. Xingdi, pretty sure he was salivating on just spotting how much HP Luna has as well before making his way all the way to that goal post. And just look at the amount of invasion that's also happening on the side of INSOMNIA. Just like the last game, they invaded to try to deny as many of these wild Pokemon, but this time, compared to last game, they will be able to get the punish on top of Slime. And Xingdi definitely feels great about it because at least that gives him an edge, or at least push him ahead in this level race right now.
I mean, at the same time, right? Like, I guess what's the another difference here is that
that is so cheeky.
Is no longer invading central area of Alter Ego. With that being said, though, you're gonna be able to see a bit of a 94 still tanking out the damage into the side of INSOMNIA as they try to defend the first Kogo.
Yeah, I mean that was a very classic example on like Mewtwo's wise damage wise, right? You got great CC, got a lot of pokes, but just really can't close it out. But sadly, thankfully as well, Slime is here to seal the deal here. Will we getting the knockout on top of 94 here? And it's going to be sticking around for a couple of while before moving back to that central area as Altaria is going to be spawning. Or it's just trying to find any additional source of EXP along the way.
Oh yeah, here we go though. 7 minutes up left. In just a few seconds, we're going to be able to see the first set of objectives, the first major objectives. But as I say that, 3 Pokemon are going to go down to the side of INSOMNIA. That's going to be Luna, Uzakazu, and Tsunsun as they are able to put down points down up top. But, the best case possible here is that, Alter Ego destroys the first Kogo before they take out the Regieleki.
Did he snipe it? No way!
Did they? Not yet.
No, not the Red Giants. I'm talking about the Altaria. Like we were seeing this, I just saw a snipe shot that came from the top right of the screen. But this time, no snipe shot will steal the Red Giants objective this time. But still, cool attempt coming from Ray. But this is like, especially from the last conversation on that top lane, this is something that Alter Ego likes to do, right? The minute Ray gets that Inteleon, it's already grouped up. Everyone is like pretty much like a clear sign to just start grouping up, see if we can get a couple of pickouts. That's pretty much what happened to that top side. They did rotate all the way to try to secure that bottom side here this time. A little bit of switcheroo for both teams as they both have their own separate ideas on this.
Oh, a double KO, did you see that? Down below, Z-Ray was able to take out Slime, and Slime was able to take out Z-Ray. They took out each other.
Classic Mexican standout. Didn't know how it went down, but we can only assume so much for this. Another Regieleki is here alongside with the Altaria. Curse would be the choice. It worked well for the past few games and even last game. Don't see why they should change it back to the Wood Hammer here.
I mean, using Wood Hammer can definitely put down, reposition your enemies. So, as to allowing Luna and Obion to do much more, and at the same time, if you reposition them with Wood Hammer, right? Tsunsun with disable can just disable everyone, and allowing Slime to dual wing beat everyone as well. So this is actually it makes much more sense for them to use. But then again, as you have mentioned, Curse as a move to Uzakazu wasn't really broken.
No. Hold on. We initially had Ray got the first pick up on top of Uwe, and I felt great initially, but suddenly the entire front line of Alter Ego just couldn't withstand the initial damage to, or at least last long enough for Ray to start start stacking or poking even more damage on top of that. So INSOMNIA is going to be able to secure both objectives on that top lane. A couple of KOs here. You see a little bit of aggression here. Even the Azura Sky Unite move was committed as well. Snipes, the first one will not be able to connect, but I know that's totally fine. They'll just have to be satisfied to try to secure this defender here. But more points coming in. Again, INSOMNIA never fails to make sure they are keeping up with that objective games here. Although we do see the AS energy a lot more equalized, a lot more closer compared to the first 2 games here. But they are losing various goal points, whereas INSOMNIA still have even their initial ones as well.
Right, here we have it though. Like 4 minutes left into the game. 132 to 173 is the score of the game, in favor of INSOMNIA. Even in the levels, Insomnia is leading, and of course there is the objectives as well. Insomnia was able to get into Reggie Eyes earlier, and now going to be able to get into Reggie Rock as well. 4 minutes left into the game, as both of these teams are preparing for that Alter Rayquaza to come up. Whereas there's 2 level 12s and 2 level 11s into the side of Insomnia, whereas into Alter Ego, that's only 1 level 12, and that is Z-Ray. They still need to take them out one by one if they do want to win against Insomnia.
You're just thinking back, right? Like, once again, being forced back into their side, man. They also need to try to battle back for control. Insomnia's been doing this pretty well, but this time we're seeing that Alter Ego is slowly adjusting to it. However, probably not as quick as before. Curse also is being implemented at the same time. They see an opportunity. They got the intel that some of them towards the bottom side. They want to see if they can get a nice, because Shindy feels good about it. But sadly, there's just too much speed on the hands here, especially since we are looking at the X speed battle item on the hands of Uzakazu as well. So he should be able to just outmaneuver the Shindy. Dude,
Now,
that snipe shot. It keeps going. I love it. Ubuyan is just trying to body block this for as long as he can. Trying to falls back, but easily gets cut off by Xingdi. And he finds one. Couldn't get the one. What about slime? It looks like it's going to be going to the hands of 94. They're still continuing on the fight. A little bit of an overcommitment. And Insomnia will punish them for that overextension here.
4 down, only Z-Ray is up left, and they are not going to let Z-Ray survive as they pull him out, and now going to have a team wipe here. But then again, I guess like it's a good thing for them as well to be taken out at that moment, because I guess they would be revived. They would go back to the team fight. They go back to the field rather, just in time for the Rayquaza to come out. And now all of them are refreshed. All they have their Unite moves except for Slime.
Actually, I beg to differ, right? They lost the fight, so they have no idea like what's the positioning like for some of the team, particularly especially for Uzakazu as well. He's in that side burst. They don't know it. Don't know it yet. They will try to face check. They will. That's exactly what Shindy did. He knows he can bounce back with it, so he will face check it. Oh no!
There we go. Adjures by Vision. Now they are learning from the mistake they did earlier. Here comes the Ubuyan going for the Unite. We're going to be able to take down Shangdi, but unfortunately, Fly Fresh forever to allow them to survive. Now the Rayquaza is up. They are trying to push them down. They need to push it down. Ikura is up left here, going into the side. Are they going to be able to steal this one? No, they're not. Insomnia secures Rayquaza once again.
We need that replay. We seriously need that replay, because so far we've been only having visual on 94, except for the first time when Ray popped the Azure Sky. Other than that, it's just been shifted back to the rest of the team, right? Ray went in alone, or did he get caught out, or did he get unleashed in? Actually, I'm not too sure. That's why I really want to see the replay later on. But that was a scenario that shouldn't have happened in the first place, really. Like, especially with that full 5-man team knockout at the bottom side, that just allowed Insomnia to really just pick their location, their positioning pretty well around the central area here. That's why you even see Shingdi had to just use the Volt Switch, right? Just dive in, just a face check, just really need to check things out. He gets the intel on that, but that's pretty much it. The rest of the squad, they don't know whether they were able to do the roundabout behind them. They're trying to attempt to dunk a couple more points in for the sideline, but this kid constantly gets denied. While Insomnia has dunked their own points in their own personal base.
Man, it's Insomnia having that huge advantage against that of Alter Ego. Immediately, they got it from the early game. Maintained after the late game. Alter Ego wasn't really able to answer back into Insomnia after that first game. But if there's anything that we know of Alter Ego, just to, first of all, obviously, congratulations to Insomnia winning their second game. They only need one more game against Alter Ego in order to be the grand champions. And they're going to be the newest grand finals. And if they do win, that means throughout all the years, ACL or Asia Champions League would have had, would have a different champion each year, right? But if there's anything we know of Alter Ego, it's that they always reverse sweep. They always take the game.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm just surprised. Slime looks like we lost the scissors paper stone there.
So,
continue on.
Yeah, if there's anything that we know of Alter Ego, is that they always win the first one, get beaten up, and always reverse sweeps.
You know, I mean, besides that, right? Like even with this composition alone, I feel there's few things that shouldn't have happened in the first place as well. Particularly like that 5-man knockout. I think that really hurt them as well, in terms of position wise and everything else. And then after that, we're losing Ray at the pit there. Now I hope we had a replay because I'm not sure about you, but I think I definitely would have. I missed it, like what really went down because I remember he just popped the Azure Sky, and then that was just pretty much it. Like the rest of the team was just playing on the top side of the map as they slowly make their way. I thought they were pretty great as they were grouping up together, just in case if anyone get gone on, they can somewhat retaliate or respond to it. But just suddenly see Ray gets knocked out first. I'm just like, how did that? And it's really it was at the pit itself. But you know, at the same time, I guess in a way, with this composition that's coming in from INSOMNIA, I actually, you know, maybe not just the composition. I think it's also the fact that they're I guess you could say well adapted or well equipped to deal with flex composition, right? With flex builds, right? So they're like, hey, you know, you have a very flexible, like pretty much covering all the bases here. That's fine. We're pretty much prepped for it. It's just we knew what's the win requirement as well. Naturally, it's not as straightforward, but we can actually get it done, and they've been making it work these 2 games in a row so far.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you. And with that being said, you know, we kind of had a problem with the INSOMNIA's composition, but obviously they're making it work, and it's working against Alter Ego. So as we have been mentioning again, why fix what is not broken? And if it works to Alter Ego, then we'll keep on using it.
I'm just really deliberating right now. Like what is someone required? Because it doesn't seem like the build there's nothing really wrong with the build, but I guess the requirement is a switch could adjustments. But the Basel feels great, right? It doesn't.
Yeah.
It feels okay.
Anything, right? 94 is the one that always lasts the longest, and the one that actually is the key for them to buy some time and for them to get back up against INSOMNIA. So definitely Buzzwell isn't the problem. Azire always gives out the damage as well. So how would they, that's the big question, right? How would they adjust and change their composition going up against INSOMNIA?
The unconventional picks is somewhat pulling through for them here. And the crazy part about it, this is like the phalanx things. It's just one of the few tricks that they have on their. It's just one of the few tricks that they have in their arsenal. Hasn't really forced out anything else out of them, and they haven't changed this composition as well. So, I guess maybe the adjustments might just have to be on the side here for Alter Ego, right? Because these past two games, they weren't getting the objective controls. They're losing out a lot of the goalposts as well. Sure, they definitely have the damage for sure, but they're just like there's areas of the map there's someone missing out here. So,
and they are always getting isolated as well. You know, they always get picked off one by one.
Metagross? No.
The thing is, I also understand why Alter Ego is making sure that they do not stick too close with each other. Mainly because of Woodhammer and Disable. Because once they get hit of those,
but so far it's been Curse, right? Like it's never been the Woodhammer, but Curse understandably, right? Because eventually you're gonna get on, especially for Uzukazu, right? He's eventually gonna get on top of a lot of players, right? And the less health he has, the more slow he's gonna be providing within the radius of the Curse, right? So as long as he gets on top of like core members, Xingdi, for example, because eventually Xingdi will also going to be in the thick of the fight, right? Gets on top of Xingdi, he gets to slow down. Pretty much just the main goal for him is just, or at least for their team, is to facilitate around Slime. It's just to really set up for Slime to allow them to get the picks, to get the most ideal engagement for themselves, right? So the swap their swap with Boston with the Travelant seems to work pretty well. But 94 Buzzwell is also pretty helpful at times. But you know, they're not dealing with speedsters either. But they do like the ability. They do like the early game control. But a lot of their early game control is someone losing out towards them. Should we put in someone else? That's the question here. I'm just okay. Wait, hold on. Let me check something.
No, yeah. But while you are checking that, let's go to the draft. Maybe we'll finally see what's going to be the change here in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Yeah. So we might be able to see a bit of a change here, especially for Alter Ego, and now Insomnia is going to be the first pick. There we go. They're gonna be betting still the same Pokemon, I believe. Let's see, Meowscarada, Gyarados, and Hoopa.
Should be the Hoopa, yes. It should be the same. Yeah, no, sorry, I just did a quick check. Right? Yeah, so far, especially for 94, that ban for Gyarados was apparently it seems it really started to hurt for inside here for Insomnia. Pretty insane as well. Actually, could that? Nah, you can't take it. You can't unban the Gyarados. You unban the Gyarados, most likely Uzakazu will take it for himself, and 94 can't secure it. There is still Metagross, but he just doesn't have that. Just doesn't have that kind of control that you usually would have and damage alongside like a Buzzwole would have as well in the early game. I mean, eventually you get the Matang, but you're more like just. You're not really controlling, I guess maybe once you get the Unite move, but no, that's not the case. So finally switching up, I believe this is going to be 94's Talonflame? No, actually, that's a better one. I was thinking of, that's why I wanted to check, right? I wanted to see like, was there Espeon on his whole lineup, but no, so far it's been like just Mimikyus and Gyarados and Talonflames, right? So Espeon comes in with the Psychic Solare, right? You get a really nice disengagement. We'll be able to push back the side if it gets a little bit too close here. And perfect for that early game control. Pretty much feeling the same category with the Buzzwole, but just no CC, but got that burst damage.
94 now, hovering into the what do you call this? Hovering into the Zacian.
94 Zacian.
But no, actually goes in for Gengar.
Oh.
They want to do a very fast and very quick kind of a KO pick off against that of Insomnia. But the thing is, Insomnia does have Garchomp, does have Revenant, and does have what do you call it, Mewtwo. These Pokemon are gonna be a little bit too hard to take down. But I mean, I guess that's why there is ice with the with the Wigglytuff, with Sing, and of course providing them with shields coming in from the Starlight Recital, Unite move. But as you have mentioned, you can also take a note of Psychic Solare coming in from that of Espeon. But then again, they need to be inside of a team fight. And the thing is, there's so much crowd control capabilities inside of Insomnia that they might not just be able to get inside of in the middle of the team fight for them to use Psychic Solare.
Psychic Solare. We even see the Phalanx being swapped up for the Garchomp. I guess you could say in a way Insomnia is in, I guess it's getting finally meaning business right now as he brings to the Garchomp here. But the Gengar picked up with a double speedster here and the Wiggly. I believe that's our first Wiggly throughout the entire tournament. Unless there was a Wiggly in the group stages and in the sub stage. Yeah. Oh, there was.
Here we go, though. Potentially the final game of the day, of the night, of the tournament. Insomnia now has 2 points. Alter Ego only has 1. If they want to win this, they need to win twice in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, this is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, Insomnia versus Alter Ego, game number 4. Let's have a champion time.
Champion time indeed here. It's been a while since we see the Wigglytuff come into the mix.
That's my favorite Pokemon Unite.
Oh, okay, that's even better. Since it is your favorite Pokemon, Pokemon Unite, will it be the rollout or the sync?
Honestly, it depends on the composition, right? Like, with
that's what I'm saying, right? Like, just look at it because I'm also trying to deliberate here. You're looking at speedsters.
I feel like I think it would be best to use for me, right? If I'm the one playing the Wigglytuff in this kind of composition, especially against Insomnia's composition, I'd say that it would be best to use a Sing, because at least even if you get knocked out, even if you get hindrances right against you, the effects of Sing would still push through. Even if you get pushed down by isolated by the Garchomp, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, you'd still be using Sing and you'd still be putting them to sleep, allowing your teammates to freely attack Insomnia.
Yeah, but that's the damage that we were looking for coming in from Ray as well with the Espion. Just constantly just forcing that back. Sure, some of the secure did still some of the wall poker artillery still going to the hands of Insomnia here. But that's the kind of damage that we were trying to look for. However, speaking of control, trying to secure, trying to defend on their end here, and he got the steal with Surf for some reason. For some reason, Surf has been stealing not only Rayquaza but securing all his objectives at the same time. And to make matters worse, they also get the K on top of Akura as well here.
And at the same time, rollout is a move that's very situational in comparison to like Sting. But as I say that, Sting's going to be the player of the game here for Ice. But then again, it is going to be 2 KOs now into the side of Insomnia. They were able to finally answer back, but the handshake 94 and Ice is going to be going down as well.
Just trying to find points and winning out. They're getting a lot of these early KOs, more earlier than expected here. And once again, shuts down both Xingdi and Ray. This is not faring well for the side here for Alter Ego here, ladies and gentlemen here. And this is a lot different from our second and third game too.
103-0 at 2 minutes and a half into the game.
I'm surprised you actually talking about the AOS point. I thought you were going to be talking about the level difference actually.
I mean, it's the same thing, Like, I wouldn't say like the level difference isn't that much, but then again, Insomnia already has access to their Unite moves. Definitely much more ready to go into team fights, whereas Alter Ego, they still need to be careful, because if they're not being careful right now, they're just going to be eaten up here until the late game. Now here comes Sing. Unfortunately, the effect wasn't that quick enough to put them to sleep, not allowing 94 to get away.
I'm still trying to find through the securing all the objectives. Actually this is more early KOs than expected here being secure on their end. They will get the Regieleki for this time, so they try to go for the steal courtesy of Akura, but will not find any luck about this, especially since Insomnia doesn't require luck. They have the strategies, they have the team members, they have the skills. They will make their way through this to hopefully try to secure the potential final game of the round. And let's be honest, JJ, with the rate they're going, with the points they're going, and the dominance that they have, we might just be preparing to crown our new grand champion.
No, I totally agree with you. No doubt about that. I mean, 260-43, that is a huge lead right now, especially 4 minutes into the game. And at the same time, only 3 Pokemon into the side of Alter Ego does have Unite moves, whereas Insomnia, everyone does have their Unite moves ready, up and running, except for Luna.
Okay. So
Starlight Idol's going to be used, providing shield to their teammates.
We'll be able to catch all
a little bit Outrage, going to be popped up. Plasma Gale.
Done.
Moonlight Prance, though. Is it going to be enough? Insomnia taking down Eyes. That's 1. Mega Mewtwo Y.
Most likely not the 2. Sadly, not enough damage to really seal the deal. No Unite move as well to try to get for the goal, to try to shut him down. But other than that, it's just a matter of just setting the precipice of things, right? Getting the secure, getting the objective. Sure, they're slowly catching up in terms of level, especially Xingdi on the sidelines here. But the team at the current moment, if I'm not mistaken, so I believe we saw 94 with the hacks, right? He's not playing with the Dream Eater. He went with the hacks and the Poison Ball, right? Hold on.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball. They don't have it.
Oh, sorry, Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb, no?
No, it was a Sludge Bomb. I believe that is right. Here we go. Phantom Ambush, going to be used here by 94. Catching up. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually misses though. Actually whiffs. And the punish through by Slime.
And then I think that's the problem with Sludge Bomb hacks, right? Like if you don't land that Sludge Bomb, you just can't reset the cooldown on that hacks. Feels pretty punishing, especially you're trying to land it on such a mobility all-rounder like Slime as well with the Scyther here. So it's such a squishy speedster as well. So naturally 94 is not going to be able to last too long, but especially no competition. They'll land the Sludge Bomb, trying to go with the hack set, but will run into the line side of Slime. They will break the second goal post. They're dumping in. They try to see if they can get a couple of punches at the same time. We'll also get a KO on Usakazu as well. They try to go for the full disengagement here as they try to utilize the eject button. He got the mobility, but so does Xingdi. He wants to get the KO. We'll get the second one as well. They spot the third. Can they try to catch up with it? It is a Trevelyan, the one that has been been locking them down. Pops in the curve to slow down the mobility. So he's been sustaining. But guess what? This is a late game Xingdi here. The damage is pulling through. Phantom forward to try to sustain, and they will finish him off.
That is, so they're not going to be going in for the double slap, like I said. Dazzling Gleam, Wiggletop is going to be the play of the game here. But look at that. It is Otakazu going to be able to take down Ikura, the defender of the side of Alter Ego. But at the same time, there is also Eyes being that. But they're going to be able to secure that Regirock for themselves, allowing them to recover some of the HP and answering back to Insomnia, taking down Sun and Usakazu.
But what a secure. I'm going to say right now, there is still which is something that Alter Ego has done in the past, right? Like if the game isn't faring well, it's always going to be falling back to that Rayquaza comeback, right? If they can't get it, right? Like right now, and this is pretty much why we're seeing like some of the members of Alter Ego just trying to like save points as much as possible. They're not trying to force the fights either way, because in fear of getting knocked out and lose whatever points they actually gain for themselves here.
Oh no, they're going to be able to destroy it.
You see, even check this out. Even for the second goal post, they're not going to defend it. They're just going to prioritize the more crucial objective to get rid of the Regieleki, save the points that they have, and prep for their Rayquaza that's coming out in 35 seconds. But look at the positioning for Slime, JJ. They don't know they're coming in, and this could be quite detrimental.
Yeah, this is where we're going to be seeing the final fight of this game. That's going to be Obion going to be the first one to go down. Silent Recital is going to be popped up 18 seconds before Rayquaza comes out. Regieleki goes inside the score goal up top. But are they going to be able to finish through? Are they going to be able to push through here? It is going to be Osakazu trying to defend at the top of their score goal. Here comes 10 more seconds. Are they going to be able to push down the score? Yes, they will. They're going to be staying in and waiting for that 2-minute mark for them to push it in. That's what I'm talking about. But that was so risky. That was so risky, but they're still not there. They're still not here. There's going to be 2 down inside of Alter Ego. 163 is not enough to catch up to 427.
This is a problem. Great KO, but they lost Xingdi. They need to try to keep as many members alive as much as possible. Just wait out the time for the respawn for the rest of the team comes in. But more members will fall. Rayquaza is still open for the taking, but Insomnia, in their heads, they're saying like, nope, we don't necessarily need it. We can just keep it holding on.
They know they're in the lead.
No Unite move as well. No Unite move except for Xingdi, ready to utilize for this fight. They want to try to secure it.
Trying to go in.
One opening.
There you go. Oh no! Usakazu secures a Rayquaza, and it seems as if we are now looking at the brand new champions of Asia Champions League as they put down the scores. That is going to be Insomnia finally going to have the rest, the sleep, as they are going home, the champions of Asia Champions League 2025.
What a run for this young Japanese team as well. First debut, came through for the most competitive region here. And let's be honest, everyone had set their own respective expectation. They thought it was going to be Luminosity. They thought it was going to be FENNEL. And also, as the way the game was going, everyone also assumed it might potentially be Alter Ego or even FENNEL, but no, Insomnia broke every expectation, broke every prediction here. Their debut could be even better for themselves here. Such a great, amazing group of young lads here, seriously.
Yeah.
As they all position back in the central area, posing as, ladies and gentlemen, officially your new grand champion of the Pokemon Unite ACL League 2025. It's Insomnia themselves.
They can now finally get their sleep. They can finally now get their sleep.
We all could get our sleep.
You know, I think on the next tournament, they're no longer going to be named Insomnia, because by then, you know, since they already won the game, they own the tournament.
Well rested.
They will be well rested.
Are the name well rested?
Yeah, they're going to be well rested now from here on out. Obion, finally smiling.
Yeah, all right. The evolution step by step, but seriously, what an experience for this team, right? From not only being like one of the new Japanese team that came from the Japan League, but also winning on their home ground. You couldn't ask for a more better experience. The crowd is going exceptionally well. I mean, what a ride. But same goes for Alter Ego. So
good job. Congratulations,
well,
you know. well done to Alter Ego for showing us quite a match. It was so close, but Insomnia went up and beyond what we have been expecting, and showed us that, hey, they might have been able to take down Luminosity Gaming, but we can take them out.
Dude, it's not just that, right? Like, even for Alter Ego, such a phenomenal performance. It's so unfortunate they couldn't be the champion, but also at the same time they're not leaving this tournament without anything, right? Like, it's not just second place.
Yes,
they bested Luminosity Gaming, one of the recognized, if not one of the best teams in the world. They bested the current world champion FENNEL. They bested FENNEL Esports. So many powerful powerhouse of a teams. They grinded through each and every one of them to make their way to this second place here. So other than that, it may be second place, but the records, the history that they made here is amazing.
Second place is second place nonetheless, and they perhaps have had one of the roughest road to get to the grand finals. Alter Ego really showed us how much they can. Okay.
A little too close there. A little too close.
But as I was saying, Alter Ego has had one of the roughest route to get to the grand finals, especially going through a lot. The mix-up could be a hog or a handshake. They had to go through a lot, as you mentioned. Luminosity Gaming, FENNEL Esports. There's a lot. There's a lot that just getting to the grand finals is already an achievement in and of itself. But at the same time, congratulations to Insomnia securing the spot to the World Championships for
second
Anaheim
team.
2025.
The second team to go all the way to the second team to be qualified in the World Championship Series. Yeah, there's no other tournament. It's literally the first was Luminosity Gaming. Now we have our second team as we prep for Insomnia to lift the trophy on their home ground near the crowd. Is about to go wild. I wish I could hear the crowd, but we just can't. We don't get that access. But this is it. What history has been rewritten. Names has been inscribed for this year's ACL onto that trophy as well.
Here we go. They're almost there. Going to rise it up.
They're trying to decide how they're gonna do it.
They're like, oh wait, yeah, let's take a break a little bit, Obion always looking for
He's
the camera.
still staring, yeah.
Always looking at the camera.
They're still looking for it. Okay, now they decide to lift up the trophy together. A loud applause and roar from the crowd. We can't hear it, but I can tell you it's exceptionally loud.
Right.
Japan is feeling exceptionally proud of this young talents of a team.
Obion is still staring at the camera though. Have to change. That's a good thing about a behavior of a player. Regardless of what happened, you win or lose, you never change. Obion is that player.
But it's definitely gonna be a night none of this team will not forget for sure. What a journey that we have from the group stages, 17 hours into today's 10 hours plus of action-packed, great Pokemon Unite games. We had the best of the teams of each of the regional zones going head-to-head with each other. Going head-to-head, especially with their composition as well, with all the theories that they have to utilize in this tournament. It's been phenomenal.
It has been phenomenal, and it all ended up with quite a beautiful display of performance coming from Insomnia. Because hey, look, I'm cheering for Alter Ego. I'm cheering for a lot of teams, but the way that they just shut down Alter Ego at the grand final stage was just phenomenal.
Just taking in the moment, I'm pretty sure they were all in standing ovation just now, but Here
we go. We just need to give them their prize. Just waiting for it.
No Shinohara? Oh no, it's not Shinohara, it's Mizakami, yeah.
Congratulations to our champions, Insomnia!
Yeah!
JJ, it's your time. Translate.
I'm not gonna do it no more. It's a grand awarding.
Your region has won the title of the Asian champion.
Congratulations!
ここから見事ポケモンユナイトアジアチャンピオンズリーグ2025アジア王者となりましたインソムニアのチーム全員にインタビューをさせていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
From here on, we will having our interview with our Asian champion team Insomnia, each and every one of them.
Oh, each and every one of them.
オブ
Okay,
ヤン
pretty
選手
cool.
にインタビューをさせていただきたいと思います。オブヤン
Oh yeah, it's like you're giving me a mic? Yo.
ありがとうございます。改めて、オブヤン選手との本当に豊富な知識でさまざまな戦術を思いついてこのインソムニアに授けているというお話もありました。このグループリーグプロリーグの1日目から今日のファイナルズを見たときにインソムニアというチームは本当に大きく進化したと僕も感じています。その進化の要因、ひいては今日優勝につなげることのできたインソムニアの強みは一体何だったのでしょうか。
そうですね、セオリーにとらわれすぎず、新しいものを、取り入れる覚悟、それがすぐにうまくいかなくても、必ず、いい経験になってるっていうのを信じて、努力してきました。
I think not just playing by the book, but try to improve and try to recreate stuff each and new is the thing that made us get here.
すみません、もう一問だけお聞かせいただいていいですか。
任せてください。
ありがとうございます。オブヤン選手も本当にポケモンユナイト競技シーン初期から活動を続けていて、ひいてはさまざまなゲームで活躍をしてきたと思います。そんな中で WCS2023 であったりとか国際戦の経験もしつつもこの優勝という頂にたどり着いたのは僕の知るポケモンユナイトの歴史ではオブヤン選手は初だったと思います。その今のお気持ちを率直にファンの皆様にお届けいただいてよろしいでしょうか。
今の気持ち、そうですね、あんまりなんだかんだこういう場は得意ではないんですけどね、オンラインだったらできるんですけど、オフラインは慣れてなくてですね、シンプルに嬉しくて、久々にこう頭が今真っ白に、なっている状態でございますね。すいません、嬉しいとありがとうの言葉しか出ません。ごめんなさい。ありがとうございます。
This is my first time gaining the title of champion, and I'm grateful to each and every one of you.
ありがとうございました。それでは続きましてスライム選手。スライム選手の今日のご活躍はもちろんインソムニアは全員が強いチームです。それでも間違いなく相手のポケモンを倒すという面で一番活躍したと言っても生きていい選手だったと思います。そのスライム選手がこれだけのバリュー、力をつけることができた要因、そして今日この大舞台でそれだけの実力を発揮しきることができた理由はご自身で思い当たることはありますか？
あんまりその環境とかのキャラじゃなくても自分が得意なキャラを使い続けたのがうまいこといけたのかなと思います。
初の大舞台で拍手お願いします。ありがとうございます。ごめんなさいね、すいません、先走ってしまいました。
I feel like not just playing the good characters in a minute, just improve what Pokemon I like is what
自分がその舞台に立ちたいと発起してチームを探して今まさしく1年前に見た夢を自分と仲間たちの手で叶えてみせました。そのお気持ちを聞かせてください。
まず本当に嬉しくて、去年やっぱり自分がリザーブで出れない状態でみんなが活躍しているのを見続けて、まあもちろん嬉しかったんですけど、自分のなんか辛いのもあったので、今年のAC にかけるあれがやっぱり強かったので、本当に勝ってよかったです。
While I was happy watching my teammates play, while I was still watching as a reserve, this feeling alone made me want to participate in this season.
ありがとうございました。それでは続いて宇佐和選手。宇佐和選手もこのインソムニアの中でも年齢的にもかなり若い選手としてではありますが、スライム選手と並んで2大エースとでも言うべきそのダメージを出す役割を背負って戦い切りました。その 僕から見たらかなりプレッシャーのある立ち位置だったのかなとも感じるんですが、今勝ち切った今振り返っていかがでしょうか？
そうですね、まあ僕がミスしてもチームメンバーのみんなカバーしてくれるんで、今日はそう自分に自信持ってプレーできたのかなと思います。
Well, although even though there are sometimes I made mistakes, I trusted my team and overall they would carry me, so that's why we are the champions here today.
このプロリーグ長かった11月から始まりましたよね。もう3ヶ月4ヶ月戦い切りましたが、宇佐和選手がバッと振り返ってどんな期間でしたか？
まあ楽しかったですね。
ありがとうございます。
I had fun this season.
それが言える選手が、そう感じられる選手がどれだけいるか。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
それでは続いてツンツン選手。
はい、
ツンツン選手は、本当にサポートタイプやディフェンスタイプの名手として活躍を続けていましたが、ポケモンユナイトの環境の変化に応じて、例えばミュウツーですとかミライロンですとかダメージを出す役割を学習装置などもつけて戦い方を身につけて、本当にそのいわゆるポケモンに割り振られた役割を飛び越えてさまざまなポケモンを使い分けられるように成長したプロリーグの中で練習を重ねてきたことが伝わる期間だったと思うんですけれども、そこに至るまでの経緯と実際に役割を飛び越えていろんなポケモンを練習する期間というのを振り返っていかがですか？
経緯としてはもともと年始ぐらいですね、にルミナシティのノーヒーラー構成が強いんじゃないかってオブヤン先生が見つけてきてくれてそれでやって結果が出なくて、もちろん結果が出ないからその批判されたりだったりだとかそういうのもありましたけれども、自分たちが強いと思った、何よりオブヤン先生が強いって言ったんで、それを信じて、練習してきた成果が今日結んだんじゃないかなと思います。
While I mainly focus on defensive and supporting types, the reason I'm interested in main attackers is because, well, Opion told me, and because of him, because I trust Opion, we managed to arrive here.
ツンツン選手はこのインソムニアの中でも一番年齢の面で最年長の選手だと伺っております。一つはね、その若い選手もいる中で人間関係の面とか、その5人全員で行動する中で人間的な面でも気を配ることもあったのかなと思うんですが、振り返ってみてインソムニアどういうチームでしたか？
そうですね、最年長は内緒なんですけど、
ごめんなさい
いや冗談ですすいませんいや冗談ですでもみんな仲良くやってるんで、特に苦労することもなく、対等に意見出し合って、いい関係築いてます。
ありがとうございます。
I wanted to keep a secret that I'm the oldest. I'm just kidding, but because we're all good friends, we managed to be a great team.
それでは最後にリーダールーナ選手、よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
さあまずはルーナ選手ももちろん2021年2022年から戦い続けてさまざまなチームを転々して今アジアを制しました。いろいろなチームで経験を積んできたルーナ選手にとって、インソムニアどういうチームですか、リーダーとして？
そうっすね、バカが1人と青年1人と先生とおじさん
そんな個性豊かな面々で優勝にたどり着いたところは、リーダーとして何が要因になりましたか？
ごめんなさい、もう一回いいですか？
リーダーとしてどういった個性豊かな面々を引っ張ってこのアジアの優勝の舞台にたどり着きました。アジアリーグ振り返っていかがでしたか、ルーナ選手？
結構厳しく言ったこともあるんですけど、自分が一番多分ポケモンユナイトその期間プレイしてて、1日12時間から15時間くらいやってたんで、自分がやって見せて言ってみたいなで、言い合いすることもあったんですけど、なかなかその5人なんで5人で頑張りました
ありがとうございます。
While I was strict about my teammates, they all trusted me in the end. So, we talked back. I talked to them. We talked back, and because of that, we managed to be on top.
それでは最後にルーナ選手も競技心でずっと戦い続けてきたそのモチベーションは絶対に1位を取りたいんだっていう強い気持ちがあるんだと僕たちも感じるところではありました、その思いが今結実しました。そのお気持ちをここにいるファン、そして配信を見ているファンのみんなに届けてください、お願いします。
日本最強
Japanese team number 1
ありがとうございました。それでは続いて見事優勝を果たしたインソムニアの皆さんに商品の授与をさせていただきます。プレゼンターをお呼びさせていただきます。株式会社ポケモン伊藤健次郎さん、ステージへお願いします。
Here on, we have our winning team INSOMNIA, presented for our first place from our first place team from the Pokemon Company, Mr. Kenjiro Ito.
優勝したインソムニアの皆さんには PUACL 優勝商品である WCS2025 参加チケットの贈呈です。
For our first place team INSOMNIA, we will be handing out the first place award after invite to the Pokemon World Championships 2025.
続きましてこちらも PUACL 優勝商品である PUACL2025 チャンピオンズリングの贈呈です。伊藤さんから選手へお渡しいただきます。よろしくお願いします。
We will also have our first place of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League's champion ring.
Oh, no way.
Yo, this is the first time that they're doing the rings.
I can't see it. We can't see it. Okay, wait. Come on. Come on, Obayan. The camera loves you.
Oh, that's beautiful.
.それでは最後に PUACL2025 を総括して伊藤さんよりご挨拶いただきます。伊藤さん、よろしくお願いします。
And finally, we will have a word from Mr. Ito.
まずはインソムニアのチームの皆様、本当に WCS の出場権獲得、そして、ポケモンユナイト2025アジアチャンピオンズリーグ優勝、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations to Team INSOMNIA for competing in the World Championships and also being first place in our Asia Champions League.
今回のアジアチャンピオンズリーグは9月から開始され、半年長きにわたり、各国の強豪が戦い抜いてきました。出場チームはなんと1600チームを超え、この決勝を、至るまで、決勝に至るまで皆さん本当に我慢強く鍛えて戦い抜いてくれたと思っています。我々主催者側も見ていて本当に感動しましたし、本当に皆さん楽しんでいただいていて嬉しく思っています。そして今回ファイナルを行うにあたり、京王電鉄様、そして明治様、大変ご協力をいただき本当に心より感謝申し上げます。
We would like to thank all of our players that competed in the tournaments that started from last September. Over 1,600 teams qualified for this, and we are grateful for each and every one of you. We would also like to thank our sponsors, KO and Meiji.
そして本当にここまで戦い抜いた、皆様、優勝チームだけでなく心より拍手申し上げたいと思います。どうも本当に皆さんよく頑張っていただきました。おめでとうございます。
We would like to also not only congratulate our first place winners, but everyone who participated in this event.
そしてワールドチャンピオンシップスへの出場権を得たこのチーム、 だけでなく、今年はアメリカ・アナハイムにおいてワールドチャンピオンシップス、世界の強豪が集まる大会があります。そこに向けてすでにエントリーが始まっています。来週末よりも、各国で予選が開始され、日本でも4月から予選が開始されます。どうかここに、いらっしゃる皆様、そして今回敗れたけれどもまだ世界を目指せる皆様、そしてここの会場にいる皆さん、そしてこの配信をご覧の皆様、それ以外ワールドチャンピオンシップスを目指したいと思っている皆様、すべての方にエントリーチャンスがございます。ぜひ鍛錬を重ね、ポケモンユナイトを楽しんでいただき、また8月にアメリカ・アナハイムで皆さんとお会いできることを楽しみにして私の言葉に変えさせていただきます。
Starting from next month, the road to qualifying for the World Championship is going to start. And this year it's going to be held in the United States in Anaheim. And from next week, the online matches are going to start. And I want everyone who watched this match, who participated in this event, including the people in the audience, if you feel you want to participate in the World Championships, I want you to enter in as well.
本当に皆様ありがとうございました。
Thank you, everyone.
伊藤さん、ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Ito.
それでは最後に会場の皆さん、そして配信でご視聴いただいている皆様、改めまして長期にわたるリーグに参加したすべての選手とその頂点に立ったチームに大きな拍手をいただきたいと思います。
I want everyone to give a big round of applause to everyone here and now.
改めてポケモンユナイトアジアチャンピオンズリーグ2025チャンピオンはオブヤン、ウサカズ、スライム、ツンツン、ルーナ、チームインソムニア。
Please get up for Asia Champions League Team INSOMNIA.
それではこの2日間だけではありません。プロリーグが始まった時から、いやポケモンユナイトが始まった時から長期間にわたり応援いただきありがとうございました。戦いは WCS へと続いていきます。そこに至るまでの戦いをまた一つ一つみんなで楽しんでいきましょう。ありがとうございました。
The Pro League has started and we will be expecting to see you at the World Championships this year.
さようなら。
You know, that was quite a heartfelt message from, you know, everyone in on Pokemon United, the ones who were making this possible. And again, congratulations once again to INSOMNIA for being the winners of Pokemon United Asia Champions League 2025, and at the same time, the ones that will be representing, you know, PUACL to the World Championships in the United States, Anaheim. And what a ride have we been on, Leonard.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one hell of a journey. Wouldn't have it any other way as well as we. I mean, every ACL, right? I think it's every time we or every new year, whenever we have or participate or cast or I just watch ACL as it is, it grows. The community grows bigger. The event gets better. And as the game grows, so does the opportunities. More players, more talents as well. We didn't have this many players or many people sign up for the qualifiers in each of their respective regional zone in the first place as well. What a way to go. Come on.
No, yeah, but with that being said, you know, I think there's going to be just more Pokemon Unite action when we come back. You know, we're going to be coming back. We're going to need more Pokemon Unite action, and we're going to see more of that as we start the Pokemon Unite WCS series starting with the Philippines next week. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have in your casters, my name is JJ, and with me is Leonard. We have in your casters alongside Pikayules, and this has been Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We'll be seeing you on the next tournament. Peace out.
出ない。
ナイス。
出てね出てね出てね。アジアの王冠は自分たちのもの、渡すわけにはいかない。先に行かせてもらおう。ゲームセット。ゼータディビジョンはそれ以上に大きな敗北を超える力がある。今のゼータディビジョンは去年より強くなったのは日本リーグひいては名古屋王者、お前たちのおかげだと背負って先に進みます。
やばすぎる夢食いで後ろに下がろうとするカビゴンを捉えた。ボルトチェンジで帰る先にはマッシブーンが待っている。残り体力1割を使っていくのはこの男だ。オルタエゴ、2023年のアジアリーグからハイファイブの頃からこのチームを勝利へ導き続けてきた絶対的エースシンディ、捉えました。3対5、3対5で臨むレジェンドピット、一気に入っていった。畳みかけますインソムニア。2025年の始まりを占う ACL。 さあ今年は主役の座をもらおうか。オムのダウンクライ、いやーミュウ使えた。入ったのはルーナ。 KO しづらいミュウを眠りから。ミュウが来るぞ。ギャラロスが来るぞ。キルショー、うわーインソムニア。自分の人生を皆さんに見せる。恥ずかしい姿は見せたくない。その覚悟で取り切ったリクルートです。お互いの戦いを称え合うかのように最後の集団戦です。さあインソムニアからゼータディビジョンへ。去年素晴らしい活躍だった。尊敬している。ただインソムニア、今の自分たちはここから世界を取りに行く。 ACL その冠を取って時代を渡ってもらおうか。に注目してください。ハッパカッターからやっただ。見つけました。いくらが見つけました。リシュックエメラルドダブルベイト。いやもう入ってきた。そうですね、やるしかない。いや最後ゴールからは、はい、いや違います。オルタエゴが取り返していますから、逆転の兆し取っているのはオルタエゴです。ここのシールドが守れれば、いや守っ5点差です。いやミノシティが草むらに集まった。入って入る。いやリンタ入った。リンタリービアの意外としない。ルミノシティ、いや抜けている。オルタエゴ残り時間は10秒です。66点入りますか。分かっていたオルタエゴ。さあルミノシティ WCS では世話になったな。オルタエゴ元王者同士、第2章を始めよう。ゲームセット。 ACL 初代王者、そして WCS 初代2代目王者、連覇勝ったルミノシティ、最後の猛攻を仕掛けます。そうですね、マスカーネが手を挙げました。オルタエゴ、さあオーバーロードも続きました。残り時間は15秒。チャンピオンに戻るためのその決意はレジェンドピットラストグランドファイナルにつながります。チャンピオンロード第2章、ここでゲームセット。フレアスイーパー、わずかな体力にシールドをトレーナーのファイヤーのハヤペの翼がゼータディビジョンを切り裂いた。ゼータディビジョンを挟み込む形を作り上げたハピアピアティストがリーフィアについてそのままメタクロスを KO。 ゼータディビジョン反撃ののしを上げることができるか。ツバメ返し炸裂。ファイヤローと同じ技を覚えたリーフィアが同じツバメ返しでトレーナーにやり返す。しかしその後ろからはオーバーロードがいます。数有利掴んでいく。うまい。これトレーナー飛び込んでくるが、ドラゴンダイブブレイブバードに合わせてみせた。ここは完璧な指示がガブリアスに飛ぶ。素晴らしい。ここはじりじりとした睨み合い、激しいポケモンバトルが行われたこのファーストゲームが終わろうとしてます。ゲームセット。魂で手の出る氷の牙がファイアローに刺さったが空を飛ぶにやってくるのか。いやしかしそれは逃すわけがないだろうと技が見ますが、空を飛ぶのラストヒットはルミノシティゲーミングの誰もが信頼するオーバーロード選手が担います。5人の選手5匹のポケモンたちが意地を見せ、勝負は最終戦にもつれ込みます。ゲームセット。ルミノシティゲーミングブルーミングショータイムを使わせる動き、ローン選手からリソースを奪いました。その後ろではビトッポのゾロアークが魂によってキュリオスのアームソロを捉えている。悪タイプポケモン同士のぶつかり合い、ビトッポが制してみせた。どんな結果になってもあと2分後にはこの最高の戦いが終わっています。最後まで目を離すな。どうなるラストスパート。ビッグランドを取ったのはルミノシティゲーミング。アジアリーグ ゼータディビジョンとルミノシティゲーミング、お互いに望んだ、そして我々も望んだ最高の戦い、ここで試合終了。 UACL2025 3位に輝いたのはルミノシティゲーミング。これからのユナイト史をつなぐ一戦です。アジアを取るのは数十分後、トロフィーを掲げるのはどちらのチームになるでしょうか。参りましょう。ファーストゲームレディーゴー。ただでは返さないと。すごいぞ。後ろからルーナの道は入れとけよ。これは KO まで持っていっている。どうだ。まだ残ります、まだ残ります。ウルトラバックバックだ。いるぞ。
ナイスナイスナイス。相手戦わずにゴールを決めるという
ツンツンが戻る。
見せましたが、
これがウルタエゴの Z レイズイレ。残っているのはルナ。あっという間に Z レイズイレ。レックーザ KO しました。逆転のインソムニア、逆転のインソムニアです。ウィルト抜けているのはオルタエゴだ。ウィルトオルタエゴです。つながるかインソムニア、つながるでしょう。コナック全力再結果。オルタエゴ逆転、オルタエゴ逆転です。デスが入った。デスが入った。残り11、残り30秒、11点。いやでも30秒ある。そうですね、まだ分かりません。これは下にゴールもあります。戻ってくるのは残り7秒でツッツン、残り6秒でルーナです。間に合うか。これは間に合わねえ。さあ10カウント。まずはウルタエゴ。俺たちの執念はそう簡単には折れない。いい戦いをしよう。挨拶代わりのファーストゲーム。レジスチルに触る前に味方のフォローに入ったようですが、グリーンスターダイブ、シンディが倒れた。素晴らしいプレーだ。そうですね、 S タイムつなぎます、 S タイムつなぎますが、ジオスのマッシブ逃げることができました。ネレルうちでツンツンを打ち抜いた。ただそのゼーレ、うちのツンツンに何してくれてるんだとオブヤン襲いかかる。ラーインソムニア猛攻。あ、闇森奪回と合わせた。ただムーンライトセレナーでユナイトのシールドを奪っていく。いくらの素晴らしいサポートでオルターエゴの面々が火を吹く。そして強すぎるぞ。サカズ闇森ダークガイストまで打って耐えている。ゼーレを KO 持っていった。
ナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。
さあ一つグリーンサーダイブ合わせてゼーレ KO。 さあ上からルーナ続いていきます。インソムニア止まらない。オルタエゴレジェンドピットを開けろ。こっちは3年この舞台を待ち望んでいた。時代を渡すわけにはいきません。去年カビチャンスでアジア1位からの景色を人の力で知ってしまった。自分の力で取りに戻る S ライブの活躍でセカンドゲームセットです。
ナイスナイス。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。そしてしっかりそれが当たっています。
いるのは分かっている。
やはりシンディ選手の
そうですね、SM ダルビッシュからマッシュブーン上数が追いついた。ただそのマッシュブーンをオブヤンルーナ協力して剣を持っていきました。残されたイクラバッキー孤立している。オブヤンがその背中を捉えた。最後まっすぎる位置が見えました。ツンツンのコナックが決めました。レックーザを最後取るのは X ライブのストライクだ。素晴らしいプレーですよ。これは
ピールしてる、テラピールしてる。
最後はかつての王者オルタエゴを相手に迎えて残り10秒。君たちが待ちわびたスポットライトはもう目の前です。位置を変えているのはジオスのゲンガー。ああ2秒入っているジオスのゲンガー姿を消した。逆転のタイミング。シンディセローラ KO 対してウサカズガビアス KO4 対4です。レジェンドピット運命の2分間。オルタエゴ執念つなぐか。ウサカズがつないだ。つなぎました。
ゲンガー 調だよ今日はよ。
お前取りすぎだろ。お前取りすぎだ。
あらま。 ユナイト C4 年目にしてアジアチャンピオンズリーグファイナルズ2025、主役たちを羨んできた彼らがこの時代の主役として今立ちます。